Chapter 1. In the vast and primordial world, within a cave on the Three Immortals Island, a flawless figure floated gracefully in the air, surrounded by shimmering halos, exuding an otherworldly aura akin to that of an ethereal being. After a brief moment, Lin Gu opened his eyes, reflecting on the outcome of his recent cultivation, and let out a soft sigh. Thousands of years ago, he had traversed into this world, becoming an inconspicuous disciple of the Jiejiao sect upon his arrival. He had already attained the celestial immortal realm, however. After the passage of countless years, Lin Gu found himself still trapped within the celestial immortal realm, unable to break through. Wherever there are people, there exists a Jianghu. This saying holds true in any context. In the celestial immortal realm, one might be deemed a formidable figure elsewhere, yet within this environment teeming with golden immortals, lacking opportunities and a substantial background, he was merely destined to be cannon fodder, with good fortune forever eluding him. It could be said that Lin Gu's ability to survive and preserve his life was already quite commendable. However, given the current circumstances in the outside world, the great calamity is imminent. As he contemplated the infamous calamity from his past life, Lin Gu furrowed his brow, feeling an increasing sense of urgency before the disaster truly arrived. It was imperative for him to advance his cultivation. Every bit of strength would provide him with a slightly greater assurance of self-preservation. Furthermore, after many years of traversing this realm, Lin Gu had developed feelings for some friends and the environment here, making it hard for him to part ways easily. His thoughts meandered, and Lin Gu felt a twinge of melancholy. It was well known that during the calamity, even the great Luo golden immortals could become mere sacrifices, and even saints were powerless to alter the unfolding of destiny. What could a mere celestial immortal like him change? Without strength, everything was but idle talk. At that moment, an unexpected voice resonated in Lin Gu's ear. Ding! The Comprehensive Martial Arts Chat Group has sent you an invitation. The Comprehensive Martial Arts Chat Group? Lin Gu was taken aback. His first reaction not being one of fortune, but rather a suspicion that some powerful being was playing a prank on him. In the primordial world, there were indeed many who could achieve such feats. To elicit no trace of sound transmission, it must be the handiwork of a great Luo golden immortal. Yet soon, Lin Gu dismissed his concerns. What powerful being would bother to entertain someone as inconsequential as him? Whether it was real or not could be determined by simply trying it out. At that moment, he felt a stirring in his heart and conveyed his intention to join. A nickname, Celestial Immortal of Jiejiao, has been automatically generated. Would you like to confirm? Lin Gu casually chose to confirm. In the next instant, a chat interface reminiscent of the chat groups from his past life appeared before him. New member Celestial Immortal of Jiejiao has joined the chat group. A notification popped up on the screen. Almost immediately, someone in the group began to speak. Deputy Master of Yihua Palace. A newcomer has arrived, daring to compare themselves to immortal. Such audacity. Even I, close to becoming a Grandmaster, would not be so arrogant. What is your cultivation level, newcomer? Snowy Persimmon. A newcomer. I advise you to be humble. Our group has many big shots. Be careful not to be beaten up for being too arrogant. The Eternal Emperor who swept through the 6 kingdoms. Celestial Immortal of Jiejiao, what is your name? Being invited to this chat group. You must not be an ordinary individual. Would you like to join my army? Iron-Willed Divine Marquis. Newcomer, send a video to report your identity. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I shall take you as my adopted son. Lin Gu stared at the messages in the group. Unable to suppress a smile, the atmosphere of this group reminded him of the nostalgia from his past life. It seemed this was indeed a chat group for martial arts across the heavens. If his guesses were correct, the Deputy Master of Yihua Palace was likely Lianxing from the renowned duel of the 2 heroes. Snowy Persimmon was Su Fengyan, the heir of the snowy world. The Eternal Emperor was likely Ing Zheng, the Dragon Emperor, while the Iron-Willed Divine Marquis was Zhu Wushi from the world's greatest. How intriguing! Lin Gu chuckled softly, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. It appeared this was the delayed golden finger he had received after his traversal. However, having traversed into the primordial realm, what use was a comprehensive martial arts chat group to him? The group had rules for introducing oneself, allowing video uploads that could be set to require payment, with others needing to pay points to view, which would all belong to the publisher. Daily check-ins could earn 1 point, and completing tasks also granted points. Moreover, points served as the hard currency of the chat, which could be used to enhance one's cultivation. Will a martial arts chat group truly help me elevate my cultivation? Lin Gu held no high hopes. After some contemplation, he decided to upload a self-introduction video, capturing a memory of when he had descended to the mortal realm to rescue people and combat demons. Since it was his first upload, he set it to be free for viewing. Ding! Group member Celestial Immortal of Jiejiao has uploaded a video. Click to watch for free. Soon, the members of the group fell silent, each curiously clicking to watch. Even the lurking members emerged from the shadows at this moment. As the video played, a colossal figure that obscured the skies stood in the void, its form flawless, accompanied by celestial music and cascading golden flowers. With a mere finger tap, the heavens and earth instantly dimmed. Rivers reversed their flow, floods dissipated, and countless terrifying, ferocious beasts were effortlessly subdued. The legendary feats of moving mountains and filling seas paled in comparison. Silence. Not a sound was heard. All members in the group were rendered speechless, their minds momentarily blank. What was happening? Wasn't this a martial arts group? Why was this great figure operating on an entirely different level than them? Could the miraculous feats depicted in the video truly be accomplished by a mere mortal? Did this even qualify as martial arts? Recalling their earlier arrogant remarks, the members felt dazed, realizing they had just been boastful before a divine being. Deputy Master of Ihua Palace. Holy cow! Are you truly a celestial being? Snowy Persimmon. Great One. Did you mistakenly enter the wrong group? Iron-Willed Divine Marquis. Great One. Do you still accept adopted sons? The Eternal Emperor who swept through the 6 kingdoms. This is deafening. Is this the true essence of an immortal? Iron-Willed Divine Marquis. Red Packet. A token of my appreciation. I hope the Great One will accept it. Snowy Persimmon. Faster than me? Divine Marquis. You lack martial virtue. Red Packet. Offering some points to the Great One with both hands. Deputy Master of Ihua Palace. Red Packet. Great One, please allow me to cling to your greatness. The Eternal Emperor who swept through the 6 kingdoms. Red Packet. Please accept my heartfelt offering, Immortal. Oh, one can even send red packets. Lin Gu opened them with great interest, and they were all points. The largest contribution came from Ingzheng, a whopping 10,000 points. The smallest came from the initially boastful Divine Marquis, with only 888 points. In an instant, Lin Gu's wealth surged from 0 to 18,888 points. At this moment, Lin Gu was at the 3rd tier of the Celestial Immortal Realm, and according to the group's rules, advancing to the 4th tier required 3,000 points. Having obtained the points, Lin Gu had no desire to chat with his newfound companions. Instead, he immediately focused on using the points to break through his cultivation, though he held little expectation. The opportunity was right before him, and he wanted to give it a try. Without hesitation, he wagered all his points on the breakthrough function, consuming 3,000 points. Congratulations, your realm has broken through to the 4th tier of Celestial Immortal, consuming 4,000 points. Congratulations, your realm has broken through to the 5th tier of Celestial Immortal, consuming 5,000 points. Congratulations, your realm has broken through to the 6th tier of Celestial Immortal, consuming 6,000 points. Congratulations, your realm has broken through to the 7th tier of Celestial Immortal. Boom! L'enjeu aura surgi rapidement. Throughout the entire 3 Immortals Island, countless spiritual energies were forcibly drawn in, converging frantically towards the cave where Lin Gu resided. Oomph! With a muffled grunt, a stunningly beautiful female immortal opened her eyes during her cultivation, feeling as though the spiritual energy around her was being inexplicably siphoned away, akin to having been lightly licked. What in the world? Yin Xiao was somewhat puzzled. There were no more than 5 individuals on the island capable of drawing away spiritual energy from her. After a moment of thought, she immediately transmitted a message to her younger sister. Bi Xiao, have you been mischievous again? Do you dare to tease your elder sister now? Just wait. You're not allowed to leave the Three Immortals Island for the next 500 years. I will deal with you in a few days. Having said that, without waiting for Bixio's response, Yun Xiao abruptly severed the transmission. In another cave, Bi Xiao blinked in confusion, utterly bewildered what was happening. How had she suddenly found herself in such a predicament? What did her elder sister mean by that? How had she been mischievous again? After considering the sequence of events, Bi Xiao sensed the source of the issue's spiritual energy was wildly converging like an ocean, surging towards a disciple's cave on the island. Easily breaking through the simple formation of the cave, she beheld a disciple fervently absorbing the spiritual energy. What on earth was Lingo up to? Bi Xiao was stunned under normal circumstances. A disciple in the celestial immortal realm would not create such a commotion during their cultivation, however. Lin Gu was currently in a state of rapidly breaking through 4 tiers in an instant, which explained the tremendous disturbance. Casting a glance at the numerous onlookers who had been startled into attention, Bai Xiao decisively cloaked herself from their prying eyes. In the next instant, she vanished and reappeared within Lin Gu's secluded abode. At that moment, Lin Gu had finally achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. As he opened his eyes, they sparkled with delight. Turning around, he was met with the awkward sight of wide-eyed stares exchanged between him and Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao regarded him with an intense gaze, silent yet expressive. After a brief pause, she commanded, "Let me see. Master, how could you be so careless?" With a sense of resignation, Lin Gu extended his wrist, which Bai Xiao grasped firmly. After a moment of sensing, she looked skyward, her expression one of confusion, disbelief, and shock. "You've reached the 7th rank of the celestial realm?" Bai Xiao gazed at Lin Gu, her countenance utterly befuddled. How could this be? Hadn't she just seen him a few months prior? Her disciple had inexplicably surged through 4 ranks. This couldn't be, right? She distinctly remembered his talents being quite ordinary. Had she miscalculated the time? "Wait for me." With a sudden shift in expression, Bai Xiao burst forth from the cave, leaving a human-shaped hole in the wall. "Sister." Bai Xiao rushed before Yun Xiao, exclaiming, "What year is it now?" Yun Xiao opened her eyes, looking at Bai Xiao with a puzzled expression. "Are you still daring to provoke me?" "It's not that. Sister, how long has it been since we last left the island?" At this moment, Bai Xiao was solely focused on clarifying this matter. "Exactly 10 years, Yun Xiao replied, bemused. "Then I haven't erred. Have I been neglecting this disciple too much? Could it be that I misjudged him, and he's actually a genius?" Bai Xiao murmured to herself, leaving with a look of existential doubt. Watching Bai Xiao's absence, Lin Gu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Had indeed been careless. He had forgotten the peculiar phenomena accompanying rapid breakthroughs. However, he soon found himself overwhelmed with exhilaration, realizing that the functionality of the chat group was genuinely beneficial to him. Moreover, it could facilitate breakthroughs irrespective of cultivation level or accumulated experience, while ensuring a solid foundation. This was nothing short of miraculous. For the other members of the group, the same points could merely elevate their martial arts realms, while for Lin Gu, the cost-effectiveness of such advancements reached unparalleled heights. With the expenditure of identical points, he could elevate his cultivation in the realm of immortality. What an incredible windfall! As he calmed his racing heart, Lin Gu pondered a pressing concern. The peculiar phenomena accompanying swift breakthroughs could become a significant issue. Although the majority of his fellow disciples were trustworthy, if such occurrences were to happen repeatedly, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice echoed in his ears. The chat group comes equipped with a function to obscure one's aura and shield against heavenly secrets, assisting you during breakthroughs. Ah, so there's this feature as well. Lin Gu's eyes lit up as he searched the chat group, and indeed, he discovered such a function. With this, his final worry dissipated. As long as he possessed sufficient points, Lin Gu could infinitely break through in a short span. True immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, quasi-saint, perhaps even ultimately achieving the status of a saint, or even reaching greater heights. The term saint had previously been beyond Lin Gu's wildest dreams, yet now he felt entirely capable of pursuing it. With this thought, Lin Guest's gaze toward the chat group transformed from casual indifference to fervent intensity. The substantial accumulation of points within the group signifies a considerable enhancement of one's cultivation. At this moment, following a series of breakthroughs, he finds himself with merely 888 points remaining. The journey ahead is long. And for a cultivator like him, mingling in a martial arts chat group, acquiring points is no simple feat. Merely the welcome gifts from the group members propelled him to ascend 4 levels of cultivation. As he actively engages in earning points henceforth, his tally will only continue to grow. Speaking of which, these members are akin to prime targets. It is imperative that I take good care of them. I do understand the principles of sustainable development. Lin Ji's mood was exceptionally buoyant. The members now appeared to him not as the legendary figures of his past life, but rather as living embodiments of points. Clearing his throat, Lin Gu sent a red envelope in the group. Meeting his fate, we are destined to cross paths. This is my gift to you all. Ihua Palace's second leader. Wow. Thank you. Esteemed one for the red envelope. Shocked JPG. Iron-willed Duke. Thank you, esteemed one, for the red envelope. Astonishing, Snowy Persimmon. Thank you, esteemed one, for the red envelope. From now on, I shall be your loyal dog. Whomever you command, I shall obey. Conqueror of the 6 Kingdoms. Thank you, Immortal, for the red envelope. Can anyone be more shameless upstairs? Shocked JPG. In various realms, Lian Xing, Zhu Wushi, Su Fengnian, and Yingzheng eagerly opened their red envelopes. Soon, a talisman paper was transmitted to their hands through the chat group. The talisman exuded an aura of immortality. Merely holding it brought a refreshing sensation, as if their bodies had become more invigorated. Conqueror of the 6 Kingdoms. Thank you, Immortal, for this treasure. With this talisman, my once declining health feels rejuvenated by a decade. After a moment of reflection, Yingzheng expressed his astonishment in the group, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of immortality. Snowy Persimmon. Thank you for the treasure. Esteemed one, you are my deity. Ihua Palace's second leader. Thank you for the treasure. Stars in my eyes. Iron-willed Duke. Thank you for the treasure. The Immortal S methods are indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Shocked JPG. Lin Gu was taken aback by the flurry of messages in the group. Jiejiao Celestial. Have you misunderstood something? Who said this is meant for healing the body? Conqueror of the 6 Kingdoms. Ah. Shocked. Please enlighten us, Immortal. Ihua Palace's second leader. Ah. Please enlighten us, Immortal. Iron-willed Duke. Please enlighten us, Immortal. Snowy Persimmon. Ah. Please enlighten us, Immortal. Doghead JPG. Observing the joyous and unified atmosphere of flattery in the group, Lin Gu could not help but chuckle. Jiejiao Celestial. The talisman I sent you is merely a small artifact I collected long ago. When activated with Immortal's internal energy, it can unleash a full-force attack equivalent to that of the Foundation establishment stage. Its power is sufficient to level a small city in your world. It can only be used once, after which it becomes ineffective. I recommend using it in times of dire need. As for its healing properties, perhaps due to its prolonged presence near me, it has developed a semblance of spirituality. Thus, for mortals, it can modify their constitution and cure chronic ailments. What an astounding revelation! Upon reading Lin Ji's explanation, the members were left in awe. This talisman, in their world, was an absolute game-changer. A mere trinket dismissed by the Immortal was so formidable for them. One could only ponder the true extent of this esteemed being's power. Recalling the video of the Immortal shifting mountains and filling seas, they were once again filled with emotion. Ihua Palace's second leader. Holy moly, Snowy Persimmon. Holy moly, it can level a city? I have a bold idea. Iron-willed Duke, esteemed one, is remarkable. Your loyal son thanks you. Conqueror of the 6 Kingdoms. Immortal is impressive. Additionally, those upstairs should mind their manners. Lin Ji's distribution of talismans was also intended as a safeguard, ensuring that these prime targets would not perish unnoticed. At this moment, Lin Gu glanced at the messages, raising an eyebrow. Jiejiao Celestial. Iron-willed Duke, when did I adopt you as my son? Ihua Palace's second leader. Snowy Persimmon. Retract your bold thoughts. Iron-willed Duke, how shameless to claim kinship. Moreover, Jiejiao Celestial, esteemed one, do you still require a warm bed servant? Snowy Persimmon. Tsk, how vulgar. Palace Master, I am too embarrassed to point it out. By the way, esteemed one, my elder sister and second sister are also quite beautiful. If you need maids, just let me know. Iron-willed Duke. Tsk, I can hear your scheming from across worlds. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms. Indecent. Indecent. If the immortal needs a maid, do inform me. Lingu pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided against it. He feared the potential wrath of his master. Moreover, having encountered numerous celestial maidens and demonesses over the years, there was no need to rush. The priority remained his cultivation. Jiejiao Celestial. Do you know how to rapidly acquire points? Ihua Palace is its second leader. I am aware. The chat group periodically issues tasks. Completing them yields substantial points. Snowy Persimmon. I recall that the Duke recently accepted a rather challenging task. I wonder if it has been completed. In the next moment, Iron-willed Duke shared a screenshot. Iron-willed Duke. Esteemed one. This is an uncompleted task. Locate a heavenly fragrance cardamom. Deadline. None. Maximum participants. 5. Task reward. 8,000 points. Iron-willed Duke. Esteemed one. This is a group task. Upon completion, the reward is equally distributed among participants that I can forego my points. Would you be willing to join me? Zhu Wushi was immensely excited at this moment. If this powerful being was willing to assist, then his long-held ambition could finally be realized today, to find a heavenly fragrance cardamom that Zhu Wushi had been searching for all these years. An astonishing reward of 8,000 points. Such a generous reward. Yet no one else seemed to be participating in the search. However, upon reflection, Lin Gu understood. Since Zhu Wushi had searched for decades without success, the others likely lacked confidence in locating it. Yet for Lin Gu, who was privy to the plot, this task was exceedingly simple. According to the narrative, Lin Gu knew precisely where the heavenly fragrance cardamom that Zhu Wushi sought was concealed. However, Lin Gu did not intend to disclose this directly. Since an opportunity had presented itself, Lin Gu did not mind giving the prime targets a little nudge to inspire them to earn points, thus furthering his own cultivation path. Jiejiao Celestial. Finding the heavenly fragrance cardamom? Quite simple. There's no need for me to personally visit your world. A bit of deduction will suffice. Snowy Persimmon. Holy moly! Such celestial feats can be accomplished. Bowing in reverence to the esteemed one again. Ihua Palace's second leader. Holy moly! Such things can be accomplished. Bowing in reverence to the esteemed one again. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms. Holy moly! Such things can be accomplished. Bowing in reverence to the esteemed one again. Iron-willed Duke. Bow to the esteemed one. I sincerely hope for your assistance. I would be immensely grateful. I am willing to offer all my points as thanks to this moment. Zhu Wushi's thoughts crystallized. He realized that in comparison to fostering goodwill with this transcendent immortal, points were utterly trivial. Gaining even a slight increase in power paled in comparison to building rapport. This held far greater significance. A mere trifle from the immortal could yield them abundant rewards that if he could receive even a modicum of assistance, they would surely soar to new heights. And from the immortal's demeanor, it seemed he held a keen interest in points. This was a rare opportunity to cater to his tastes, so Zhu Wushi resolved to use points to garner favor. Jiejiao Celestial. A trivial matter. Besides deducing the item's location, I can also ascertain your identities, life experiences, and even predict your futures. From a certain perspective, Lin Gu was not lying. Predicting the future trajectories of mortals was indeed a trivial task for him. However, when separated by multiple worlds, it became a different story. Boom! The minds of the group members erupted. Predicting the future. Did this imply that their fates, fortunes, and misfortunes were all laid bare before the immortal's gaze, should he choose to observe? In other words, did this not mean that, to some extent, the immortal wielded control over their destinies? Whether they could defy fate or achieve a glorious life rested entirely within his hands. Shock and awe. This surpassed their wildest notions of divinity. Snowy Persimmon. Esteemed one, my true deity. I shall cling to this leg of yours. Not even Su Xiao can pry me away. I swear. Iwa Palace's second leader. Red envelope. Esteemed one, I do not require your assistance. I offer this points as a gesture of friendship. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms. Red envelope. No words needed. I am committed to this friendship. Snowy Persimmon. Red envelope. Esteemed one, please accept. If you refuse, I shall kneel at home. Seeing this, Lin Gu gleefully accepted the red envelopes, his wealth instantly skyrocketing to 28888. Adding the previous meeting gift, Lin Gu earned over 40,000 points in a single day. He hadn't even completed a single task. All of it was generously bestowed by his friends in the group. Indeed, cultivators are highly esteemed in the martial arts chat group. Zhejiao Tianxian. Fear not. Allow me to first calculate the location of the heavenly fragrance cardamom. Ihua Palace's second master. I bow to the immortal, iron-bellied God Marquis. I bow to the immortal, snowy persimmon. I bow to the immortal, the eternal emperor who swept the Six Kingdoms. I bow to the immortal. Not long after, just a few seconds later, Zhejiao Tianxian. Within the mermaid pearl gifted to Princess Yunluo by Consort Shu, there lies a heavenly fragrance cardamom. What? Within the Dragon Guard villa, Zhu Wushi slammed the table. His face a picture of shock and bewilderment. This immortal can truly deduce specific people and events around me. And Yunluo is actually like this? He hurriedly exited the great hall, calling out loudly, Cheng Shifei. Before long, a man clad in black, with a somewhat frivolous demeanor, rushed over and respectfully greeted Zhu Wushi. Marquis, you summoned me? Zhu Wushi in haste said, Shifei, quickly find Princess Yunluo. The heavenly fragrance cardamom I seek is within the mermaid pearl given to her by Consort Shu. What? It's actually with Princess Yunluo? Cheng Shifei exclaimed dramatically. I shall go find the princess at once, soon. When Zhu Wushi opened the pearl and extracted the heavenly fragrance cardamom, his heart finally felt at ease. In truth, after Lin Gu revealed the whereabouts of the heavenly fragrance cardamom, he had already believed it to a large extent, but without complete confirmation, Zhu Wushi could not rest easy. The methods of this Zhejiao Tianxian are far too terrifying. One must never become an enemy. Zhu Wushi thought to himself, snowy persimmon, awaiting the Marquis's results. Ihua Palace's second master. Eating melon, JPG, the eternal emperor who swept the Six Kingdoms. Eating melon, JPG. Moments later. Iron-bellied God Marquis. The immortal truly possesses divine abilities. I have already located the heavenly fragrance cardamom within Princess Yunluo's pearl. Ihua Palace's second master. Shocked face, JPG. The eternal emperor who swept the Six Kingdoms. Shocked face. Snowy persimmon. Shocked face. Iron-bellied God Marquis. Red envelope. The immortal's great kindness is beyond repayment. This is all my accumulated points, plus the 8,000 points from completing the task. Lin Gu opened the red envelope. And Zhu Wushi was generous this time, adding the task's 8,000 points, resulting in over 20,000 points. With this total, Lin Gu now possessed over 50,000 points, more than enough for him to break through to the true immortal realm. Zhejiao Tianxian. I'm in a good mood today, so I shall grant you a piece of news. In the future, you will meet a tragic end in great sorrow. Furthermore, if any of you have tasks in the future, you may collaborate with me. Boom! Zhu Wushi's mind trembled. I will meet a sorrowful death in the future. What does the immortal mean by this? Does he know of my ambitions to rebel and that I will fail? Zhu Wushi's heart was in turmoil, cautiously probing in the group, iron-bellied God Marquis. May I ask the immortal if it is due to my wrongful actions? Lin Gu replied meaningfully, you understand? So refrain from harboring thoughts that should not exist. Iron-bellied God Marquis. Thank you, immortal, for your guidance. With the immortal's words, Wushi no longer dared to entertain other thoughts. Since Su Exan has awakened, I shall be satisfied to accompany her well. The other three, though unaware of the specifics of the conversation, could perceive iron-bellied God Marquis' complete submission to the immortal, leaving them astonished and dumbfounded. They initially thought it was unimaginable for the immortal to deduce the location of the heavenly fragrance cardamom. Yet he could even predict such distant events, down to the state of death. Ihua Palace's second master. Big shot, big shot. I want in too. Crying JPG, Snowy Persimmon. Big Shot, I want to join as well. I beseech the Big Shot for guidance, the eternal emperor who swept the six kingdoms. I request the immortal's insight, the future of my Qin. Indeed, when it comes to matters of fate, curiosity is inescapable for all. Seeing his friends in the group eagerly biting the hook, Lin Gu smiled. Jijiao Tianxian, your fates are not much better than his. Upon hearing the immortal's words, the three who were once full of confidence in the future suddenly felt anxious. Snowy Persimmon, immortal, could you clarify? Shivering JPG, the eternal emperor who swept the six kingdoms. Please, immortal, save me. Shivering JPG, Ihua Palace's second master. I beseech the immortal for clarity. Shivering JPG. The group nervously inquired. Jiejiao Tianxian, I have already calculated the life trajectories of you few. Snowy Persimmon, are you not Su Fengyan, the son of a northern Liang? Your father is Su Xiao, and your family includes the eldest sister Su Ji Hu and second sister Su Weixiong. Snowy Persimmon, the immortal is truly divine. What you said is absolutely correct. Su Fengyan's mind buzzed. In the group, he had never mentioned any of his personal information. When the immortal explicitly stated his situation, he could only describe it as miraculous. Jiejiao Tianxian, the eternal emperor who swept the six kingdoms. Everyone in the group should have guessed that you are Yingzheng, the first emperor of Qin. Yet your world differs from their perception. Are you not collaborating with Dong Huangtai Yi of the Yin-Yang House and have foretold the legend of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon? Constructing the Mirage for the Eastern Expedition, the eternal emperor who swept the six kingdoms. The immortal's foresight is unparalleled. The divination techniques of the Yin-Yang House cannot compare to a fraction of the immortal S. Yingzheng was shaken and immediately affirmed. Jiejiao Tianxian, Ihua Palace's second master. Are you not Lian Xing of Ihua Palace, with an elder sister named Yao Yu, who is the Grand Master of Ihua Palace? Ihua Palace's second master. Not a word amiss. It is truly accurate. Starry-eyed JPG, Jiejiao Tianxian. Among you, only Su Fengyan has attained a good end. What? Only I have attained a good end? Snowy world, Su Fengyan widened his eyes, and then his lips involuntarily curled into a grin. With the immortal saying so, it must surely be secure. Snowy Persimmon, overjoyed JPG. Yea, the immortal's acknowledgement. Happiness, official good end certification. The eternal emperor who swept the six kingdoms. Snowy Persimmon. Please withdraw from the group chat. Ihua Palace's second master. Iron-bellied God Marquis. Jijiao Tianxian. Snowy Persimmon. Do not rejoice too soon. Though you have attained a good end, life is filled with innumerable regrets that cannot be mended, and you must bear them for a lifetime. Snowy Persimmon. Please know, immortal, do not scare me. Crying JPG. The eternal emperor who swept the six kingdoms. Finally at ease. Ihua Palace's second master. Finally at ease. Iron-bellied God Marquis. Jiejiao Tianxian. Yingzheng, you will die suddenly in middle age, with Li Si and Zhao Gao tampering with your last edict, supporting Hu Hai to ascend while causing Fu Su's death. The Grand Qin Empire, which you held great hopes for, will perish in the second generation after your death. Lian Xing, you will be unexpectedly killed by your sister Yao Yu without any defenses. The eternal emperor who swept the six kingdoms. Shocked, furious JPG. Ihua Palace's second master. Insane, crying JPG. The eternal emperor who swept the six kingdoms. It seems time to rectify the court. If I don't spill rivers of blood this time, my rage will not be quelled. Ihua Palace's second master. Do you think I can preemptively deal with my sister? She is no longer needed. Snowy Persimmon. Immortal. What about me? Jiejiao Tianxian. Your life's regrets are far too many. It will be difficult to elaborate in a short time, so I shall not go into detail this time. Snowy Persimmon. Dumbfounded. Fearful JPG. The eternal emperor who swept the six kingdoms. My mood has suddenly calmed considerably. Ihua Palace's second master. My mood has suddenly calmed considerably. Jiejiao Tianxian. These are the predetermined fates you all possess. However, since you have joined the chat group and encountered me, the future will naturally change. Ihua Palace's second master. Indeed, indeed. As long as the immortal protects us, what What terrible fates could we possibly have? The eternal emperor who swept the six kingdoms. From now on, I shall dedicate all the points I acquire to the immortal, hoping that the immortal will offer guidance whenever free. Snowy Persimmon. Immortal, I am your loyal dog. Even when beating dogs, one must consider the owner. You cannot allow me to suffer injustice. I do not wish to leave any regrets. Crying JPG. Iron-bellied God Marquis. I too am willing to dedicate all future points to the immortal. Seeing the messages, Lin Ge was at a loss for words. Su Fengyan, despite being a noble heir, was so shameless. This was the first time in his long cultivation journey that he had encountered such a brazen individual. It seems that being shameless indeed allows one to thrive. After all, what could be wrong with being a dog for an immortal? Such is the joy of cultivators within the martial arts chat group. Once I ascend to the realm of the saints, it is likely that individuals throughout the entire cultivation world will seek to serve me as their master, rendering me invincible across all realms, and that would truly earn me the reverence of countless beings. This aspiration, which once seemed an unattainable dream for Lin Ge, now appears to be within the realm of possibility. Jiejiao Celestial, retract your words. If necessary, you may trade with me using points. Should you utter any more words of free offerings, you shall no longer have the opportunity to trade with me. The unifier of the six kingdoms, celestial being, how benevolent. However, we are acting of our own volition. For us, the value of points pales in comparison to the assistance offered by the celestial being's words. Baelyang Persimmon. Celestial being, how benevolent. Second master of Ihua Palace. Celestial being, how benevolent. Starry-eyed JPG. Iron-willed God Marquis. Celestial being, how benevolent. Lin Ge chuckled. Jiejiao Celestial. When in need, engage in fair trade with me. I shall not take advantage of anyone. Having guided the goals of several individuals, Lin Ge nodded in satisfaction that it is wise to refrain from exhausting one's resources. Instead, let them witness the benefits of acquiring points, thereby maximizing the enthusiasm of the members. At that moment, within the Dragon Guard Villa, a guard, suddenly appearing anxious, approached Zhu Wushi and reported, Marquis, Cheng Shifei has injured a guard and absconded with Su Xin. He must have made prior arrangements. Chao Zhengchun has likely sent someone to assist him. What? Iron-willed God Marquis exclaimed in shock. How dare he? Ding! Triggered group mission. Capture Cheng Shifei. Maximum number of participants. 10 mission deadline. 3 days mission reward. 10,000 points per person. Contributors who do not participate will forfeit the mission and receive no reward. A notification suddenly appeared in the group. The unifier of the six kingdoms. Baelyang Persimmon. Second master of Ihua Palace. Iron-willed God Marquis. One of my spies, Cheng Shifei, has fled with Su Xin. If anyone wishes to accept the mission, feel free. Zhu Wushi quickly added, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Will that celestial being take on this mission? If so, does that mean we could potentially meet the celestial being? Cheng Shifei's defection. How intriguing. According to the original storyline, he should not have acted thus at this moment. Could it be that the will of the world is intervening? Lin Ge stroked his chin, pondering with keen interest. Ding! Jiejiao Celestial has accepted the mission. Has he really accepted it? Zhu Wushi recalled the scene in that video where the celestial being unleashed devastating power and felt a wave of nervous excitement wash over him. What would it be like for mere mortals to stand before a celestial being? Simultaneously, the group erupted with excitement. Second master of Ihua Palace. Baelyang Persimmon. The unifier of the six kingdoms. Ding! Second master of Ihua Palace has accepted the mission. Ding! Baelyang Persimmon has accepted the mission. Ding! The unifier of the six kingdoms has accepted the mission. Second master of Ihua Palace. At last, I shall meet the celestial being. So joyful. Excited JPG. Baelyang Persimmon. At last, I shall meet the celestial being. 1. So joyful. Excited JPG. The unifier of the six kingdoms. At last, I shall meet the celestial being. 2. So joyful. Excited JPG. Iron-willed God Marquis. I shall make immediate arrangements to ensure a grand welcome for the celestial being. Iron-willed God Marquis. May I dare inquire if my world can withstand the celestial being's presence? Jijiao, Celestial. A prudent consideration. The low-level martial world indeed cannot accommodate my status. Should I force my entry, it would likely result in the world being utterly obliterated. Iron-willed God Marquis. In terror, sweating profusely, JPG. The unifier of the Six Kingdoms. Do we still proceed? Sweating profusely, JPG. Second Master of Ihua Palace. Should we still go? Sweating profusely, Baelyong Persimmon. Do we still proceed? Sweating profusely. Let us not frighten them unduly. Lin Ge was rendered speechless. Jiejiao Celestial. Fear not. I am not a being of slaughter. I shall restrain my power to avoid any issues. With this single statement, the four individuals across different realms simultaneously exhaled deeply, their anxiety dissipating. It is fortunate that this matter was addressed in advance. Otherwise, being inadvertently overwhelmed by the celestial being's aura could have led to a most unjust demise. Meanwhile, Zhu Wushi began fervently preparing for the welcoming ceremony, personally overseeing the arrangements, unwilling to allow even the slightest lapse in diligence. Several adopted sons and daughters were perplexed, questioning why their foster father was not concerned about the incident involving Cheng Shifei and Suxin, but rather preoccupied with organizing a welcoming ceremony. When they inquired, they learned only that it was to greet an extraordinarily esteemed guest, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. What sort of guest could be so distinguished as to warrant such extravagant preparations from the Marquis? Surely, even the Emperor does not receive such treatment. Could it be that a celestial being is coming? In the midst of this, Lin Ge withdrew his consciousness from the chat group and began tallying his recent gains. At this moment, the points he had previously expended surged back to over 50,000, an unimaginable fortune for the other members of the group, yet for Lin Ge, it was merely a simple harvest. His ability to amass wealth had reached its zenith. I currently possess 52,888 points to ascend from the 7th rank Celestial to the 8th rank Celestial. I require 7,000 points to progress from the 8th rank Celestial to the 9th rank Celestial. I need 8,000 points. Beyond the 9th rank, I shall step into the realm of true Celestials. Thus, I can directly leap to the 3rd rank of true Celestial with this opportunity. I still have 888 points remaining. 7,000 plus 8,000 plus 9,000 plus 11,000 plus 12,000 plus 5888 equals 52888. No errors here. System, activate the concealment of aura and the shielding of celestial secrets. Exchange all points for realm breakthroughs. Ding, the aura concealment function has been activated. Exchange successful. Commencing your realm breakthrough. Boom. Waves of power were forcefully infused into Lin Ge's body from an unknown space, causing his aura to rise exponentially, having barely lingered at the 7th rank Celestial. He began to soar once more, simultaneously. In another cave, the stunningly beautiful face of Yunxiao twitched as her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes in a frown. The spiritual energy has been siphoned again. Is it returning? I can no longer endure this. In the next moment, Yunxiao vanished from the cave. Elsewhere, Bixiao was carrying a heap of fresh fruits towards her cave when suddenly, a shadow flashed past. Before she could comprehend it, she was struck hard and fell into darkness. Sister, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Before she could finish her words, Bixiao collapsed, unconscious. That at that moment, several female immortals passed by and, upon witnessing the scene, gasped in terror. Alarm spread among the disciples of Sanxian Island. Bixiao has been ambushed and knocked unconscious. What? Bixiao has been ambushed. Quickly inform Yunxiao. What? Bixiao has been killed by an ambush. Dispatch someone to inform Yunxiao. What? Bixiao has been assassinated by an enemy. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the 8th rank Celestial. Consumed 7,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the 9th rank Celestial. Consumed 8,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the 3rd rank of True Celestial. Consumed 12,000 points. The enhancement complete. Lin Ge's aura was now more potent than ever, 100-fold increase. The surging celestial energy within him began to stabilize and settle, helping him to solidify his realm. Lin Ge opened his eyes, and a glimmer of sharpness emanated from his gaze, fracturing the barriers of the cave before him. an involuntary display of his newly inflated power. At this moment, Lin Ge felt as though he could effortlessly obliterate his former self with a single punch. A smile of delight spread across his face. The power of the chat group was indeed extraordinary. Even amidst such a monumental breakthrough from celestial to true celestial, he felt no sense of bottleneck whatsoever. This barrier, which had stymied countless individuals for centuries, was surmounted with ease and without any risk. The more Lin Ge utilized the chat group, the more he appreciated its formidable capabilities. As the first arrival approaches tomorrow, it is essential to leave them with an unforgettable impression in a unique manner. Lin Ge contemplated, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Though the group members had witnessed his prowess in video form, experiencing it firsthand would truly convey the disparity in strength. This opportunity would be perfect to showcase his power as a lower-dimensional being striking down upon them. Moreover, it would serve as a shining example for future newcomers in the chat group. Thus, it would be even more advantageous for future point accumulation. Why is it so noisy outside? After making thorough preparations, Lin Ge also noticed something unusual outside the cave. The sounds were far noisier than usual. Filled with curiosity, Lin Ge focused his attention. Upon overhearing a conversation, Lin Ji's complexion changed dramatically, darkness clouding his vision as he nearly lost his balance and fell to the ground. My master was brutally killed at the entrance of the cave. How could this be? The great tribulation of the gods has not yet begun. So how could someone have slain my master? Is this a consequence of the butterfly effect from my crossing over? No. It is my own carelessness. I assumed I understood the plot and disregarded the primordial chaos. A wave of intense sorrow and rage surged within Lin Ge. His eyes reddening as he dashed out of the cave with ferocity. He could see the spot where Bai Xiao had fainted. Several disciples stood nearby, anxiously discussing the situation. Just then, a roar filled with extreme fury echoed. The dense emotions coalesced into a tangible force, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, dark clouds swirling ominously. Who is it? Who has killed my master? I will not rest until we settle this. Seeing Bai Xiao lying on the ground, Lin Ji's heart sank further, losing the last vestige of hope. He pushed through the crowd, lifting Bai Xiao's body from the ground. I was killed? Bai Xiao murmured groggily. Opening her eyes, Lin Ge was taken aback. What are you doing? Bai Xiao rubbed her eyes, still unclear about the situation. They said you were killed. Lin Ge replied, his voice tense. Nonsense. I merely fainted from anemia. Bai Xiao certainly could not admit that she was knocked out by her sister. It was far too embarrassing. As she regained her composure and surveyed the surroundings, she noticed Lin Ji's bloodshot eyes and the resentment within them. And she grasped the situation. Her gaze softened with warmth and gratitude as she looked at Lin Ge. What could possibly happen to me? Don't worry about it, Bai Xiao said, her cheeks slightly flushed, as she rose from Lin Ji's embrace. Your emotions are now powerful enough to influence the world. It seems you have truly awakened recently, Bai Xiao remarked, gazing at the dissipating clouds in the sky with admiration. Suddenly, her expression turned peculiar as she reached for Lin Ji's wrist. Moments later, she withdrew her hand, staring at Lin Ge with a dazed expression, as if she had seen a ghost, in a flash. Bai Xiao pulled Lin Ge back to the cave, inspecting him from head to toe before exclaiming, What on earth? It's only been a day, and you've already reached the 3rd grade of true immortality. There's no helping it. My thoughts have become clearer, and my cultivation has accelerated. Lin Ge replied with a smile. This was a premeditated explanation, as he was destined to continue rapidly advancing in his cultivation and needed a reason ready in advance. Bai Xiao nodded, accepting this explanation. Cultivation is indeed about enlightenment. Sometimes, comprehending certain truths can lead to rapid advancements. Yet, Lin Ji's speed of improvement was rather outrageous. Bai Xiao did not dwell on it too long and, after a few exchanges, left joyfully, her heart blossoming with excitement. Late bloomers! Late bloomers! I can boast my elder and second sister now. Who would have thought that the disciple I casually took in is an unparalleled genius? Lin Ge observed Bai Xiao's cheerful figure, bemused as the image of the great Luo golden immortal faded away. His master seemed to be growing increasingly foolish. On the following day, all the important figures of the Hulong Mountain Manor arrived. Those of lower status were simply not qualified to participate in the ceremony. The atmosphere was solemn, with Shangwan Haitang, Gui Hai Idao, and Duan Tina gathered, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension as they awaited the arrival of the individual revered by them all. A person of great significance. Haitang, you must ensure that our esteemed guest is well attended to. Everyone else must also be respectful. Whoever dares to offend this guest, do not blame me for being ruthless. Yes, adoptive father, Shangwan Haitang, dressed in a sharp male outfit, her figure graceful and poised, immediately responded, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. The others quickly echoed their agreement. Zhu Wushi nodded in satisfaction, remaining alert to the messages in the group chat. Anxiously awaiting developments, in the snow, a persimmon. God Marquis, I am here. Meanwhile, an option appeared before Zhu Wushi, and he clicked to accept the teleportation request. And in the next moment, 3 figures materialized before everyone. Wow! The crowd erupted into a clamor. They had not anticipated that the esteemed guests would appear in such a manner. However, upon sensing that the strength of these 3 was not too dissimilar from their own, Duan Tinya and the others felt more at ease. Shangwan Haidang inquired of Zhu Wushi, adoptive father, are these the esteemed guests we are to welcome? Zhu Wushi frowned slightly, releasing his internal energy to suppress the noisy crowd, announcing loudly, do not create a ruckus. This is not the esteemed guest we await. They have yet to arrive. What? They are not the esteemed guest. Everyone was taken aback, feeling a heightened sense of mystery surrounding this guest. Second sister, Qingyao, let us wait over there. We must attract the immortal's attention. Su Fengyan glanced at Shangwan Haidang beside Zhu Wushi and instructed the 2 stunning women alongside him. Su Weisheng and Qingyao nodded in agreement. When Su Fengyan informed them about the group chat, they had been skeptical, but after experiencing the crossing into another world firsthand, they began to accept this reality, feeling a deep curiosity toward the immortal they had yet to meet. Second princess of the flower-moving palace. God Marquis, please open the permissions. Conqueror of the 6 nations, the ancient emperor. One, I am here too. Please open the permissions. In the next moment, another breathtakingly beautiful woman and a man exuding an aura of authority, clad in a dragon robe, appeared sequentially. Greetings, Emperor Qin and Palace Master. Did you both come alone? Su Fengyan approached to greet them. Of course we came alone. If my sister knew, I would lose my share. Lian Xing replied with a smile. I have 1,000,000 soldiers at my command. If needed, I can instantly transport them to this realm through a red envelope. Ying Zheng said indifferently. Everyone is here. Now we just await the immortal's arrival. As the words fell, everyone's mood turned tense. Especially the 4 members of the chat group. Their emotions were electric, for they alone understood the terrifying and magnificent being they were about to witness. On this day, they would behold the arrival of an immortal. Participating in the group chat tasks was merely a side note. The essence was to confront the immortal directly, but before the waiting could continue, someone in the crowd could no longer contain themselves. Bold Zhu Wushi, you indeed harbor treasonous intentions, using some sorcery to conjure these rebels from thin air. With this loud shout, Zhu Wushi, Ying Zheng, Lian Xing, and Su Fengyan furrowed their brows. Their expressions displeased. It was not that they felt offended. Rather, they were concerned about causing a disturbance that might provoke the immortal's displeasure. God Marquis, is this the welcoming ceremony you arranged? If we offend the immortal, can you bear the responsibility? Ying Zheng glared at Zhu Wushi, speaking a low voice. If you are reckless, do not implicate us. It must be a spy arranged by my political rival. Chao Zhengchun. Zhu Wushi was now sweating profusely. Any other time, he would not fear Chao Zhengchun in the least, but at this moment, disturbing the immortal's mood would spell disaster. What evidence do you have to claim we intend to rebel? God Marquis brought us here merely to witness some magical tricks. Have we violated any laws? If you know what is good for you, scram. Duan Tinya, adept at reading the room, understood that the God Marquis did not wish to provoke any issues and immediately stepped forward to admonish. One of the men who had jumped out pointed at Ying Zheng, saying, this person is clad in a dragon robe, a damning piece of evidence. Does he still wish to deny it? Duan Tinya, Ying Zheng, Zhu Wushi, Lian Xing, Su Fengyan, Guards, seize these individuals. At this juncture, Duan Tianyao realized that the situation could not be resolved peacefully and directly ordered the guards to act. No need. I will handle it personally. Zhu Wushi, now anxious, leaped into the air, striking at the group. Traitors and rebels, what audacity you possess. Prepare to meet your doom. The leader drew forth a signal flare, and Zhu Wushi, unable to intervene in time, was left with no choice but to eliminate several scouts. Yet a signal rocket still soared into the sky. Boom! Damn! Zhu Wushi cursed under his breath, realizing the predicament he found himself in. Before the immortal was even welcomed, their welcoming party was set to be besieged as thieves. Such an incident occurring on his own territory was a complete disgrace. Su Fengyan chuckled. It seems, my lord, you are in quite a predicament. Lianqing remarked, this is quite the spectacle. Yingzheng shook his head. If you cannot handle such a trivial matter, the immortal will surely be disappointed in you. Zhu Wushi retorted. How dare you say that? If it weren't for your dragon robe, would I be caught with a handle? Zhu Wushi felt utterly speechless and exhausted. Prepare to face the enemy, he commanded. This moment. Cooperating with the investigation was out of the question. If the immortal arrived only to find everyone imprisoned, that would truly be a joke. Even if the opposing side did not mind, they would have to seriously consider whether to continue associating with such unreliable fools. Meanwhile, the wait was not long. As a fierce team of guards swiftly arrived, methodically surrounding the scene, at the forefront stood the head of the Eastern Depot, Chao Zhengchun. Upon spotting Yingzheng in his dragon robe, his eyes brightened. Think that the Divine Marquis would actually conspire against the state. As a colleague, I am sorely disappointed in you. Chao Zhengchun wore a sorrowful expression. Enough. Zhu Wushi's face grew cold. Chao Zhengchun, let me ask you, is it you who orchestrated Cheng Shifei's defection? How could it be me? Am I that kind of person? Chao Zhengchun dismissed with a wave of his hand. You killed my father and now seek to rebel. Your actions are utterly reprehensible. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. At this moment, two figures approached, riding horses beside Chao Zhengchun. It was none other than Cheng Shifei. The key to this mission, Cheng Shifei. His face filled with rage, exclaimed, there is no need to converse with him, grandfather. Just take them all down. At this point, Yingzheng, Lianqing, and Su Fengyan's eyes lit up upon seeing Cheng Shifei. The mission rewards were within reach. If they could earn points and present them to the immortal, or use them for trade, surely the immortal would be pleased, right? What kind of gaze is that? Cheng Shifei felt a chill run down his spine under their scrutiny. Even Zhu Wushi looked at him as a hungry wolf would eye a lamb. Seize him, treacherous scoundrel. Execute him on the spot, Chao Zhengchun declared without hesitation. Hundreds of guards raised their crossbows, aiming at Zhu Wushi and releasing a volley, leaving the people of Hulong Mountain Village in utter disarray. Damn it, Zhu Wushi cursed. Chao Zhengchun, I advise you not to bring disaster upon yourself. If you disturb the immortal, your deaths would not suffice for atonement. What immortal? Chao Zhengchun asked, bewildered. Divine Marquis, let us engage. Allow me to see if your skills have improved. With that, Chao Zhengchun spurred his horse and vaulted into the air, clashing palms with the Divine Marquis mid-air. Bang! To Chao Zhengchun's shock, he found himself at a disadvantage, being sent flying backward, spitting blood. Fool! Did you really think I cannot defeat you? Zhu Wushi landed steadily, the victor clearly established. How could this be? He had been hiding his strength all along. Chao Zhengchun was left stunned, his heart racing. So he had no reason to deceive me. Could it be that the immortal is indeed real? I shall take the lead in completing the mission. Su Fengyan lunged forward like a ravenous wolf towards Cheng Shifei. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, but Su Fengyan found himself at a disadvantage, being forced to retreat. At this moment, he had yet to officially step into the martial path. His strength was still too weak. Let me handle this. Zhu Wushi shook his head and stepped forward, immediately forcing Cheng Shifei into his golden body state, the only martial art that truly intimidated him. At that moment, within a void, Lin Ji's gaze traversed countless dimensions, landing upon Hulong Mountain Village. Indeed, this realm was mending its world line. When the ultimate villain of this world, Zhu Wushi, abandoned the thought of rebellion. The will of the world began to propel the destined child, Chang Shifei, to confront Zhu Wushi ahead of schedule. If I do not intervene, they may very well fail to subdue Chang Shifei. Upon reaching the true immortal realm, Lin Gu would be able to traverse the void, an essential prerequisite for achieving his goals. In the void, Lin Gu placed his hand upon an invisible membrane, within which lay the cosmic dimension of Hulong Mountain Village. Something is amiss. His power is growing stronger. Zhu Wushi felt Chang Shifei's strength increasing, gradually beginning to suppress him in return. Indeed, Chang Shifei's power was escalating at an alarming rate, which was quite abnormal. Lianxing also noticed this issue, her expression grave. The celestial beings of the GS sect. Under normal circumstances, it is the world's will that supports the destined child of this realm. Snow in the middle of winter, immortal, bowing in reverence. JPG, second master of the Yihua Palace. The immortal has descended. Worship, JPG, the emperor who swept across the six kingdoms. We welcome the immortal. Iron Bone, divine marquis. The immortal has finally come for you. Tears of joy. JPG, what does the will of the world mean? I beg the immortal for enlightenment. The celestial beings of the GS sect. The will of the world is the self-awareness of a realm. While the destined child is favored by heaven and earth, when the destined child faces peril, the will of the world will grant them assistance to overcome difficulties. Iron Bone, divine marquis. Stunned, JPG. Such unreasonable existence. With the will of the world aiding him, how can I possibly compete? The celestial beings of the GS sect. You are correct. In the original world line, as the destined great villain, you would have perished at his hands. Iron Bone, divine marquis. Stunned, JPG. I'm actually the destined great villain. I implore the immortal to save me. The emperor who swept across the six kingdoms. My million-strong army is ready. Prepare to teleport for battle at any moment. Divine Marquis, if you plead, I shall assist you. Ing Zheng's heart swelled with joy, finally seizing the opportunity to showcase himself before the immortal, one-upping the Iron Bone, divine marquis. The celestial beings of the GS sect. No need. I shall intervene personally. Snow in the middle of winter, awaiting the immortal's arrival. Second master of the Yihua Palace, awaiting the immortal's arrival. The emperor who swept across the six kingdoms, awaiting the immortal's arrival. Iron Bone, divine marquis, awaiting the immortal's arrival. Everyone felt a surge of excitement, eager to witness the methods of the immortal. Recalling the apocalyptic scenes from the video, they were all ablaze with fervor. Within Hulong Mountain Village, Zhu Wushi suddenly propelled himself backward, laughing maniacally. Ha! Chang Shifei, you are doomed. That Great One is coming to intervene personally. In an instant, everyone was left bewildered. A Great One. What Great One to them? Zhu Wushi was the strongest expert of Hulong Mountain Village. To be referred to as a Great One by him, how powerful must that being be? Chang Shifei bellowed. Zhu Wushi, what trickery is this? What Great One? Do not mislead the masses here. In truth, Chang Shifei felt a twinge of uncertainty within. He could sense Zhu Wushi's genuine awe and reverence when mentioning that Great One to be treated thusly by him. The individual in question was undoubtedly formidable. Ha! How dare mere ants speculate about the divine? That Great One hails from another world, beyond the comprehension of you frogs at the bottom of the well. Even I, who is immensely powerful in your eyes, am merely an ant before that Great One. What did you say? He is not from this world. Chang Shifei's pupils constricted in disbelief. Indeed, Zhu Wushi's laughter grew even more boisterous. The immortal descends, and I am honored to announce to you all that this Great One is a true deity. Boom! As his words fell, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens, leaving everyone stunned and their eardrums ringing. Simultaneously, the entire world began to tremble. Not only within Hulong Mountain Village, but the horrifying commotion was felt by countless souls throughout this dimension. What is happening? Is it the divine being? The divine being has become enraged. Those inside the buildings rushed out, fearfully gazing up at the sky. This moment, Chang Shifei and the others were also left dumbfounded. Could such overwhelming pressure and such a commotion truly be wrought by a mere mortal? Absolutely not. So, Could it be that everything Zhu Wushi just claimed was true? Is a true deity truly descending upon this world? At this instant, Cheng Shifei's heart raced, overwhelmed with an indescribable surge of emotion. A celestial being is about to arrive in this realm. In comparison to these individuals, even those few who had long anticipated the terrifying presence of the immortal were not faring much better, all displaying expressions of sheer astonishment. Only when one truly stood on the precipice of such power could they comprehend the magnitude of its might. This was but one aspect. Yet what left them even more astounded was the fact that the Divine Marquis had yet to receive any transmission request from the immortal. Without the mediation of the chat group, the immortal could directly influence this world? Was this not excessively exaggerated? However, the upheaval of heaven and earth had not yet reached its conclusion. Subsequently, with a crisp crack, an enormous fissure inexplicably appeared in the sky. It was as if the heavens had been violently torn asunder from the outside, allowing countless souls across this realm to glimpse the scenes beyond the rift. On the other side, the world fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into an uproar of disbelief. Countless individuals knelt to the ground, bowing towards the heavens, beneath that vast and boundless eye. A divine aura radiated forth as countless golden flowers cascaded down, resonating with the great path. At this moment, even the will of the world quaked in fear, trembling in a corner, too terrified to confront it. One pupil within that I slightly shifted, gazing in the direction of Hulong Mountain Manor. No, how could this be possible? This cannot be real. Cheng Shifei, in a state of disbelief, found himself involuntarily kneeling. As the divine aura evoked an instinctive sense of reverence, a natural reaction of mortals in the presence of a true deity, Cheng Shifei was utterly dumbfounded. The events unfolding during this time made him feel as though the world had gone mad. For a divine being had indeed descended. Moreover, this deity had come to act against him. Cheng Shifei even felt a strange amusement, wondering if it was truly necessary for an immortal to personally confront him. What merit had he to warrant such attention? Was it too late for him to end his own life? Meanwhile, Zhu Wushi, Lianxing, Su Fengyan, and Ying Zheng were also wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if they could fit 2 eggs within, completely oblivious to their astonishment. Oh my God! Is the immortal truly this outrageous? Is this what it means to be an immortal? What immense power must one possess to achieve such feats? The chasm between them and the immortal was far greater than they had ever imagined. If the great being so wished, it could easily obliterate the very world they inhabited. At that moment, the fissure in the sky widened further. It was then that everyone finally beheld the full visage of the true deity. The nature of such an existence, with a fleeting glance, one could see an incomparably majestic, holy, and flawless figure, one hand resting upon the fissure, applying a slight pressure that caused the world to tremble and the rift to expand endlessly. Sensing that the opening was now sufficiently vast to accommodate his entrance, Lin Gu halted his advance. He extended a hand towards Hulong Mountain Manor. Cheng Shifei, too, felt an irresistible force drawing him skyward, soaring uncontrollably towards the heavens. All others, be they from the factory guards or Hulong Mountain Manor, instinctively knelt to the ground, not daring to overstep their bounds. How could mere mortals dare to offend an immortal? Meanwhile, Shangwan Haidang, Duan Tinya, Gui Hai Yidao, Su Weisheng, and Qingyao felt their hearts pounding like war drums. Was this truly the esteemed guest they were to welcome? This was beyond madness in the imperial palace before the Grand Hall. The emperor of the Ming dynasty fixated his gaze upon that figure in the sky, and in that moment, he too respectfully knelt upon the ground. Is this the demeanor of a true immortal? The emperor's eyes brimmed with boundless awe as he exhaled a heartfelt sigh. Behind him, the ministers who also knelt before the immortal felt no sense of impropriety. After all, the Son of Heaven, being the child of the divine, had every right to bow before an immortal that, on the contrary, this was the most natural order of things. On the other side, Cheng Shifei continued to be drawn upwards, rapidly losing vitality, transforming into an icy statue. Observing the aimlessly floating ice sculpture in the cosmos, Lin Gu murmured, "Does this count as exceeding the task's requirements?" He opened the chat group, and indeed, the task had changed to a completed status. A reward of 10,000 points had already been credited to Lin Ji's account. Jia Jiao Tianxian. Have you all received your task rewards? Upon seeing the Immortal's message, the others immediately responded. Shuezhong Shitsi. Oh, yes, I've received it. The Immortal is magnificent. Red envelope. We hardly contributed anything. We dare not accept these points. Tai Dan Shinho. The task reward has been received. The Immortal is magnificent. Red envelope. It was entirely thanks to the Immortal's intervention in capturing Cheng Shifei that we could accept this reward. Ihua Palace's second master. Crying JPEG. Can I say I did not receive the task reward? The group chat determined I contributed nothing. They directly revoked my eligibility to claim it. Can I warm the Immortal's bed to repay the points? Hung Tae Lu Gua Qiangu Ed. Crying JPEG. Me too. The group chat judged I had no role to play. Shuezhong Shitsi. Haha. Fortunately, I had the foresight to be the first to engage with Cheng Shifei. Jia Jiao Tianxian has accepted the red envelope. Jia Jiao Tianxian. Consider a transaction. I will later provide you with some cultivation resources. Ihua Palace's second master. Wow. Resources for cultivation from the Immortal. Can I also cultivate? Tai Dan Shunho. Thank you, Immortal. Tears JPEG. The Immortal truly. I'm crying. Clearly, I could have simply received the red envelope, yet the Immortal even bestowed upon us cultivation resources. I must earn more points to repay the Immortal. Hung Tue Lu Gua Qiangu Ed. Real name Envy. It feels like I missed out on a fortune. Great crying JPEG. So close, just a bit more. Am I so close to embarking on the path of immortality? Tubo Shu Kwang Xiao JPEG. Ihua Palace's second master. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. How infuriating. Seeing you two profit while I suffer is unbearable. Great crying JPEG. Jia Jiao Tianxian. In due course, you will also be able to trade your earn points with me. Ihua Palace's second master. As you command. Hung Tue Lu Gua Qiangu Ed. As you command, blood loss. Lin Ji's heart bled. He had been careless that he never anticipated that the group chat would directly regard Lianxing and Ying Zheng as having automatically forfeited their points. Were not their points his own? This oversight resulted in a direct loss of 20,000 points. Ling Gu turned his gaze towards Cheng Shifei's lifeless body. Perhaps if I were to revive the Child of Destiny and allow everyone to participate in capturing him, would that count? After all, he was merely dead. It was not a significant issue, and reviving him shortly after death would not prove difficult for Lin Gu. However, after some contemplation, Lin Gu dismissed this notion. The task had already been marked as completed, and there was no way to redo it. Jia Jiao Tianxian. The task is complete. I shall take my leave now. Upon seeing this message, the beauty-loving Lianxing immediately sent a reply. Ihua Palace's second master. Great being, do not depart. May we gaze upon your divine visage. Worship the great being. JPEG. Hung Tue Lu Gua Qiangu Ed. I beseech the Immortal to descend for a glimpse. Worship the great being. JPEG. Shuezhong Shitsi. I beseech the Immortal to descend for a glimpse. Worship the great being. JPEG. Tai Dan Shunho. I beseech the Immortal to descend for a glimpse as the host. Please grant me the opportunity to entertain you. Worship the great being. JPEG. Jia Jiao Tianxian. Very well. However, should I truly descend in my physical form, it may provoke a full-scale counterattack from the will of the world, resulting in the collapse of this realm. Thus, let us meet through a wisp of divine thought. As the message was sent, a sacred white light swirled above the sky, swiftly manifesting before the crowd, transforming into a figure of unparalleled beauty and perfection. The women present, Su Weisheng, Qingyao, Shangwan Haidang, Lianxing, upon catching sight of Lin Gu, were instantly entranced, their hearts overflowing with affection, feeling as though they had longed to meet him, yearning to be by his side at all times. Particularly Lianxing, as a connoisseur of beauty, Lin Ji's flawless visage struck her directly at her heart. For a moment, everything else in the world faded from her sight. Leaving only the Immortal's enchanting face, she transformed into the first devoted admirer of the Immortal, wishing she could savor every moment with Lin Gu. This occasion marked the first time Zhu Wushi, Ying Zheng, Su Fingyan, and others laid eyes upon Lin Ji's true form, and they were instantly awestruck. They had surmised that such a powerful immortal would surely be a venerable elder with white hair and kind eyes. Never did they expect to behold a figure so strikingly handsome, surpassing even that of women, especially with his ethereal demeanor and the sacred, inviolable aura surrounding him. It effortlessly delineated the chasm between the celestial and the mortal. It left them feeling inadequate, not daring to gaze too long. Greetings, my fellow group members. Observing the dazed expressions of those around him, Lin Gu couldn't help but chuckle. Welcome, O immortal! A few individuals regained their composure and promptly performed their salutations. Su Fingyan, in particular, went so far as to kneel and worship, believing that paying homage to a celestial being was not an act of shame. What use was pride when gaining a celestial's favor could prove beneficial? Qing Yao and Su Weisheng discreetly stepped back, diverting their gazes, feeling embarrassed. How could one bear to witness such a spectacle? Is this truly the esteemed guest, the divine being who recently demonstrated incredible powers? How utterly captivating! In her heart, Shengwan Haidang felt an exhilarating thrill, her heart racing like a wild deer, her eyes sparkling with stars. She quietly inquired of the divine marquis, "Father, is this the distinguished guest I am to serve?" Zhu Wushi, disregarding previous cautions, responded, "This is indeed a true celestial being. You must serve him diligently and never show him disrespect." Shangwan Haitang nodded, her gaze towards Lin Gu brimming with admiration and longing. Cough, cough. Noticing the predatory glances of the surrounding women, Lin Gu cleared his throat and turned to Lianxing. "Your physical imperfections are quite unappealing. Allow me to offer you a complimentary treatment." As he spoke, Lianxing, concealing her injuries from childhood, initiated her self-healing process for her left hand and foot. To everyone's astonishment, Lianxing's first reaction was to cheer, "Ah, a celestial is examining my body." Linga, Zhu Wushi, Su Fingyan, Ying Zheng. The other women looked on with envy and jealousy, wishing for the celestial to examine their bodies as well. Zhu Wushi approached, asking, "Celestial, might that enormous rift in the heavens have any adverse effects?" Lin Gu shook his head. "No worries. One side apart, this dimensional fissure will automatically heal, posing no threat to the lives of mortals." Zhu Wushi wiped away tears. "The celestial is compassionate. You have even considered the lives of us mere ants." "I'm truly moved to tears." Lin Gu, Ying Zheng, is there really a need for such shamelessness? Su Fingyan, I thought my own shamelessness was considerable, yet here stands one even more brazen. "Celestial, please do not leave." Lianxing suddenly cried out, and as the crowd looked up, they discovered Lin Gu had already vanished. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Indeed, the demeanor of a celestial is such that they come and go without a trace. Unlike these worldly individuals burdened by mundane affairs, lacking in freedom, living so unrestrainedly. In the chat group, the celestial of the GS sect remarked, "I shall take my leave first. You may carry on." The conqueror of the Six Kingdoms added, "Farewell." "Celestial," Shui Zhong Shitzi chimed in. "Farewell, Celestial." The second mistress of the Yihua Palace said, "Farewell, Celestial. I must strive to earn more points so that the Celestial may assist me with another examination." Lin Gu felt speechless. How could a simple treatment for a disability sound so off? The iron-willed marquis remarked, "Second mistress of the Yihua Palace, have you unwittingly revealed your innermost thoughts?" Shui Zhong Shitzi replied, "I too wish for the Celestial to examine me." The Celestial of the GS sect warned, "Shui Zhong Shitzi, you would do well to rephrase that." The conqueror of the Six Kingdoms threatened, "Shui Zhong Shitzi, summon someone to drag this person away for execution." How could a Celestial harbor such sordid desires? Su Fingyan's expression shifted. "No way. I merely spoke casually and have already been disdained by the Celestial." Shui Zhong Shitzi pleaded, "Celestial, I was wrong. Please forgive me." The iron-willed marquis stated, "Since you are here, I shall give you a kick on the Celestial's behalf." Shui Zhong Shitzi protested, "Not there. Please be gentle, marquis." The second mistress of the Yihua Palace, the conqueror of the Six Kingdoms. "This task has netted me 30,000 points. What a significant gain." Lin Gu observed his points, and with the remainder from earlier, he now possessed a substantial total of 888 points. Such an abundance of points was more than sufficient for several breakthroughs. Lin Gu marveled once more at the exhilarating functionalities of the chat group. Each day, he advanced to a new realm. At this rate, achieving sainthood would be within his grasp. Of course, for him alone, the chat group was extraordinarily formidable. For other members of the martial arts world, utilizing points for breakthroughs would merely assist them in reaching the pinnacle of this realm. Furthermore, points are not nearly as easy to earn as they were for Lin Gu. It could be said that Lin Gu was a unique anomaly, a bug within the chat group. Activate the function to conceal my aura and shield against heavenly secrets. Exchange all points for cultivation breakthroughs. Lin Gu silently commanded. The function to conceal heavenly secrets has been activated, commencing breakthrough, drawing the necessary energy for your advancement. In the next moment, Lin Ji's aura began to surge. Simultaneously, in a tranquil cave, Yun Xiao blinked. Indeed, it has come again. I can sense the spiritual energy from over there being siphoned away. Having been interrupted twice during his cultivation, Yun Xiao dared not remain in the most spiritually abundant cave on Sanxian Island. Instead, he relocated to a different one, where the energy, though inferior to the previous location, was still quite commendable. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. His third sister was far too mischievous. He would keep a record of this for later. With this thought, Yun Xiao focused his mind and immersed himself once more in his practice. Congratulations! You have broken through to the 4th grade True Immortal. Consumed 13,000 points. Congratulations! You have broken through to the 5th grade True Immortal. Consumed 14,000 points. This breakthrough is complete. Remaining points: 8888. Lin Gu exhaled a breath of turbid air. So this is the sensation of the true immortal realm. Prior to this, he had not fully grasped the profundity of the true immortal state. However, now, as he broke through once more, he gained many insights throughout the process. Though Lin Gu did not need to actively circulate his spiritual power, he was still flooded with numerous realizations. Furthermore, during the breakthrough, the chat group did not merely inject spiritual energy to modify his celestial body. It also infused vast amounts of cultivation insights into Lin Gu's mind, awaiting his digestion. Thus, while Lin Gu's speed of advancement was astonishingly rapid, his foundation was not inferior to that of any peer in the same realm, perhaps even surpassing it. With the breakthrough complete, Lin Gu quickly contemplated and assimilated his newfound insights, which would aid him in comprehending his current strength more swiftly. Simultaneously, a new development occurred within the chat group. Ding! New member Peach Blossom Island's Little Cook has joined the chat group. Ding! New member A Person's Martial World has joined the chat group. After joining, Peach Blossom Island's Little Cook immediately entered a state of observation. Meanwhile, A Person's Martial World and the Ultimate Killing King began to converse that A Person's Martial World. Comprehensive Martial Chat Group. You are all martial practitioners. Is this heaven? Ultimate Killing King. Comprehensive Martial Chat Group? Interesting. I wonder if anyone here can kill me, or if I will slay them. Or is this group merely a facade? A Person's Martial World. Ultimate Killing King. We should get along well. Ultimate Killing King. You think you're worthy? I could obliterate you with a single punch that A Person's Martial World. Not worthy? Let us see who can smash him. If you're truly formidable, I'm quite eager to find out. Shuezhong Shitzi. Newcomers have arrived? Group status raises by 3. Eating Melon, JPG, second mistress of the Ihua Palace. Welcome, newcomers. What is all this commotion about? Eating Melon, JPG, the conqueror of the 6 kingdoms. Peach Blossom Island's Little Cook. Why are you silent? Have you come to be a spy in our group? As the other two continued their quarrel. I am just here to watch. Eating Melon, JPG, the Iron-Willed Marquis. Welcome, newcomers. Please familiarize yourselves with the group rules. They will be quite beneficial. Then introduce yourselves. Also A Person's Martial World and Ultimate Killing King. Feel free to keep bickering. I enjoy watching. Eating Melon, JPG, Ultimate Killing King. What are you all? Dare to point fingers at me. Shuezhong Shitzi, second mistress of the Ihua Palace. The Iron-Willed Marquis. You would do well to rephrase your words. Otherwise, do not let me find an opportunity to end you. The conqueror of the 6 kingdoms. Ultimate Killing King, I have taken note of you. Await my army, to reduce you to pulp. How delightful! I await you all. I only wish to be killed by you, or to slay you, within a mental institution heavily patrolled by troops, a bald little old man wearing a white tank top and flip-flops. Holding a newspaper, thought indifferently, what a ridiculous chat group. I wouldn't believe it if you paid me. If you dare, come and kill me. In today's world, who can defeat me? I can catch bullets, a person's martial world, conqueror of the Six Kingdoms. Are you Qin Shi Huang, the one from 50? Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms, Peach Blossom Island's little cook. Greetings, esteemed ones. I am but a humble cook from Peach Blossom Island. May I inquire what this chat group is? And how I ended up here? In the midst of falling snow, Persimmon remarked. As the little chef of Peach Blossom Island, joining this chat group presents a remarkable opportunity. You may review the group chat rules. Check in to earn points, which can then be utilized to elevate one's standing or engage in trade. One's martial world inquired. Esteemed seniors, where do you reside? I wish to challenge you and seek your guidance. Persimmon replied, we all hail from different realms, yet if the need arises, we can transport ourselves to one another's worlds. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island exclaimed. Different worlds? Shocked face, JPG, one's martial world echoed. Different worlds? Shocked face, JPG, Ultimate Killing King scoffed. Different worlds? I find that hard to believe. Only those two fools upstairs could be so easily deceived. Celestial of the retorted. Ultimate Killing King, this chat group prohibits insults. Do not let me catch you doing so again. Ultimate Killing King defiantly asked. Who are you? Can you truly defeat me? His provocative words stirred a hornet's nest, and before Lin Gu could interject, a flurry of messages erupted. Iron-willed Divine Marquis threatened. Ultimate Killing King, if you wish to meet your end, I can oblige, but do not tarnish the eyes of a celestial with your insignificant presence. Persimmon remarked, TSK, I have never encountered someone so despairing. Is living not enough? To dare argue with a celestial, perhaps you should consider burying yourself. Mistress of the flower-transferring palace declared, to dare offend a celestial. Await your demise. Angry, JPG. Witnessing the instant barrage of messages, Firecloud Evil God was bewildered. I merely spoke up. Must it escalate to this? I didn't see such fervor when I insulted others. Who is this celestial of the? Is their status so lofty in their eyes? Can they catch bullets? The eternal emperor who swept through 6 nations proclaimed. Fellow group members, remember this historic moment. We may be witnessing the first newcomer who has joined the chat group only to perish. Attached were the recordings of the Celestial's demonstration. Notification. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island downloaded the video. Notification. One's martial world downloaded the video. In these brief clips, the 3 were left with their nerves frayed. Blood rushing backward, their minds crashing, as if struck by a lightning bolt. Is this truly a human? Is this not a martial arts chat group? He is flying. He is moving mountains and filling seas. He appears capable of annihilating worlds at will. Is this what one calls martial arts? Even deities are not this formidable, are they? The little chef of Peach Blossom Island gasped. Incredible. One's martial world echoed. Incredible. Ultimate Killing King muttered. Firecloud Evil God was left speechless, realizing how perilous his earlier retorts had been. It turned out there was indeed a true master among them at that moment. He wished to slap himself for his loose tongue. Had he known of such a terrifying presence, he would have never spoken so carelessly. Now, he found himself in a predicament, one so formidable it could obliterate his world into dust. Trembling, Firecloud, Evil God, sent a message, hoping to offer an apology. Otherwise, he feared he would be struck down by this celestial in the next instant. Ultimate Killing King pleaded, Is it too late for me to retract my words? Firecloud, Evil God lamented, Celestial, I was in the wrong. I kneel to you in apology. I am but a great fool. I will change my name to Grand Fool. No, I shall name myself the greatest fool. I only wish for your forgiveness, Great Fool begged. I implore the Celestial for mercy. Crying, JPG. Trembling, JPG. Celestial responded, Great Fool, I preferred your prior rebellious demeanor. Return to it. Great Fool replied. How could I dare? Crying, JPG, I beg the Celestial for leniency. Celestial of the warned, are you defying my wishes again? Great fool stammered. Celestial, I deserve death 1,000 times over. I spoke without thinking. I shall make amends. Fire Cloud, evil god, panicked, dropped to the ground, kowtowing in penance, shattering the custom tiles of his psychiatric ward, his forehead bloodied and bruised. The scene was broadcast live through the chat group's function, allowing all to witness his humility. Second mistress of the flower-transferring palace scoffed. Do you still hope to garner sympathy from the Celestial? After committing such a grave error, do you still seek forgiveness? I shall personally end you. Iron-willed, Divine Marquis added. No matter your actions, you cannot atone for offending the Celestial. I suggest you end your own life to spare me the trouble, Persimmon chided. Now you understand the consequences of a loose tongue? Had you known this day would come, you might have refrained from such words. Alas, the eternal emperor who swept through 6 nations commented, to execute you would be too lenient. According to my principles, you would face extreme punishment. However, since you have entered the group chat, you shall work to earn points as penance. Firecloud, evil god, reading the messages, wore a despondent expression. Had he known of such a terrifying presence within the group, not even 100 of his bravado would have emboldened him to speak so freely. Who would have thought that a careless remark would bring such calamity upon him? After all, he had always considered himself the strongest. Why would he need to tread carefully in his words? Now, he merely sought a chance to redeem himself in the Celestial's eyes. Yes, there were points within the group. This currency was likely the Celestial's only interest. He must earn as many points as possible to curry favor with the Celestial. Great fool inquired. Might I ask the Celestial how one acquires points? I harbor no ulterior motives, merely seeking a chance to atone and earn points. As this message was sent, the 2 other newcomers immediately chimed in. Having just witnessed Lin Ji's display, they felt as though they had experienced the earth-shattering, apocalyptic scene firsthand, leaving their minds buzzing, unable to catch their breath. Such feats could only be accomplished by legendary celestial beings. What they had assumed was merely a chat group turned out to harbor such a colossal figure. At this moment, both Huang Rong and Feng Yuxiu, residing in the modern world, trembled with excitement. Huang Rong, hidden in her room, widened her eyes. This chat group was an unparalleled stroke of fortune. If she could glean even a fraction of benefit or guidance from the Celestial, under such divine instruction, would she not effortlessly dominate the entire martial world? She envisioned herself soaring through the skies under the Celestial's guidance, stunning the old evil for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiu, a martial enthusiast, had long sought to hone his skills to perfection but struggled to find worthy opponents or an organization. Lin Ji's existence undeniably opened a new realm for him, revealing a world of possibilities. What he once perceived as strength now paled in comparison to such a being as insignificant as an ant, easily crushed. This overwhelming presence sent Feng Yuxiu into a frenzy. From that moment on, he became a fervent devotee of Lin Gu. The Celestial of the declared, the elders of the group should be well informed regarding your inquiries. Su Fengyan recognized this as a chance to shine and promptly sent a message. Persimmon affirmed, indeed, such simple questions need not trouble the Celestial. Allow me to enlighten you, Persimmon continued. Point of the most universal currency within the chat group, and their significance is self-evident. Each newcomer can earn 1 point by signing in daily. And similarly, points can be acquired through trading and completing tasks. These points can be directly used to enhance one's martial arts prowess. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island exclaimed, directly enhancing one's cultivation? How can this be possible? In a world of the legend of the Condor heroes, Huang Rong's eyes widened in astonishment as she gasped aloud. If this news were true, then the chat group would be an extraordinarily fortuitous opportunity. And she was not the only member. With so many individuals involved, Huang Rong began to envision a surge of new talents emerging in the martial arts world, all thanks to their participation in the chat group. However, recalling the 2 videos she had seen earlier and the godlike figures within them, she suddenly found this notion more acceptable. Big fool. Directly enhancing cultivation. Does this not imply that my strength could advance further? Hua Yunxia's pupils constricted sharply as he grasped the extraordinary nature of the chat group even more profoundly. He was already a pinnacle powerhouse in his own world, consistently ranking first on the assassin leaderboard, yet had struggled to achieve a breakthrough due to a lack of worthy opponents. To his astonishment, he now saw a glimmer of hope for advancing his martial arts here. If I had not foolishly offended an immortal and needed to use points to make amends, could I not have used those points to ascend to an even higher echelon? Suddenly, Yunxia realized, wanting to weep in despair, if it were not for his prior transgression, he could have utilized the points to achieve greater heights. But upon further reflection, what were points or unparalleled martial arts compared to the allure of immortality? As long as he could curry favor with this esteemed immortal in the group and receive a few resources from the immortal realm, it would be far superior to anything else. His priority was to serve this great figure well. That was of utmost importance. Yunxia established his course of action in the world of Snowy Realm. Su Fengyin observed the reactions in the group with great satisfaction, relishing the naivete of those who had yet to experience the world as the member with the least standing in the group. He finally felt he could showcase his prowess before the newcomers. Snowy Persimmon. Just the function of earning points alone is enough to demonstrate the extraordinary nature of this chat group. It is certainly not merely a simple chat function. Are you all curious why this immortal is so powerful yet has not been heard of before? Let me reveal another piece of information. All members invited to this chat group hail from different worlds and dimensions. Boom! Like a clap of thunder, Yunxia shot to his feet in disbelief, accidentally shattering a wooden post before him, while Huang Rong's teacup shattered on the ground with a loud crash. No wonder they were completely oblivious to the existence of that mighty immortal in their world. So it is. Yunxia clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unbounded fervor. One's martial world. May I inquire what kind of dimension the immortal hails from? The chat group fell silent, all members eagerly awaiting the immortal's response. Lin Gu chuckled at this question, bemused. Indeed, everything about the immortal realm held an almost infinite allure and mystery for mortals. All right, since you wish to know, I shall present to you a grand and magnificent world. The celestial of the world I inhabit is called the Primordial Chaos. It is a realm where gods and Buddhas abound. Gods and Buddhas abound. A collective tremor surged through everyone's hearts. Despite the immortal's few words, they could discern just how vast and magnificent this world must be. No one could fathom what a scene it would be to have gods and Buddhas in abundance. So this is where the immortal resides, in such a grand world. In an instant, everyone's respect and admiration for Lin Gu deepened. Iron-boned God Marquis, the immortal has already introduced us to the splendor of the immortal realm. Will you not introduce yourself? Several newcomers took turns to introduce themselves. Second Master of Yihua Palace. Speaking of which, we old-timers have yet to formally introduce ourselves. Let us take this opportunity to do so. Snowy Persimmon. I have no objections, but there is no need for the first emperor. Everyone should be quite familiar with him. The conqueror of 6 kingdoms, the eternal emperor. What do you mean? You are all familiar with me. Newcomers, do you know who I am? Little chef of Peach Blossom Island. Of course, big fool. I have not studied, so I do not know one's martial world. What? You are truly the Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng himself. What do you mean, I truly am? Ingzheng was somewhat exasperated. The conqueror of 6 kingdoms, the eternal emperor. Are you surprised? One's martial world. Of course, the Qin dynasty has existed for 2,000 years. I am a person of the modern era, the conqueror of 6 kingdoms, the eternal emperor, 2,000 years. What modern dynasty is that? Little chef of Peach Blossom Island. I am from the Song dynasty. Did the great Song ultimately perish? Iron-boned God Marquis. After the Song came the Jin, then the Yuan. I am from the Ming dynasty. I never expected that my great Ming would also ultimately not endure. Big fool. I know this. I am from the Republic of China. After the Qin came the Han, 3 kingdoms, the 2 Jin, northern and southern dynasties, Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qin at one's martial world. What comes after the Republic of China? One's martial world. After the Republic of China is the modern era. Ding. Member One's martial world uploaded a video. In a video, Feng Yuxiu was seen walking down a bustling street surrounded by towering skyscrapers and a multitude of passing vehicles, showcasing a scene of prosperity. The conqueror of 6 kingdoms, the eternal emperor. I never imagined that future China has developed to such an extent. Big fool. Such significant changes occurred in such a short time. Everyone felt a sense of wonder, surprised by the tremendous transformations of the future that one's martial world. In truth, I envy the worlds you all inhabit. In the modern era, there are no longer martial arts. No more martial worlds. Big fool. Has it completely vanished by then? Indeed, in my time, few practiced martial arts, and I never expected it to have completely disappeared in the modern era. Snowy persimmon. How could that be? Did not people of that era need to practice martial arts to fend off enemies? One's martial world. What level of cultivation do you possess now? Can you check your realm? Feng Yuxiu opened his attribute panel, only to be taken aback. The IT displayed that his martial arts cultivation was unranked, leaving Feng Yuxiu stunned. The conqueror of 6 kingdoms, the eternal emperor. Incredible times. Not practicing martial arts indicates that people of that era must have other means to deal with external threats. Just then, the group chat suddenly emitted a familiar sound. Ding! Triggered group task. The collision of modern weaponry and ancient martial arts. Task content. Spar with Feng Yuxiu, who wields modern weaponry. Task reward, 10,000. Awarded to the victor. Each person can challenge once. Snowy Persimmon. Second Master of Yihua Palace. Iron Bone God Marquis. The Conqueror of 6 Kingdoms, the Eternal Emperor. Can this even happen? In a mental hospital, Yunxia's eyes lit up. They could actually spar? If the opponent could use modern firearms, he was unafraid. Perfect, it was a chance for his friends to witness his strength. Ding! Big fool accepted the task. Hui Yunxia was the first to accept the task. The scene of the chat group shifted, and Feng Yuxiu and Hui Yunxia appeared in the same space. Both marveling at the situation. This chat group is indeed wondrous. Hui Yunxia surveyed the surroundings. One moment he was in the mental hospital, and the next he found himself here. Come, kid, let me see your strength. Hui Yunxia turned his gaze toward Feng Yuxiu, revealing a cruel smile. Let us determine the victor, and also decide life and death. Feng Yuxiu was not startled, but rather delighted, drawing a Gatling gun and aiming it at Hui Yunxia. Hui Yunxia! Bang, 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 bang. Amid the cacophony of gunfire, Hui Yunxia had no time to dodge and was turned into a blood-soaked mess that he could catch bullets, but those were the bullets of an old-fashioned pistol. The principles of martial arts are akin to techniques for killing, and using weapons is no different. Feng Yuxiu retracted his gun, remarking that the swords and sabers of ancient times were merely replaced by guns in his hands. The essence remained the same. Huff! Back in the mental hospital, Hui Yunxia returned to reality, his face pale, gasping for breath as if he had truly experienced death, leaving him shaken. Is this the might of future weaponry? The onlookers were equally astonished. The strength displayed by Hui Yunxia could be considered that of a postnatal realm master in their eyes. Yet, before the armed Feng Yuxiu, he was utterly powerless. In their era, even a bow or crossbow could not achieve this. If an ordinary person wielded such weapons, could they not match a postnatal realm master? If my great Qin army were equipped with such weaponry, would we not easily sweep away the remnants of the 6 kingdoms and suppress all? Ing Zheng gazed thoughtfully at the machine gun in Feng Yuxiu's hands. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiu's overwhelming suppression of Hui Yunxia made the previously eager crowd hesitate. The allure of 10,000 points was tempting, but it was not guaranteed to be within reach. If one cannot acquire any points, they would instead have to endure the terrifying experience of death. A venture no one is keen to undertake simply for the sake of curiosity. Observing the current state of the fire cloud evil god, one can easily deduce that such an experience is undoubtedly unpleasant. The second master of the Yihua Palace declared, I shall give it a try. Lianxing, with her fists clenched in anticipation, was eager to seize the opportunity, having previously missed out on points due to carelessness. This was another chance to earn a full 10,000 points, which she could not afford to squander. With these points, she could request the immortal to examine her health. This time, she absolutely could not let the immortal down. Moreover, Lianxing was confident that she had already transcended to the Grandmaster level. In the chat group, aside from the immortals, she was among the pinnacle of combat power. She felt assured that she could effortlessly handle that massive iron lump. She would decide the outcome before Feng Yuxiu even made a move. Ding! The second master of Yihua Palace has accepted the mission. With the notification, Lianxing materialized within the simulation space. Upon seeing Lianxing before him, Feng Yuxiu's heart began to race alarmingly. Compared to the former fire cloud evil god, Lianxing exuded a significantly stronger sense of pressure. I truly wish to spar with all of you fairly. But the disparity is too great. It is utterly impossible to prevail without weapons, despite the presence of numerous martial arts masters and the opportunity to engage in combat with them. Feng Yuxiu felt utterly helpless and compelled to resort to weapons against Lianxing, who radiated a formidable threat. He began to switch to the weapons permitted for this sparring session. In the next moment, a tank plummeted to the ground, and Feng Yuxiu found himself inside it. Taking the initiative, he locked onto Lianxing's position and fired a shell. Boom! The explosive power was terrifying, sending debris flying and clouds of dust swirling. However, it did not strike Lianxing, having learned from the previous encounter with the fire cloud evil god. Lianxing had been vigilant and swiftly dodged the incoming shell. She can even evade a tank, Feng Yuxiu thought, alarmed. Before he could fire again, Lianxing's figure vanished from his sight. Moments later, the tank exploded violently, scattering Feng Yuxiu in all directions. The potential of the human body had been pushed to such extremes. This was truly an enlightening experience. Revived, Feng Yuxiu's complexion turned pale, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. To dismantle a tank with bare hands was nothing short of monstrous. 10,000 points secured. He could finally trade with the immortal and have them examine his health. Lianxing smiled with delight. Previously, the immortal had graciously examined her health for free. Now, with 10,000 points, how long would the examination last? Meanwhile, the others, witnessing the battle's outcome, felt their spirits reignite. Though the weapon possessed immense power, it seemed not insurmountable. Just as many were feeling tempted, yet hesitant, Lin Gu gave them a nudge. Actually, for you, this is a rare opportunity to experience the battle between life and death. In the outside world, death is final. But only within this space constructed by the chat group can you grasp the essence of martial arts in the face of life and death. The reward for this mission is a staggering 10,000 points. If one would earn such points through diligent attendance, it would take 30 years for a group member to accumulate that much. Now, simply by participating, one side is guaranteed to receive the mission reward. And ultimately, those points will fall into your hands. Thus, Lin Gu was determined to spur them on, ensuring they seized all available rewards. Hearing this, those still undecided suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The terror between life and death was profound. To genuinely experience the brink of death was already a tremendous opportunity. The immortal speaks true. Young brother, allow me to experience the weapons of the future. 2,000 years hence, proclaim the conqueror of 6 nations that I too wish to test the power of that iron box, exclaimed the iron-blooded duke. The immortal is correct. Even in defeat, the experience of life and death is invaluable. Added the persimmon in the snow that I shall give it a try as well, said the little chef from Peach Blossom Island. And no longer hesitating, they all chimed in agreement. Ding! The conqueror of 6 nations has accepted the mission. Ding! The iron-blooded duke has accepted the mission. Ding! The persimmon in the snow has accepted the mission. Ding! The little chef from Peach Blossom Island has accepted the mission. One by one, they entered the space to battle Feng Yuxiu. This time, Yingzheng chose not to mobilize his subordinates, but instead personally wielded the Tianwen sword to confront Feng Yuxiu. That's the ruler of the Qin dynasty. Yingzheng possessed innate strength. However, this power was concealed beneath his royal status. Upon entering the space, he focused intently, preparing to face Feng Yuxiu with all his might. Unfortunately, Feng Yuxiu swiftly threw several grenades from afar, catching Yingzheng off guard, leading to his untimely demise. Next came Zhu Wushi, Su Fengyan, and Huang Rong, each meeting the same fate, struck down by modern artillery. Even when facing Zhu Wushi, having learned from the earlier encounter with Lianxing, Feng Yuxiu granted no opportunity for retaliation. I've struck gold. Completing this mission grants me a whopping 50,000 points. Feng Yuxiu beamed with joy as he gazed at his account's balance. 50,000 points, an unimaginable fortune that could never be amassed through mere attendance. Ding! The Celestial of the has accepted the mission. The sudden notification left everyone momentarily stunned, and Feng Yuxiu's expression froze. In a way, even the divine being is joining the fray. he thought, his brow furrowed in despair. Feng Yuxiu fell silent, knowing that with this immortal's capabilities, even harnessing the world's nuclear arsenal, he believed he could not prevail. The immortal is personally taking action. Finally, we shall witness you getting thrashed. The persimmon in the snow jeered. The immortal must truly be invincible. I simply wish to behold the immortal's resplendent visage, exclaimed the second master of Ihua Palace, starry-eyed. Forgive me for my unseemly laughter. No matter how formidable your weapons, we are merely martial artists, while the immortal is a cultivator, noted the iron-blooded duke. If the immortal personally intervenes, how shall you respond? One's martial world? Inquired the conqueror of 6 nations. The immortal is magnificent. We can only revere their greatness, lamented the big fool. What luck to witness the immortal casting spells upon entering the group. Is this a free show for us? The little chef from Peach Blossom Island exclaimed. The group members were all aflame with excitement. Previously, they had been thoroughly beaten by Feng Yuxiu's weaponry, and now the prospect of seeing him face to face was immensely gratifying. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiu found himself utterly at a loss. How was he to counter this? Although the chat group had granted him the authority to wield various modern advanced weapons, he felt that if given another chance, had he prepared beforehand, he might not have lost to Lianqing. Yet now, facing a divine being, he felt no fighting spirit whatsoever. After all, how could a mere mortal hope to bring down a celestial being? I shall stand still and engage you in combat, declared the celestial of the... Feng Yuxiu was taken aback, unable to comprehend how one could fight while remaining stationary. Wasn't that merely inviting blows without retaliation? Nevertheless, if that were the case, perhaps he could stack explosives and see if he could inflict any harm on the immortal? The persimmon in the snow commented, I think that even if the immortals stand still, Feng Yuxiu would be unable to scratch them. The second master of Ihua Palace added, the immortal is invincible. I simply wish to behold their glorious visage. Fear not, newcomer. True heroes face adversity head-on. Channel the spirit you displayed when you fought me. You might just prevail, reassured the iron-blooded duke. Newcomer, you have been empowered. Let us see what you can do. Urged the conqueror of 6 nations. Go for it. You can do it, big brother with a machine gun, cheered the little chef from Peach Blossom Island. The celestial of the had been transported to the virtual space. The battle commenced. As the chat group's notification echoed, Lin Gu found himself amidst the simulation space. I pay my respects to the immortal. Feng Yuxiu bowed respectfully. The presence of this celestial being before him ignited a torrent of emotions, excitement, anxiety, and exhilaration surged within him that he was about to engage in combat with a true immortal. How thrilling and overwhelming this was! His heart raced, and his palms grew clammy. Yet, with the immortal's promise to remain stationary, perhaps he could indeed withstand a few of their moves. At this moment, Feng Yuxiu was more focused than ever, his body instinctively reaching an unprecedented peak state. In that instant, everything else faded from view, leaving only the stunning figure before him. Boom! Suddenly, it was as if something had shattered, producing a crisp sound akin to porcelain breaking. Lin Gu remained utterly motionless. A mere glance from him unleashed a terrifying and unparalleled sharpness, obliterating everything before him, causing the very fabric of space to shatter along its path. Under the collapse of space, the live broadcast within the chat group became a chaotic blur in an instant. All of this transpired in less than half a second. Feng Yuxiu, unable to react in time, felt an indescribable weight descend upon him, as if he had become an existence detested by the world. A being utterly unwelcome, as he sensed fissures appearing on his body. Feng Yuxiu could only widen his astonished eyes, incredulously watching as his form fragmented into countless shards. Is this the power of an immortal? It was simply two, until he returned to his own world. Feng Yuxiu remained motionless, the scene from moments ago echoing in his mind repeatedly, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Merely a single glance. Not even a deliberate attack, yet it was enough to cause his physical body to disintegrate. The overwhelming strength of Lin Gu had left him in profound shock. Meanwhile, the chat group was enveloped in a profound silence. Upon hearing the prompt that battle had commenced, they had yet to process the event. only to witness the immortal cast a glance at Feng Yuxiu, and the latter simply ceased to exist. Just like that, it ended. Moreover, this was the result of the immortal standing still. They were not strangers to witnessing Lin Ji's prowess, yet each time it filled them with disbelief, as if they were caught in a surreal dream. Perhaps this was the minuscule shock of cultivation bestowed upon martial practitioners. In the realm of martial arts, the strength of an immortal was far more terrifying and formidable than I had ever imagined. In that fleeting moment, I didn't even have time to contemplate before my body shattered. One can only say that the grandeur of an immortal is beyond the grasp of mere mortals like me. Even if a commoner wields the most powerful weapon, how could they possibly stand alongside a true deity? Shui Zhong Shi. Now you understand the taste of being utterly crushed and annihilated. Yi Hua Gong second leader. The recorded video is so blurry, but the immortal still looks so handsome. Tai Dan Shenhou. With just a single glance, he annihilated Feng Yuxiu. The realm of the immortal is something we can never fathom. Hung Sa Lu Gua Qiangu Ed. A true man ought to be like this. Today, witnessing the might of the immortal, all in the world becomes but an illusion. De Shabai agreed. The immortal is incredible. P'in, JPG, Tao Hua Dao Xiao Chunyang. Can I say that I cried? Yi Hua Gong second leader. Tai Dan Shenhou. Hung Sa Lu Gua Qiangu Ed. Shui Zhong Shi. Do you want to reconsider what you just said? Qigua JPG De Shabai. Do you want to reconsider what you just said? Tao Hua Dao Xiao Chunyang. When I question with A? I ascend to me who has the problem, but rather I believe you have the issue. Tao Hua Dao Xiao Chunyang. What I meant was the immortal S methods frightened me to tears. It was simply too shocking. Hung Sa Lu Gua Qiangu Ed. The immortal S methods are transcendent. I Ingzheng bow in reverence. Yi Hua Gong second leader. The immortal S methods are transcendent. I Lian Xing bow in reverence. Tai Dan Shun Ho. The immortal S methods are transcendent. I Zhu Wu Shi bow in reverence. Shui Zhong Shi. The immortal S methods are transcendent. I Su Feng Yin bow in reverence. Wu Ti Tu Adi. The immortal S methods are transcendent. I Huiyun Xie Shun bow in reverence. In the realm of martial arts, the ultimate killing king, you previously offended the immortal, and the immortal hasn't forgiven you yet. Yet now you come to curry favor with him? Do you not feel the slightest shame? Feng Yuxiu reproached mercilessly. As the immortal had now become his faith, he held no goodwill towards Huiyun Xieshun, who had once overstepped his bounds with the immortal. Tai Dan Shenhou. Well said. The ultimate killing king, who allowed you to sneakily change your name. I have never seen such a brazen individual. Shui Zhong Shi. A disgrace in the group, unaware in front of the immortal, ashamed to be associated. Yi Hua Gong second leader. It seems your apology holds no sincerity. Huiyun Xieshun. Can we not dwell on this? Huiyun Xieshun felt desolate. He had originally intended to sneakily revert his name amidst the chaos, but was directly called out by Feng Yuxiu and faced another round of criticism. Kid, you better watch out. Huiyun Xieshun's gaze towards Feng Yuxiu transformed, finding him increasingly irksome, silently marking him down. Tai Dan Shenhou. The immortal S capabilities have transcended my understanding of deities. A mere glance can shatter the heavens and the earth, something even the legendary deities could not achieve. Hung Sa Lu Gua Qiangu Ed. In truth, according to the records of my world, deities, aside from long life and greater strength, are not vastly different from ordinary individuals. This was my expectation, yet upon encountering the immortal, I realized how absurdly wrong I was. Yi Hua Gong second leader. It's quite simple. The immortal is vastly stronger than the average cultivator. Shui Zhong Shi. In a moment's thought, mountains and rivers crack. With the immortal's power, he must surely be at the pinnacle among deities. A creator-level being, Jia Jiao Tian Xian. I've already cultivated the true immortal body, and the disparity in life levels between us is too great. Unless I suppress myself, otherwise being near me, you would all crumble under the weight of my aura. It was this very force that led to Feng Yuxiu's annihilation. Silence. Initially, everyone believed the immortal had utilized some powerful ocular technique, yet it turned out it was merely destruction he inadvertently caused. So, if they would be near the immortal, unless he actively suppressed his power, they would all be directly obliterated by his pressure. This is utterly absurd. Does this mean they're unworthy of kneeling too close to the immortal? The deities of myth and legend are not as exaggerated as the immortal. Tai Dan Shunho, dumbfounded JPG. So, that was merely the destructive force unleashed unconsciously by the immortal? Shuizhong Shizi what? So, I'm not even worthy to stand alive beside the immortal? Trembling. JPG, Ihua Gong second leader. What? So I'm not even worthy to stand alive beside the immortal? Crying. JPG, the ultimate killing king, stunned. JPG, in the realm of martial arts, stupefied. JPG, Tao Hua Dao Xiao Chunyang. The novice trembles in fear. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiu gazed at the bountiful 50,000 points he had amassed today and had already made a decision. In the realm of martial arts, red envelope. The ultimate killing king has been set to prohibited from receiving in the realm of martial arts. Thank you all for participating in the task, allowing me to reap such a bounty of points in one go. Ding! Tao Hua Dao Xiao Chunyang has snatched 7 points. Ding! Tai Dan Shinho has snatched 22 points. Ding! Hung Sa Lu Guo Qiangu ED has snatched 51 points. Ding! Ihua Gong second leader has snatched 19 points. Ding! Shuizhong Shizi has snatched 1 point. Hung Sa Lu Guo Qiangu ED. Boss is generous. Tai Dan Shinho. Thank you. Big shot. Boss is generous. Ihua Gong second leader. Thank you. Big shot. Tao Hua Dao Xiao Chunyang. Thank you. Big shot. Shuizhong Shizi. The ultimate killing king in the realm of martial arts. What do you mean by that? Ignoring Huiyun Xieshun, Feng Yuxiu proceeded to issue a dedicated red envelope. From the very beginning, he had contemplated that these points, rather than being used to elevate his own realm, would be far better spent in cultivating a favorable relationship with the immortal, seeking his guidance in the realm of martial arts. Dedicated red envelope. Immortal, I wish to trade some cultivation resources with you. Jie Jiao Tianxian has claimed the dedicated red envelope. Jie Jiao Tianxian. I will provide suitable resources for you another day in the realm of martial arts. Thank you, Immortal. Excited. JPG. Grateful to tears. JPG. Tai Dan Shunho. Damn it. I also want to trade resources with the Immortal. Tearful. JPG. Hung Sa Lu Guo Qiangu ED. Damn it. I also want to trade resources with the Immortal. Tearful. JPG. Tao Hua Dao Xiao Chunyang. I also long for a chance to encounter the Immortal. Sob sob sob. Why didn't I trigger any task? Crying. Shuizhong Shizi. Jealous. Why didn't I receive any points? Contemplating life. JPG. The ultimate killing king. Can I say I'm envious too? Fortunately, I also received a reward of 10,000 points this time. Observing the envious remarks flooding the chat. Lian Xing couldn't help but feel fortunate. Ihua Gong second leader. Dedicated red envelope. Immortal, may I ask you to help me check my body? Shyly, JPG. After sending the red envelope, Lian Xing, who had been calm, suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Would she be rejected? Would the immortal disdain her, a mere mortal? She could not fathom why she was suddenly so concerned about the immortal's response. Jie Jiao Tianxian has claimed the dedicated red envelope. Jie Jiao Tianxian. I will guide you with your cultivation separately later, the second mistress of Ihua Palace. Hooray! What a surprise! JPG. So touching. JPG. Upon seeing the immortal's response, Lianxing's heart blossomed with joy. He did not refuse. He harbors feelings for me, the little chef of Peach Blossom Island. I admit, I am envious. I wish the immortal could provide me with some personal guidance, Sister Palace Master. Could you let me take a bite to vent my frustration? The emperor who swept across 6 nations. If only I were a daughter. Iron-willed divine marquis. If only I were a daughter. Persimmon in the snow. I wonder if the immortal mind's same-sex admiration. Ultimate killing king. Wipes sweat. JPG. Lin Ge had originally only 8,888 points remaining, but after defeating Feng Yuxiu in this task, he gained an additional 10,000 points, along with a 49,900-point resource red envelope from Feng Yuxiu and a 10,000-point red envelope from Lianxing. He now possessed a staggering total of 78,788 points. Such an abundance of points was simply inexhaustible. Gazing at the 5-digit sum in his account, Lin Ge was elated. The cultivation level of a true immortal is quite impressive in ordinary times. However, with the impending calamity of the gods, this strength is insufficient. Lin Ge immediately made a decision. Merit and virtue can wait. The pressing concern is to elevate his own cultivation, as per the usual strategy. He resolved to use all his points to break through his realm. After the true immortal comes the mysterious immortal, and following that, the golden immortal. Once he reaches the golden immortal realm, he would truly have a place in the world. Becoming a key figure on the 3 immortal islands, during the Great Calamity, he would no longer be mere cannon fodder, unworthy even of name. Only then could Lin Ge hope to wield some influence. He activated the Aura Concealment Mode. Initiate Breakthrough, ding. The Heavenly Mechanism Shield Mode has been activated, ding. The Realm Breakthrough function has been initiated. Energy required for your breakthrough is being allocated, ding. Pure high-quality energy detected, automatically switched to the optimal energy source. Commencing breakthrough. Congratulations, you have broken through to the 6th level of True Immortal. Consumed points. 15,000. Boom. Lin Ge's aura surged instantaneously, feeling countless strands of spiritual energy converge, washing through his meridians, refining his immortal body towards a higher level of existence. Something feels amiss? Suddenly, Lin Ge let out a surprised exclamation, sensing that this breakthrough was unusual. This time, the spiritual energy provided by the chat group for his breakthrough was evidently more pure and dense than before. Imbued with a sense of a higher order, it even brought about a long-lost feeling of metamorphosis during the breakthrough process. This level of spiritual energy was something Lin Ge had never absorbed before. Only the chat group could break the rules and lavishly provide it for his ascent to true immortality. Could it be that as my cultivation rises, my permissions in the chat group have also increased, allowing me to access these rare resources? Without further thought, he focused his intention once more. Continue the breakthrough. Lin Ge pressed on, reveling in the exhilarating surge of power. Congratulations, you have broken through to the 7th level of True Immortal. Consuming points. 16,000. Congratulations, you have broken through to the 8th level of True Immortal. Consuming points. 17,000. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, in Yushu Palace, a middle-aged man gazed skyward, contemplating the celestial energy forcibly drawn away to an unknown place by an unidentified power. At the same time, for Feng Yuxiu, who was feeling anxious, this was a sleepless night. The overwhelming influx of information since joining the chat group kept him tossing and turning, and the very existence of the immortal stirred immense anticipation for the future within him. In the era Feng Yuxiu lived, achieving his level of martial prowess was already considered legendary. He thought that after enduring so much, he had become indifferent to most matters. Yet now, he admitted that his heart was tumultuous. Akin to crashing waves, what kind of resources would the immortal trade with him? Could he embark on the path of cultivation? Even if he could not attain immortality, surely he could advance further in the martial realm. A person's martial world. Everyone, have you ever traded with the immortal before? I am quite nervous, eagerly anticipating the cultivation resources from the immortal. Anticipation. JPG, Persimmon in the Snow. Are you being pretentious? Iron-willed Divine Marquis. Speaking of which, we older ones have yet to trade with the immortal. However, the immortal has freely calculated some futures for us. The emperor who swept across 6 nations. Just the immortal's revelations about our futures are worth their weight in gold. A person's martial world. Shocked. JPG. The immortal can foresee the future. Is this something we can obtain for free? I too wish to know my future. Iron-willed Divine Marquis. Of course, if it weren't for the immortal's guidance, I might have gone astray, and my fate would have been dire. To think that not only is their strength terrifying, but they can also glimpse the future. What a divine art this is. On Peach Blossom Island, Huang Rong stared at the messages in the chat group, her face filled with astonishment, as her perception of Lin Ji's prowess was once again reshaped. Not only was he incredibly powerful, but he could also predict the future. He was practically omniscient. Simultaneously, she became excited. If that were the case, could she also have the opportunity to know the future and avoid dangers? The little chef of Peach Blossom Island, shocked. JPG, can we newcomers also enjoy such benefits for free? The second mistress of Yihua Palace. I'm not sure, but I suspect your futures won't be any better. Ultimate Killing King. What do you mean our futures won't be any better? The Fire Cloud evil god was taken aback. In his world, he was not to be called the number one, but he had no rivals and was solitary, without family or friends to worry about. In such a situation, how could his future possibly be dire? Could it be that a warlord from some faction would send someone to besiege him? Otherwise, the Fire Cloud evil god couldn't fathom who could pose a threat to him. Persimmon in the snow. You'll find out about the future soon enough. After all, the immortal has predicted it. None of us four old ones have a good ending, so I don't believe your futures will fare much better. A person S. Martial World. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island. Ultimate Killing King. The hearts of the three simultaneously jolted, a sense of unease washing over them. This is not good. Hearing Persimmon say that suddenly makes everything feel ominous. In the world of Hong Wang, Lin Ji's realm had thoroughly solidified. This moment, he had ascended from the 5th level of true immortal, breaking through 4 realms in succession. He had soared directly to the 9th level of true immortal, just one step away from breaking through to the mysterious immortal realm and entering a new world. Such rapid progress would surely draw exclamations from even Hong Jun or Pangu. Once he breaks through to the golden immortal, Tai, and Luo, he would give his master a delightful surprise. Lin Ge was in high spirits. Glancing at the chat group, he noted he still had 788 points remaining. Moving forward, he needed more points. The best way to acquire points is to trigger tasks. With a profound gaze, Lin Ge had been attentively monitoring the external news, understanding that the start of the Great Calamity was not far off. It was time to accelerate the pace of reaping the rewards. What valuable resources could Feng Yuxiu provide him? Scanning the message history in the group chat, Lin Ge pondered this question. The resources shouldn't be too valuable. Otherwise, once the group members gained sufficient benefits, they would become complacent, lying back and waiting for fate to take its course. In such a case, how could he entice them to work hard for points? Mutual benefit is the key to a win-win situation. However, they also shouldn't be too ordinary. Mundane techniques, even top-tier ones, would likely fail to capture everyone's interest. The group was not devoid of martial arts masters. Even some of the finest techniques might not pique their curiosity. Ideally, the resources should be effective quickly and be consumable resources from the cultivation world, which mortals could not obtain. This way, they could witness the benefits of celestial resources without being overwhelmed at once. Only then could he stimulate their appetite and encourage them to seek more. With this in mind, Lin Ge couldn't help but smile as several perfect resources tailored to the current situation emerged in his mind, guaranteed to incite a frenzy within the chat group. Ding! The Celestial from the GSX sent a special red envelope to a person S. Martial World, GSX Celestial. This is the cultivation resource I have prepared for you. It is sufficient for you to cultivate to a level where you are extraordinary and unafraid of firearms. Without a second thought, Lin Ge sent the resource through the red envelope. Instantly, the chat group erupted. Iron-willed Divine Marquis. We welcome the immortal. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island. A grand lemon-eating scene. Why am I not the one being envious? Sob, sob, sob. A person S. Martial World. Thank you. Immortal, for the treasure. Feng Yuxiu was extremely excited, his heart racing as he opened the red envelope. Ding! Member A person S. Martial World has received a special red envelope. At the same time, several items appeared in Feng Yuxiu's hands, accompanied by a prompt in his ear. Upon hearing the sound that whispered in his ear, Feng Yuxiu's eyes widened in shock, and an involuntary smile crept onto his lips. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a storage Qianquan Ring 999 Spirit Stones. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a transmission Jade Slip Sword Control Technique. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a transmission, Jade Slip Sky Ascension Technique. S's hands made contact with the two jade slips. They vanished into thin air, materializing within Feng Yushio's mind. Before he could even marvel at the astonishing turn of events, the contents of the slips surged forth, imprinting themselves indelibly in his memory. Having comprehended the essence of the two cultivation techniques, Feng Yushio was left utterly astonished, his mind trembling with excitement. One technique enabled him to wield flying swords, while the other granted him the ability to soar through the skies, as long as he expended spiritual energy. He could manifest these extraordinary celestial arts. In that moment, Feng Yushio could scarcely define his emotions. All he knew was that he was on the verge of bursting with exhilaration, a sensation he would never forget throughout his life. This was his first step into the immortal realm. All notions of martial prowess, combat skills, and weapon mastery were swept away by the joy of encountering a celestial opportunity. Unable to contain his elation, Feng Yushio burst into laughter, his voice echoing into the heavens. Cultivation techniques. Truly, cultivation techniques. I can fly, and I can command flying swords. How could any martial expert possibly contend with me now? After a moment of hearty laughter, Feng Yushio shook his head with a grin. With these two techniques, I could easily dominate former rivals, yet I still lack the means to withstand modern artillery. I must acquire more points. May the Celestial bestow upon me further teachings. Meanwhile, in the chat group, curiosity reached a fever pitch. The ancient Emperor Ying exclaimed, "A solitary martial world. Quickly reveal what the Celestial has bestowed upon you. Are you trying to drive me to rebellion?" Shuizhong Shi chimed in, "A solitary martial world. Don't make me beg you. Spill the truth." The second master of Ihua Palace asked, "A solitary martial world. What has the Celestial granted you?" The ultimate killing king declared, "A solitary martial world. You merely got lucky with the task. Next time, I shall surpass you." Iron-willed God Marquis added, "A solitary martial world. Do you possess cultivation resources?" Trading points for celestial treasures. You have struck gold. The little chef from Peach Blossom Island lamented, "What treasure has the Celestial bestowed upon you?" I am salivating with envy, seeing the flood of messages in the group. Feng Yushio promptly relayed the news, eager to share his joy. Of course, his delight was his own, while the pain fell upon his friends. As for their joy, that would have to wait. A solitary martial world. Jade Slip Screenshot. JPG, the Celestial has granted me a storage ring containing 999 spirit stones. Furthermore, I received 2 jade slips, each containing a celestial technique. At this moment, Feng Yushio felt an overwhelming sense of pride, determined to flaunt his fortune. These 2 techniques allow me to soar through the air, and the other enables me to control flying sword from hundreds of meters away, an impossible feat for mere mortals. Joyful. JPG. Astonished. JPG. Boom. The chat group fell silent, everyone stunned by Feng Yushio's news. Spirit stones? Celestial techniques? Truly, these are resources from the immortal realm. Even the most ordinary treasures were not present. In that instant, it felt as though everyone had missed out on a fortune, and they lamented their loss. Initially, they had anticipated that the Celestial might bestow some rare trinket from the mortal realm, or even a legendary martial art. However, they never expected the Celestial to genuinely offer resources from the immortal realm. Everyone reflected that, while these treasures were invaluable to them, they likely held little significance to the Celestial. Indeed, these precious artifacts, from the Celestial's perspective, were hardly worth a second thought. Everyone shared this sentiment. The ancient emperor who conquered 6 nations exclaimed, "I can't take it anymore. A solitary martial world. I'm coming to gather an army to seize those treasures. Blood on the blade. JPG. A solitary martial world. Ying, are you serious?" The second master of Ihua Palace replied, "Count me in. Let's team up to seize those treasures today." Iron-willed God Marquis joined. "Count me in. Let's team up to seize those treasures today." The little chef from Peach Blossom Island added, "Count me in. Let's team up to seize those treasures today." Shuizhong Shi chimed in. "Count me in. Let's team up to seize those treasures today." The ultimate killing king declared, "You all lack professionalism. I'll quietly infiltrate his realm and ambush him. A solitary martial world. Ultimate killing king. I know the rest are joking, but are you being serious?" At the mental hospital, the fire cloud, evil god paused, wondering if the desire to slay a solitary man could truly be concealed. Observing the group's lemon-sucking reactions, Lin Gu felt a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely how it should be, without competition. How could tasks be triggered? How could points be amassed? Meanwhile, the two techniques he imparted to Feng Yuxiu were merely the most rudimentary and commonplace methods from the primordial chaos. Yet, to his friends, they were unattainable celestial arts of the highest ordered. In truth, Lin Ji's intentions ran deeper. First, these two techniques ignited the passion and envy of everyone. Furthermore, Feng Yuxiu would soon experience the practical benefits of these techniques. Unlike the primordial chaos, their world lacked spiritual energy. Thus, to harness spiritual arts, one needed spirit stones. Once Feng Yuxiu grasped the advantages of celestial techniques, his consumption of spirit stones would accelerate, with a pressing demand for spirit stones. Amassing points would become an unavoidable outcome. Lin Gu smirked, anticipating the day when Feng Yuxiu would frantically seek tasks to trade for spirit stones, such as the advantage of monopolizing spirit stones. Celestial of a solitary martial world, the method to cast spells has been imparted to you. Simply mobilize the spiritual energy within the spirit stones according to the method, and you shall be able to perform these two techniques. A solitary martial world. Thank you, Celestial, for granting me your teachings. I, Feng Yuxiu, shall forever remember your kindness. Ecstatic. JPG. Shui Zhong Shizi. A solitary martial world. Should we not pay our respects to the Celestial? Iron-willed God Marquis. A solitary martial world. Should we not pay our respects to the Celestial? The ancient emperor who conquered 6 nations echoed. A solitary martial world. Should we not pay our respects to the Celestial? The second master of Yihua Palace added. A solitary martial world. Should we not pay our respects to the Celestial? The little chef from Peach Blossom Island chimed in. A solitary martial world. Should we not pay our respects to the Celestial? The ultimate killing king declared. A solitary martial world. Should we not pay our respects to the Celestial? One by one, the group began to curry favor with Lin Gu, eager to attach themselves to the Celestial's significant influence. This time, it was Feng Yuxiu who received treasures. Perhaps next time, it would be one of them. A solitary martial world. Bowing, JPG. Bowing, JPG Ding. The member of Solitary Martial World has initiated a live broadcast. In the stream, Feng Yuxiu fervently bowed. The Celestial had bestowed upon him such precious gifts. He would gladly bow and even serve the Celestial for years without hesitation. The Celestial had illuminated a path to immortality for a mere mortal. This was a profound grace, and Feng Yuxiu understood the importance of gratitude. Celestial of the second master of Yihua Palace. Are you now able to receive the guidance I promised you last time? Second master of Yihua Palace. Yes, absolutely. Will the Celestial be coming over now? Upon hearing the Celestial inquire about her, Lian Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Celestial of the... Indeed, he truly is coming. Upon receiving the response, Lian Xing's heart soared. She quickly typed a reply. Second master of Yihua Palace. Hooray! A private lesson with the Celestial. Shui Zhong Shizi. Why does the second master always manage to phrase serious matters so strangely? Iron-willed God Marquis. The second master's intentions are well known. She merely craves the Celestial's presence. The little chef from Peach Blossom Island added. In terms of innuendo, I cannot compete with Sister Lian Xing. Ignoring the banter of her comical friends, Lin Gu directly sent a teleportation request to Lian Xing. Since this visit was not intended to establish authority, he saw no need to make a grand entrance, so he refrained from forcibly crossing the void. Almost the instant the teleportation request was sent, Lian Xing opened the permissions, and Lin Gu found himself transported to her world. A stunning young woman clad in a white dress appeared before him. Celestial, you've arrived. Lian Xing gazed at Lin Gu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. A super aesthetics enthusiast. Lin Ji's flawless visage exceeded her wildest dreams, leaving her utterly captivated. It could be said that from the very first moment Lian Xing laid eyes on Lin Gu, she had submerged herself in the sea of love, utterly enchanted. To express it in her own words, how could there exist a man so remarkably handsome in the world? Why was every movement of the Celestial so striking? Faced with the exuberance of the girl before him, Lin Ge merely cast a casual glance, offering a gentle smile as he said, "My time is limited. I can only impart certain insights directly. Would you mind?" In the presence of the Celestial, Lian Xing had completely lost her ability to think, her gaze fixated upon Lin Ge. Dazed, she nodded. "Not at all. The Immortal's intentions towards me should be carried out directly." Lin Ge, without uttering another word, extended his hand to gently caress the top of Lian Xing's head. "Ah, is this the bestowal of enlightenment? I might just dissolve into bliss." Lian Xing obediently lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed and murmured in a sticky voice, "Lin Ge, could you refrain from uttering such easily misconstrued phrases?" After a brief pause, Lin Ge withdrew his hand, and Lian Xing immediately sensed a surge of profound martial insights flooding her mind. Many of these revelations were derived from the understanding of supreme masters, perspectives Lian Xing had never contemplated before. If such insights were to circulate in the world of martial arts, they would be deemed treasures of immeasurable worth. Following this enlightening experience, Lian Xing felt as if her thoughts had become remarkably clear, her cognitive speed flowing with unprecedented ease. This sensation was simply extraordinary, so wondrous. Lian Xing could not help but exclaim. With matters concluded, it was time for me to take my leave. Before Lian Xing could respond further, Lin Ji's figure vanished without a trace. "Immortal," Lian Xing lamented. "How could time pass so swiftly? I have yet to fully admire the Immortal's breathtaking visage. Next time, I must earn more points to ensure the Immortal grants me at least an hour of guidance." Princess of the Second Palace of Yihua. Incredible. The Immortal merely touched my head, and I feel as though I have attained a new level of clarity. My understanding of martial arts has transformed entirely. Adoration. JPG. I now truly comprehend the profound essence of the Immortal's touch. Bestowing longevity and wisdom. Sheetsy in the snow. Tears of joy. JPG. I can only continue to nibble on my lemon, the little chef of Peach Blossom Island. Envious of Sister Lian Xing, I too wish to have my head patted by the Immortal. The individual martial world. Envious. Can I reverse my resources to have the Immortal personally instruct me as well? The conqueror of the Six Nations, the Eternal Emperor. Are you indulging in Versailles? Individual martial world. Unaware of your own good fortune, if you do not wish to accept the Immortal's bestowed resources, kindly pass them to me. The individual martial world. Grinning foolishly, JPG. Was that not just a jest? Iron-willed divine Marquis. You, young one, have gone astray. Dare you tease an elder? Upon witnessing Feng Yuxiu and Lian Xing receiving such bountiful benefits through their dealings with the Immortal, the members of the group felt a surge of envy. In that moment, whether it was Ying Zheng, Zhu Wushi, those in positions of power, or the likes of Huiyun Xieshun, Su Fingyan, and Huang Rong, they all deeply realized the significance of points, with points in hand. As long as they traded with the Immortal, any resources could be obtained with ease, ensuring their path to eternal life and mastery of divine arts. How infuriating! Why is Feng Yuxiu's fortune so exceptional? He arrived and immediately triggered a task, earning 50,000 points, while I, an old member of the chat group, have yet to trigger a single task. In the Emperor's chamber, Ying Zheng pounded his chest in frustration. As the ruler of a nation, he rarely experienced such a feeling of yearning that seemed forever out of reach. Before joining the chat group, he had devoted himself to uncovering the secrets of immortality, attempting to create a potion for everlasting life with the might of his entire nation. Yet that was merely an act of desperation. In truth, Ying Zheng was well aware of the slim chances of success. However, he had to cling to the hope of a dead horse being treated as a live one. But now, the opportunity for genuine immortality lay before him, a guarantee for eternal life. And yet he found himself lacking the points to exchange for it. Who could possibly understand this anxious state of mind? Within the group, Zhu Wushi had already triggered 2 tasks, while Feng Yuxiu had managed to amass a staggering 50,000 points. What stature does Ying Zheng possess? If not more esteemed than these two, how can he tolerate such indignation? No. Ying Zheng resolved to investigate how to more easily trigger tasks. When the time comes, he would utilize the points obtained to beseech the immortal for the secret to eternal life. Meanwhile, the psychological states of the others mirrored that of Ying Zheng. Seeing Lian Xing and Feng Yuxiu reaping tangible benefits from their transactions, no one could remain calm. All were thrust into a state of frenzied excitement. They wished fervently to trigger a dozen or more tasks in a single day, amassing points to seek the favor of the immortal. At that moment, a message appeared in the chat group, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Jia Jiao Tianxian. Have you not noticed? Each time a task is triggered, it is invariably tied to the grand trends of that world. Even the special tasks triggered by Feng Yuxiu are related to the pinnacle martial prowess of that realm. Observing the group's enthusiasm being perfectly ignited, Linga naturally had no qualms about further encouraging them, guiding them towards the path of accumulating points. Shitsi in the snow. Wow. Hearing the immortal's words, I realize it to be true. Each task is indeed connected to the current world line and peak combat strength. Iron Will Divine Marquis. Indeed, I have also discovered that not only did the destined child, Cheng Shifei, trigger a task, but even the closely related Sushin did as well. The conqueror of the Six Nations, the Eternal Emperor. How could I have not thought of this? The immortal's foresight is beyond our comprehension. Princess of the Second Palace of Ihua. The immortal's thoughts are certainly not something we can fathom. Almost immediately, after being enlightened, the members of the group began to gleam with newfound determination, contemplating how to trigger tasks, especially for Ying Zheng, having already reached the pinnacle of a world, wielding boundless power and authority. With a mere word, countless individuals would rush forth to fulfill tasks for him. All he required was a singular direction. Now, Lin Ge had illuminated that very path for him. Zhu Wushi, harboring a similar mindset, after the previous night's group task, the commotion stirred up by the immortal had propelled his fame to new heights. The entire world was now aware that this iron-willed divine marquis had acquired heavenly fortune, linked to a being capable of obliterating worlds with a mere thought, causing Zhu Wushi's reputation to overshadow even the emperor, who regarded him with a mix of respect and trepidation. In fact, had it not been for Zhu Wushi's current disinterest in the throne, he could have easily staged a rebellion and claimed the title of emperor in a manner that seemed justified. Lian Xing, on the other hand, thought more simply. Earning more points would grant her the rightful opportunity to meet the immortal, the eternal Emperor Ying Zheng, altering the grand trends of the world. It seems there are not many trends I can change in my own realm. However, I command countless martial experts, yin-yang practitioners, Taoist celestial sects, military strategists, and shadowy spies, as well as the Golden Iron Cavalry and the Flowing Sand organizations of the martial world. All at my disposal. Should any of you require assistance, with a single command, I can mobilize a multitude of grandmasters to sweep through everything, conquering foreign worlds. Ying Zheng's thoughts were clear, before engaging in dealings with the immortal to forecast the future. He had no plans to instigate unrest within his own Qin dynasty to avoid unforeseen complications. However, in other worlds, he had no such reservations. He would directly send troops to conquer the realms of his fellow group members. Would that not count as altering the grand trends of the world? Certainly, it would. Meanwhile, in another world, Zhu Wushi was contemplating similar strategies. His reputation at Hulong Mountain had soared, and now countless martial experts sought to join his ranks. His overall combat strength significantly bolstered compared to before. Though his forces could not rival Ying Zheng's, they were still a formidable force not to be overlooked when it came to task completion. After some thought, Zhu Wushi set his sights on Huiyun Xiexin's world, recognizing the latter's poor connections as an opportunity to test the waters. Iron-willed divine marquis. Ultimate killing king. What is your strength? What level do you hold in your world? Ultimate killing king. My strength is merely that of the acquired realm, but I do not boast. In terms of martial prowess, I have yet to encounter anyone stronger than myself. Acquired realm, and I am invincible. If I bring the experts from Hulong Mountain, will we not simply wreak havoc? Zhu Wushi, upon reading Huiyun Xiexin's response, was momentarily taken aback, only to feel elated shortly thereafter. This implied that Huiyun Xiexin was indeed the strongest in that world, likely the destined child or the great antagonist spoken of by the immortal. making it easier to influence the grand trends and trigger tasks. After a mental calculation, Zhu Wushi quickly devised a plan that, in his view, Yun Xiexin's appearance and title sounded more like that of a great antagonist. Zhu Wushi, Ultimate Killing King. Do you wish to become emperor? I can come to your world and assist you in conquering the realm. Shitsi in the snow. Count me in, if my fellow members require assistance. I am duty-bound to help. Princess of the Second Palace of Ihua. Count me in too. If my fellow members require assistance, I must lend my aid. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island. I want to go too. The individual martial world. Count me in. The group gazed at Yun Xiexin with gleaming eyes, as if envisioning a bounty of points. After all, if they encountered no opponents due to the others' acquired realm strength. It signified that the overall environment of that world was not conducive to cultivation, and its martial prowess was likely not that formidable. Help me become emperor. Watching the messages scroll through the chat, Yun Xiexin was momentarily stunned, quickly deducing their intentions. They were planning to come to his world and cause a ruckus, believing that I, a mere practitioner of the acquired realm, could easily claim the title of the strongest on the same day. One might assume I am an easy target, which is why they flock here to complete tasks. The Fire Cloud Evil God is left speechless, although he has honed his martial skills to the point of madness. He is still aware of the external circumstances, the celestial of the Warrens. In the world where the Fire Cloud Evil God resides, matters are far from simple. With your current strength, attempting to breach his realm would undoubtedly lead to heavy casualties. As the warning from the Celestial echoed, everyone stood in stunned silence. They wholeheartedly trusted Lin Ji's words. Now that he had spoken, all were convinced that grave troubles indeed lurked in that world. Zhu Wushi's gaze turned icy, a palpable aura of killing intent emanating from him as he sent out a furious message. The Iron-Bone Divine Marquis. Ultimate Killing King. What is the meaning of this? Are you deceiving us? Pretending that your realm is weak, only to swindle us for personal gain. Do you wish to monopolize the chat group? The second master of Ihua Palace. Are you attempting to bring about our demise? Seeking to claim the Celestial for yourself? Snowy Persimmon. You, bald old man, how unexpectedly malicious of you. The emperor who swept the 6 nations. Ultimate Killing King. Are you aware of the consequences of treason? United in indignation, many had even begun to harbor murderous intentions towards the Fire Cloud Evil God. If true, it would mean he sought to profit by endangering lives. Such a scourge must not be allowed to remain. Observing the barrage of questioning messages, the Fire Cloud Evil God felt weary. Had he not yet finished his explanation, how had he suddenly become the villain? One must consider if he truly intended to harm his comrades. Would the Celestial allow him to escape unscathed? Fire Cloud Evil God. I swear, I am not lying. My skills are indeed unparalleled. The Celestial's words are not incorrect. I simply have not yet had the chance to elaborate on the specifics of my world. The fear of the evil god? JPG, Iron-Bone Divine Marquis. What is going on? You had better clarify, lest I take actions you won't like. Zhu Wushi, slightly calming down, listened to the tone of the Fire Cloud Evil God, which did not seem to indicate deceit. After all, the Celestial was present in the group. It was unlikely that anyone would dare to lie in front of such a being. He had come to the conclusion that perhaps the Fire Cloud Evil God was simply too isolated, having defeated a few individuals in some remote corner, leading him to believe himself invincible. Otherwise, how could both the notion of being unmatched in the acquired realm and the existence of a powerful world coexist? The emperor who swept the 6 nations, Ultimate Killing King, I advise you to confess honestly. Otherwise, I can immediately command someone to craft a specialized torture device for you, Ingzheng coldly remarked. Filled with fury, had it not been for the Celestial's warning, they might have been led to their doom by this fellow, Ultimate Killing King. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I reside in the Republic, and my world possesses weaponry akin to that of Feng Yuxiu. It is merely not as advanced. By the way, I can catch bullets. I am truly invincible in this world, which is precisely why I voluntarily remain in a psychiatric hospital. As I cannot find a worthy opponent, they truly believe they can confine me, the evil god, in his arrogance. JPG, Snowy Persimmon, how dare you claim to catch bullets? Have you forgotten how you were shot dead by Feng Yushio's random gunfire? The corpse of the Fire Cloud, Evil God, JPG, Ultimate Killing King. The Fire Cloud, Evil God nearly toppled from his chair. If this continued, their conversation would come to an abrupt end. Iron Bone, Divine Marquis. Your world has such firearms. I see. Zhu Wushi suddenly understood. Recalling the terror of being dominated by modern weaponry, it made sense that a world where martial arts were not highly developed could pose danger. Meanwhile, Lin Gu pondered the messages in the group. It appeared that despite his seemingly mad demeanor, the Fire Cloud Evil God was not entirely oblivious to international affairs. However, what the Fire Cloud Evil God did not realize was that, in fact, his world harbored experts far beyond his capabilities. The Celestial of the Ultimate Killing King. Your world is not as simple as you believe. There are those who can easily suppress you without the need for firearms. Ultimate Killing King. Someone can defeat me? Awakening from a near-death stupor, the evil god felt invigorated. Upon receiving this news, his first reaction was not fear, but exhilaration. For so many years, ever since he ascended to the top of the killer rankings, he had confined himself to the psychiatric hospital due to the lack of worthy opponents, even to the point of driving himself mad with martial arts. The only thing that could pique his interest was a formidable adversary capable of sparring with him. As for the individuals in the group, their disparities were too great to consider. However, if he could encounter an opponent within this world, it would undoubtedly be a boon for him. The others in the group, upon seeing the Celestial speak, were equally intrigued. Each revelation from the Celestial regarding the future was utterly shocking. The Celestial of the... Indeed, there are those stronger than you, but they're not evenly matched. The opponent may very well defeat you with one hand. Ultimate Killing King. The Fire Cloud Evil God was taken aback, suddenly losing the desire to seek a sparring match with this individual. He sought a worthy opponent, but not one that would mercilessly overpower him. Simultaneously, the Fire Cloud Evil God was immensely curious about this person. Were they the two singers on the killer rankings? Had they made significant progress over the years, or were they someone else entirely? He had heard no mention of their name. The Fire Cloud Evil God held great trust in the Celestial of the group. Such a transcendent being would never lower themselves to deceive him. A mere insect. Ultimate Killing King. How have I remained unaware of such a powerful figure's existence? I beseech the Celestial for enlightenment. Meanwhile, all were equally stirred by curiosity. The fact that the Fire Cloud Evil God had attained such heights in that era was sufficient proof of his talent and fortune, placing him at the pinnacle of his realm. Yet, to discover that there existed an even more formidable hidden master in the same era was astonishing. Just how powerful could a super expert from that period be? The Celestial of that individual is an old beggar. It is understandable that you are unaware of this. His strength far surpasses yours, even in a future unimpeded by interference. Merely a disciple he casually guided was capable of defeating you. That disciple is the destined child of that realm. And you are destined to be the villainous counterpart to the destined child. Buzzing, upon hearing this, the Fire Cloud Evil God felt his mind buzzing with confusion. His worldview was utterly shattered. What was happening? Merely a casually guided disciple had bested him. The depths of his world were more profound than he had imagined. It was one thing to have such a terrifying old beggar, but what of the destined child and the villainous counterpart? How could someone with such a righteous image as his be labeled a villain? Glancing at his tattered vest and flip-flops, then touching his bald head, he appeared to be the very picture of a harmless, elderly gentleman. Just because he was somewhat skilled in martial arts did not make him a villain. That was pure slander. What right did the destined child have to eliminate him? In an instant, the Fire Cloud Evil God felt overwhelmed, unable to process such an influx of information. Simultaneously, the others were also plunged into profound shock. For Zhu Wushi, he had previously speculated that the Fire Cloud Evil God might indeed be the destined child or the villain of that world. And now that suspicion had been confirmed. As for the others, the Celestial's terrifying deductive abilities left them in awe. How extraordinary it was to predict the future from across worlds, even discerning the identities of the destined child and the villainous counterpart. What immense power must that entail? It must be noted that the Celestial had not even encountered the old beggar or the destined child, possessing not a shred of information, yet had unraveled all their intricacies. Surely, the Celestial would not have expected that without ever meeting them, they would have their very essence laid bare. A wave of trepidation washed over them, deepening their reverence for the Celestial, in the presence of such a being capable of effortlessly perceiving the future. They felt as if their very existence was utterly transparent. Snowy persimmon. Everyone, I have uncovered a blind spot. ISNT the Marquis, also the villain of his world. Now the fire cloud, evil god, is too. Could it be that all of us in this group are inherently rebellious and ambitious? Shocked face. JPG, the emperor who swept the 6 nations. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Could I also be a villain? Should I preemptively eliminate the destined child? The second master of Ihua Palace. I hadn't thought much of it until now, but hearing your words has made me slightly uneasy. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island. Surely not. I have no ambitions. Does that mean I am also inherently rebellious? Little newbie trembles in fear. Huang Rong, witnessing her comrade's speculation, was equally astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. Observing these discussions in the group, Lin Gu could not help but chuckle. The banter of these group members always reminded him of casual chats in a past life, possessing a uniquely foolish charm. The Celestial of the... not necessarily. For instance, Su Fingyin is the destined child of his world. Snowy Persimmon. Ah, I'm actually the destined child. Overjoyed, JPG, upon seeing the Celestial's message, Su Fingyin couldn't contain his laughter. The destined child indeed. Such individuals are typically the ultimate victors, destined to reach the pinnacle of their era. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island. Little newbie seeks clarification. What does it mean to be the destined child? On Peach Blossom Island, Huang Rong was exceedingly anxious. She understood that the child of destiny generally signified a person of good fortune, yet the precise implications eluded her comprehension. Upon joining the chat group, she felt her knowledge was utterly inadequate, as new and unfamiliar vocabulary emerged daily. The second master of Ihua Palace commented, "The immortal once simply stated that the child of destiny is a being devoid of reason, capable of turning crises into fortuitous opportunities, perpetually encountering good fortune and serendipity, swiftly growing stronger as a favored child of heaven. You may interpret this as akin to being the illegitimate offspring of the heavens in a given world, someone to whom sustenance is effortlessly provided. Such beings exist." Huang Rong gazed in astonishment at Lian Xing's response. The others felt a stir of emotion. Several individuals within their chat group were, it seemed, children of destiny or their antagonists. What of the others? Might they also possess similar identities? Yet, upon reflection, it was somewhat acceptable. Those invited to the chat group were likely figures of significant consequence in their respective worlds, thus most probably belonging to one of these two categories. The ultimate killing king inquired, "Immortal, could you possibly reveal the origins of that old beggar? Contemplating life. JPG. Weak yet arrogant. JPG. Helpless. JPG. The conqueror of 6 nations expressed curiosity. JPG. The persimmon in the snow also voiced their curiosity. JPG. A multitude of messages flooded in as everyone became intrigued by this formidable being from another world. Why, despite possessing such immense strength, had he chosen to live as an old beggar? The Celestial of the GS sect remarked, "Since everyone is curious about this old beggar, allow me to share some insights about him." The second master of Ihua Palace replied, "I eagerly anticipated." The Celestial of the GS sect continued, "This individual currently goes by the name Wei Luo. However, he is not a figure from the Republic of China period, but rather from the Ming dynasty. And he has surpassed 500 years of age. His true name is Zheng He." The second master of Ihua Palace was left speechless. JPG. The persimmon in the snow echoed the sentiment. JPG. The iron-boned god Marquis was likewise dumbfounded. JPG. The Peach Blossom Island chef also shared this feeling of astonishment. JPG. The martial world of one reflected the same disbelief. JPG. Everyone felt they had gained new insights, astonished that in addition to the immortal's celestial realm, there existed individuals who had lived for over 5 centuries in an ordinary world. Over 500 years. In the palace of Xianyang, Ying Zheng gasped, his emotions spiraling out of control. This emperor had searched long and hard for news of immortality. only to discover such a being in the realm of the fire cloud, evil god. The conqueror of 6 nations queried, "Immortal, could this individual truly be an immortal?" Ing Zhang's question resonated with the collective curiosity of all present. Was this man genuinely an immortal, or merely a unique case that did not qualify as such? Yet, based on what the immortal had previously described regarding this individual's capabilities, a general consensus began to form among them. The Celestial of the GS sect affirmed, "Indeed, he is a genuine immortal from history." Without waiting for their reactions, Lin Guo continued to elaborate. The Zheng He of Ur was originally a eunuch during the Ming dynasty. He was later tasked with voyages to the west and amassed numerous achievements. Along the way, he unexpectedly acquired the blood of the auspicious beast, Dong Kong. Fearing persecution from treacherous officials, he consumed the blood of Dong Kong and thus attained an immortal constitution. From that point onward, he adopted a disguise as an old beggar, wandering through life. Silence enveloped the chat group as everyone immersed themselves in the tale of this old beggar recounted by the immortal. What an extraordinary life must that of an immortal encompass. No wonder the immortal suggested that the fire cloud, evil god, might barely stand a chance against him, after living for 5 centuries. Even casual practice could yield mastery of ordinary martial arts. Moreover, it remained uncertain what formidable skills Zheng he might have perfected over such an extensive period. In the world of snow, Su Fengnian was overwhelmed. Contemplating the mentality of an immortal who, after over 5 centuries of existence, chose to live as an old beggar, devoid of attachment to power. What trials and tribulations must he have endured? Although the immortal had not elaborated extensively, Su Fengnian had developed a profound interest in this immortal-esque story through the few words shared. Were it not for the immortal-esque presence, they might have remained oblivious to such fascinating secrets of the world. Unable to contain his curiosity, he sent a message inquiring further. The persimmon in the snow asked, "Might I inquire, immortal, about the current strength of that immortal being?" Silence fell upon the group, for Su Fengnian's question mirrored the curiosity of all present. Huang Rong, the fire cloud evil god, and Feng Yuxiu fell silent as well, their hearts racing with uncontainable excitement. They had only recently joined the group and lacked a clear understanding of the immortal-esque predictive abilities. Now, they fully perceived that this was far beyond mere prediction. It was akin to divine insight. It was as if nothing in the world remained a secret in the immortal's eyes, with inquiries about any individual or event revealing themselves as effortlessly as a palm reading. Upon seeing Su Fengnian's question, Lin Gu paused for a moment, pleased with the current atmosphere. After all, he wished to gain the respect of the group, not solely through martial prowess, but by revealing hidden truths. Regarding the old beggar's identity, his conclusions were drawn not from past memories, but from genuine deductions based on heavenly insights in that former movie, the identity of the old beggar was not disclosed. Yet, through Lin Ji's calculations, he discerned the clues. With his current capabilities, even across different realms, deducing the essence of a mortal was well within his grasp. The Celestial of the GS sect stated, Wei Luo, after concealing his true identity, did not neglect his martial arts. Throughout his journeys, he collected a wealth of unique techniques and mastered them. However, constrained by the environment, he has attained the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, making him the foremost martial artist of this era. The pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. The foremost martial artist of the age. Upon hearing this, the fire cloud evil god felt a shiver run down his spine, as if his very crown had been lifted, leaving him chilled to the bone. The others gasped in astonishment at this revelation. Indeed, the world was never short of extraordinary individuals. It was merely that they remained unknown to the masses. The limitations imposed by the environment were easily comprehensible. Just as the gradual depletion of spiritual energy would lower the maximum potential achievable by the strongest beings in a world, so too did the comparison between the fire cloud evil god and Zhu Wushi reveal a disparity in their respective realms. Yet this did not imply that if placed in the same world, the fire cloud evil god would certainly fall short of Zhu Wushi, considering that Wei Luo had achieved Grandmaster status in his time. How vastly superior he was when compared to the postnatal realm fire, cloud, evil god. If placed in a realm more conducive to cultivation, what heights might he have reached? The realization struck with increasing intensity. A master had long existed in close proximity, hidden in plain sight. The more one pondered, the more unsettling it became, as the notion dawned that an enigmatic grandmaster had been living right beneath their noses. Perhaps, unbeknownst to them, a pair of watchful eyes had been observing them from the shadows. They might have even crossed paths, the man appearing as an ordinary old beggar passing by. The fire cloud, evil god, felt a chill creep over him, his back damp with cold sweat. What could his intentions be? Was it truly just to wander through the world? Why had he ultimately been defeated by this beggar's disciple? The iron-boned god Marquis exclaimed. Let us highlight this. The world's number one. Furthermore, he is connected to the child of destiny. The ultimate killing king urged. You should challenge Wei Luo. This is a prime opportunity to trigger a mission. The persimmon in the snow added. Ultimate killing king. Seize this chance, if you cannot win. I am here to assist. The second master of Yihua Palace chimed in. Ultimate killing king. I too shall lend my aid should you falter. The conqueror of 6 nations declared. Ultimate killing king. Go forth with confidence. Do not forget that behind you stands 1,000,000 strong soldiers of my Qin. The Peach Blossom Island chef remarked. I shall refrain. I cannot compete. A new and timid presence expressed helplessness. JPG, the martial world of one quipped. When you challenge him, remember to livestream. I shall provide you with moral support, and we might even plot to ambush that grandmaster. The ultimate killing king felt his composure slip, an urge to unleash expletives rising within him. What did they mean by prime opportunity? What a reckless notion it was to challenge a grandmaster as a mere postnatal practitioner. He realized that these individuals had been utterly consumed by their obsession with points. They seemed eager for him to throw himself into danger, only to emerge and reap the rewards. What a duplicitous bunch they were. Choosing to ignore their chatter, the fire cloud evil god resolved to remain silent and focus on quietly developing his strength. In his past, he had been far too arrogant, failing to recognize the true dangers of this world. The notion of seeking out opponents for life and death battles was not something he would admit to anymore. The martial world of one pondered aloud. I find it curious why this immortal, possessing such formidable strength, does not lend his talents to the nation. Feng Yuxiu hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately posed the question. Though it may appear to carry the undertones of moral coercion, Feng Yuxiu was acutely aware of the humiliating and bloody history of China during the Republican era. Despite being an aficionado of martial arts, he could not help but reflect that had he been born in that tumultuous time, he too would have channeled his martial prowess towards the cause of vanquishing enemies. Meanwhile, that venerable immortal, possessing 5 centuries of accumulated wisdom and mastery, could undoubtedly rally countless souls with a single clarion call, stirring a tempest of fervor. Yet he remained oblivious to the intentions of this figure, who seemed to merely indulge in the pleasures of existence without a hint of interference in national affairs. Shuizhong Shizi inquired, during the Republican era, did the 9 provinces face significant troubles? Su Fingyan discerned an unusual tone in Feng Yuxiu's words and immediately pressed for clarification. It seemed as though the nation had been ensnared in some perilous predicament. Otherwise, why would such a question arise? The second master of Yihua Palace expressed curiosity. How could weaponry have advanced so rapidly in later times? When did those firearms and armored vehicles come into existence? Taidan Shunho remarked, as a person of the martial world, you ought to possess some knowledge of these developments. Why not enlighten us? The conqueror of 6 kingdoms, the eternal emperor, queried, what transpired in later times? How did these extraordinary and formidable weapons come to be? Upon noticing the inquiries, Feng Yuxiu, without hesitation, retrieved a volume on the history of the 9 provinces from his bookshelf and promptly uploaded it to the chat group. Ding! A member of the martial world has uploaded a group file. Upon hearing the notification, the others eagerly clicked to download. Yun Xieshan hesitated briefly before also downloading it. His curiosity piqued regarding the future trajectory of history and whether the 9 provinces would endure. What kind of era would emerge after the crucible of war? The conqueror of 6 kingdoms, the eternal emperor, exclaimed, the southern songs sheep-renting tribute, territorial concessions, indemnities, and the war of aggression against China. These are all events that transpired in our 9 provinces. As he perused the historical records within the document, Ying Zheng found it difficult to believe his own eyes, suspecting he might be hallucinating. an ominous chill creeping up his spine that a surge of intense fury erupted within him. Scoundrel! Zhu Wushi slammed his palm down, shattering the table before him. Before he opened the group file, he had never anticipated such humiliating events would occur in later times. As for the blood-soaked history of the Southern Song, he had long suffered over its irreversibility. But the existence of this chat group, coupled with the revelations of later humiliations, ignited within Zhu Wushi thoughts of unleashing a bloody retribution. Tai Dan Shunho demanded. Feng Yuxiu, I ask you, is the history recorded here entirely accurate? Is it consistent with what you know? The ultimate killing king affirmed. Indeed, it is consistent. However, in my era, the 9 provinces had yet to descend to such depths. I never anticipated such a future development. Yun Xieshin reflected, astonished that the era he inhabited would soon confront such a dark future. A member of the martial world declared, in the presence of the first emperor, the divine marquis, and the immortal, I dare not conceal the truth. The history recorded herein is wholly factual. Beiliang Shizi interjected, Southern Song, the Jingkong humiliation, the sheep-renting tribute. How could such a spineless dynasty exist? At that moment, Su Fengyan, who had been quietly absorbing the historical accounts, finally spoke. His expression bore an unparalleled shock. As a denizen of the Northern Song, he was particularly sensitive to events from the Song period. He could scarcely fathom that in the near future, such a humiliating and dark epic would arise, recorded for posterity as a cautionary tale, nailed to the pillar of shame within Yihua Palace. Lian Xing gazed at the historical facts in silence, grappling with the humiliation conveyed in the text, a sentiment no citizen of the 9 provinces could remain indifferent to. The little chef from Peach Blossom Island lamented, how could this be? The Yuan troops breached the capital. Did the Southern Song truly fall? On Peach Blossom Island, Huang Rong's gaze dimmed, filled with helplessness and disappointment. The Celestial of Jiejiao remarked, little chef from Peach Blossom Island, your future is to perish resisting the Yuan. Feeling compelled to speak, Lin Gu interjected, it is essential that I voice my thoughts. While lacking the ability to act previously, I find the current circumstances easily manageable, and I am unreservedly willing to eradicate the malignant tumors plaguing the 9 provinces. The conqueror of 6 kingdoms, the eternal emperor, asked, Immortal, shall we take action to obliterate the foreign barbarians, to slay those incompetent and malignant emperors? Ying Zheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation, having felt enraged upon witnessing those historical accounts. He had already been devising plans to exact vengeance on several surrounding barbaric states, particularly Japan, which he discovered to be a legacy of Sufu's mischief. This time, he would not allow its existence to persist, lest it harm future generations. The others, equally stirred, awaited the immortal's decision, all harboring a pent-up desire for vengeance, eager for a bloodbath. The Celestial of Jiejiao replied, however, I shall also personally participate. Upon hearing Lin Ji's response, a simple affirmation from him, the group collectively exhaled, filled with eagerness to eradicate the malignant tumors of the 9 provinces. At that moment, several notifications sounded from the chat group. Ding! Trigger group task. Restore order. Task requirements. Travel to the Southern Song era. Eliminate the hidden dangers of the 9 provinces. Vanquish foreign barbarians. And purge internal malignancies. Maximum number of participants. None. Task reward. 100,000 points. Distributed according to contributions. Ding! The little chef from Peach Blossom Island accepted the task. Ding! The ultimate killing king accepted the task. Ding! The conqueror of 6 kingdoms, the eternal emperor, accepted the task. Without a moment's hesitation, the group members took up the task. It was a serendipitous occurrence that their fervor had coincided with the triggering of the mission. The conqueror of 6 kingdoms, the eternal emperor, stated, I require a day to prepare the troops. Everyone should also be ready within a day. We shall reconvene tomorrow. Tai Dan Shunho added, I too need some time, as we are preparing to attack a nation and must ensure our combat strength is sufficient. The second master of Yihua Palace concurred. Then it is settled. We shall meet again tomorrow. Shuizhong Shizi remarked, I will borrow some experts from Su Xiao. See you tomorrow. For the veteran members, this mission differed significantly from their previous endeavor in Zhu Wushi's world, which had merely involved apprehending an individual. This time, They were to engage in warfare, perhaps even a war of annihilation, necessitating a serious approach that a day's preparation felt rather rushed, though an immortal would be overseeing their actions. They could not rely on the immortal for every task. Moreover, they were eager to unleash their pent-up rage in battle. On that day, in Xianyang, the Qin capital, vast armies were mobilized at full speed. While hidden special forces converged from various corners of the realm, Golden Fire Cavalry, Ironclad Warriors, Gongshu family's mechanical beasts, Ingzheng's Shadow Guard, all received orders to hasten to Xianyang. This stirred uncertainty among various hidden factions. Unsure of the emperor's intentions for such a grand mobilization, in the Ming dynasty, within the Longard Villa, Zhu Wushi had already chosen the individuals for this campaign, all of whom were experts of at least peak post-heaven realm. That day, the imperial palace was under strict guard. Upon hearing news from Longard Villa, Zhu Hozhao was utterly alarmed, recalling the day the immortal had descended, feeling no inclination to resist. Why had his uncle suddenly summoned so many experts to the capital? Such commotion surely suggested treasonous designs. Would he not conduct such a grand scheme openly? Was this in obedience to the immortal's divine will or his own? The following morning, Huang Rong, having scarcely slept, rested only briefly as a young maiden. This day was destined to be one of bloodshed, a time for the sun and moon to herald a new era, and moreover, she would witness the immortal's arrival. Previously, she had only seen the might of the immortal's actions in videos, yet had never glimpsed the immortal's true appearance. Filled with anticipation and excitement, Huang Rong skipped out of her room, eager to receive her friends and bring them over. After a moment's thought, she decided to first inform Huang Loxi, lest her father be startled into a heart attack. When Huang Loxi saw Huang Rong, he was practicing swordplay. Why do you have the time to come and learn swordsmanship today? Noticing his daughter's arrival, Huang Loxi did not turn around, remaining focused on his swordplay. Father, I have something to tell you. I hope you won't be frightened, Huang Rong said earnestly. Huang Loxi replied, what could possibly scare me? Huang Loxi was somewhat exasperated. His daughter had been spoiled since childhood, developing an eccentric personality, rarely taking anything seriously or dedicating herself to martial arts. Yet, Huang Loxi was soft-hearted. He wouldn't force Huang Rong to study if she lacked diligence in her training. This is truly important. Seeing her father's indifferent demeanor, Huang Rong pouted, emphasizing, just say it already, dilly-dallying is unseemly. Huang Loxi furrowed his brow. With this, Huang Rong found herself a loss for words. Should she mention that she had joined a chat group featuring Qin Shi Huang and deities? Would her father be able to accept that? Could he even comprehend what a chat group was? After pondering for a moment, Huang Rong directly stated, many people are coming today. Father, you must prepare yourself mentally. Huang Loxi maintained an impassive expression as he practiced his swordplay, dismissing distractions, his mind undisturbed. Let them come. I won't mind if you invite a few friends over. However, the number may indeed be quite substantial. This thought lingered unspoken in his mind when Huang Rong received a message from the chat group. The Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms, Peach Blossom Island's little chef, I am ready. Please open the world portal. Iron-willed God of War, Peach Blossom Island's little chef, I request the opening of the portal. Second Master of Ihua Palace, Peach Blossom Island's little chef, please grant me the transmission rights. Persimmons in the Snow, Peach Blossom Island's little chef. I am ready, requesting access. A martial world of one, requesting access. Ultimate Assassin King, Peach Blossom Island's little chef, I request the world rights. Huang Rong quickly replied, Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Don't rush. I will open the permissions immediately, one by one. Hiss. As Huang Loxi danced with his sword, gradually entering a state of focus, he suddenly retracted his energy, landing on the ground, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Huang Rong. What was happening? Huang Loxi's mind was momentarily in disarray. He had just caught a glimpse of someone suddenly appearing beside Huang Rong. It wasn't he in normal arrival. It was abrupt, out of nowhere. What on earth? He turned to look and indeed saw a dignified man clad in a nine-dragon robe standing not far from Huang Rong. Huang Loxi pointed at Ingzheng, his voice filled with uncertainty, thinking he might have just been seeing things, or perhaps this man had run over quickly. Just as he pondered this, yet another figure appeared out of thin air. Huang Laxi's eyes widened in astonishment. This time, he clearly saw it. This person had undoubtedly materialized from thin air. On the other side, while Huang Laxi blinked in disbelief, closing and opening his eyes as if questioning his own sanity, more figures began to descend into this world. After several group members arrived, they greeted Huang Rong. Zhu Wushi politely addressed Ing Zheng. The first emperor must still have a large number of troops yet to be summoned. I too have my forces. Shall we assist one another? Ing Zheng nodded. Agreed. Let's exchange red envelopes to summon our personnel to this world. Boom! Countless figures descended from the heavens, due to their sheer number. Many were even dropped outside the island, plunging into the water, forced to swim around Peach Blossom Island. Huang Laxi stood in a daze, his mind in a state of shutdown as he beheld the scene before him, utterly unsure how to react. So many masters? Huang Rong exclaimed, for it was her first encounter with the meaning of a sea of people. One could only imagine the scene of tens of thousands crammed onto a small island. Huang Rong even fancied that if these people intended to assault Peach Blossom Island, they might not even need to lift a finger. Merely running around the island would suffice to flatten it. Moreover, what shocked her even more was the strength of these troops and hidden guards. Each individual radiated an aura that felt formidable. Upon witnessing the arrival of the army, Ing Zheng immediately issued military orders. All personnel, stand by, do not provoke any incidents. Zhu Wushi promptly reminded his subordinates, for they were on the territory of a friend and could not cause trouble here. Lian Xing, Feng Yuxiu, Yun Xieshun, and Su Fengyan had come almost entirely on their own, finding it rather easy. Only Su Fengyan had brought along several skilled individuals to assist. You all, only now, hearing Ing Zheng and Zhu Wushi converse, did Huang Laxi regain some semblance of awareness. Gazing at the terrifying display of 1,000 troops, Huang Laxi wiped his non-existent sweat from his brow, preparing to test the waters. Suddenly, he recalled his daughter had previously advised him not to be alarmed by any occurrences. Could this be what she meant? Observing Huang Rong converse easily with these mysterious guests, it seemed indeed to be the case. Casting an exasperated glare at Huang Rong, Huang Laxi felt utterly drained. His head felt heavy as a mountain. Even now, he had yet to comprehend the situation. Were these people teleporting here? Just as he was about to approach and inquire, suddenly, the world fell into silence. The tens of thousands surrounding Peach Blossom Island simultaneously quieted down as an impeccably handsome man with an extraordinary demeanor appeared in the air, gradually descending. What astonished Huang Laxi the most was that while the previous individuals fell to the ground upon arriving, this man seemed to defy gravity, suspended in the air. Who is this man? At this moment, even the dullest of minds could discern this person's exceptional nature, as if he occupied a position of utmost importance. While Huang Laxi remained at a loss, the multitude, under his bewildered gaze, simultaneously knelt, calling out, "We humbly welcome the immortal." The world at that moment seemed to lose its color, countless warm beams of light concentrating on Lin Gu, reminiscent of the legendary scene of a true deity descending to the mortal realm. Huang Laxi swallowed hard, unknowingly kneeling to the ground as well. Feeling no sense of incongruity, it was as though this individual was destined to receive the worship of all beings. It appears you are all prepared. Let us commence. Lin Gu smiled lightly at the bowing crowd, with utmost respect to the immortal's orders. Everyone responded in unison. Brothers of Hulong Villa, follow me, Zhu Wushi bellowed. Leading numerous warriors away from Peach Blossom Island, Dong Huang Tai, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Wang Bin, Zhang Han, you shall command this operation. Ing Zheng's expression turned solemn as he instructed those beside him. Yes, aside from Gainia, who remained behind for protection, several grandmasters vanished from Ing Zheng's side, leading their respective subordinates to depart the island, while mechanical beasts began to activate and move. The former leader of the Luowang organization, Zhao Gao, had been executed after enduring torture, temporarily replaced by Zhang Han to lead the charge, with the first emperor personally overseeing the battle, and even witnessing the crossing of realms and the arrival of an immortal. The entire Qin army felt a profound sense of shock and exhilaration. Not daring to show any signs of lethargy, It was crucial to realize that a true immortal was observing their every move. Zheng had previously conducted a pre-battle mobilization, informing everyone that they would be crossing realms and witnessing divine miracles. To legitimize their cause, he proclaimed the enemy's crimes, asserting that this operation was righteous. First to eradicate the Southern Song, then to eliminate the barbarians, they needn't harbor any qualms about the slaughter. Nearly 100,000 troops mobilized in an impressive display. The formations Huang Laoxi had set up on the island became ineffective against such a massive assembly of skilled warriors. Easily dismantled, Huang Laoxi remained in a daze, watching the scene unfold, utterly unsure how to respond. Even now, he felt as if he were dreaming. The events of the day had been so absurd that it felt as though he had awakened in a different world. Surrounded by bizarre phenomena that left his mind struggling to keep pace. Xiaoming, Tianyin, you are responsible for serving the immortal well. Zheng added. Beside him, 3 stunning maidens, each with natural beauty and distinct charm, could all be deemed national treasures. Upon hearing the first emperor's command, the 3 women paused momentarily. Ignoring the hesitance of the 2 beside her, Tianyin stepped forward towards Lin Gu, jesting, "This is a true immortal." Even the first emperor shows utmost reverence to his presence, and he himself is extraordinarily handsome. Being his maidservant is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To them, serving such an immortal was, in fact, an elevation of their status. With clarity in her heart, Tianyin first bowed to Lin Gu, taking her place beside him. Xiaoming and Xiaoming, after a slight hesitation, promptly followed suit. A red sleeve adds fragrance, enhancing the elegance. Lin Gu waved his hand, and a magical deer-drawn carriage materialized before everyone. Be seated. Lin Ji's voice was calm and measured. "Thank you, immortal." The maidens bowed in unison, taking their seats in the deer carriage, their curiosity piqued by the mystical deer ahead. "Yo!" The magical deer called out, its front hooves stepping forward, and amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd, it soared into the air. Su Fengyan wore a wry smile, lamenting, "I regret it once more. Why didn't Su Xiao give birth to a daughter? Hey, second sister, why aren't you sharing our joys and hardships?" Beside him, Su Weisheng paid him no mind and strode purposefully towards the celestial deer carriage, while Qing Miao silently followed in his wake. Not far off, Huan Xieshun and Feng Yuxiu trembled as they gazed at the immortal in the sky, acutely aware of the chilling malice of the world around them. Were they truly the lowest in rank within the group? Observing others gathered in clusters, their presence adorned with vibrant silks, they felt the stark isolation of being 2 inexperienced newcomers, painfully aware of the immense chasm that existed between individuals. How they longed to ride in that celestial deer carriage. Watching it soar into the sky, Lianxing felt as though she had consumed 100 lemons. Regrettably, she had not brought along any disciples from the Yihua Palace during her visit to the world. She had to rely solely on her own strength to slay enemies and earn points. Unable to accompany the immortal, in contrast, Huang Rong, her eyes brightening at the sight of the ascending deer carriage, turned to Huang Laoxi and said, "Father, I shall take my leave with my friends. You may continue your sword practice here." She understood her own limitations. Even if she fought valiantly, accumulating points would prove difficult. It was far more prudent to accompany the immortal and attempt to curry favor that moment. Huang Laoxi had lost his ability to articulate, his eyes unfocused, as if he had relinquished all thought. Hearing her words, he vacantly nodded, clearly needing a significant amount of time to recover. Observing this, Huang Rong dashed to the base of the deer carriage and called out, "Immortal, may I hitch a ride?" Su Weisheng and Qing Miao, unwilling to be outdone, added, "Having endured a taxing journey, we wish to serve the immortal. We kindly ask for your permission." "Granted," came the voice from the carriage, and 2 beams of radiant light descended, lifting them into the air and onto the deer carriage. "Old Huang, shall we depart as well? You must exert yourself more this time, so we can earn more points and enjoy better days ahead." Truly, the visage of a genuine immortal was unparalleled in grace. Old Huang gazed at the receding deer carriage, a sigh escaping him before he added with a smile, "Rest assured, young master, today you shall witness the true extent of my capabilities. Since you claim the chat group is indeed real, I need not hold back any longer. It is time to get serious. Bluster all you like. Just do your best, and do not overexert yourself." Su Fengyin chuckled dismissively. Meanwhile, Queen Xie suddenly turned to Feng Yuxiu and, with a mischievous glint in his eye, inquired, "Kid, do you still have those foreign guns and cannons for last time? Could you lend me some?" This lad often undermined himself in the group. In truth, he harbored a desire to eliminate Feng Yuxiu. However, with the immortal present in this realm, he would not dare to strike against a fellow group member without cause. "You still want some?" Feng Yuxiu's voice rose incredulously as he regarded Huiyun Xie like a fool. "Those are heavily regulated on our side. I could barely manage to bring a single pistol." Irritated by the incredulous look directed at him, Huiyun Xie retorted, "Do you think I covet them? Unlike you, I can wreak havoc without foreign guns." Before Feng Yuxiu could respond, Huiyun Xie unleashed his true energy. Inhaling deeply as his body swelled like a great frog, leaping nearly 100 meters and rapidly bounding towards the edge of the island. In the next moment, a shadow shot past him from above, swiftly vanishing, leaving only the figure soaring on a sword, and Feng Yuxiu's hearty laughter behind. "The frog technique is nothing to write home about. Have you forgotten I possess the flight and sword control techniques bestowed upon me by the immortal?" Ha ha! Within the grand hall of the imperial palace, officials of the Song dynasty were dutifully attending court. To the center of the hall, Emperor Ningzong of Song, Zhao Qua, donned his imperial robes, appearing lethargic and lacking focus. Though his attire was meticulously arranged and pristine, giving him the semblance of a competent emperor, this was his guiding principle. Regardless of his inner workings, he must maintain the facade of diligence, representing that, at the very least, he had made an effort. The court remained eerily silent as the Prime Minister, Lord Shi, refrained from uttering a word. Who dared break the stillness? Sherman surveyed the room with an impassive expression, feeling a modicum of satisfaction. His political adversaries had been thoroughly dealt with, and even those who harbored discontent toward him dared not openly oppose him. He bore no guilt for those he had eliminated. Serving in government without seeking personal gain was an absurdity. Those who dared to oppose him deserved their fate. Of course, he still had ample time to deal with any remaining dissenters in the future. Clearing his throat, Sherman declared, "I have a petition to present." Zhao Qua pinched the flesh of his face to force a smile, striving to present himself as a humble and sagacious ruler. "Announce it." "Prime Minister, what counsel do you have? Speak boldly. As long as it is reasonable, I shall not disregard your wise admonitions." The officials exchanged incredulous glances. Of course, the Prime Minister would speak freely, for the entire court was filled with his confidence. Transformed into a mere echo chamber, the Emperor, in his naivety, posed no threat to the Prime Minister. News had arrived from the Jin emissaries expressing dissatisfaction with the quality of the beautiful maiden supplied this year. Hoping such a situation would not recur, Sherman's expression remained calm as he conveyed this message without revealing a hint of emotion. Our Song dynasty has only recently attained a fragile peace. To avert conflict, I propose we appoint individuals to specifically select beautiful women from the populace to curry favor with the Jin. A profound silence enveloped the court. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The suggestion of selecting beautiful women was, in reality, a euphemism for forcibly capturing attractive women to offer to the enemy in exchange for peace. How utterly disgraceful! How humiliating! Upon hearing such a bombastic statement, some ministers could scarcely contain their indignation. Zhao Qua feigned deep contemplation, though he had not truly grasped Sherman's intentions. After a moment, he nodded. "What you say holds merit. However," the air grew tense. What was happening? Was the Emperor about to unprecedentedly counter the Prime Minister? Surely, they were not still asleep. Were they? Had they truly misjudged him all this time? Before the officials could ponder further, Zhao Qua continued, "This matter shall be entrusted to you, Prime Minister, to handle at your discretion, but you must take care of the manpower and expenses involved." This meant, in essence, that he would not interfere, but the burden of human resources and financial costs rested solely on Sherman. The officials collectively thought, indeed, one should never harbor strange expectations of this fool. "Your Majesty is wise." Sherman bowed slightly, his smile fleeting as the glimmer of triumph danced in his eyes. Just then, an individual could no longer contain themselves. bursting forth from the crowd. This person, aware that their descent would likely lead to their demise, cast aside all caution. Since death was inevitable, they might as well express their grievances first. With righteous fury, they pointed an accusatory finger at Shermuyun, exclaiming, "Shermuyun, you treacherous fiend, capturing virtuous women to appease the enemy. Why do you not send your own female relatives to the Jin to entertain them? You despicable wretch!" After lambasting Shermuyun, the individual turned their ire towards Zhao Qua, shouting, "You foolish imbecile, believing the treacherous flatterers, thinking yourself wise. Why do you not go and join them?" Their words were laced with invective, delivered at a rapid pace, as if they were expelling years of pent-up frustration. Feeling a sense of clarity wash over them, that to insult the emperor was a grave offense, warranting execution, along with the punishment of their entire family. With the womenfolk consigned to the brothels, Shermuyun furrowed his brow, remaining unperturbed. These remaining dissenters could only find fleeting solace in their verbal outbursts. Otherwise, they would not have so foolishly exposed themselves in such a manner. Zhao Qua's expression darkened. He was torn between executing this individual or sparing them to demonstrate his magnanimity. Though their insults had been egregiously excessive, Zhao Qua found himself deep in thought, his mind teetering on the brink of overload. Immediately, guards rushed forward to apprehend the individual. Realizing their fate was sealed, the person slumped in resignation. While they had enjoyed a moment of catharsis, the grim conclusion awaited them. Surely, there would be no favorable outcome. "I have no regrets. It is my family that shall suffer." Despair flickered in their eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from above the hall as a disheveled old man in a suit and leather shoes descended from the ceiling, landing squarely in the center of the chamber. Those caught unawares were crushed beneath falling debris. The remaining individuals turned in unison, bewildered. What was happening? How could such a grand hall have exploded so suddenly? Who was this oddly dressed old man? An assassination attempt? Call for help. Where are the Imperial Guards? Where is the Forbidden Army? Many officials immediately reacted, craning their necks and shouting, clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shermuyun felt an immediate sense of danger, a peak expert of the post-heaven realm. If it were merely a singular master, there would be no cause for alarm. After all, Shermuyun himself is also a practitioner of the acquired realm. Such levels of expertise are not uncommon in the martial world. However, a figure of this caliber should not be present here. How on earth did he manage to reach the Golden Lawn Hall? Does he have accomplices? And whose scheme is this? Thoughts raced through Shermuyun's mind as he cast a glance at the defiant official. Was he the one orchestrating this? Enough shouting. Your underlings have long since been dispatched by me. The fiery cloud evil god, growing impatient, brushed off the dirt from his suit and muttered to himself. How clever of me to come directly to slay the emperor. The points I could earn may well be far greater. My efforts to enhance my appearance today were not in vain. All resolved, both Shermuyun and Zhao Qua were struck with profound terror. Had the Imperial City Guard truly vanished without a trace? How was this possible? Shermuyun realized he had underestimated this individual. Although he was merely at the acquired realm, the martial arts he practiced were likely far more formidable than he had anticipated. I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, I shall kill him outright. Shermuyun moved swiftly, pushing aside the two guards who had seized the official, gripping his neck as if it were a lifeline, and viciously addressed the fiery cloud evil god. Whoosh, whoosh, before the fiery cloud evil god could respond. Several figures, exuding an aura of terrifying power, surged into the hall. Shermuyun's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. In his perception, each of these individuals radiated a presence far more fearsome than that of the old man. His mind was in disarray. What was happening? How had so many unknown masters suddenly appeared in the Great Song? From what he understood, even the entirety of the Great Song's experts combined could not match the sense of threat these individuals presented. What was the current situation? Zhu Wushi surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over Shermuyun and the official in his grasp. Spotting Zhao Qua, his eyes brightened slightly, and he discreetly inquired of the fiery cloud evil god. The fiery cloud evil god's smile faltered. It seemed his plans had gone awry. He was not the only one who had thought to eliminate the emperor. with the arrival of these formidable figures. What role could he possibly play? Zhao Kuo felt a chill run down his spine under the scrutiny of these individuals, sensing an ominous malice directed at him. It was as if a pack of wolves, starved for half a month, had set their sights on a plump sheep. Help! How terrifying! Zhao Kuo screamed inwardly. Esteemed heroes, pay me no mind. My demise is inconsequential. You must cleanse the court, the official, struggling in Shi Miyuan's grip, suddenly cried out with fervor. Could it be that they truly intended to rescue him? Shi Miyuan was taken aback, tightening his hold even further. Who the hell are you? The fiery cloud, evil god. Scratching his nose and flicking away a clump of dirt, asked with a puzzled expression. Zhao Kuo, Shi Miyuan, official. The emperor and the numerous ministers looked towards the official, realizing that he did not recognize the man at all. However, this only heightened their anxiety. They had thought they possessed some leverage, only to find themselves bereft of anything. My apologies. I was merely jesting. I heard everything you said earlier, chuckled the fiery cloud, evil god. Addressing the official, young man, I must say I admire you. Hence, I shall spare your life this time. But whether you can survive is entirely up to you. Fiery cloud, evil god, you intend to claim the emperor's head for yourself? Zhu Wushi replied sternly, turning his gaze toward the fiery cloud, evil god with a hint of malice. A mere nobody, not even at the innate realm, dares to vie for points with me. I could dispatch you with ease. Points can be exchanged for resources to aid in cultivation from celestial beings in other words, points equate to opportunities for transcendence. Anyone who seeks to snatch such opportunities is my sworn enemy. Thus, it would be entirely reasonable to kill the fiery cloud, evil god. Furthermore, that old man had previously spoken disrespectfully to the celestial beings. They would not deign to lower themselves to target a mere mortal. Those serving under him ought to understand how to navigate such hierarchies. Zhu Wushi scrutinized the fiery cloud, evil god, already contemplating which bone to break first. How could I dare compete with the divine marquis? The fiery cloud, evil god felt a chill creep down his spine under Zhu Wushi's gaze, stepping back a few paces while forcing a smile on the dragon throne. Zhao Kuo was at a loss. Thinking, I am right here, listening. Is it truly appropriate for you to discuss the matter of heads before me? The head of the Emperor of the Southern Song is claimed by His Majesty Qin Shi Huang. A booming voice resonated, followed by countless assassins descending like rain, swiftly surrounding everyone within the hall. At the forefront stood Zhang Han of the Great Qin dynasty, accompanied by the 6 sword servants. The forces of the Luo network and the Shadow Secret Guards had all arrived. It appears I have come at precisely the right moment. A resonant voice echoed as a figure strode in through the main entrance, exuding immense pressure upon all present. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhu Wushi's expression grew grave, filled with an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Dong Huang Tai Yi, flanked by the 2 protective celestial spirits of the Yin-Yang school. The moon goddess. All 3 were masters of great renown, with Dong Huang Tai Yi surpassing them as a being of heavenly unity. Damn! Zhu Wushi maintained a calm exterior while cursing inwardly, although Qin Shi Huang was weak in personal strength. The power wielded by his subordinates was exceedingly formidable. Merely a portion of their might could annihilate the forces of the Dragon Guardian Villa. Initially, Zhu Wushi had held Qin Shi Huang in contempt, believing him solely fixated on immortality and posing little threat to himself. Yet now he understood what it meant to be truly outmatched. There was no escaping. It seemed he must concede this time. The presence of Zhang Han and the 6 sword servants alone was enough to make Zhu Wushi wary, and the existence of Dong Huang Tai Yi was a source of immense apprehension. Even he could not fathom the depths of his aura. Divine Marquis, Zhao Kuo is the one whom His Majesty the First Emperor desires to eliminate. Should you refuse to depart, we will be forced to engage in battle. Zhang Han spoke courteously, acknowledging that Zhu Wushi could be considered a friend of the First Emperor. Although they were not intimidated by Zhu Wushi's strength, they were ultimately mere subordinates. Ha ha ha! Zhu Wushi suddenly burst into laughter, leaving those around him bewildered, questioning whether he had lost his mind in the face of reality. I had originally set my sights on Zhao Kuo's head, since the First Emperor desires it. Let him have it. Do remember to inform him that he owes me a favor. Zhu Wushi chuckled, patting Zhang Han on the shoulder before turning to leave, as if he had genuinely relinquished the head as a gesture of goodwill. Zhang Han felt speechless. The first emperor's friend was indeed shameless. However, whether this truly counted as a favor was something he would have to relay to His Majesty for a decision. With Zhu Wushi's departure, the fiery cloud, evil god, felt even less inclined to entertain any thoughts, merely gesturing toward the official, saying, "Gentlemen, this young man is still a competent minister. Please spare his life when you strike. Esteemed heroes, what are your intentions? If there are matters to discuss, let us do so calmly, and do not act rashly." At this moment, Shermiyun could no longer remain composed, hastily interjecting. He had realized that this group was specifically here to slay the emperor and intended to leave no ministers alive. Shermiyun was horrified. Where had such unfathomable desperados come from? Meanwhile, facing the life-and-death crisis from the Dragon Throne, Zhao Kuo seemed to have gained clarity, recognizing that these individuals were here to kill him. He quickly exclaimed, "Esteemed sirs, let us speak amicably. I can offer you a share of the realm, and supply you annually." Truly, the great Jin operates in such a manner. Swish! No sooner had he spoken than a streak of sword energy sliced through the air, and the emperor and numerous ministers suddenly found their vision blurring. Moments later, their surroundings swayed as they perceived their bodies collapsing backward. Am I dead? This was the final thought of Zhao Kuo. Shermiyun and the many ministers. Bang, 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 bang. It was only then that the sound of severed heads hitting the ground reverberated throughout the hall. The lone surviving official, eyes wide with horror, pushed aside the corpses of Shermiyun and the others, trembling as he stood. Upon gazing forward, he found that all the assassins and killers of the Great Qin had already departed, leaving him as the sole survivor in the vast hall. Faintly, he could still hear dispassionate voices conversing. Such a person is fit to be emperor. Indeed, His Majesty the First Emperor was correct. This is a dynasty that ought to be eradicated. The official sat dazed on the ground, uncertain how to respond to the unfolding events. How had it escalated to this point so suddenly? Perhaps the Southern Song had festered too deeply in corruption. It truly deserved to be annihilated. Ha ha! The official appeared deranged, dancing and laughing maniacally amidst the blood-soaked hall. "Damn it!" he suddenly exclaimed, having glimpsed something unidentifiable, and desperately fled outside. Boom! Rumble! At the moment the official dashed out, the hall collapsed with a thunderous roar. It was a strikingly smooth and orderly cut, cleaving the entire hall in half. The same sword that previously beheaded numerous individuals has struck again. At that very moment, the imperial troops of the Southern Song dynasty, the divine martial army, faced an overwhelming onslaught. Under the meticulously selected soldiers of the Great Qin and the Hulong Mountain Manor, they appeared to be subjected to a dimensional strike, utterly powerless to resist. Often, they would succumb to death without even catching a glimpse of their assailants, the likes of Lian Xing, Su Fengyan, Feng Yuxiu, and the fire cloud, evil god, dashed across the battlefield, assassinating high-ranking generals in various locations, all in pursuit of amassing points for this mission. Smoke billowed in all directions, and the martial world had descended into chaos. Amidst this prevailing tide, some renowned masters sealed their mountain gates in silence, while nameless individuals, unaware of the truth, sought to carve out a future for themselves by participating in the slaughter. "I shall grant you 1 hour. After that, I will take action." The resounding voice echoed in the sky, reaching the ears of every member in the chat group, compelling them to fight with even greater fervor. They recognized this as a celestial blessing, an opportunity to earn points. Otherwise, with the power of the celestial being, the task could be accomplished in an instant. Naturally, such a grand-scale battle could not be resolved in a fleeting moment, and the celestial being could not afford to squander time with them. Hence the establishment of a time limit. The majestic sound also reverberated to every inhabitant of the Southern Song. Upon hearing Lin Ji's voice, an overwhelming sense of sanctity surged within everyone, igniting thoughts of kneeling and submission. At that instant, the Southern Song army lost all will to fight, as if it were fate. It was the will of the heavens. The dynasty's tyrannical actions had drawn the ire of the heavens, which sought to topple and rebuild it. A multitude of soldiers cast aside their helmets and armor, crying out in desperation. They perceived that continuing to resist had lost all significance. The divine was enraged. And further defiance would be an affront to the heavens, deserving of punishment. In feudal times, any peculiar phenomena were often interpreted as heavenly signs. Moreover, they were witnessing a true miracle at this moment. Wang Chongyang of the Chuanjin sect, feigning death, opened his eyes wide at the booming celestial sound, filled with disbelief. Are there really celestial beings? In that moment, Wang Chongyang's worldview, shaped over decades of cultivation, shattered into fragments. He could affirm with absolute certainty that the resounding voice was not something any martial arts master could produce. Could it be that a celestial being had truly descended? Overcome with excitement, tears streamed down Wang Chongyang's face as his body trembled uncontrollably, sweat pouring from him like a summer deluge. Oh, heavens, do not forsake me. No longer exuding the demeanor of the Chuanjin sect's founder, he resembled a child, overwhelmed with emotion. After decades of cultivation, he finally received the answer he had long sought. The tales were not mere legends. True divine beings existed in this world, with a sudden leap of 3 meters. Wang Chongyang dashed down the mountain, eager to witness and pay homage to the divine presence. Simultaneously, the renowned masters of the martial world, Dong Xie, Shidu, Nandi, and Beigai, abandoned their respective sects, hastening towards the central plains to catch a glimpse of the celestial visage, eager to welcome the divine being to the mortal realm. It was only now that they understood the cause of the sudden upheaval within the Song dynasty, the impending collapse. It was indeed the will of the divine. This was the punishment inflicted by the celestial being. No wonder the Song army had been rendered powerless. How could mortals defy the will of the heavens? To overthrow the Song dynasty and re-establish a new dynasty became the shared consensus among all the people of the Central Plains. At the same time, this news was urgently relayed to the Jin and Mongol empires. The great Jin dynasty has witnessed the descent of a true divine being in the Central Plains, bringing forth celestial punishment to overthrow the Southern Song. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the Jin ruler's eyes sparkled with intrigue and uncertainty. The atmosphere in the tent became tense, but moments later, the Jin ruler chuckled dismissively. The people of the Central Plains are fond of such conspiratorial tales. There are no celestial beings here. They must be concocting some absurdity for their own amusement. Pay it no mind. In the Mongol Khanate, Genghis Khan was deeply shocked as he listened to his subordinate's report. The people of the Central Plains are indeed cunning. They will fabricate any tale of celestial beings to seize power. However, amidst the internal strife in the Central Plains, this presents a prime opportunity for us to strike. Genghis Khan's eyes gleamed with determination. If they are resorting to talk of celestial beings, the Song dynasty is truly beyond saving. This only proves that someone is conspiring to incite rebellion. The turmoil in the Central Plains is a golden opportunity for us, celestial beings. What a farce. Once I lead my troops to the Song capital, we shall see if they dare utter such ridiculous claims. With that thought, Genghis Khan personally rallied his troops, organizing an urgent offensive, gathering all elite forces, including the renowned Mongolian master, King Wheel Dharma. Genghis Khan was brimming with confidence, envisioning the moment the Song dynasty would be brought to its knees, crying for mercy and ceding territory. This was a golden opportunity. He intended to catch the people of the Central Plains off guard and deliver them a monumental surprise. Even if he couldn't seize the imperial capital, he would ensure that he left with a substantial reward, never to return empty-handed. 1 hour. After that, the celestial being will personally intervene. At that point, the matter will be resolved without our involvement. Old Huang, didn't you say you would get serious this time? Why are you still hesitating? If you possess true skill, now is the time to showcase it. Su Fengnian, filled with urgency, pressed forward, eager to slay more enemies and earn point for trading with the celestial being. He could not afford to miss this opportunity for gaining points. Though the Southern Song army was weak and currently demoralized, their sheer numbers were still formidable. At his current kill rate, he could take down hundreds of soldiers in an hour. But how many points would that amount to? He couldn't forget that this task rewarded based on effort. At this moment, he envied Zheng, who could simply lie back and reap the rewards. What kind of might would the celestial being wield? At this moment, old Huang was equally invigorated. Despite being a mere mortal, he was on the verge of witnessing the celestial being's intervention, a spectacle beyond imagination. Would he witness the legendary feats of moving mountains and filling seas? Would he behold the spectacle of divine punishment? The most pressing matter now was to slay enemies and earn points. Without points, how could he hope to gain favor with the celestial being? If he could obtain celestial favor, surely there was a place for old Huang as well. Did old Huang not wish to tread the path of immortality? Seeing old Huang slacking off, Su Fengnian felt a sense of helplessness and unleashed the temptation of celestial cultivation in a devilish tone. Furthermore, the celestial being had previously intervened. Mere mortals could hardly fathom the magnitude of such a spectacle. It could only be described as the sun and moon dimming, the heavens collapsing, and the stars falling. It was as if a single strike from the celestial being could shatter the entire world. This was entirely beyond the realm of martial arts. If you wish to witness it, slay more enemies, and I will ensure you see enough. Is this true? Old Huang trembled in response, unable to contain the intense emotions surging within him. Just hearing Su Fengnian's description allowed him to envision the scene. As dimensions collapsed, all things dimmed, leaving only the eternal presence of the true divine being. Moreover, it seemed there was a chance for them to gain celestial favor and perhaps even embark on the path of immortality. Was this fortune coming to their doorstep? Old Huang's eyes glistened with excitement. The path to immortality lay before him, and he had to consider whether this was his only opportunity in life. How could he let it slip away so easily? Young master, I'm going to get serious, old Huang exclaimed with fervor, opening the sword box he carried. As he channeled his inner energy, the 5 renowned sword within the box began to tremble. Rise! Su Fengnian, momentarily stunned, watched his weapons and the 5 sword from the box soared into the air, surrounding old Huang, vibrating incessantly. Old Huang. Su Fengnian stared in disbelief, realizing that the old Huang he once knew was merely Fa Ade. The depth of his abilities was astonishingly profound. However, Su Fengnian did not dwell on it too much. The celestial being had already provided him with countless shocks. Every day brought new revelations that shattered his worldview. It was no longer easy to excite him. In other words, his perspective had been elevated by the celestial being, rendering ordinary events incapable of evoking strong feelings. He had become accustomed to both praise and blame without disturbance. Witnessing old Huang's strength, Su Fengnian felt no envy that he now had the chance for celestial cultivation. Once he embarked on that path, he would surely surpass any martial arts master. Did he not see how excited old Huang became at the mere mention of celestial favor? Ha! Without paying heed to the day's young master, old Huang bellowed. Earning points is my responsibility. He unleashed his inner energy and executed his sword techniques, more suited for reaping lives on the battlefield. With one strike, I shall cleave through dust and unleash the dragon. Sword 2, the duality of existence entwined in a lotus blossom. Sword 3, the blade carries a force of 3 pounds. Sword 4, drifting and swaying like 4 clouds. Sword 5, the wind and snow of the western heavens escort Guanyin. Sword 6, the 6 paths of reincarnation bound by the heavenly cycle. Sword 7, 7 swords pluck the stars from the sky. Sword 8, a final melody as the 8 immortals kneel. The sword aura surged forth. 5 treasure blades launched into the fray, instantly decimating a significant portion of the Song army. The onlooking Qin forces felt a twinge of trepidation at this spectacle. In that moment, old Huang, Sword 9 Huang, recalled the day's extraordinary events, the immortal's unparalleled grace, the ethereal sounds that seemed to convey profound truths. Enlightenment dawned upon him, and the bottleneck that had long constrained him began to tremble, hinting at a forthcoming breakthrough, a realization of the 9th sword technique. Sword 9, the inferior horse bows to the immortal. Boom! A terrifying sword aura erupted, extending over 100 miles, clearing the enemy ranks ahead. It's done. Old Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Fengnian, you old rascal, you have ambitions. Translate for me. What does it mean to kneel before an immortal? Su Fengnian glared at old Huang, his gaze laden with danger. Change that sword technique name immediately. If the immortal is angered, I shall uphold justice without mercy. Kneeling before an immortal, are you defying the heavens? I must warn you, immortals possess omniscience. They may already be enraged. I will not plead for your sake. Su Fengyan felt an urgent apprehension. Although he understood Old Huang did not mean any harm, the name of that sword technique was far too ominous. Offending an immortal could lead to dire consequences. He envisioned the grim scenario, where a joyous conclusion turned into a tragic end, himself left to collect Old Huang's remains. Alas, he could not help but feel triumphant. I will change it right away. Old Huang, realizing his transgression, felt the weight of his mistake. He had thought it would sound impressive, forgetting that true immortals existed in this realm. This was disastrous. Sweat streamed down Old Huang, soaking his clothes as if he had just swum in the ocean, that he wished he could slap himself for such folly. Kneeling before an immortal, his meager skills were hardly worthy of even scratching an immortal's itch. Drink! Old Huang, in a moment of desperation, feigned that nothing had occurred and attempted again. Sword 9. The inferior horse offers a tribute to the immortal. Lin Gu. Observing Old Huang, Lin Gu was left speechless. He had just cast a spell to reveal the battle situation below, only to witness this scene. Would Su Fengyan and Old Huang feel awkward if they discovered he had overheard their disparaging remarks? It seemed that the son and Old Huang shared an unashamed disposition. Huang Rong and Su Weisheng, along with Qing Yao, stifled their laughter, silently mourning for Old Huang and Su Fengyan. Meanwhile, the other women curiously glanced at Lin Gu, wondering how the immortal would deal with these two. Jie Jiaotian. Snowy Persimmon, you better explain what kneeling before an immortal means. Goodness, has the immortal truly discovered this? Old Huang, you've doomed me. Upon reading Lin Ji's message, Su Fengyan was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though he were a malfunctioning machine, trembling in fear. Observing Su Fengyan's spastic state, Lin Gu could only shake his head. Did he not realize that every move he made was under Lin Ji's watchful gaze, broadcast live? In truth, as a true immortal descended into this martial arts realm, Lin Gu could sense any thoughts related to him that arose in people's hearts. Snowy Persimmon, immortal, I was wrong. I shall sacrifice Old Huang to atone. Trembling, JPG. Helpless, JPG. Su Fengyan pondered briefly before deciding to apologize directly, hoping for leniency from the immortal. Old Huang, is the young master really selling me out? Old Huang was utterly bewildered, stunned by Su Fengyan's unhesitating betrayal. Wasn't he the usual protocol for the young master to plead for his life, after which he would selflessly take the blame, hoping the immortal would spare them due to their deep bond? Yet here was Su Fengyan, without hesitation, throwing him under the bus. Jie Jiaotian. Enough, you two actors. Su Fengyan, you are fined 3,000 points. Recorded for future reference. After sending the message, Lin Gu swiftly switched the scene, preferring not to witness any more. 3,000 points. Old Huang, you truly deserve this. Upon seeing the message, Su Fengyan's eyes turned red. What did 3,000 points signify? Perhaps it was the difference between immortals and mortals. Su Fengyan felt his heart bleed. Second leader of Yihua Palace. What has transpired? Su Fengyan, did you dare insult the immortal? Very well, prepare to meet your end. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lingxing exclaimed in anger, forget about the points. I shall go and eliminate this audacious scoundrel. Lingxing, furious, could not let this go unpunished, especially since the immortal showed leniency with only a 3,000-point fine. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms, Snowy Persimmon, you've grown bold? Ready to ascend to the heavens? Just wait. Soon the 6 sword slaves of the Luo network, Dong Huang Tai and Zongheng will come for you, teaching you the meaning of respect. Iron-willed divine general, Snowy Persimmon, I'm coming for you. Don't worry. My strike will be swift, without much pain. One man's martial arts. I'm already in the air, heading in your direction. Everyone, follow me. Ultimate Killing King. Haha, watching with delight, JPG. Someone is experiencing the taste of becoming the group's enemy. How amusing, Snowy Persimmon. As Su Fengyan observed the incessantly refreshing group messages, he felt dazed. Wasn't this supposed to be about earning points? Now it seemed to be transforming into a grand escape. After a moment of contemplation, Su Fengyan resolved to salvage the situation. Immortal, could you please relay a message? Second sister, Qingyao, speak well of me. I beg for your mercy, or my life is forfeit. The chat group fell into silence for a while before a message appeared. Little Chef of Peach Blossom Island. Just a reminder. The Fire Cloud Evil God is currently racking up points at an alarming rate. Less than half an hour remains. Second leader of Yihua Palace. Ultimate Killing King? Iron-Willed Divine General. Ultimate Killing King. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms. Ultimate Killing King? One Man's Martial Arts. Ultimate Killing King? Snowy Persimmon. Ultimate Killing King? Ultimate Killing King. Doghead. JPG. Is there truly such shamelessness in this world? Ying Zheng was taken aback by the messages flooding in. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms. Fire Cloud Evil God. You old rascal. Stop being so sneaky. Your heart is wicked. You tricked everyone into watching, yet secretly gathered points. Iron-Willed Divine General. Fire Cloud Evil God. I never suspected you of such deviousness. I'll remember this grudge. Zhu was equally furious, realizing that this was not merely about points. It was his life at stake. This was a chance for immortality. The Fire Cloud Evil God, appearing as a mere old man, had a heart full of malice. Ultimate Killing King. Scratching my head. JPG, I didn't deceive anyone. Can I slay enemies while enjoying the spectacle? Innocent. JPG, with the messages in the group continuing to flood in, Su Fengyan, who had been closely observing Old Huang's every move, felt a slight sense of relief, with the Fire Cloud Evil God drawing attention. Surely they would be safe now. Everyone seemed intent on targeting the Fire Cloud Evil God, who had audaciously attempted to fleece everyone. Second leader of Yihua Palace. I want to concern myself with other matters. Anyone who dares to slander the immortal, Su Fengyan, must die today. One Man's Martial Arts. Me too. Snowy Persimmon, don't think you can escape unscathed. The immortal has bestowed upon me a second chance at life. Today I will repay that debt with a life-or-death duel. More are coming. Su Fengyan felt a chill run down his spine, glancing at Old Huang with a probing look. Old Huang, how about you sacrifice yourself to atone? I cannot appease this collective wrath without handing over the true instigator. Old Huang. Old Huang chuckled nervously. Unable to see the chat group's content or comprehend the situation, he cautiously inquired. Young Master, is the immortal truly that extraordinary? Has he learned of the sword name I previously chose? Su Fengyan regarded Old Huang with sympathetic eyes, nodding indeed. Then Old Huang felt an icy dread wash over him, realizing that the young master had not spoken falsely. The immortal truly knew all. Old Huang suggested, Young Master, perhaps you should remain here while I go fetch some oranges. What do you think? He sensed that the young master's gaze had turned suspicious, prompting him to seek an excuse to flee. Kekekek, what do you think? Su Fengyan coldly laughed. Old Huang has fled. Are you suggesting I remain here to face the wrath of those two friends of mine alone? I advise you to cease your futile struggles. The might of an immortal is not something you can presume to fathom. Has the young master become astute enough to discern my intentions? Old Huang was taken aback and desperately attempted to salvage the situation. Young master, you mustn't act in such a manner. Are you not curious about my true identity? Do you not wish to know why a master of the realm would willingly serve as your carriage driver? Su Fengyan retorted, What do I care about your identity? Is your status in the realm of cultivation of greater importance? Old Huang fell silent, exclaiming, If you continue to stifle our conversation like this, we shall have nothing left to discuss. In the distance, the traveling Hong Qigong observed two figures grappling with each other, resembling two earthworms writhing on the ground. Excuse me, could you pause for a moment? Are you aware of the news regarding the descent of the immortals? Could you kindly indicate the direction? Unaware, Su Fengyan and Old Huang, at that moment, dared not acknowledge the immortals, only wishing to flee as far as possible. Not receiving the information he sought, Hong Qigong remained unfazed and continued on his journey. Yet he found these two individuals perplexing. With the arrival of the immortal, all reclusive figures in the martial world had emerged, hastening towards the central plains to be among the first to pay their respects. How could these two be oblivious to such momentous news? Shaking his head, Hong Qigong dismissed the thought of tea present. He radiated vitality as if experiencing a second spring, wholeheartedly seeking the traces of the immortal, hoping to catch a glimpse of their divine countenance. After all, they were a legendary being. It was easy to understand why this event stirred the hearts of many, igniting an uncontrollable fervor. Meanwhile, the spiritual deer traversed the air, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of radiant colors, presenting a scene reminiscent of an immortal realm. With each passing location, countless voices below erupted in cries of immortal. As they knelt in reverence, an ever-growing throng gathered beneath the deer-drawn carriage, following the celestial trail dot on the carriage. Several young women laughed and chatted with curiosity and awe as Lin Gu recounted tales of extraordinary individuals from various realms. Huang Rong kneaded Lin Ji's shoulders, Qing Niao massaged his legs, and Xiao Siming poured wine. Enveloped in such a tender atmosphere, Lin Gu couldn't help but sigh. What decadence! Immortal! Rongera's strength is quite weak. Perhaps she ranks at the bottom of our chat group. Could you show her some compassion? Huang Rong, clad in a pale yellow gauze dress, squinted her eyes and smiled, her brows arching in delight, appearing both clever and endearing. Lin Gu replied, it was clear from the outset that Huang Rong was an expert at charming others. Maintaining his smile, Lin Gu coolly stated, as long as there are points to be earned. I'm open to negotiations. Very well. Ronger shall strive to earn points swiftly, Huang Rong replied obediently. The little clever one can indeed offer you a token of goodwill. Lin Gu chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, given Lin Ji's current status upon his arrival in this realm, it was no exaggeration to say that had he not deliberately restrained himself, even a mere trace of his essence could awaken sentience in the lifeless, causing ancient trees to blossom and the great Tao to tremble. For the young women to be in close proximity to Lin Gu was already an unparalleled opportunity, promising unimaginable advantages and transcendence, potentially even enabling them to shatter the void and ascend to immortality in a single step. As Lin Ji's thoughts shifted, he allowed a hint of his true essence to flow freely. Instantly, the heavens and earth transformed, regardless of whether they were in the Song dynasty, the Jin kingdom, Mongolia, or even farther lands. Everyone looked up in awe and terror to see the sky above the direction of the Song dynasty bathed in a sacred golden hue. It was as if the distance had been bridged. All within this world could behold a spiritual deer traversing the air, surrounded by blossoming celestial lotuses, with ethereal figures standing respectfully nearby, while the phantoms of dragons, phoenixes, and auspicious beasts danced around. Above the deer carriage, a gathering of colorful clouds coalesced in several large characters. The sage descends. The human emperor sends blessings at that moment, whether it was Hong Qigong, Wang Chongyang, or the multitude of seasoned martial artists on the road. They all halted in their tracks, gazing toward the deer carriage and the celestial phenomena, instinctively kneeling in reverence, their pupils dilated in shock, their faces drained of color, oblivious to everything around them, their capacity for thought extinguished. Could it truly be that a genuine deity had descended upon the Central Plains? This was no mere fabrication. The likes of Genghis Khan, the Golden Wheel Dharma King, and others were rendered utterly speechless, as if turned to stone, frozen in place, yet internally roiling with an unending tide of astonishment. They had long held the belief that there were no ghosts or deities. Yet this scene before them shattered their established worldview into a million pieces. What followed was an overwhelming sense of dread and fear. Why had the true deity chosen to descend upon the Central Plains? What was the purpose of this visitation? Faced with such a stunning spectacle, they had utterly abandoned any notion of resistance, placing their hopes on the deity not favoring the people of the Central Plains. Goodness, the immortal brings me an unparalleled shock every time. Su Fingyan stared blankly at the celestial phenomenon, having completely forgotten his confrontation with old Huang, oblivious even to being struck in the face. Though it was not his first time witnessing the earth-shattering presence of an immortal, for someone like Su Fingyan, who had grown up in a world of snow, it remained an unfathomable sight. Is this the might of an immortal? Old Huang, upon witnessing the heavenly transformation, also ceased his struggles, gazing in rapt fascination toward that direction, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. In that moment, he fully comprehended the absurdity of previously naming his sword technique the Immortal's Kneel. Perhaps in the eyes of the Immortal, he was less than an ant, merely a speck of dust by the roadside. With the sound of dragons roaring and phoenixes singing, one could be forever enchanted upon encountering an immortal. At the same moment, Lian Xing gazed at the celestial spectacle, her eyes glistening with affection. She looked upon the young women on the deer carriage with envy and a tinge of jealousy, regretting not having journeyed alongside the immortal. Otherwise, she too could be by their side, savoring this moment. This is true freedom. Compared to the immortal, my imperial throne is utterly inconsequential. Ying Zheng felt a profound sense of lamentation. Even as he wielded great power, standing atop the pinnacle of authority, he found himself overshadowed by the immortal's magnificence. In his eyes, deep envy and yearning brood, his longing for the path of cultivation only intensified. "Father, is this truly an immortal?" Ying Man, having been temporarily transported, witnessed this scene with boundless astonishment, turning to Ying Zheng for clarification. "Indeed, this is the immortal I mentioned to you before, the one from our chat group." Ying Zheng, filled with emotion and pride, reflected on how fortunate he was to share a chat group with an immortal. "You are here to witness the immortal's unparalleled elegance and broaden your horizons. Observe closely and remember this moment." Understood. Without needing further prompting, Ying Man was entranced, gazing at the celestial phenomena, her eyes alight with a myriad of colors, with curiosity and reverence blooming from within. Iron-blooded God Marshal, dazed. JPG, to behold the immortal's grace, we shall forever be left in their dust. A person's martial world, stunned like a wooden chicken. JPG goodness, the immortal's might is 1,000 times more exaggerated than I had imagined. Ultimate Killing King. When I first arrived, I understood nothing and inadvertently offended the immortal. It was a grave mistake. From this day forth, I shall become the immortal's foremost lackey, as newcomers who had only witnessed Lin Ji's descent through video. Feng Yuxiu and Huiyun Xieshun both experienced firsthand the overwhelming, exhilarating sensation, leaving them trembling with excitement. Huiyun Xieshun was utterly captivated, should he aspire to be the immortal's first lackey. It was a goal he genuinely set for himself, for serving this immortal held a significance beyond measure, a supreme honor. However, the other group members reacted negatively to this news, with the likes of the eternal emperor of the Six Nations. Ultimate Killing King? What do you mean? Are you trying to usurp my position? I grant you the opportunity to rephrase that. Iron-blooded God Marshal, Ultimate Killing King, the position of the immortal's first lackey is not something you have the right to covet. Do not let me hear such unrealistic aspirations again. Snowy Persimmon. Ultimate Killing King, one must possess self-awareness. Please take a good look in the mirror and consider whether you deserve the honor of being the first lackey. A person's martial world, Ultimate Killing King. I feel I surpass you in worth. Though my martial arts are mediocre, I possess spells granted by the immortal. How dare you, who is even beneath me, utter such ambitions to seek the immortal's favor? As for Lian Xing, Huang Rong, and the others, they silently agreed not to contend for the position of the immortal's first lackey. They had grander ambitions. Huiyun Xieshun lamented, feeling his position in the group was still too lowly, resigning himself to competing for the 6th or 7th lackey position instead. Meanwhile, upon the deer-drawn carriage, Lin Gu regarded the group of women, who were so overwhelmed with excitement that they could scarcely utter a word, their expressions blank as they gazed in awe at the extraordinary phenomena surrounding them. He cast his gaze towards the clouds in the sky, which were gradually dissipating, delivering a message of blessings. The sage descends, the emperor sends forth his greetings. He was slightly taken aback. Other phenomena were merely normal occurrences triggered by his arrival in this realm. However, this particular blessing, formed from the very clouds, seemed to have stirred some fundamental rule of this world, prompting its manifestation. The emperor, could it be that this realm once harbored cultivators who established such celestial laws? Yet, the title of sage bestowed upon me is somewhat inaccurate. It appears that the one who set these rules possessed rather limited strength. Lin Gu raised an eyebrow, unconcerned in such a primitive plane. The celestial laws established through such rudimentary means, given the capabilities of their creator, could only be deemed the initial steps onto the path of immortality, easily suppressed by him. Moreover, Lin Ge had already sensed that the celestial rules here were merely remnants, the cultivators having long since vanished, leaving only mortals behind. That moment, the women beside him gasped in astonishment as, under the influence of Lin Ji's true essence, they naturally broke through their respective realms, each radiating an aura of otherworldly grace. This is a gift I present to you upon our meeting. Are you satisfied? Lin Ge remarked lightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. These phenomena were merely a welcome gift from the immortal. Huang Rong trembled slightly, her lively eyes reflecting surprise and sentiment. It was only then that she realized the surreal nature of her surroundings. The immortal had effortlessly invoked such a profound transformation in the world and bestowed upon her such a perfect gift. As for the you in Lin Ji's words, Huang Rong chose to overlook the plural form, believing it was a gift intended solely for her. How sweet was that, for a mortal to witness such a spectacle, and to be in the presence of an immortal, who could remain unperturbed and free from wild thoughts. Beneath this romantic atmosphere, Huang Rong found herself unable to suppress the flood of fantastical notions erupting in her mind. Her heart racing, utterly captivated by the immortal, Su Weisheng, Qing Niao, Xiao Siming, Xiao Meng, and Tianyan all gazed at Lin Ge with a mix of emotions stirring within their hearts. It wasn't that they had fallen in love with him at first sight, but rather that everything they had witnessed today was so impactful, so dreamlike, that gazing at Lin Ge's flawless and noble visage felt as if time had frozen at a moment destined by fate, inevitably stirring feelings within them. Why are you all staring at me? Shouldn't you be immediately focusing on your cultivation to stabilize your realms? Lin Ge prompted. Receiving even a trace of true immortal essence to awaken their spirits was a rare opportunity. To squander it by daydreaming was truly perplexing. Indeed, mortals lacking dedication in their pursuits of cultivation often found themselves distracted by trivial thoughts. Lin Ge mused to himself. May I inquire, has the immortal ever had a companion on the path? Huang Rong asked, her face stiffening, her expression peculiar. Lin Ge glanced at her, remaining silent, his heart jolting in surprise. Could it be that he had misinterpreted something? As the phenomena began to fade, he noticed that the ground was now filled with prostrate figures, all bowing in reverence, breath held in anticipation of the immortal's arrival. Lin Ge sensed that an hour had passed. It was time to conclude his visit to this realm. Celestial teacher, have you considered how to manage the aftermath after the fall of the Song dynasty? Asked the second mistress of the Yihua Palace. The immortal is indeed thoughtful. I'd almost forgotten. After overthrowing the Song, someone must lead and restore order, or else chaos will ensue, proposed a member of the group. In a time like this, following the overthrow of a dynasty, it would be prudent to establish a new regime gradually, suggested another. Among us, only Miss Huang Rong is a native of this realm. The little chef from Peach Blossom Island. Would you be interested in claiming the throne? I could send forces to assist you in clearing obstacles, or recommend someone familiar, offered Zheng, considering the potential to trigger tasks in this realm for additional points. Absolutely not. I have no understanding of ruling and no interest in it. My father would likely be terrified to the point of fainting. His mental state is already struggling to accept reality. Huang Rong quickly declined, her thoughts elsewhere, eager to engage with the immortal rather than focus on imperial duties. What then? We can't appoint an unknown individual as emperor, can we? What if they turn out to be incompetent or ill-intentioned? Adding to our troubles? Queried another, hinting at his own past ambitions of usurping power, though he had since abandoned such thoughts that, a spectator I shall be, commented another member, choosing to observe the unfolding discussions while opportunistically accumulating points by vanquishing enemies. Actually, I could recommend someone named Hong Qigong, the leader of the Beggars sect. He is kind-hearted, possesses some ability, and understands the plight of the common people. He would make a suitable emperor, Huang Rong suggested, having previously met Hong Qigong but not yet acquainted with Guijing. Very well, I shall send someone to assist him in claiming the throne. Zheng responded promptly that I too can send aid. Another chimed in, while a third, amused by the unfolding plans, pondered whether Ing Zhang's ambitions for points should not also benefit him. Lin Gu observed the messages circulating within the group, understanding their underlying intentions, but choosing not to intervene, recognizing this as a fair competition. Indeed, Hong Qigong was a commendable choice for the imperial position. Meanwhile, Hong Qigong remained oblivious to the fact that he had been designated as emperor through mere conversation, anxiously kneeling in anticipation of the immortal's appearance. His face beamed with excitement and anticipation. Believing that true immortals existed in China, at that moment, a resounding voice echoed from the heavens. The southern song has fallen. Hong Qigong is to be established as emperor. Lin Gu's voice rang clear and noble, pronouncing the demise of a dynasty with a casual yet commanding tone. Hong Qigong was taken aback, his head spinning as he rubbed his ears in disbelief. Had the immortal truly just mentioned him? Was he not merely imagining this? The immortal had singled him out to become the emperor. A wave of happiness washed over him. However, a sudden realization struck him, and his expression shifted to one of concern. Something felt amiss. Everything today had been too surreal. The unknown forces dismantling the song, the celestial proclamation, and now the immortal's decree. Was this all too good to be true? In an instant, the sky darkened with thunder and lightning. As if the heavens themselves were enraged, a bolt of lightning danced at Lin Ji's fingertips, transforming into a cataclysmic force. The remnants of the Song dynasty, confronted with such divine wrath, had lost all will to fight. As the heavens prepared to exact judgment, most of the guilty knelt in silence, awaiting their fate, hoping for redemption from their sins. Boom! With a thunderous roar that drowned out all sounds in the world, apocalyptic lightning descended, rendering the heavens and the earth devoid of color. In that fleeting moment, everyone lost their sight, and when clarity returned, the thunder had meticulously reduced every guilty soul of the Song dynasty to mere dust. Is this the might of a divine strike? Should this celestial being unleash their full power, it would undoubtedly spell the end of the world. At this very moment, the Golden Sovereign and Genghis Khan of the Mongols were paralyzed with fear upon the ground, while King Jinlun had succumbed to terror, his mind unraveling as he screamed in a frenzy that if they had previously lingered in ambivalence, curious to gauge the true strength and intentions of this deity. Now they were left with nothing but desperate prayers, hoping this divine presence would forget their existence. How absurd it was! With the annihilation of the Song dynasty upon their arrival, should they draw attention to the Jin kingdom and Mongolia, it would surely mean their doom. At this moment, both the Golden Sovereign and Genghis Khan were drenched in cold sweat, murmuring frantically, "Do not see me! Do not see me! The traitors who usurp the nation deserve punishment. The Jin kingdom must perish. The more one fears, the closer it comes." Just as the ambitious schemers eyeing the Song dynasty trembled in their corners like ostriches, another divine sound echoed down in that moment. The Golden Sovereign could only weep, for no one could comprehend the bitterness and anguish he felt. The collapse of an adult often occurs in an instant. Boom! Another world-shattering thunderclap struck the vast lands of the Jin kingdom. Blooming across hundreds of square kilometers, and no matter where they hid, those who harbored ill intentions against the Song dynasty were eradicated without a trace, completely erased from existence. Genghis Khan, feeling a momentary relief, was left dumbfounded. Was it truly necessary to be so exaggerated? The old Song dynasty, with all those detrimental to the nation and its people, had been thoroughly cleansed. And now, in the Jin kingdom, even those who posed a threat had been obliterated. What kind of celestial might was this? Genghis Khan was plunged into profound terror, teetering on the edge of madness. Before such divine wrath, no one could escape their fate. Not even the most illustrious Khan of Mongolia was exempt. Meanwhile, Huang Laxi, who had been in a stupor, was finally roused by the successive thunderclaps, awakening as if from a different world. This encapsulated Huang Laxi's current state of mind. Where are my disciples? Where is my daughter? What has transpired? Looking around in confusion, he beheld the ethereal deer traversing the skies, and Huang Laxi pondered whether it would be wiser to feign ignorance and return to slumber, for the information overload was simply too overwhelming. The old man truly could not accept it. There was no need for alarm, for this was the wrath of the celestial being. At that moment, the only member remaining on the island was Ing Zheng, who, upon seeing Huang Loxi awaken, laughed heartily. The celestial being descends in anger, and you tell me not to panic? Huang Loxi looked at Ing Zheng with a cheerful expression, secretly cursing, "You rascal, why don't you call me to heaven instead?" In the chat group, the overwhelming gratitude poured forth. Thank you, celestial being, for delivering a bolt of lightning to the Jinn. Adoration, JPG. Thank you, celestial being, for delivering a bolt of lightning to the Jinn. Adoration, JPG. Thank you, celestial being, for delivering a bolt of lightning to the Jinn. Adoration, JPG. Thank you, celestial being, for delivering a bolt of lightning to the Jinn. Adoration, JPG. The group collectively celebrated the utter collapse of the Jinn dynasty, which had historically brought humiliation to the realm, and all felt a sense of joyous relief. Lin Gu, too, was filled with elation, for this was the exhilaration of a deity's descent upon the mortal realm. Apologies, my artistic flair surpasses yours. It is difficult to fathom the mental state of these sinners as they face their demise. How would the cultivators engage them in combat? No matter how they exerted themselves to hone their martial skills to perfection. In such a scenario, their efforts would amount to naught. How could mortals contend with the heavens? Boom! In the eyes of Genghis Khan and King Jinlin, who could not close their eyes in eternal rest. Lin Gu inquired with a seemingly amiable tone, "Will you yield, or will you perish? Do I even have a choice?" Genghis Khan trembled. "I swear to the celestial being, I am willing to forever remain a vassal of the Song." Thus, the threat posed by the two greatest adversaries of the Southern Song was decisively eliminated. Ding! The mission has been successfully completed. Reward calculation in progress. Ding! Group member Tawa Island's Little Chef accumulated 0 contributions in this mission and received 0 points. Ding! Group member A Person's Martial World accumulated 200 contributions in this mission and received 200 points. Ding! Group member Snowy Persimmon accumulated 500 contributions in this mission and received 500 points. Ding! Group member Second Leader of Ihua Palace accumulated 1,000 contributions in this mission and received 1,000 points. Ding! Group member Iron-Willed God General accumulated 3,000 contributions in this mission and received 3,000 points. Ding! Group member Ultimate Killing King accumulated 3,500 contributions in this mission and received 3,500 points. Ding! Group member The Emperor Who Swept the Six Kingdoms accumulated 10,000 contributions in this mission and received 10,000 points. Ding! Group member Celestial Being of the Intercepting Sect accumulated 81,800 contributions in this mission and received 81,800 points. 80,000 points were more than sufficient for me to break into the profound immortal realm and further enhance my standing within it. Ling Gu felt a flicker of joy, for not only these 80,000 points, but the contributions of the others would inevitably land in his hands. If this continued, the golden immortal realm would be within reach. Perhaps with 1 or 2 more tasks, he could successfully break through to golden immortal, and his status on the 3 immortal island would be transformed. The golden immortal realm would not only allow him to choose a better cave dwelling and enjoy superior treatment, but also select better cultivation methods and treasures, securing opportunities that were previously unattainable, even granting him the qualification to visit Bo Palace and listen to the sage's teachings that, of course, for Lin Gu at this moment. Progressing through realms daily rendered the need to hear the sage's teachings unnecessary. The incredible abilities of the chat group had made what once seemed like unattainable privileges no longer so alluring. Meanwhile, Zhu Wushi, upon seeing the chat group's notifications, felt far from jubilant. It was one thing for Ing Zheng to receive more points than him, considering the latter's superior strength, but what was this fire cloud evil god? How many points had this scoundrel secretly accumulated amidst the chaos? Zhu Wushi was consumed with resentment, his nose crinkled in frustration. That scheming little villain, when I see him next time, I will give him a good beating first. He thought to himself. Simultaneously, the other members of the group received their points. Except for Zhu Wushi, everyone else generally felt satisfied with their gains. After all, one received points commensurate with their contributions, which was only fair. Especially Fire Cloud Evil God, seeing his 3,500 points, ranking 3rd in the group, could not help but smile widely. while all the Song soldiers lost their will to fight and knelt in reverence at the celestial being's arrival. The others in the group had essentially ceased their efforts, yet he continued to stealthily accumulate points, targeting those high-ranking officials with precision strikes. One ambush, one kill, his underhanded tactic for paying off, with so many points. He was set to soar. Of course, if Firecloud Evil God knew that Zhu Wushi, deeply unbalanced and seething with rage, had ominously set his sights on him, he would likely not be so joyous. The Emperor who swept the Six Kingdoms. Exclusive red packet. Celestial being, I wish to trade for a method of longevity. If points are insufficient, a technique that merely extends life slightly will suffice. Ying Zheng was immensely excited, fixated on the chat group interface. Finally, at last, he awaited the moment he could exchange points with the celestial being. Prior to this, he had dreamt of such scenarios multiple times. The long-desired method of longevity was now within reach. Zhu Wushi, upon seeing Ying Zheng's message, could not help but exclaim in disdain, "What a lack of ambition! You've witnessed the celestial being's prowess several times, and now have the chance to embark on the path of cultivation. Yet you are so short-sighted, only yearning for the method of longevity." What Zhu Wushi did not realize was that Ying Zheng's desire for the longevity method was not born from obsession, but from his growing concern over his deteriorating health, feeling he could not afford to wait too long. Although the last time the celestial being bestowed a talisman had significantly improved his condition, his past experiences urged him to prepare for the worst, thus his urgency in pursuing the method of longevity. The higher one's position, the more one fears the suddenness of death. Ying Zheng was no exception to this anxiety. Ding, member celestial being of the intercepting sect, has claimed the exclusive red packet. A method of longevity, you say? Upon reading Ying Zheng's message, Lin Gu claimed the red packet, and dozens of methods for extending life instantly surfaced in his mind. For Ying Zheng, the method of longevity that he had tirelessly sought throughout his life was now tantalizingly close. For Lin Gu, it was truly a task so exceedingly simple that it could hardly be simplified further. Merely the extension of life, in fact, it was even less complex than the two spells and spiritual stones previously granted to Feng Yuxiu. This simplicity arose from the fact that in the primordial realm, any random cultivation technique inherently possessed the capacity for longevity. Moreover, the faint aura of a true immortal that Lin Gu had emanated earlier had, in fact, provided nourishment to a few women, resulting in a slight increase in their lifespans. Naturally, what Ying Zheng desired was a method of swift attainment. Thus, Lin Gu would not permit him to engage in the gradual cultivation of techniques for prolonging life. So, just how effortless was this endeavor for Lin Gu? After some contemplation, he directly traversed dimensions, returning to the primordial world, where he plucked a stray weed from within his cave abode and sent it to Ying Zheng via a red envelope. Ding, a member of the Jiejiao, celestial beings, sent a personalized red envelope. Jiejiao, celestial. The eternal emperor who swept through the Six Kingdoms. This spiritual herb hails from my realm. A mere decade-old herb in this world is sufficient to extend your life by several hundred years. Are you satisfied? Member of the eternal emperor who swept through the Six Kingdoms has received the personalized red envelope. Ying Zheng, tense to the utmost, opened the envelope with a heart brimming with excitement, revealing a beautifully radiant herb, entirely azure and exuding a refreshing chill. With a single breath, he felt a wave of clarity wash over him. In that singular moment, this spiritual herb showcased a magnificence and extraordinary quality that far surpassed all rare treasures Ying Zheng had ever encountered. Until that instant, his breath hitched and his body trembled slightly. Truly, this is a celestial herb. Eternal Emperor who swept through the Six Kingdoms. Received. Thank you, Immortal, for bestowing this elixir of immortality. Screenshot. JPG. At this moment, Ying Zheng was filled with joy. The more he gazed upon the celestial herb, the more delighted he became, unable to resist the urge to snap a picture of it and share it with his group, not to boast, but to share his joy with his companions. Taohua Island's little chef. Is the celestial herb truly this beautiful? Such an astonishing appearance. It's clear one could never find it in the mortal realm. Iron Bone God General. Haha, with several hundred years added to his life. The first emperor need not rush to seek the secret of immortality any longer, right? Snowy persimmon. Eternal emperor who swept through the six kingdoms. This is a celestial herb. First emperor, quickly try it and see. I dare wager it offers more than just longevity. Second master of Ihua Palace. Such a beautiful herb. Can you bear to consume it? Ultimate killing king. Indeed, it is a marvelous item. I wonder if my 3,500 points can exchange for a third of this celestial herb. One man's martial world. Ultimate killing king. Have you forgotten you owe the immortal an apology with points? Still wish to trade. Don't think you can evade responsibility. At the very least, compensate with 50,000 points before discussing any trades. Iron Bone God General. Ultimate killing king. Indeed, everyone remembers this matter. Don't think you can slip away. In the mental asylum, the fiery cloud, evil god glared at Feng Yuxiu's messages, seething with anger. Did this lad have his sights set on him like an unshakable piece of gum? Lin Gu observed the excitement among the group and chose not to comment. Should he admit that this was merely a newly sprouted weed he had casually plucked from his cave? Eternal emperor who swept through the six kingdoms. Second master of Ihua Palace? Are you really going to stand by and watch a living group member suddenly perish one day? Snowy persimmon. Well said. I shall consume the celestial herb immediately to see what effects it yields. With trembling hands and an excited heart, Yingzheng could hardly wait to return to the palace to study it further. Directly taking a bite of the spiritual herb, raw consumption, so cool. This was Yingzheng's initial sensation, followed by an overwhelming toughness. He could hardly bite into it. Ouch! Why are you biting me? The spiritual herb, feeling the pain, opened its eyes and forcefully pried open Yingzheng's jaws. Good heavens! I can't take it anymore. Did you brush your teeth today? Your breath is awful. It struggled mightily, attempting to escape from Yingzheng's mouth. Yingzheng, the celestial herb can talk. Yingzheng stared blankly at the herb, wide-eyed, creating an awkward atmosphere. Eternal emperor who swept through the six kingdoms. Screenshot. JPG, by the heavens, the celestial herb is speaking. Em utterly dumbfounded. Blank stare. JPG. Elderly man on the subway. JPG. Snowy persimmon. Hilarious. JPG. Second master of Ihua Palace. Dumbfounded. JPG. Iron Bone God General. Truly a celestial herb. It effortlessly accomplished what we could not. Dumbfounded. JPG. Taohua Island's little chef. Indeed. It's a spirit herb from the celestial realm. It exudes confidence. Hilarious. JPG. Dumbfounded. JPG. Ultimate killing king. 666. This is quite enlightening. Are all herbs from the celestial realm this unique? Dumbfounded. JPG. One man's martial world. I'm just as astounded. Is this really a spirit herb with a mouth and eyes and can speak? Shocked. JPG. Dumbfounded. JPG. Yingzheng was both astonished and at a loss for tears. Truly, this is the celestial realm, where even the most mundane items can evoke such intense, emotional upheaval. Eternal emperor who swept through the six kingdoms. Immortal, can this spirit herb still be consumed? It can talk, after all. At a loss for tears. JPG. The group, equally intrigued by the immortal's response, found their eyes open to a new world. Having spent so long with the immortal, they were nearly numb from astonishment. And now, even the herbs could speak. It must be said, the immortal, and they were indeed from entirely different worlds. Jie Jiao Celestial. Ahem, I must confess my oversight. Since the spiritual herb has developed sentience, soaking it in water for prolonged use will yield certain effects each time that it can also extend life for an even longer duration. Lin Gu chuckled softly. Generally speaking, a decade-old weed would not possess such a lucid consciousness. Perhaps it was due to his recent breakthrough with the chat group, drawing upon an excess of rich, high-quality spiritual energy that resulted in this phenomenon. Eternal emperor who swept through the six kingdoms. Really? Is it truly so? Yingzheng's eyes lit up upon reading the immortal's reply. If he could continuously brew elixirs from the celestial herb, wouldn't he achieve a perpetual state of immortality? Please don't look at me like that. Don't think I'm unaware that you want to drink my bathwater, you creep. Just then, the spiritual herb crossed its arms, looking at Yingzheng with disdain. Yingzheng, Don't make it seem like I'm some sort of pervert. Who would be interested in you? A mere herb. You rascal. Having guessed what Ing Zheng was thinking, Lin Gu added a remark. Jie Jiao Celestial. Of course, using it to brew elixirs cannot be an infinite cycle. Such usage merely allows for a greater absorption of its medicinal properties. Eternal Emperor who swept through the 6 kingdoms. But immortal, my realm is surely far more barren than the celestial realm. Can I truly sustain this celestial herb? Ing Zheng gazed worriedly at the herb, concerned he might inadvertently cause its demise. Jie Jiao Celestial. No need to fret. Even if it were to perish, the medicinal properties would remain intact for a short duration. Eternal Emperor who swept through the 6 kingdoms. I understand now. Thank you, Immortal, for the medicine. Thank you, Immortal, for the enlightenment. Prostrating in gratitude. JPG. Worship. JPG. Everyone, I shall rush to prepare a dose of medicine and report back to you on the effects. Ing Zheng, filled with delight, instructed his subordinates to prepare the most precious spiritual spring water as a reserve for when he returned to his realm. Iron Bone God General. Personalized red envelope. Immortal, I too wish to trade for some cultivation resources. I wonder if these points will suffice. As soon as Ing Zheng departed, Zhu Wushi could no longer contain himself and emerged. Aside from the Immortal and Ing Zheng, he had gained the most from this task. The fiery cloud evil god didn't count, as he was still burdened with a debt of 50,000 points, wasn't he? Observing Ing Zheng with the undying celestial herb in hand, Zhu Wushi's envy was palpable. Although the herb's sentience seemed to play with one's mindset, its value was undeniable. This was not merely a description, but a genuine celestial herb. It had even developed sentience. Zhu Wushi found it hard to imagine how potent its medicinal properties must be and what miraculous effects it could bestow upon consumption. Ing Zheng likely wore a conflicted expression, secretly grinning ear to ear. At this moment, Zhu Wushi felt a tinge of apprehension. 3,000 points was rather scant, and he wondered if the Immortal would find it adequate. Zhu Wushi also wished to trade. Lin Gu clicked to accept, glancing at the 3,000 points within the envelope, feeling utterly unperturbed. To be frank, 3,000 points seemed reasonable when he had just joined the chat group. Yet for Lin Gu, who now spent points as freely as water, it had lost its allure. Nonetheless, points received were points indeed, so a transaction could be arranged. However, finding an equivalent resource valued at 3,000 points proved somewhat challenging. A single spiritual herb, in Lin Ji's view, was worth far less than it could possibly be. Would he really be expected to pluck another, less appealing one for Zhu Wushi? Perhaps it was best to forego that idea. Zhijiao Tianxian, the value of 3,000 points is rather meager. Here, I present you with 2 options. The first is to retain these 3,000 points for future accumulation, allowing you to exchange them for superior resources later. The second is for me to directly impart to you a lower-tier sword technique, which is equivalent to the supreme swordsmanship of your world, thus completing this transaction. How do you choose? The sword technique, or saving for a better exchange next time? Observing the 2 choices presented by Lin Gu, Zhu Wushi found himself in a quandary. The supreme sword technique held considerable allure for him. Although it was merely regarded as a lower-tier technique among immortals, it was still bestowed by an immortal. Given the destructive power at their fingertips, what they deemed lower tier could very well be an extraordinarily formidable skill, certainly not lacking in potency, should he choose this sword technique. Zhu Wushi would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess rapidly, perhaps even surpassing expectations, rendering him no longer fearful of Ing Zheng's formidable subordinates. In future collective missions, he would have a greater advantage, accumulating more points. Thus, on the surface, it appeared wiser to save the points for long-term development. Yet, in reality, swiftly converting that potential into strength to seize opportunities might prove more beneficial. Of course, this was a gamble, wagering on his ability to defeat Ing Zheng's forces after mastering this sword technique, or at least match them. After thorough contemplation, Zhu Wushi, being a decisive individual, made his choice. Tai Dan Shunho. Immortal, I choose the second option, the sword technique. Please bestow the method upon me. Zhijiao Tianxian. Very well. Upon Zhu Wushi's decision, Lin Gu said nothing further. There was no need for a monetary exchange, as he directly transmitted the sword technique into Zhu Wusher's consciousness. In the world of Shijiao, Zhu Wusher felt a tremor throughout his being, a gentle force enveloping him, guiding him to comprehend the sword technique. What a marvelous method! Zhu Wusher marveled internally. This approach was akin to being taught hand in hand, as if he had practiced for years. Even a pig could learn it. Initially, he believed he would need to start from scratch, but unexpectedly, the immortal had streamlined the process, allowing him to fully grasp the technique immediately. With a mere gesture, he could alter the very fabric of reality. The immortal's methods were truly unfathomable. Tai Dan Shinho, I have received it. The immortal is indeed omnipotent. Without the need for monetary exchanges, I have comprehended this profound sword technique, saving myself decades of arduous training. To accomplish this without monetary aid and across countless dimensions, allowing Tai Dan Shinho to grasp the technique. Huo Yun Xie Shun's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured in astonishment. All along, he presumed that while immortals could traverse dimensions, it would not come without difficulty or cost. However, reality delivered a resounding revelation. It turned out that such unimaginable feats were mere trifles for immortals. Easily accomplished, Huo Yun Xie Shun felt a chill. If one merely knew the coordinates, annihilating various realms would be a matter of convenience for the immortal. Fortuitously, the immortal had shown restraint and refrained from directly eliminating him. Understanding that his demise would be but a trivial matter for the other party, Yun Xieshun wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, profoundly relieved, reflecting on his earlier audacity to offend the immortal. It now felt akin to walking a tightrope high above the ground. Had it not been for the immortal's good nature, he would likely have been reduced to nothingness. Ihua Palace's second mistress. What is all the fuss about? The immortal is capable of anything. I am not surprised at all. I am but a devoted fan of the immortal. Hang sweeping the Six Nations, the eternal emperor, it is indeed deserved. Is it not natural for the immortal to possess such abilities? This has been verified long ago. Are you questioning the immortal's might? Tai Dan Shinho. I am at a loss for words. In any case, the immortal is simply remarkable. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. I stand in admiration. Shuizhong Shizi. Tai Dan Shinho, you must test how potent this sword technique bestowed by the immortal truly is. Tai Dan Shinho. That is precisely my intention. Casting a glance at the group messages, Tai Dan Shinho contemplated the information he had just received, and he felt as if he had transformed into an exquisitely sharp sword, with the air around him stirring violently, creating a domain ravaged by a tempest of sword energy. The skilled individuals surrounding Hulong Mountain Villa looked on in awe, hastily retreating from the area. Slash! Zhu Wusher pointed forward, slicing through the air, unleashing a tempestuous sword aura that manifested as a chasm of unfathomable depth. Zhu Wusher. He found himself momentarily stunned. Immortal, you dare call this a lower-tier sword technique? Ding! Member Tai Dan Shinho has uploaded a video. Tai Dan Shinho. Everyone behold the terrifying nature of what the immortal refers to as a lower-tier sword technique. Facepalm, bitter smile. JPG. Shuizhong Shizi. Let me see. Instantly, everyone clicked to download, having previously received 2 forms of immortal arts from Feng Yuxiu and Ying Zheng's elixir of immortality, each time leaving them in awe. Unprepared for the next astonishing revelation, what marvel would Zhu Wusher's newly acquired sword technique unveil? After watching Zhu Wusher's recorded video, the group fell into silence. Shuizhong Shizi. At last, I comprehend the absurdity of what the immortal calls lower tier. I have shared it with Lao Huang. Upon viewing, he directly fell into despair, contemplating life. JPG, Ihua Palace's second mistress. Never take the immortal's ordinary or average claims at face value. Otherwise, you might misjudge by a billionfold. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Will I, too, wish for a share of the so-called trash martial arts from the immortal, ultimate killing king? I feel as though all my lifetime's efforts have been wasted on a dog. The immortal's casual pointers surpass a lifetime of my own ponderings by countless magnitudes. One person's martial world. After watching, I lit a cigarette, contemplating my skyward technique and sword control technique. If I wish to trade, I must escalate the stakes. The current frequency of task triggers is still insufficient. Show me just how strong your potential is. Lin Gu, observing the group messages, smiled faintly, appreciating Zhu Wusher's decision. Sometimes, seizing an early opportunity can propel one to soar to new heights. Always staying a step ahead. After Zhu Wusher's transaction, no one else attempted to trade. Their points were far fewer than Zhu Wusher's, rendering them incapable of making any offerings. Shui Zhong Shizi. Heng sweeping the Six Nations. Has the first emperor consumed the elixir? What are the effects? Su Fengnian directly tagged Ing Zheng, who was eagerly awaiting the elixir's effects. Unable to trade for resources, he found solace in observing what the immortal had bestowed upon others. Tai Dan Shunho. Ing brother, why not share your experiences? No need for secrecy. Having gained newfound confidence from Zhu Wusher's triumph, he felt emboldened. Last time, he had been forced back by the likes of Dong Huang Tai Yi and other masters. A rematch would yield a drastically different outcome. He had been holding his breath, eager to spar with those masters once more. Heng sweeping the Six Nations. I'm busy. This guy is running around unpredictably. Even spitting in the bowl. I am utterly speechless, frowning. JPG. Ding. Member Heng sweeping the Six Nations uploaded a screenshot. The image depicted the spirit herb crawling chaotically across the rafters, while below, a throng of ministers and guards encircled the herb. Peach Blossom Island's little chef, ultimate killing king. Yihua Palace's second mistress. Shui Zhong Shizi. First emperor, good luck. Additionally, the spirit herb saliva should possess some efficacy. You. Tai Dan Shunho. Shui Zhong Shizi. What are you implying? Everyone felt a wave of disbelief. It was their first encounter with such a scene. The spirit herb had evaded capture, Heng sweeping the Six Nations. At last. It's over. The process was a bit tumultuous, but the elixir has finally been produced. I shall taste it. Shui Zhong Shizi. Wait, could that possibly be the spirit herb saliva? Tai Dan Shinho. Careful with your words. Be bold. Could it be? Heng sweeping the Six Nations? Enough. If you keep this up, I'll have you executed. Ing Zheng, observing the absurd chatter in the group, was utterly speechless, silently taking note of Su Fengnian and Zhu Wusher. Gazing at the icy blue elixir in the bowl, seemingly imbued with terrifying energy and exuding an alluring aroma, Ing Zheng wasted no time and drank it down in one gulp. Boom! In that instant, Ing Zheng's mind erupted in a cacophony. He felt as though he had returned to his mother's embrace, warm, safe, and comfortable, yearning to fall into a deep slumber. From an external perspective, however, one could see thick layers of ice forming upon Ing Zheng's body. This phenomenon startled all the guards present. Gai Nia was astonished, instinctively gripping his weapon tighter. Yet recalling the first emperor's prior statement that this was a gift from the immortal, he felt at ease. Meanwhile, Ing Zheng suddenly jolted awake, sensing a peculiar tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. As the ice cubes began to melt, Ing Zheng felt an overwhelming tremor within his heart. He could sense that he was undergoing a metamorphosis. A plethora of impurities, filth, and dead skin was being expelled from his entire body in a frenzied manner. When it finally ceased, Ing Zheng rubbed his cheeks and astonishingly peeled away a large patch of sloughed-off skin. What on earth? Has my face vanished? A wave of surprise washed over Ing Zheng. Shattering his calm demeanor, he ceased to rub away the grime and dead skin on his face, only to be met with a sensation of unprecedented smoothness and softness. With a dawning realization, he suppressed his inner excitement and commanded, "Bring me a bronze mirror at once." The guards surrounding him immediately complied, their gazes filled with utter astonishment. Could this be the work of an immortal? Were it not for their familiarity with Ing Zheng, even Gai Nye might have suspected him to be an impostor. His subordinates swiftly procured a bronze mirror. Ing Zheng gazed into it, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Soon after, hearty laughter erupted from him. He laughed unabashedly, unable to contain himself. What he beheld in the mirror was the visage of his youthful self, barely 20, in reality. He was over 40. It was not merely his appearance. Even his voice had regained a youthful timbre, restoring him to the prime of his youth. Rejuvenation. His body was revitalized, returning to its pinnacle. Years of burdensome weight dissolved in an instant. Zheng was nearly moved to tears. Ignoring the grumbling of the celestial herb beside him, he promptly shared his photograph in the group chat, eager to convey his heartfelt gratitude to the immortal. Sincere and genuine, he was deeply touched. The immortal's benevolence towards him was immense, to defy fate and alter one's destiny. This was the reality. Given the immortal's intervention in his fate, Zheng contemplated how he could reciprocate. He resolved to command the nation to construct statues of the immortal, encouraging the populace to offer incense in devotion. The unrivaled emperor who swept across the six kingdoms. Screenshot. JPG. Tears of gratitude. Thank you, immortal, for bestowing upon me the gift of life. Should the immortal require anything, I shall offer my hands unreservedly without a second thought. Sobbing uncontrollably. JPG. Shuezhong Shizi. Goodness, is this the first emperor? The unrivaled emperor who conquered the six kingdoms. Did you apply a beauty filter? Tai Dan Shun Ho. Goodness, has the first emperor truly regained his youth? Zhu Wushi's eyes widened in disbelief. He understood that the immortal's intervention would yield extraordinary results, yet he was still taken aback by the exaggerated transformation. The first emperor's showcase was simply magnificent, a renowned martial artist. Who are you? Handsome. Have you had plastic surgery? Yihua Palace's second mistress. Is this truly the same person? If you told me it was someone else, I would believe you. Shocked. JPG. Envious. JPG. Peach Blossom Island's young chef. Immortal. I desire this as well. Eternal youth. Ling Xing and Huang Rong's eyes glistened with envy. They could overlook other matters, yet this temptation was too great. The allure of eternal beauty was an undeniable weapon. One must ponder what woman could resist. At that moment, both were consumed with a singular thought. Next time, they must acquire an even finer celestial herb than the first emperors. This chapter is suggested to be skipped, as it does not affect the plot. It is time for another breakthrough. After calculating his remaining points, he found that the previous balance of 12,788 points, combined with the 81,800 points earned from this task, along with Zheng's and Zhu Wushi's transactions of 10,000 and 3,000 points respectively, resulted in a total of 107,588 points, exceeding 100,000. Lin Gu felt a wave of satisfaction. This single task had garnered him a bountiful harvest, with his points soaring to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, others in the group began to depart from the Shooting Eagle world, returning to their respective realms. The subsequent tasks would be entrusted to the first emperor and the divine marquis, as per their original agreement. They were to leave behind a portion of their forces to assist Hong Qigong in stabilizing the throne. However, the Jianghu of the Great Song could not find tranquility. On this day, they bore witness to far too many extraordinary occurrences, celestial phenomena, divine beings manifested, the wrath of the heavens. The decaying Great Song dynasty was overthrown, while the Jin and Mongol forces were utterly eradicated, becoming mere remnants of history. Even now, as the divine beings vanished, many remained unable to accept such overwhelming information, questioning whether all of this was merely a dream. For one person might dream, but not everyone could. It was only when they reminded one another that they awakened from the dreamlike state, realizing that this was indeed reality, not a fantasy. Truly, divine beings existed. That genuine deity had descended upon them and then vanished into the mundane realm. Even Lin Gu himself had grossly underestimated the profound impact of his actions on this plane. Countless individuals would forever remember the scenes of today, their eyes gleaming with a desire to seek out the traces of the immortal, while a multitude of officials, wealthy merchants, and commoners erected temples to honor the divine being who had graced their world. Simultaneously, a burgeoning sect quietly arose in this realm. Rapidly overshadowing the Taoist and Buddhist traditions, it expanded at an astonishing pace, becoming the foremost religion of the Central Plains, the true God sect, founded by valiant heroes of the Jianghu. Worshipped none other than Lin Gu, the singular and unforgettable true deity in the hearts of all Central Plains people. In the primordial realm of the Three Immortals Island, suddenly, Lin Ji's aura surged dramatically. A pure power of faith continuously pouring into him, illuminating the entire cave, dwelling with a radiant glow. Lingu, suddenly, good fortune has descended upon me. It seems the saying that heaven does not bestow free gifts may not hold true. Isn't this a testament to its validity? With a bewildered mind, Lin Gu contemplated for a moment, sensing the source of this influx of faith, and was momentarily taken aback that it was from the shooting eagle world. He directed his gaze towards that realm, where he beheld countless newly constructed temples standing in dense clusters, resembling a sea of stars. The power of faith emanated from these temples, coalescing above like an ocean of incense. For even the most ethereal rumors of deities have countless devotees, and they would never lack for followers, let alone the genuine divine presence that had manifested before their eyes, wielding unparalleled might. As a result, all the followers of the true God sect were incredibly devout, sincerely praying and offering their devotion. Observing the oceanic expanse of faith, Lin Gu felt a surge of excitement. While the chat group could forcibly elevate his cultivation level, it could not provide him with the power of faith. Yet, in the primordial realm, the power of faith was immensely valuable, an absolute panacea, beneficial for any endeavor, as incense could assist deities in cultivating virtue, reconstructing their golden bodies, and enhancing their Taoist practices. This is why deities in later generations favored having mortals construct temples for them, using incense to pay homage. Moreover, incense served another crucial purpose. It could significantly amplify the deity's magical powers. To attain higher levels, they must accept incense to enhance their merit. Thus, incense was an exceedingly vital component. More directly, for instance, the three saints, Niwa, Junti, and Jiejin, achieved their sanctification directly through merit. Naturally, this method of sanctification has considerable drawbacks, as merit-based saints are heavily constrained by the heavenly Tao. Lin Gu, equipped with the chat group, would certainly not consider this path of sanctification. Nevertheless, this already serves to illustrate the importance of the power of faith and incense. Such a boon was immensely tempting for Lin Gu. He would never consider it excessive. He had not anticipated such an unexpected windfall. Undoubtedly, this opportunity opened a new avenue of thought for Lin Gu. Perhaps I could establish temples across various realms to acquire incense. With the chat group at his disposal, Lin Gu could easily traverse different planes, gathering offerings of faith from otherworld in comparison to the vague legends of deities in other planes. His status as a true deity undoubtedly provided a significant advantage, allowing him to effortlessly amass a multitude of followers in endless realms, even if the sources of faith originated from lower planes. The sheer number would manifest an overwhelmingly powerful force of belief. Lin Gu could already envision the scene of countless powers of faith converging upon him, enough to astonish any observer into speechlessness. At that moment, who would care about the saints? He would be the undisputed true God of the primordial realm. For now, however, the priority was to achieve another breakthrough. Recalling his thoughts, Lin Gu focused on the substantial points he currently possessed. Each time he counted his points and treasures, relishing the exhilarating sensation of a rapid breakthrough, it undoubtedly marked the peak of his enjoyment. Gazing at the unprecedented six-figure sum, even Lin Gu felt a thrill of excitement. Having accumulated so many points, to what realm could he ascend? Activating the concealment of heavenly secrets function, he prepared to break through. Lin Gu expertly executed the operation. Ding! The heavenly secrets shielding function has been activated. Ding! The breakthrough function has been activated. Searching for the energy required for your breakthrough. Extracting energy. Extraction complete. Commencing breakthrough. Countless streams of pure energy materialize from thin air, flooding into Lin Ji's celestial orifice, a frenzied aura accompanied by flickering, ethereal brilliance. Harmonizing with the burgeoning ocean of incense behind him, Lin Gu could not help but marvel once more at the formidable capabilities of the chat group. Each breakthrough brought with it an influx of pure, top-tier spiritual energy from unknown sources, and the enforced rules of forced breakthroughs alleviated any concerns he might have had in that regard. Ding! Congratulations, you have broken through to the first rank of Xian Immortal, consuming 19,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have broken through to the second rank of Xian Immortal, consuming 21,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to the third rank of Xianxian, consuming 22,000 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to the fourth rank of Xianxian, consuming 23,000 points of merit. It was only until reaching the fourth rank of Xianxian that the surging spiritual energy within Lin Gu gradually subsided. Ding! This breakthrough has concluded. A total of 85,000 points of merit have been consumed, leaving 22,588 points remaining. How swiftly I have ascended to the fourth rank of Xianxian. Lin Gu, feeling the explosive surge of power within, couldn't help but marvel. Having traversed this world and practiced the Tao for thousands of years, he had only attained the heavenly immortal level. Yet now, merely days after joining the chat group, he had soared to the mid-stage of Xianxian as if propelled by a rocket. The disparity is truly astonishing. Is this the feeling of having an advantage? Glancing at the remaining points, Lin Gu felt no sorrow. Points earned are meant to be spent. For him, these points could easily be regained. In the chat group, Peach Blossom Island's little chef. The little newbie has triggered a solo mission. I wonder what marvelous resources they have negotiated with the Immortals. Screenshot. JPG, solo mission. Defeat the new emperor of the Song Dynasty. Hong Qigong, mission reward. 10,000 points. Mission deadline. 30 days. Related continuous missions. Defeat the former number one in the world, Wang Chongyang, who faked his death and returned to the martial world. Mission unlock conditions. Complete the preceding mission of defeating the new emperor of the Song Dynasty. Hong Qigong, mission reward. 10,000 points. Mission deadline. None. Observing the mission panel in the chat group, Huang Rong's face lit up with surprise. Ever since she was enlightened by the Immortal about actively triggering missions, she had been contemplating various ideas. After everyone else completed their missions and departed, Huang Rong thought of Hong Qigong, a rare master and one of the 5 absolutes of the Song Dynasty. Challenging him, wouldn't he that significantly impact the world? Unexpectedly, this thought triggered a mission, and completing it would unlock another task, Iron-Willed God Marquis. Alas, in my world, I can find no opponents. I am at a loss for how to trigger missions. It seems my only chance is to seize the throne. Persimmon in the snow. How did you trigger it? Is it by challenging top masters? I sympathize with the God Marquis, but I am still quite weak. I should have ample opportunities to receive missions. Upon seeing the messages, Su Fingyan's thought stirred. Unlike Iron-Willed God Marquis, who is the number one in his world, the opportunities for significant changes are few. However, for newcomers like him and Huang Rong, there is considerable potential. Conqueror of the 6 kingdoms, the eternal emperor. One cannot say that. I, too, stand atop the pinnacle of power, and likewise, I can effortlessly alter the course of the world that in fact, it might be simpler than for you little newcomers. Having regained his youthful form, the young Ing Zheng felt a surge of confidence. Compared to his previously waning physique, these past few days of rejuvenation had filled him with vigor and spirit. Now, Ing Zheng was no longer content with the current state of the Qin Empire. Previously hindered by his physical condition, many ambitions were left unfulfilled. However, with this healthy body, he could undertake greater endeavors. He intended to extend his ambitions to a broader territory. At that moment, a mission popped up on Ing Zheng's chat panel. Special solo mission. Change history, defy fate, and forge a distinctly different Qin. Mission requirements. Eliminate the remnants of the 6 kingdoms and subdue the various schools of thought. Mission reward. 50,000 points. Mission deadline. 1 year. I have actually triggered a mission. How remarkable. Ing Zheng was initially taken aback by the task that appeared before him. But then joy surged within him. Having just obtained the immortal grass, now another opportunity for points had presented itself. This was the rhythm of the Qin's ascent. The remnants of the 6 kingdoms? They probably believe I am frail and awaiting my demise. Imagining the expressions of his enemies upon seeing him, Ing Zheng knew it would be utterly delightful. He would personally lead the charge and provide them all with a grand surprise. Furthermore, he aimed to proclaim to the world that he had divine assistance, granted with the immortal elixir, allowing him to regain his youth and achieve immortality. A double victory. Who would dare defy him then? With fierce ambition igniting in his eyes, Zheng saw this mission as a splendid opportunity to execute many plans and take the first step towards the rebirth of the Qin. Simultaneously, he wished to seize this chance to proclaim the existence of the immortals to the world and establish the true God sect as the state religion, reflecting on the fervor surrounding the true God sect in the Song dynasty. Zheng felt envious. Such a splendid opportunity to curry favor with the immortals had been seized by the Song. Now, he wished to establish the true God sect before his companions could catch on. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms, the Eternal Emperor. Screenshot. JPG. What a coincidence. Just as I mentioned this topic, I inadvertently triggered a mission. Iron-willed God Marquis. Zhu Wusher's eyes turned red with envy. A.S. one of the few powerful figures in the group. Why should you be so fortunate? A person's martial world. God Marquis, don't be agitated. I also triggered a mission. Screenshot. JPG. Solo Chain Mission 1. Travel to the Sakura Nation to challenge their martial arts community and prove they're all worthless. Mission reward. For each challenge, rewards fluctuate based on the resulting social impact. Mission deadline. None. Feng Yuxiu was quite satisfied with this mission. Challenges were his forte. It determined victory and defeat, life and death. If one were to play, let it be exhilarating. Otherwise, what was the point? Upon receiving the mission, Feng Yuxiu had initially intended to keep it a secret and accumulate wealth quietly. However, seeing Huang Rong and the First Emperor flaunting it, he ultimately could not resist. Ding! Member Iron-Willed God Marquis has challenged member A person's martial world to a 1v1 duel. A person's martial world. Ding! Member A person's martial world has declined member Iron-Willed God Marquis's challenge. What the heck? God Marquis, please don't. Seeing the challenge that popped up before him, Feng Yuxiu immediately chose to refuse. Does the chat group have such a feature? The God Marquis's psychological resilience needs strengthening. The Fire Cloud evil god lounged in his rocking chair, leisurely sending messages. The Iron-Willed God Marquis was still a bit fragile. Unlike himself, who bore a massive debt of 50,000 points and had not yet found a suitable mission to undertake, Iron-Willed God Marquis was truly shaken. Among the 7 members in the group, excluding the immortals, 3 had received missions, nearly half the probability, yet he was left out. He had previously chosen a more immediate and effective sword technique to seize the initiative in the group. Only to encounter this situation. Oh heavens, why must you be so cruel to me? Zhu Wusher, incensed, began banging his head against the wall, causing the entire Hulong Mountain Villa to tremble slightly. Having no opponents left in this world and no intention of becoming emperor, he had become increasingly unrestrained, neglecting his image and revealing his true thoughts. Not far away, the emperor, visiting for tea, watched Zhu Wusher ranting at the wall and grew concerned. Why was he here talking nonsense and acting deranged? Initially, the emperor and Zhu Wusher had shared heartfelt confessions, understanding each other's intentions. However, seeing Zhu Wusher's mental state, he wondered if he might suddenly go mad and change his mind. Meanwhile, the others in the chat group fell silent, struggling to imagine the extent of the God Marquis's mental turmoil. Ignoring the subsequent messages in the group, Huang Rong was solely focused on the mission she had triggered, although her strength was somewhat lacking. She had found Hong Qigong. Surely he would give her some face, right? After all, it was thanks to her recommendation that he could ascend to Emperor. Opening the group livestream, Huang Rong went directly to the imperial palace of the Song dynasty in search of Hong Qigong. On the other side, Hong Qigong was engaged in discussions when, after the departure of the deity, Zheng and Zhu Wusher approached him, offering their assistance to help him become emperor. These individuals were indeed reliable. They not only helped him swiftly stabilize the order of the Central Plains, but also taught him the knowledge of ruling from start to finish. Ultimately, there were no unexpected occurrences, and he successfully ascended the throne, stabilizing his position, with the kingdom named Song, now far more prosperous than before. This moment, Hong Qigong ponder question, was establishing himself as the new emperor the will of the deity? Following the deity's disappearance, these individuals immediately sought him out, assisting him in successfully ascending to the throne. Did this not imply that those who fulfilled the deity's will could be considered as its messengers? And should he not, by extension, be considered a representative of that great deity? It was astonishing. There truly are immortals in this world. Hong Qigong recalled the scene of that day, marveling once more. It was no mere figment of imagination, but an undeniable reality that had descended before everyone. It was somewhat amusing. Upon the deity's appearance, the old masters of the martial world, regardless of their reasons for hiding, could no longer remain concealed and had all emerged. Even the long-dead number one of the world, Wang Chongyang, had seemingly revived. Yet, who knows when the deity would next show itself after vanishing? Hong Qigong's emotions were intricate, his face exhibiting a blend of curiosity and longing. Until the very last moment, he had not laid eyes on the true visage of that celestial being, leaving him with a lingering sense of regret. The genuine existence of the immortal had utterly shattered and redefined his worldview. All his prior understandings and contemplations had transformed in light of this revelation. Take Wang Chongyang, for instance. Regardless of his intentions behind feigning death, those motives had now become inconsequential. Congratulations to Qigong on becoming the emperor. A junior wishes to challenge you once, and hopes for your consent from a distance. Huang Rong's voice jolted Hong Qigong from his reverie, and he gazed at her in disbelief. How did you come to be here? Hong Qigong was perplexed. He had met Huang Rong a few times, and knew her to be the sole daughter of Huang Yaoshi, leaving him with a favorable impression of the young girl. However, this was the imperial palace. How had she gained entry? As he pondered this, he turned to his companions, Zhang Han and Duan Tianya, revealing his confusion. If it weren't for my recommendation to the immortal, Qigong would still be unable to ascend to the throne. Huang Rong explained with a smile. You an immortal? Hong Qigong was genuinely astonished. Upon seeing Zhang Han, Duan Tianya affirmed her words, and he finally believed it. Huang girl, you've caused this old man to have no time for drinking now. Hong Qigong was at a loss for words, offering a bitter laugh. This time, I wish to challenge Qigong's martial prowess and hope for your approval. Huang Rong implored eagerly. In no way. Hong Qigong retorted, speechless. Where did she find the confidence to think she could best him? An old senior? Perhaps her father might stand a chance, but not her. However, considering Huang Rong's possible connection to that celestial figure, he rejected her outright without a second thought. What if he inadvertently offended the immortal during their sparring? This girl, Huang Rong, was merely taking advantage of her privileged connections to bully an old man like him. Why not accept the challenge? Huang Rong pouted, suddenly sullen that I still plan to challenge Wang Chongyang to claim the title of the world's number one. Hong Qigong's eyes widened in disbelief. That's so. Huang Rong had been so audacious all along. He realized she was relying on her powerful connections, hoping to seize the title of number one for herself. Qigong, forgive me. Seeing Hong Qigong's face filled with resistance, Huang Rong, feeling helpless, picked up a nearby cane and struck him. There was no other option. While she was indifferent to the title of number one, she truly needed the points. She had to secure the points first. With a resounding thud, Hong Qigong fell to the ground. Utterly bewildered. You ambushed me. How shameless. You, a privileged one, come to bully an old man like me? Hong Qigong lamented, his face a picture of indignation. How could he dare retaliate against someone connected to the immortal? You may have won, but you have lost in morality. Zhang Han and Duan Tianya remained silent. Huang Rong, seeing the points credited to her account, was immediately satisfied. She dashed out, leaving behind a parting remark. Qigong, consider this a favor you've done for me. In the future, if there are resources for cultivation, I'll share some with you. Resources for cultivation? Hong Qigong's eyes widened, and after rubbing his ears to ensure he hadn't misheard, he was momentarily stunned. Did this mean he might have the chance to encounter celestial treasures? Perhaps even the opportunity to cultivate himself? After lingering in a daze for several seconds, Hong Qigong sprang up from the ground, bursting into hearty laughter, and did not forget to channel his true energy to shout in the direction Huang Rong had departed. Agreed. In the future, whatever this old man can assist with, I shall not refuse. Do come often for some exchanges. It had been so long since he had seen Zhong Shintong. The fellow's martial skills must have considerably waned, and do not forget about the cultivation resources. Hong Qigong reminded cheerfully, his face beaming with joy. Huang Rong's moral fortitude in remembering this old senior was commendable. After locating Zhong, Shuntong, Wang Chongyang at the Chuanjin sect and providing a swift explanation. Upon hearing the keyword immortal, Wang Chongyang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. After defeating him in a duel, Huang Rong departed from the Chuanjin sect, leaving behind a jubilant Wang Chongyang, who was lost in dreams of celestial treasures. Subsequently, Huang Rong happily closed her live stream, having amassed 20,000 points, a fortune she had never witnessed before as a newcomer in the group. She needed to contemplate carefully what resources to trade with the immortal. Previously, the first emperor had spent 10,000 points to acquire a celestial herb. Surely, her 20,000 points would yield something of equal or greater value. Ding! Member To Island S Little Chef has ended the live stream. How did it go? Did you successfully obtain the task rewards? Asked the second master of Ihua Palace. I got it. A total of 20,000 points, replied Tawa Island S Little Chef, that I'm drooling with envy. 20,000 points. Am I the only one in the group who hasn't traded with the immortal yet? Snowy Persimmon chimed in. Don't forget about me. I'm in a much worse situation. Upon seeing Su Funyin and the Fire Cloud Evil God, Zhu Wusher's mood considerably improved. Although he had not triggered a task this time, he still felt superior compared to these two unfortunate souls. A sense of superiority welled up within Zhu Wusher. Congratulations. That's double the points I earned last time. That I'm curious what treasures Miss Huang Rong will be able to exchange for. At this moment, Ingzheng personally oversaw the construction of a colossal statue of the immortal in Xianyang City while simultaneously addressing the group. Last time, Huang Rong was fortunate enough to ride in the immortal S carriage. Hence, Ingzheng's tone towards Huang Rong was relatively courteous. I'll say no more. It's making me envious. I'm also preparing to complete a task, and I'll come back to show off later. I'll start a live stream for everyone to watch. Ding. Member who sweeps the 6 kingdoms, the Eternal Emperor, has begun a live stream. Your Majesty, the news has been proclaimed to the world, and the army is ready. Shall we set off immediately? A general reported, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he knelt. Ingzheng announced to the world his intention to personally lead a tour across the nation, sweeping away the remnants and unifying the various factions. In the past, he would have dissuaded such an action, as the emperor's health was paramount. However, now that he knew the emperor had received guidance from the immortal and had rejuvenated, he had succumbed to a mindless fervor of trust. Whatever the emperor decreed, he would follow without question, for there could be no error. After all, the emperor was under the guidance of a true immortal. How could the immortal be wrong? This general envisioned a great era of prosperity ahead. Believing that the once tumultuous Qin would turn a corner and flourish under divine protection. Efficient work? Ingzheng slowly turned around, exuding an overwhelming presence. Prepare my chariot and notify the army. I shall lead the expedition at once. Wind! Wind! A great wind! The army roared with enthusiasm, their voices echoing through the military grounds, resounding endlessly. Snowy Persimmon remarked, I'm envious. The first emperor's army looks magnificent, but my snow dragon riders are not to be underestimated. Watching the scenes unfold in the live stream, Su Funyin felt a surge of excitement. This what ancient armies looked like. Such a strong aura of authority and lethality. Truly impressive, Iron-Blooded God Marquis observed. It seems the first emperor, with the immortal aid and his personal expedition, has ignited the fighting spirit of this mighty army. Point 1 can sense an unstoppable momentum, as praises flooded the group. Ingzheng remained impassive, secretly pleased. Now they recognized his prowess. Aside from the immortal, he was the #1 figure in the group. His status as the most devoted fan of the immortal was unmatched. The schemes of Iron-Blooded God Marquis to surpass him and claim the second position were but foolish dreams. However, recalling the terrifying sword techniques bestowed upon Zhu Wusher by the immortal, Ingzheng felt a twinge of unease. Igniting a thirst for points, for the foreseeable future, he need not worry about his lifespan. What he needed most now was to exchange for a method of cultivation from the immortal, given this opportunity. Strengthening oneself was the essence of true power. Just imagine the might of the immortal strike, capable of annihilating all. Status and armies were mere illusions. Power was merely the most effective tool in his hands. Ultimately, he would tread the path of self-enhancement. Once he embarked on the path of cultivation, facing thousands of opponents alone would be effortless. rendering armies less significant. Of course, Yingzheng harbored ambitions to expand the territories of the Qin to unimaginable extents, aspiring to forge the Qin Empire into an unparalleled celestial Qin dynasty. Meanwhile, as Yingzheng's proclamation echoed, the world trembled. What did the Qin emperor intend? Dare to wander about? Does he? Surely his health must be failing him. Is he not afraid of collapsing along the way? Humph. Yingzheng is nothing but a dying man. The tyranny of the Qin will inevitably lead to its own destruction. Now that the nation is in a precarious state, it seems the Qin emperor can no longer remain idle, resorting to a desperate struggle. The audacity of the Qin monarch is remarkable. Despite his ailing condition, he still dares to suppress others. Does he truly believe we are so easily subdued? Humph, should he dare to come, I shall ensure he leaves with no return. In the shadows, some reactionaries and remnants of the Six States have received word and are clandestinely deliberating. They pay little heed to the emperor's grand tour. For if Yingzheng truly possessed the strength to suppress all dissent within the realm, they would have long ceased to exist. In their eyes, it is precisely Yingzheng's oppressive rule that has incited so many to resist him, rendering him unworthy of the world's recognition. Moreover, having heard that the Qin emperor has been fervently pursuing the secret of immortality these past years, it is likely that his health has deteriorated to a critical state. And this is but a futile act of desperation. Perhaps he shall tire himself to death along the journey, prompting a rebellion across the land that shall topple the Qin. The emperor is indeed too hasty. In an unknown valley, Giguzi sighed, revealing a look of inexplicable emotion, as if foreseeing the downfall of the Qin, the collapse of a millennia-old foundation. Yet the one thing he could not fathom was the recent disturbances in Xianyang City. No matter how he contemplated and deduced, he could not uncover their mysteries. This indeed presents a variable. Giguzi furrowed his brow, but paid it little mind. The tide of events was such that no matter how the emperor struggled, it would not alter the fact that the Qin was heading towards its twilight. Could it be that he has truly found the elixir of life to reclaim his youth? Giguzi nearly chuckled at the absurdity of this thought. Was that not sheer nonsense? What he ought to focus on now was how to expand his influence amidst the upheaval of the world, and it was time to employ the pieces of Gai Nie and Wei Zhuang. Xiao Shengxian Zhuang, Shi Xiang, what are your thoughts on the emperor's intentions? Zhang Liang inquired calmly, seeking counsel from Fun Yin, but he felt a lingering doubt about Yingzheng's sudden actions, unable to grasp their underlying purpose. Zifeng, your flaw is overcomplicating matters. Fun Yin shook his head. Stripped of the emperor's aura, he is merely an ordinary man, who, like anyone else, can be muddled at times. The once mighty sovereign has now aged. It is evident that this is merely a blunder on the emperor's part. Your insights are profound, Shi Xiang. I have greatly benefited. Zhang Liang nodded in agreement, yet he still felt something amiss, recalling the recent gathering of numerous experts in Xianyang. Was there a connection? Could His Majesty, the Qin Emperor, truly make such a mistake? Zhang Liang shook his head, choosing not to dwell further. The Yinyang school. The first emperor is to lead the charge himself? Upon hearing the news, Dong Huang Tai's expression subtly shifted. Indeed, Master Dong Huang. Moreover, according to our informants, the remnants of the Six States and various schools of thought hold little optimism regarding this endeavor, believing that His Majesty is digging his own grave. Many forces are already plotting in the shadows, preparing to ambush His Majesty. The moon goddess remarked with a hint of concern, should we take action to guide public opinion and alleviate His Majesty's resistance? Ha ha, this is actually a fortuitous development. Dong Huang Tai responded with a laugh. What do you mean, Master Dong Huang? The moon goddess asked, puzzled, unable to grasp the implication, with that unparalleled immortal by His Majesty's side. What does he have to fear from these insignificant pests? Dong Huang Tai continued. On the contrary, we must create a narrative that diminishes the emperor. The more fiercely those remnants rebel, the more effectively the emperor can purge the rot from his empire. Simultaneously, under such scrutiny, he can proclaim the existence of that immortal, which lends greater credence to his claims. And, as the Yin-Yang school, standing firmly with the emperor during this time of crisis will highlight our merits, allowing us to emerge triumphantly once the myriad schools are vanquished. Dong Huang Tai's gaze was profound, seeing clearly that the times have changed. Despite his formidable strength, he is insignificant before that immortal. Only by aligning completely with the Emperor can we seize the chance for divine favor, allowing the Yin-Yang school to endure in this era, perhaps even ascend to a higher position. Your strategic foresight is remarkable. Master, the moon goddess expressed her admiration. Enlightened, she immediately set about arranging for the creation of momentum, guiding public sentiment, and inciting more remnants to seek their doom. Excellent. Dong Huang Tai lowered his gaze. Just remember, everything is different now. Nothing compares to the thought of that divine being. We must resolutely please that divine master. Dong Huang did not shy away from the word pleased in the presence of that being. They truly had no choice but to curry favor. They lacked the standing to speak of equality. The folly of the myriad schools and the remnants of the 6 states, who remain oblivious to the might of the immortal. Believing it to be a prime opportunity to overthrow the Qin would soon become a spectacle reminiscent of moths drawn to flame. I heard that Elder Mu's disciple Xiao Siming had the honor of riding the spirit deer immortal chariot. Serving that divine master, Dong Huang Tai suddenly inquired. Everyone below was taken aback, and Xiao Siming stepped forward, nodding slightly. Recalling the night spent in the presence of the immortal, she became momentarily entranced, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. The moon goddess glanced at Xiao Siming, adding, "This is indeed the case. From today onward, Xiao Siming shall receive the highest honors, her status equal to mine." Dong Huang Tai stated calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. However, since Xiao Siming had closely interacted with the immortal, they had no objections to her receiving such treatment. The moon goddess felt an increasing sense of envy. She regretted leaving too hastily that day, missing the perfect opportunity to serve the immortal. But if another chance arises, she must actively showcase herself and engage with the immortal. Dong Huang Tai issued a single instruction, saying little more. Such a rare opportunity may never come again, and whether they would have the chance to see that divine master in their lifetime remained uncertain. Xiao Siming gently nodded, recalling the immortal's exquisite visage beneath the sheer veil, feeling a rare stir within her. She sensed her curiosity and fondness for that immortal in her heart, and she felt no resistance to serving or coming into close contact with him. In the agricultural family's Chiyu Hall. All the hall masters were gathered in the conference room. The Qin King is inspecting the realm, and to make my agricultural family his first stop is utterly excessive. Does he intend to use us as a stepping stone to establish his authority? Tian, who exclaimed with a fiery temper, clearly displeased. The others wore grim expressions, evidently anxious. While many currently disparage the Qin, being chosen as the first stop means facing the fiercest backlash, even with the agricultural family's considerable numbers. It would be difficult to withstand such onslaught. There is no need to panic, for many from the 100 schools and the remnants of the 6 states have also learned of this news and are hastening to our agricultural family. What the situation will be then remains uncertain. Tianzhong, the hallmaster of the Gonggong Hall, remarked that in truth, he was an undercover agent planted by the Luo network within the agricultural family, a man of the first emperor. Now, having received word, the message was singular, to disparage the first emperor's expedition. The less optimism there is now, the more shocking it will be later. As Ing Zheng actively stirs the pot, the external narrative has become increasingly outrageous, with claims that the first emperor's demise is imminent. Indeed, upon hearing Tianzhong's words, the members of the agricultural family visibly brightened. Tian Yan remained silent among the crowd, having traversed worlds and witnessed the immortal's prowess. She knew that this event was likely under Ing Zheng's control, with the remnants of the 6 states and the 100 schools falling into his trap. However, she was confident in preserving the agricultural family, ensuring that its legacy would not be severed. What Tianzhong said holds true. I have heard that the Qin King is on the brink of death, likely to collapse at any moment. I acknowledge the former renown of the Qin King, but he is merely a dying man now. If he intends to strike in my agricultural family, let him remain here forever, and let our name resound. Tian Hu proclaimed, downing a bowl of strong liquor, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, as this news spread far and wide. Almost overnight, countless forces converged near the agricultural family, preparing to confront the Qin King. Perhaps the decline of a vast empire was about to commence from this very point. Meanwhile, Ing Zheng, listening to the reports from his informants, maintained an inscrutable expression. Everything was firmly within his grasp. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the masses, he chose to gather his forces. Look, the fish have taken the bait. It is now time to reel them in the midst of snow. Persimmons. One cannot help but feel sympathy for the enemies of the first emperor. I am most curious about their expressions when they witness him rejuvenate, the second master of the Yuhua Palace. I too am intrigued. What will their faces reveal when they discover that celestial beings assist the first emperor, the iron-willed divine marquis? Can the first emperor truly contend with them should I offer my assistance? A mere token of points for my efforts would suffice, the unrivaled emperor who swept across the 6 states. Away with you, we do not need it. I have long been prepared, vowing to uphold the name of the celestial beings in this endeavor. In the agricultural fields, the atmosphere was thick with tension, swords drawn and arrows knocked. Tian Meng, Tian Sai, Tian Zhong, Han Exen, and other high-ranking officials gazed solemnly at the large assembly of Qin troops gathering in the distance, their expressions grim and questioning. Simultaneously, not far from this place, various individuals of unclear allegiance silently observed. Among them were the Xiong clan of Chu, the mountain dwellers of Shu, as well as members of the Maoist, Taoist sects, and various other factions, all covertly lying in wait. Upon the arrival of the Qin army, they halted, leaving the onlookers perplexed about their intentions. Before long, a luxurious carriage known as the Chariot of the Son of Heaven glided into view. At the sight of this carriage, all observers stirred, their breaths quickening. They understood that within this carriage resided none other than the reigning king of Qin, the one who unified the realms. Typically, a sovereign would command from afar, inspiring morale. Yet this king of Qin dared to confront the front lines personally. How audacious! Many harbored uncertain expressions. Could this be a trap to ensnare the remnants of the 6 states, while the true Ing Zheng remained hidden? Just as such thoughts crossed their minds, a commanding and resonant voice suddenly emanated from the carriage. Today, let me see how many have come. The moment the words fell, astonishment enveloped the surroundings. Ing Zheng, the king of Qin, it was undoubtedly him. Did he truly fear succumbing to illness on this journey? All parties confirmed in their hearts. This news profoundly shook them. Each faction possessed their own means to ascertain that the voice from the carriage was no mere disguise. It was indeed the king of Qin, Ing Zheng himself. Yet this revelation only deepened their astonishment. Had the first emperor truly descended into such folly? Did he genuinely intend to lead the charge against them? How utterly foolish! His Majesty, the king of Qin, has arrived, illuminating our humble farm. Tian Meng laughed heartily, though he pondered the purpose behind His Majesty's visit, particularly why he chose their farm as the initial stop. Silence fell around them as they awaited Ing Zheng's response. In their eyes, this once mighty emperor, who had swept across the 6 states, now appeared aged and foolish, even to the point of seeking elixirs for eternal life. Was it not reckless to orchestrate such a grand display at his age? Yet, for them, this also bore good news. As long as the first emperor lived, the empire would remain firmly within Qin's grasp, leaving them restless in their rebellion. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Ing Zheng was filled with delight, regarding them with utter disdain. The unrivaled emperor who swept across the 6 states. I now truly understand the joy of having celestial beings backing me. Observing those once troublesome adversaries now manipulated at my whim is undeniably gratifying. It is but a game, a mere amusement. Unable to contain himself, Ing Zheng sent a message within the group, his heart calming as he proclaimed with an air of authority. All of you, align your focus upon me, for I have an announcement. Without needing further prompting, all attention converged on Ing Zheng, some already preparing hidden weapons for a potential attempt. Their primary objective was not to eliminate Ing Zheng here, but rather to gauge his condition and discern how much longer he could endure. Any attempts would merely be ancillary. Should the opportunity arise to assassinate the first emperor, they would not let it slip away. Yet the very next moment unveiled a scene that left nearly everyone speechless. A pristine, newborn-like hand lifted the curtain before the chariot, and as Ing Zheng stepped forward, he revealed a youthful visage that filled all onlookers with terror, panic, and astonishment. He looked just as he had in his prime when he ruled over the 6 states. It was he. How could this be possible? In that instant, countless voices erupted in disbelief. What they beheld was indeed the king of Qin, but in a form as youthful as that of a 20-year-old. How could this be? The crowd could not contain their astonishment, gasping in shock. Even those such as Tian Meng, positioned across from him, found their breath momentarily stolen, their pupils dilating. Those who had never before laid eyes on the first emperor, while unsure of the specifics, sensed that something was amiss. How could this be? O King of Qin, have you truly uncovered the secret to eternal youth? A man, donned in a bamboo hat, appeared as if driven to madness, his face contorted with incredulity as he shouted, "Why? This cannot be real. You must be deceiving us. How could you possibly possess the appearance of one 20 years younger?" Others echoed his disbelief, unable to accept the implausible reality. Boom! If prior to this moment, most had not witnessed the first emperor and thus remained uncertain of the situation. Upon hearing these questions, all now comprehended what had transpired. Youthful appearance, the elixir of immortality. Had he truly found it? The minds of all present buzzed as if struck by a thunderclap, whether they were the various factions or remnants of the 6 states. All stared wide-eyed, their scalps tingling with shock. How could it be possible that an elixir of immortality truly existed? This was entirely at odds with their previous expectations. At this moment, the earlier clues and discordant feelings aligned into a singular revelation. No wonder the first emperor had suddenly undertaken such a monumental act. Was it because he had indeed attained the secret of eternal life? Those who opposed Qin trembled, utterly unable to accept this hypothesis. A conspiracy. This could only be a conspiracy. Such an ethereal phenomenon could not possibly be real. Some among them struggled to regain their composure. Whether true or false, they could not afford to believe it, must question its authenticity. Otherwise, they feared that before anything could transpire, their inner conviction would shatter. Ing Zheng, is this merely a guise? Or are you not Ing Zheng at all, but merely an impostor with a similar voice? Some coldly demanded, their eyes reddened, clearly unable to accept the notion that Ing Zheng might have returned to youth. Oh, do you wish for me to prove that I am indeed myself? The youthful Ing Zheng smirked. Asking such a question, do you even believe it yourselves? The crowd fell silent. Ing Zheng had a point. This matter was of great significance, and important figures from every faction had assembled. Among them were experts in the art of disguise, and without exception, they found no trace of any alteration. The individual before them was undoubtedly the true king of Qin, Ing Zheng. The only difference was that he appeared younger, if it were indeed an impostor. Then this individual was remarkably identical to the young Ing Zheng. Far too coincidental. Nonetheless, some retorted coolly, that does not prove anything. You may have merely altered your appearance. Who can attest to your actual rejuvenation? Indeed, upon hearing this, the crowd collectively reacted. It seemed that Ing Zheng's intention was to proclaim that he had discovered the secret to eternal life, claiming divine favor for Qin, thereby positioning himself in a place of celestial accord. They could not allow this to succeed. The gazes of the crowd turned calm, yet cold, fixating on Ing Zheng. Indeed, you have merely restored your youthful visage, but what does that signify? Merely a change of appearance. A feat easily achieved. Rebirth? Apologies, but they would not be persuaded. Ha! How pitiful. I anticipated your reactions long ago. Ing Zheng maintained his demeanor, breaking into boisterous laughter, his every movement radiating vitality, his voice as youthful and unblemished as in his earlier days. The expressions of those present shifted subtly. His appearance bore no semblance to mere superficial change. It was as if he had genuinely returned to youth. You wretched vermin, mere stray dogs, how dare you question his majesty, who has gained celestial favor for eternal life, and has even encountered true immortals. The war marquis, Wang Bin, glared fiercely, stepping forward to admonish them, his voice resonating with a thunderous authority that reverberated in the ears of all. In that moment, every individual was struck with astonishment, believing they had misheard, their composure shattered. What? Immortals? Could it be that true immortals exist in this world? Of course, they would vehemently proclaim their celestial allies to be false. What could the first emperor possibly mean? Confronted with the doubts of the crowd, Zheng remained unfazed, yet his gaze upon them held a hint of pity, a gathering of frogs at the bottom of a well. Once upon a time, he too had shared their limited worldview, but now, everything had irrevocably changed as they gazed upon the serene figure of Zheng. A sense of foreboding enveloped the crowd, as if they all anticipated the imminent occurrence of something monumental. The glint in his eyes, akin to that of one regarding mere vermin, caused a tightening in the hearts of all present, an unsettling premonition emerging within them. The situation had escalated to a point completely beyond their control, exceeding everyone's expectations. What had caused Zheng to return to his youthful form? What divine powers were at play? What had he truly experienced? Amidst these thoughts, a vague answer began to surface within the minds of the onlookers. Yet none were willing to accept it. You know nothing of the great power of the divine. Zheng looked skyward and calmly uttered these words, in the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, as an aura of unfathomable terror spread over hundreds of miles. Zheng, holding a talisman radiating blinding light, appeared with an expression of deep reverence. What transpired next left all present in a state of shock, as if they had witnessed the impossible, a memory forever etched in their minds. With the talisman in hand, Zheng coldly proclaimed, "This is a divine talisman bestowed by the celestial beings. With their aid, what you have to oppose me?" Boom! As his words echoed, the world darkened, and celestial thunder, earthly fire, and rivers were summoned by the talisman, creating a spectacle unseen by any before. Yet they all sensed the brewing of an unfathomably terrifying strike. The onlookers were rendered speechless, feeling an overwhelming pressure that instilled within them a conviction of utter futility in resisting such might. In that moment, those opposing the Qin felt despair. Yet the tumult stirred within their hearts by Zheng's words surpassed even their despair. Could it truly be that celestial beings existed? Meanwhile, in the primordial realm, Lin Gu, immersed in the contemplation of his cultivation experiences, felt a stirring. Had Zheng's talisman been activated, Lin Gu opened his eyes and, upon a brief sense, discerned its origin. Upon entering the chat group, he had bestowed each of the 4 senior members a talisman capable of unleashing a foundational strike. Though it was a trivial gift, the traces left on the talismans alerted him upon their activation. He resolved to take a glance at the situation. He could not allow Zheng to meet his demise. Without further ado, Lin Gu marked the talisman, allowing him to directly observe the events there and, if necessary, safeguard the members of the group that on the other side. An unexpected occurrence unfolded. Above the talisman summoning the force of the heavenly adversary, a nebulous figure gradually materialized, its visage obscured, its boundless form standing between heaven and earth, exuding a sacred and solemn aura, impossible to gaze upon directly. In that moment, the cosmos seemed to still. The figure cast a fleeting glance downward before slowly dissipating. After confirming that Zheng was in no danger, Lin Gu turned his attention away. Yet the entire assembly was utterly aghast. With a resounding boom, every mind felt as though it had exploded, more exhilarated, thrilled, and terrified than ever before. Celestial beings, the divine has manifested. They had just beheld the unmistakable trace of a true celestial being. No one was concerned with their current predicament. All were aflame with excitement, their faces flushed, overwhelmed by an indescribable thrill. It was akin to witnessing a UFO on the battlefield, with extraterrestrials emerging to greet them. Who could possibly focus on fighting or anything else? Zheng, gazing at the fading figure, was momentarily taken aback. Had a celestial being truly graced them? This was an opportunity for flattery. Holding the talisman, he stepped forward and declared, "This is a gift from the true celestial. Do any of you dare to defy it?" His proclamation jolted the crowd back to reality, leaving them momentarily at a loss, still reeling from the shock of earlier events. Indeed, it appeared that the celestial beings Zheng spoke of were real. Perhaps he had genuinely received guidance from them, allowing him to achieve eternal life. So, should they still oppose the Qin? Even if they did, How could they possibly contend against an opponent backed by celestial beings, as they observed the increasingly formidable aura summoned by the talisman? Confusion gripped everyone. To go against the heavens was to court death. Ying Zheng had made their choice abundantly clear. These individuals had opposed the Qin for many years, harboring deep-seated enmity. From any perspective, he would never truly accept their surrender. Only by adhering to his initial intention could he eradicate his foes completely. With a resounding impact, a singular thought flashed through the minds of all present. There was no mistake. Celestial beings truly existed in this world. The terrifying explosion momentarily robbed the Qin army of their hearing, and as the earth trembled, as if signaling the apocalypse, tranquility returned to the cosmos. Was this the power capable of annihilating an entire city, as the celestial being had spoken of? Ying Zheng stood dumbfounded, gazing into the abyss below, recoiling in fear at the unfathomable danger emanating from its depths. As if it led directly to the underworld, he silently vowed never to take the celestial's words of a little or merely at face value again. In a personal realm of martial arts, can the first emperor enlighten me on what this is? It is utterly terrifying. Feng Yu, watching the live broadcast of the cataclysmic strike from his rented room, was left in awe. The power of this strike, if unleashed in his world, could rival that of a small nuclear bomb. Moreover, it could completely avoid collateral damage to the nearby Qin troops. Peach Blossom Island's little chef, dumbfounded. JPG, I was preparing a meal and accidentally set the kitchen on fire while watching the live stream. Fire Cloud, evil god. I am utterly stunned. Was this bestowed upon the first emperor by the celestial being, second master of Yihua Palace? Dumbfounded. JPG, is the power of the talisman truly this immense? Snowy Persimmon, dumbfounded. JPG, is the power of the talisman truly this immense? Iron-blooded God Marquis, dumbfounded. JPG, is the power of the talisman truly this immense? Not only the newcomers, but even the veterans were left speechless. When a celestial being had bestowed the talismans, they had claimed that it was sufficient to destroy an entire city. So was this truly the power to do so? Well, it indeed was, and that statement held no flaw. However, the actual potency far exceeded expectations. Remembering the terrifying sword technique that Zhu had ignored during the transaction, the seniors all silently scoffed. When it came to matters of power, the Celestial's words required careful consideration. What may be trivial to the Celestial could be life-threatening to them. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms, the Eternal Emperor. This is a benefit for the senior members. It is the welcoming gift bestowed upon us by the Celestial. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. A welcoming gift. Such immense power was merely a welcoming gift. The Celestial is exceedingly generous. A personal realm of martial arts. Jealousy distorts my visage. Why am I not a senior member? Ultimate Killing King. Such a divine artifact as a welcoming gift. Do we newcomers have any chance to receive a welcoming gift? Snowy Persimmon. You arrived too late. This is exclusively for the senior members. Thankfully, I came early. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms, the Eternal Emperor. As a side note, this kind of celestial treasure not only unleashes the destructive power I displayed today, but when kept nearby, it can also refresh the mind and improve one's constitution. I am fortunate to have arrived early. Ying Zheng couldn't help but boast, for although the talisman would become ineffective after today, he felt truly elated. To declare to the world that celestial beings had descended to protect the Qin was a thrill surpassing that of conquering the Six Kingdoms. This plan had unfolded to his utmost satisfaction. Second Master of Yihua Palace. I'm glad I came early. Iron-blooded God Marquis. I'm glad I came early. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Really? Hearing the first emperor say, this makes me feel even more cheated. A personal realm of martial arts. Who would have thought that after a lifetime dedicated to martial arts, I would today feel a tinge of regret? Ultimate Killing King. My status in the group is the lowest, hoping for a newcomer to elevate my spirits. Cat size. JPG. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms, the Eternal Emperor. Screenshot. JPG. Everyone, the 50,000 points have been secured. I shall first proclaim this to the world, establish the cult, and later present the points to seek resources from the Celestial. Ding. The group member, Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms, the Eternal Emperor, closed the live stream. Suppressing his excitement, Zheng sent a message in the group before proceeding to handle the subsequent matters. In truth, he could scarcely wait to trade with the celestial being, having previously exchanged 1,000 points for a celestial herb. Could he now procure a celestial technique with a full 50,000 points? Zheng's heart raced with anticipation, already brimming with expectation. However, the matters at hand still required his attention. Eliminating those present would effectively dismantle the main force of the anti-Qin insurgents, leaving the remaining individuals incapable of stirring up further turmoil. The remaining schemers, under the weight of the overwhelming tide, dared not act recklessly. Yet, this was merely the first step of his grand design. Next, Zheng intended to declare to the world the existence of immortals, proclaiming that he had received treasures from these celestial beings, thereby securing the people's support. Many emperors had adopted similar tactics. But while others fabricated narratives to sway public opinion, he was engaging in genuine marvels. Who could have imagined that a true immortal stood behind him? If the immortal could manifest even for a moment, it would be utterly devastating. The very thought of how those who fancied themselves enlightened would react upon witnessing the immortal's appearance was beyond Zheng's imagination. Today marked the establishment of the true God sect, a day when offerings to the immortal would be made across the vast realms. A flame flickered in Zheng's eyes. From henceforth, the Qin dynasty would not be confined to its own borders but would extend overseas, proclaiming dominion over all under heaven. In the historical records of the 9 provinces uploaded by Feng Yuxiu prior, Zheng had encountered a nation referred to as the empire on which the sun never set. Now he aspired to forge the Qin dynasty into such a nation. Shui 50,000 points. I wonder what treasures the first emperor will acquire this time. The second leader of the Yihua Palace. I too wish to unleash immortal arts upon the world. Psi JPG. Iron-willed God Marquis. The first emperor has truly struck gold this time. The items presented by the immortal have never been commonplace. By the way, does a solitary martial artist require assistance? A mere token share of points would suffice. Zhu Wu's thoughts shifted, targeting Feng Yuxiu, who still had an unfinished task. Ultimate Killing King. I excel in solitary martial arts and combat challenges. Allow me to assist you, and I guarantee you'll earn even more points. Fire Cloud Evil God, who traditionally feuded with Feng Yuxiu, now shamelessly chimed in, observing his companions trading with the immortal and reaping myriad benefits. He found himself unable to resist the allure of their gains. A person's martial world. Thank you all, but I can manage on my own. Feng Yuxiu politely declined the requests of both. It was merely a challenge. He could accomplish it alone without sharing points. With his martial prowess, bolstered by the arts bestowed by the immortal, if he failed this task, it would be better to end it all. Seeing the first emperor's rewards ignited a fervor within Feng Yuxiu. However, his task requirements differed from those of Zheng and Huangrong. The rewards would fluctuate based on the quality of completion rather than being fixed points, allowing for considerable maneuverability. The task description indicated that the greater the impact on public opinion, the more points one would accrue. Essentially, this task involved stirring up trouble on Cherry Blossom Island, a task he was well versed in. As Feng Yuxiu gazed out at the ocean from the ship, a grin spread across his face. Yet to commence his task, he was reluctant to expend spirit stones to employ sword techniques to reach Cherry Blossom. However, upon contemplating the need to escalate matters, Feng Yuxiu abruptly changed his mind. Cherry Blossom Nation, since I have arrived, let chaos reign. A flash of white sword light swept by, and in an instant he vanished from sight. The lingering sound of a sword cry prompted several staff members to rush over, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Iron-willed God Marquis. A person's martial world. Why not stream live? The first emperor and Miss Rong have begun streaming. Do you think I'm idle? Shui Zhong. A person's martial world. This is rather ungracious. Quickly start a live stream, so we can witness your clash with modern weaponry. Ultimate Killing King. Let us see a live stream. How can I survive without it? Fire Cloud Evil God lounged comfortably in his chair, having lost interest in newspapers. He found watching his friends' live streams far more engaging. Ding! A person's martial world has initiated a live stream. The stream showcased Feng Yuxiu soaring through the cloud, a person's martial world. You all seem to misunderstand. Challenges do not necessitate firearms. Such weapons are controlled by various governments. I am not seeking a life-and-death struggle. Who would engage in a duel with firearms? After sending the message, Feng Yuxiu felt a twinge of apprehension. He intended to unleash chaos. What if he revealed something incomprehensible to the world, attracting unwanted attention from high-ranking officials? What if Cherry Blossom Nation decided to take action against him? Should Cherry Blossom Nation become aware of Feng Yuxiu's intentions, they would undoubtedly scoff in disdain, unable to comprehend. Who would pay attention to an ordinary person? Even if he aimed to instigate trouble, it would be seen merely as minor disturbances, not worthy of their concern. Yet, Feng Yuxiu understood that he possessed the power of celestial arts. Once revealed, who could remain calm? Upon confirmation, the gaze of the entire world would surely be drawn to him. That said, even with his ability to wield sword techniques and soar through the skies, he could not withstand artillery bombardments. Just as Feng Yuxiu pondered this, a new message appeared in the group. Celestial of the GS sect. A person's martial world. You may act freely in this task, should the need arise. I will intervene personally. Lin Ge had just emerged from his reflections on the substantial rewards when he glanced at the group chat and sent this message. Although he had embarked on the path of celestial beings in this life, he was still a Chinese individual. Upon seeing Feng Yuxiu's task, he did not mind getting involved. The second leader of the Yihua Palace. How domineering. I wish to be protected by an immortal as well. Shui Zhongshi. We welcome the immortal. Alas, I have not triggered a task. Crying JPG. Pounding the ground, JPG. Peach Blossom Island's little cook. Is the immortal going to Feng Yuxiu's world? I too wish to accompany the immortal. Iron-willed God Marquis. Little cook of Peach Blossom Island. It's not so complicated. With the immortal's transcendent power, he could likely manipulate everything in Feng Yuxiu's realm from afar. Ultimate killing king. I have seen the immortal. Standing at attention, JPG. Offering cigarettes to the esteemed 1 JPG. The immortal is personally ensuring my safety. Upon reading this message, Feng Yuxiu felt a surge of confidence. It was absolutely reassuring, with the immortal's assurance. He could turn the world upside down, and no one could harm him. Recalling the cataclysmic scenes that would unfold when the immortal intervened, Feng Yuxiu couldn't help but mourn for Cherry Blossom Nation. Would the earth itself be torn asunder? He silently hoped the immortal would exercise restraint, wishing not to involve China in the chaos. He could already envision the monumental upheaval that awaited the world. Should the immortal take action, it would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of human history. The age of atheism would come to an end. Supreme Emperor who conquered the 6 states. Exclusive red envelope. Immortal, I have eagerly awaited your arrival. I have accrued another 50,000 points and wish to exchange for a method of cultivation. Is that sufficient? Another 50,000 points, so soon? Lin Ge was momentarily taken aback. He had just completed his reflections on the insights gained from his recent breakthrough and unexpectedly found such a substantial sum credited to his account. Previously, his total earnings barely amounted to 100,000 points. This time, Ying Zheng alone contributed half of that total. Seeing Ying Zheng engage in a task, he anticipated such a bounty. Indeed, possessing a distinguished status in the group was quite rewarding. Points seemed to flow effortlessly. Celestial of the GS sect. Certainly, I will select a suitable cultivation method for you. Supreme Emperor who conquered the 6 states. Thank you, immortal. Tears of joy, JPG. I can truly exchange for it. Ying Zheng was so overwhelmed with excitement that he momentarily lost the ability to think. 50,000 points, if utilized personally, would only elevate him to the latter stages of a master within the Qin martial world. That would merely be average. Yet, trading with the immortal granted him access to a method of cultivation. Who could fathom how ecstatic Ying Zheng felt, rejoicing that clinging to the immortal's leg was indeed the path to success? Who still practiced martial arts? Cultivating immortality was the true way. From now on, Ying Zheng would cling to the immortal tightly, in every possible manner, refusing to let go. Celestial of the GS sect. In the future, should anyone wish to trade for methods of cultivation, points may be exchanged, with a minimum of 20,000 points required. Lingu contemplated this and established 20,000 points as the threshold for entry into the realm of cultivation for all. Shui Zhongshi. 20,000 points? Immortal, please wait. Within 3 days I shall undoubtedly trigger a task and accumulate enough points. Su Fengyan's eyes blazed with determination. Previously unaware of the situation, he now understood that the immortal had explicitly stated that only 20,000 points were needed to reach the threshold of cultivation. Who could resist such a prospect? Even if he had to stay up all night, he would seize those points immediately. Now, at this very moment, not a second could be wasted. The second leader of the Yihua Palace. How unambitious. Clearly, the more points one accumulates, the better the cultivation method one can trade for. Lian Xing scoffed, yet in truth, she too was eager to amass 20,000 points to exchange for celestial arts. Who could resist the allure of becoming an immortal? Even the most mediocre method would still be cultivation. Hulong Mountain Villa. Ironbone Divine Hero refrained from speaking in the group. Instead, he directly assembled all the masters, determined to forcefully trigger a mission even in the absence of one. In the realm of martial arts, with immortals. He thought, if I did not stir up a tremendous upheaval beneath the cherry blossoms this time, I shall be doing a disservice to myself. Feng Yuxiu's eagerness grew ever more intense, to truly embark on the path of cultivation. He was willing to do anything. Was it merely about shattering cherry blossoms? Upon my arrival, I shall slay one person every 10 steps, a spectacle to astonish the world. How else to seize a bounty of points to exchange for the methods of cultivation? Moreover, with an immortal's endorsement, if he did not dare to act freely, he would indeed be a pitiful wretch. Ultimate Killing King. The fire cloud evil god felt a surge of excitement upon receiving the immortal's message, followed by an overwhelming reluctance to speak. Could he admit to being 5,000 points in debt to the immortal? Those 5,000 points were enough to exchange for 2 techniques. Wasn't he just a bit irritable when he first joined the group? How he wished to weep. Ultimate Killing King. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Do you not have precisely 20,000 points? The Fire Cloud evil god recalled that Huang Rong had only just credited her account with 20,000 points. Why had she not yet initiated a transaction with the immortal? Were she in any other member's position, she would have been unable to contain herself. Did she not pay attention to the group messages? Peach Blossom Island's little chef. In truth, Huang Rong was grappling with a dilemma. What exactly should she trade with the immortal? The history of the Song dynasty had been completely altered, rendering it unnecessary to exchange points for the immortal's assistance in deciphering her fate. The allure of cultivation techniques was undeniable, yet her original intent was to use those points to engage with the immortal. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. May I exchange points for the immortal to spend a day with me? Ultimately, Huang Rong could no longer restrain herself from asking. Points expended are points lost. She must take the initiative to court the immortal. Yihua Palace's second leader, Snowy Persimmon, the conqueror of all nations. Ultimate Killing King, Iron-Boned Divine Hero. The chat group was flooded with question marks. Snowy Persimmon, Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Have you finally revealed your ambitions? Yihua Palace's second leader, Peach Blossom Island's little chef, abandoned this thought. The immortal is exceedingly esteemed, burdened with countless tasks. How could they spare an entire day to be alone with you? The conqueror of all nations, Peach Blossom Island's little chef. While we ponder how to earn points for transactions, you wish to steal the show? Iron-Boned Divine Hero, Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Forsaking the path of humanity and seeking shortcuts will only lead to your ruin. Ultimate Killing King, Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Oh, you wish to spend a day with the immortal? Eating melon. JPG. Watching the show? JPG. In the realm of martial arts. Observing in silence. JPG. Upon seeing Huang Rong's words, everyone grew restless, emerging to condemn her for her wolfish ambition. Had a traitor who wished to feast alone emerged among us? This simply would not do. Yet if the immortal ever sought to recruit a maid, they would be quite pleased. After all, in their realm, there was no shortage of stunning women. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Oh, very well. Then I wish to trade for a cultivation technique. Lingo was speechless. Had he ever expressed assent? He was more than willing and had the time. should these individuals dare to make unilateral decisions again. They would all face consequences. Jie Jiao Celestial. Have you given it thought? 2,000 points can only exchange for the most inferior foundational cultivation technique. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. I have made up my mind. May the immortal bestow upon me the technique. Exclusive red packet. Huang Rong hesitated not, for even the most basic cultivation technique was still a cultivation technique. The sooner one utilized it, the sooner one could enjoy its benefits. At worst, she could accumulate more points in exchange for a superior one later. Jie Jiao Celestial. In that case, I shall send you both the techniques of you and Ying Zheng. Ding. Member Jie Jiao Celestial has received the red packet from the Conqueror of all nations. Ding. Member Jie Jiao Celestial has received the red packet from Peach Blossom Island's little chef. The group fell into silence. In but a brief moment, they had witnessed two members successfully exchange for cultivation techniques. Feng Yuxiu's heart surged with fervor. His speed upon riding the sword heightened a few notches. Among the group, he was currently the most likely to be the next to exchange for immortal methods. While the others were lost in thought, Lin Gu had already selected two foundational techniques, but he understood well that the group's enthusiasm for acquiring points was unprecedented. The more fervent the atmosphere, the more he needed to stoke the flames. Jie Jiao Celestial. Exclusive red packet. 2. Ding. Member the Conqueror of all nations has received the red packet. Ding. Member Peach Blossom Island's little chef has received the red packet. The moment the exclusive red packets were released, Ying Zheng and Huang Rong, ever vigilant for group messages, promptly claimed their rewards, each receiving a jade slip in their respective worlds. Jie Jiao Celestial. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. The technique you hold is named Water Walking Method, a foundational technique of the water attribute, sufficient to support your cultivation to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Subsequent techniques must be exchanged separately. The Conqueror of all nations, the technique you hold is named Metal Walking Method, a brutal technique foundational to the metal attribute. Though its name resembles that of the Water Walking Method, in reality, the Metal Walking Method surpasses it. Allowing cultivation to the Golden Core stage, the Metal Walking Method also has subsequent techniques that require separate exchanges. You may touch the jade slip and comprehend it with your heart to view the technique. The Conqueror of all nations, thank you, Immortal, for bestowing the technique. Overjoyed to the point of spiraling into elation, JPG. Ying Zheng hurriedly expressed his gratitude, then dismissed all other thoughts, hastening to follow the newcomer's instructions to sense the jade slip. His sole focus on commencing his journey of cultivation without delay. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Thank you, Immortal, for bestowing the technique. Tearful, JPG. Huang Rong's demeanor mirrored that of Ying Zheng. This was truly a cultivation technique. And an all-night practice session was inevitable. Ultimate Killing King. Thank you, Immortal, for bestowing the technique. Ecstatic to the point of dancing with joy, JPG. The fire cloud, evil god, burdened by immense debt, blended into the mix. Imagining himself having also exchanged for a technique, attempting to satiate his hunger with dreams, relishing the fleeting moment of joy. The others, too, were stirred with excitement, filled with envy. Yet upon witnessing the fire cloud, evil god's display, they all looked upon him with sympathy. This fellow might not be able to handle reality, his mental state evidently unstable. Such miraculous techniques. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng, observing the technique within the jade slip, became deeply captivated by its intricate concepts. The Immortal had chosen for him a technique that was both accessible and straightforward, comprehensible even to mortals. Although Ying Zheng's martial arts realm was not high, that was relative to the experts of the entire Qin dynasty. When considered against the average person, Ying Zheng's martial prowess was already commendable. That it was precisely because of this that he could appreciate the cleverness and wonder of the metal walking method, which opened a brand new door for him, each idea within it leaving him in awe. Truly, it was a cultivation technique. Ying Zheng, flushed with excitement, could not help but exclaim in admiration, his face adorned with a rosy hue born from excessive exhilaration. Ying Zheng was destined to become an immortal. Oh, I wonder if the Immortal would permit the technique to be passed on to others. Ying Zheng pondered this question and immediately sent a message in the group to inquire. The Conqueror of all nations, Immortal, may I ask if I may impart the cultivation technique to others for their training? At this moment, Ing Zheng felt a touch of nervousness. Should the immortal decline, he would unhesitatingly follow the immortal's wishes. However, if the immortal permitted it, the implications would be profoundly different. Jie Jiao Celestial, all resources I bestowed upon you may be freely utilized. If you wish to impart them to others, I shall not interfere. Lin Gu smiled slightly, conveying this answer to the group, that iron-boned divine hero. Stupefied, JPG. Drooling, JPG, Iwa Palace's second leader, the conqueror of all nations. Immortal, you are benevolent. Bowing, JPG. Haha. With the aid of this immortal bestowed cultivation technique, how could our great Qin not flourish 100-fold, 1,000-fold? Ing Zheng could not help but break into hearty laughter. He understood that from this moment, the fate of the Qin dynasty would be irrevocably transformed. It would be a dynasty on the path to immortality. The immortal actually allows us to freely impart the immortal methods. Huang Rong, roused from her contemplation, covered her mouth in astonishment. In this case, I could impart the water-walking method to my father. Unlike Ing Zheng, who was a sovereign, likely to select a few trusted aides to cultivate the immortal methods, thereby nurturing a formidable, extraordinary force. Huang Rong had no intention of building a faction. Imparting the cultivation methods to a few close individuals to ensure their longevity would suffice. My father and the promised Qigong master. Wang Chongyang. Huang Rong mused, should I first practice a bit before passing it on to them? After practicing, would my father not be unable to best me? Contemplating this, Huang Rong revealed a smile. After cultivating, it would be quite amusing to bully the old master of martial arts. Yet recalling how her father, Huang Yaoshi, had been left in a daze for an entire day previously, Huang Rong silently prayed that her father's mental fortitude had strengthened. As for Feng Yuxiu and Huin Xieshan within the group, my impressions of them are rather limited. Both are solitary figures, entirely disinterested in imparting their celestial knowledge to anyone. The ones wielding the most influence are undoubtedly those who have cultivated their own factions, such as Ing Zheng, Zhu Wushi, Lian Xing, and Su Fengyan, celestial being of the GS sect. The world you inhabit is depleted of spiritual energy, its resources scant, and thus cultivation progresses at a languid pace. The use of spirit stones can significantly accelerate your training. Should you require assistance, you may also trade points with me to enhance your cultivation. Lin Gu subsequently gifted each of them 100 spirit stones. The members of the group, after all, are primarily individuals of great fortune within their respective realms, and their cultivation of standard techniques typically does not proceed slowly. Every world possesses some degree of spiritual energy, albeit the concentration and grade of that energy in their current plane cannot possibly compare to that of the primordial era. Moreover, given that cultivation often spans decades, centuries, or even millennia, Lin Gu deemed it necessary to expedite their progress. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Ing Zheng and Huang Rong were pleasantly surprised, realizing that the function of enhancing realms within the chat group could not be utilized to elevate their cultivation techniques. They would have to rely on their own gradual efforts instead. Yet here, the celestial being had offered them a chance to swiftly elevate their cultivation through point exchange. Points are treasures. Everyone marveled that with sufficient points, there was nothing they could not achieve through trade with the celestial being. If spirit stones could assist in cultivation, then the spirit stones previously given by the celestial being had purposes beyond merely casting spells. Feng Yuxiu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the spirit stones in his possession to suddenly appreciate in value. However, this also meant he could not afford to waste them unnecessarily, for they were indeed invaluable for cultivation. Feng Yuxiu remained focused. Having previously traded for 999 spirit stones from the celestial being, he had only utilized one, indicating their remarkable durability and high quality in a world of martial arts. Everyone, I have arrived in Sakura country and shall commence my task now. You may observe at your leisure. In a secluded corner, Feng Yuxiu leaped down from his flying sword and made the announcement within the group. After the earlier shock induced by the celestial being's bestowed techniques, the reactions of the others were quite subdued. Shuizhong Shizi. Go on. Wishing you a smooth journey. The conqueror of 6 nations, take your time with the task. I will keep an eye on you in the intervals of my cultivation of the golden walking technique, second mistress of Ihua Palace. The scenery of the modern world is indeed peculiar. Ultimate Killing King. If you find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to call for me. Xieshan, I will take a stroll first to see if I can trigger any tasks. Let's pray I do not encounter that old beggar. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. I am busy with my own cultivation. How haughty. JPG. Family, who understands? Feng Yuxiu, noticing a certain individual in the group, remained unconcerned. Although the task rewards were vaguely described, he felt confident that he could earn more than the first emperor. If he continually challenged martial arts schools, could he not keep racking up rewards? Moreover, with the celestial being's backing, Feng Yuxiu felt completely secure. The larger the commotion, the better. There would be no need to panic even if Sakura Island sank. I don't even speak the language of Sakura. After walking a few steps, it suddenly dawned on Feng Yuxiu that a language barrier might complicate matters. He could not afford to flounder about aimlessly. Perhaps he should first find a translator? Ding! The chat group has a language translation feature, which can be activated for 1 point for a duration of 24 hours. Ding! The chat group also offers a navigation function, which can similarly be activated for 1 point for 24 hours. How convenient. Having activated both the translation and navigation functions, Feng Yuxiu swiftly located a target. The Atomic Jeet Kune Do Martial Arts School was a renowned local dojo, one of the few traditional martial arts establishments in modern society that emphasize practical combat. Initiating a challenge here was undoubtedly a wise choice. Upon entering, he observed individuals engaged in sparring. A cursory glance revealed some skill. At the very least, it was not merely flamboyant posturing. Yet, they were incomparable to him, let alone the prominent figures within the group. Shuizhong Shizi. Is this the level of challenge you seek? They don't even require weapons. I could slay them all with ease. Feng Yuxiu, himself not particularly skilled in martial arts, understood that he was far from formidable. Point 1, could only imagine how unimpressive these martial artists appeared in the eyes of the group. Ultimate Killing King. They are indeed weak. Any one of us could easily overpower them. Iron-blooded god of war. These are merely a few disciples at the dojo. Do not hastily conclude. There may yet be some capable masters among them. At this moment, Lin Gu was also watching the live broadcast. Upon seeing the messages in the group, he chuckled lightly, not overly concerned. They were unaware of the weakened state of martial arts in Feng Yuxiu's modern world, where he was likely to dominate with his own skills. That as 2 individuals from the dojo noticed Feng Yuxiu's entrance, they raised their eyebrows and asked, "You are from China? What brings you here?" Feng Yuxiu calmly regarded them, succinctly stating, "I am here to challenge." The 2 exchanged glances, revealing a cryptic smile. Point 1 of them responded, "Very well, Chinese man, I shall entertain you, but I must warn you, I will not be responsible for any injuries." As he spoke, the other had already taken out his phone to record the encounter. Even though Feng Yuxiu remained unfazed, he could sense the ill intentions behind their actions. Of course, just as Feng Yuxiu's words fell, the other man's expression shifted, raising his hand to block, only to be struck squarely in the chest by a punch, sent flying like a rag doll against the wall, producing a thunderous crash. He coughed up blood, incredulously staring at Feng Yuxiu, while the other man's countenance paled, shouting to those around, "Quickly notify the master and the dojo head. We have a Chinese master challenging us." They had now grasped the gravity of the situation, having initially assumed he was a mere novice, only to realize he was a true contender. "Is that all?" Feng Yuxiu retracted his hand, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Was the so-called Atomic Jeet Kune Do truly this feeble? To dare claim the title of the strongest in Sakura was laughable. They were so weak that they evoked no desire to even glance at them. With an indifferent expression, Feng Yuxiu, eyes resembling those of a deity, turned his back on a man lying on the ground and limped towards the exit of the dojo. After having struck someone, he intended to leave. Such a thing was simply unheard of. Under the archway ahead stood an imposing figure, clad entirely in white, with a physique so exaggeratedly powerful it reached 2 meters in height. "You have arrived at my Atomic Jeet Kune Do Martial Arts School. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? As the rightful president, it would be rude not to give you a proper reception." He grinned widely, revealing a sinister and terrifying smile that a cripple dares to challenge my dojo? In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuxiu and the towering figure clashed, both retreating a few steps, each somewhat astonished by the other's strength. The dojo disciples nearby felt a sense of calm wash over them. Chinese man, if that is all you are capable of, that's the one. Feng Yuxiu suddenly smiled at the towering man. The imposing figure lunged forward like lightning, colliding with Feng Yuxiu, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Feng Yuxiu, growing impatient, glanced into the distance, sensing a powerful aura approaching rapidly. After coming into contact with spirit stones and celestial techniques, he had acquired the ability to perceive the strength of his opponent's vitality. Very well, it seems I must employ the means granted by the celestial being sooner than expected. Whoosh! Feng Yuxiu made his move, a thread of spiritual power quietly enveloping him. In an instant, he surged forward, appearing behind the towering man in what seemed like a flash, delivering a whip kick. Boom! The towering man was struck as if by lightning, completely unable to react before his back was hit, causing his entire body to tremble violently. An indescribable force surged through him in an instant, obliterating all his strength, intent to fight, and muscle in the blink of an eye. His massive form was launched high into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Producing a dull thud, Feng Yuxiu stood behind him, his robe slowly settling, his expression unchanged, as if he had not lifted a finger to a casual strike, and the force was at least 5 times greater. Feng Yuxiu sensed the effects of the temporarily absorbed spiritual energy and felt a stir in his heart. Iron-blooded god of war. What just happened? Your physical prowess suddenly increased several times. What gives? With the strength of the group's members, they easily recognized Feng Yuxiu's abnormal burst of power, prompting Zhu Wushi to inquire first. In a world of martial arts, I just absorbed a bit of the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, which temporarily enhanced my strength. The spiritual energy from the celestial realm is truly remarkable. Second mistress of Yihua Palace. Isn't it a waste to utilize spiritual energy in such a manner? Shuezhong Shi. Such a waste. Pure waste. Is this truly how the celestial being intends for you to use the spirit stones? If I had a friend like that, I would surely break his legs. Ultimate killing king. If I were to witness such wastefulness, I would not hesitate to twist his head off. The words of the fire cloud, evil god, carry an air of personal vendetta. Feng Yuxiu, upon hearing such statements, is rendered speechless. Spiritual stones not only aid in cultivation, but also facilitate the casting of spells. To utilize them in such a manner is indeed the behavior of a prodigal. Within the venue, all the onlookers from Sakura stand in stunned silence, for the tall man clearly holds a significant position in their hearts, and Feng Yuxiu's defeat of him has instilled a sense of awe. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in black robes strides in, prompting those nearby to part ways and create a path for him. Master, the person in charge supports the man who had just sparred with Feng Yuxiu and was now spitting blood. Respectfully addressing the newcomer, the middle-aged man disregards him, his gaze fixed upon Feng Yuxiu and the prostrate figure of the tall man, his eyes glimmering with understanding. You are Chinese, come to disrupt my domain? The middle-aged man scrutinizes Feng Yuxiu, a flicker of malice flashing his eyes, for he realizes this individual has come specifically to provoke him as a figure of paramount importance in the Sakura martial arts community. With deep ties to military belligerents, he has faced numerous challenges from Chinese practitioners over the years, all ending in either death or dismemberment. Even within the Sakura realm, his notorious ruthlessness is well known. He easily incapacitated opponents, let alone those he despises from China. The audacity of someone daring to injure another on his turf cannot be overlooked. Feng Yuxiu, however, did not anticipate encountering the main antagonist so soon. Yet, it matters not. He has returned to settle the score with the refuse of Sakura one by one. Dare you sign a death warrant? Feng Yuxiu calmly gazes at his opponent, his eyes devoid of warmth, ready to distinguish between victor and vanquished, to decide life and death. The middle-aged man is momentarily taken aback. He had been contemplating how to provoke and lure Feng Yuxiu into a battle where he would bear no responsibility for dismemberment, only to have the challenge presented outright. Could it be that he is indeed a reckless fool? Though the middle-aged man harbors doubts about Feng Yuxiu's confidence, He's far more assured in his own methods. The surrounding crowd is stunned, for the one they most fear and revere is this seemingly inconspicuous middle-aged man, and this Chinese youth is indeed courting death. Young man, do not act impulsively. Miyamoto Ichiro is not someone you can handle. A voice suddenly calls out from the crowd, causing Feng Yuxiu to pause, for it is spoken in authentic Chinese. He turns to see an elderly man with a piercing gaze, his expression grave and brows furrowed, seemingly reluctant about the impending events. You are formidable, yet we have already seen dozens of our people rendered incapacitated here. I do not wish to see the hope of Chinese martial arts perish in this place. The elder has come across the sea to deliver some unsettling news, his gaze filled with hope as he attempts to dissuade Feng Yuxiu from proceeding. This is the enemy's territory, even if one can fight. Can they leave unscathed? Sometimes, the rules among martial artists are not as reliable as one might think. Over the years, many practitioners have come to Sakura to challenge, yet many have vanished without a trace. The implications chilling to contemplate. Old man, watch closely as I dispatch the refuse of Sakura. Feng Yuxiu remarks, casting a longer glance at the elder before stating calmly. Kill me? Ha! Ha! Miyamoto Ichiro, initially concerned that his opponent might flee out of fear after being persuaded, cannot help but chuckle at this statement. His gaze towards Feng Yuxiu now filled with malice. It has been long since he encountered such brazen arrogance. Based solely on those words, he is determined to shatter Feng Yuxiu's bones one by one, relishing the symphony of his screams as he succumbs to agony. As he contemplates this exquisite music, his inner turmoil subsides. Simultaneously, as the two prepare to sign a death warrant, many in the crowd raise their phones, live streaming this life and death battle on social media platforms. China versus Sakura martial arts masters, death warrant signed. Such titles immediately attract numerous viewers. Wow, what is happening here? Are they really signing a death warrant? Is this a serious life and death gamble? This guy cannot afford to lose, however. Due to the life and death stakes between the martial artists of the two nations, attention surged dramatically. The direct demise of Miyamoto Ichiro, coupled with Feng Yuxiu's audacious declaration to challenge the entirety of Sakura country, sparked a tremendous uproar. Point one, can only say that certain emotions, long suppressed within China, ignited at this moment. The Sakura Nation's concerns have transcended the martial arts community. The entire online realm has erupted, with a multitude of Sakura netizens leaving comments beneath various unrelated official posts, expressing their hopes for the defeat of Feng Yuxiu, insisting that the situation must not escalate further. Even the authorities have taken notice of this matter. Yet they refrain from apprehending the challenger on charges of murder, choosing instead to maintain a temporary silence. They are waiting for someone to vanquish this audacious challenger and quell this farce. In stark contrast to the online frenzy, Feng Yuxiu remained remarkably calm and even elated. This challenge had achieved a high degree of completion, eliciting significant social discourse and directly awarding him over 10,000 points. If he were to accomplish this a few more times, would he not soar to unprecedented heights? Iron-blooded Marquis. I'm in awe. Is it really this simple to amass such points? Feng Yuxiu, you are truly despicable. Snowy Persimmon, I too wish to rampage in your world, second master of Ihua Palace. What about the firearms in your world? Why are they not being utilized? Ultimate Killing King. Over 10,000 points. Damn it. Why don't they use firearms to eliminate you? A one-man martial world. Apologies, but with an immortal backing me, even Jesus could not touch me. Feng Yuxiu's words incited a wave of envy and frustration within the group, their eyes burning with jealousy. How could this fellow be so fortunate? Not only does he earn such points, but he also has an immortal to back him up. Is it not as if he can soar just by lying down? Why is this person not one of them? The considerable public reaction at the outset is a positive development. Moving forward, I must accomplish something grander. It cannot merely be about killing a single person to sustain attention and stir waves. Otherwise, who knows if the reward points might diminish with the assurance of immortal support. Feng Yuxiu felt no trepidation about any potential missteps. Furthermore, the outside world would never suspect that his earlier mention of 100 opponents was not merely a rotation, but rather an intention to genuinely confront 100 foes. He aims to make everyone in the modern era reawaken to the meaning of a one-man army. Ding! The chat group has been updated and the trading function has been enhanced. The trading mall is now open. Members may upload goods to the trading mall and spend points to purchase items at their discretion. For detailed rules, please click to view. The notification sound echoed in everyone's minds that iron-blooded marquee. The chat group has been updated. What does that mean? Snowy persimmon. The function has been upgraded, adding a trading mall feature. Second master of Ihua Palace. Excellent. This will make our exchanges much more convenient. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island. Is it really possible to upgrade functions like this? Bubble. JPG. Overwhelming the Six Nations. The Eternal Emperor. Quite good. Archene has many treasures. If anyone needs, feel free to trade. I could earn some extra cash upon seeing the updated features. Ing Zheng's expression brightened. In terms of resource wealth. Excluding immortals, he might be the richest in the group, that if the prices are reasonable, he need not worry about acquiring points that a new feature. Clearly marked prices in the mall. Lin Ji's consciousness stirred, and he too noticed the situation within the chat group. This newly updated feature is akin to a marketplace, allowing for the seamless uploading of goods without the need for private chats for each transaction. This functionality indeed provides significant convenience. Lin Gu pondered for a moment and decided to upload some commonly found resources from the Primordial era that he no longer needed. Previously, transactions were based on instinctive pricing. Now, it could be better organized. Simultaneously, placing already available items with clearly marked prices could entice group members and enhance their enthusiasm. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island. Wow. Has the immortal uploaded goods? I'm beginning to like this feature. Snowy persimmon. Those who are quick will have the advantage. If there are affordable items, we can soar. Overwhelming the Six Nations, the Eternal Emperor. Give me some face. Dante, compete with me. Second master of Ihua Palace. Let me see what items the immortal has uploaded. Iron-blooded marquee. This new feature is excellent. I can finally admire the various miraculous resources of the immortal realm. Upon seeing the items uploaded by Lin Gu, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even if resources from the immortal realm are undoubtedly precious, merely observing them is worthwhile. The crowd eagerly opened the trading mall and found that the previously empty marketplace now boasted several items. Even more astonishingly, some items were genuinely affordably priced, easily within their financial reach. Even those burdened with considerable debts, like the Fire Cloud Evil God, must have felt a pang of regret. Gold flowing technique. 50,000 points. Seller. Celestial being of the water flowing technique. 20,000 points. Seller. Celestial being of the sword mastery. 20,000 points. Seller. Celestial being of the chi guiding technique. 18,000 points. Seller. Celestial being of the sky leaping technique. 15,000 points. Seller. Celestial being of the cleansing essence pill. 10,000 points. Seller. Celestial being of the spirit herb. 1,000 points each. Seller. Celestial being of the evil repelling sword. 5,000 points. Seller. Celestial being of the water repelling pearl. 3,000 points. Seller. Celestial being of the storage ring. 3,000 points. Seller. Celestial being of the breath holding sword technique. 3,000 points. Seller. Celestial being of the low grade spirit stone. 50 points each. Seller. Celestial being of the. Upon witnessing the dazzling array of items, the crowd felt as though their eyes were about to be overwhelmed, and they could not help but hold their breath. The evil repelling sword is available for merely 5,000 points. The water repelling pearl only costs 3,000 points. How could spirit stones be sold at such a low price? Furthermore, the displayed stock quantities were abundantly sufficient. Snowy persimmon. Thank you, immortal. Bowing in gratitude. JPG, second master of Ihua Palace. Thank you. Immortal. Bowing in gratitude. JPG, a one-man martial world. Thank you, immortal. Bowing in gratitude. JPG, celestial being of the. Considering your purchasing power, I currently only have some trifling items. Once you accumulate more points, I will consider listing some more useful resources. Iron-blooded marquee. For the immortal, these treasures are merely trivial items. Laughing and crying. JPG. Overwhelming the Six Nations, the Eternal Emperor. I eagerly await the day the immortal lists new goods. It's hard to imagine what extravagant treasures the immortal refers to as useful resources. Snowy Persimmon. I've never exchanged resources with the immortal before. Now I can finally experience it. Ding! Snowy Persimmon has purchased 2 low-grade spirit stones. Simultaneously, 2 crystal-clear stones appeared in Su Fingyan's hand. Upon their appearance, Su Fingyan felt a sensation as though the surrounding essence of the universe was converging upon him. Old Huang, second sister, Qing Yao, come quickly. I have something marvelous to show you, Su Fingyan exclaimed, running outside in excitement. Master, you made a transaction with the immortal. How did you manage to acquire points? Old Huang looked at Su Fingyan with suspicion, as he recalled that Su Fingyan had previously mentioned his remaining points were quite meager. Recently, the chat group introduced a new feature. Su Fingyan informed the others about the trading mall. With this, trading for spirit stones became significantly easier. Old Huang chuckled. Indeed, Su Fingyan replied cheerfully. Harnessing the spirit energy within the stones can unleash formidable power. And it can also enhance comprehension and training speed. With this trading mall, we can actually earn points. The previously silent Su Weisheng interjected. It's time to inform Father about this. Utilizing resources from Baoyang for chat group transactions will allow us to rationally acquire more points and foster better development. Well said, second sister. Su Fingyan slapped his palm in realization, telling Su Xiao that he would likely be overjoyed. Our family as Great Snow Dragon Knight should fetch quite a sum, right? Ding! Second Master of Iwa Palace has purchased a low-grade spirit stone. Ding! Ultimate Killing King has purchased a low-grade spirit stone. Taking advantage of the others' inattention, the Fire Cloud Evil God also purchased a low-grade spirit stone. Yes, he held the spirit stone in his hand and felt the surging energy within. The Fire Cloud Evil God nearly shed tears, having watched others trade for cultivation resources. He could finally experience it personally. To acquire a spirit stone for only 50 points, the immortal truly possesses a kind heart. Ing Zheng wiped away his tears. Thus, he no longer needed to worry about the insufficiency of spirit stones. Accumulating points was of utmost importance. Though my resources may pale in comparison to those of the immortals, their affordable prices should surely attract considerable demand among my friends in the group. After a moment's reflection, Ing Zheng promptly issued orders to mobilize resources, commencing the upload of goods to the trading marketplace. Ding! The Conqueror of the Six States has uploaded a batch of resources. Soon, the previously vacant space in the trading marketplace filled with several new items. Gigu, Zongheng Rental. 50 points for 1 month. Seller, the Conqueror of the Six States. Note, 2 highly effective Grandmaster level fighters available. Quantity, 1. Qin Iron Cavalry. 1 point for 10 units. Seller, the Conqueror of the Six States. Tongwen Sword, 20 points. Seller, the Conqueror of the Six States. Gai Nye and Wei Zhuang gazed in bewilderment at the darkened space before them, having just been summoned by the Emperor. Then, the space around them suddenly transformed. Xiao Zhuang, what does His Majesty mean by this? What is your perspective? Gai Nye inquired, tilting his head. Wei Zhuang's expression shifted as he attempted to cut his hand, only to witness an instant recovery. After contemplation, he replied, Isn't His Majesty aided by immortals? This space appears enigmatic, capable of even healing injuries. Perhaps it is a training ground for us to cultivate our martial arts, a testament to His Majesty's regard for us. We need only focus on our practice? Excellent. In the world of martial arts, Grandmaster-level experts? Just what I need. And the Tianwen sword must also be a treasure, right? Feng Yuxiu pondered upon seeing the items uploaded by Ing Zheng. His thoughts shifting as he considered his current task, that if he could secure the assistance of the 2 Grandmasters, it would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors, and with Gigu and the Tianwen sword totaling merely 70 points. It was practically a gift. Ding! A lone martial artist purchased the items Giga Zongheng 1 and Tianwen Sword 1. Both items sold out. Should I purchase more Qin Iron Cavalry? Feng Yuxiu contemplated before dismissing the idea. Regular foot soldiers were somewhat underwhelming that if they were to accidentally perish, it would be difficult to explain to His Majesty. Moreover, the significance of acquiring them was minimal. Lost in thought, 2 figures materialized from the shadows behind Feng Yuxiu, one brandishing a precious sword, which appeared in Feng Yuxiu's embrace. Gentlemen, you have been rented by His Majesty and are to heed my directives for 1 month. May our collaboration be fruitful. Feng Yuxiu explained to the two enigmatic figures, Gai Nye and Wei Zhuang. The conqueror of the 6 states. Are there still friends in need? Those of my Qin cavalry know their worth. They are absolutely a bargain. Ying Zheng beamed at the 70 points he had amassed. Though modest, this signified a promising start to another source of points. With newcomers arriving in the group, he was confident that there would be demand for his affordable resources in the realm of low-priced commodities. I believe I can firmly establish my foothold. Ying Zheng mused. Ding! Shuozhong Shitzi uploaded the item Dashu Alongqi 1000. Dashu Alongqi. 1 point for 5 units. Seller. Shuozhong Shitzi. Shuozhong Shitzi. Esteemed friends, my Dashu Alongqi is certainly on par with the Qin cavalry of His Majesty. They excel in both labor and combat. Just be gentle in your handling and avoid leading them to their demise. The conqueror of the 6 states. Are you attempting to undercut my business? Moreover, how dare you sell at a higher price than me? Ding! The conqueror of the 6 states purchased Dashu Alongqi 5. Moments later, Ying Zheng fell silent, reluctantly acknowledging the utility of the Dashu Alongqi. Ding! Shuozhong Shitzi uploaded a new item Lao Huang 1. Iron Bull God General. Iwa Palace Second Master. Peach Blossom Island Chef. The conqueror of the 6 states. You are even selling your old servant. Truly, you are heartless? Shuozhong Shitzi. Ahem, it is merely a rental. And old Huang volunteered. Su Fingyan wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. Old Huang was due for a month of training to experience the perils of the world and temper his arrogance. The two awaited new orders but received none. Overall, the current demand for these ordinary resources among their friends had dwindled. They would likely need to await the arrival of newcomers for further transactions. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiu, who had been absorbing spirit stones to enhance his physique while meditating, opened his eyes, grasping the Tianwen sword and gazing outside, where the two grandmasters stood vigil at his back to tea this moment. The UNZG Kyundu Academy was filled to capacity, with a throng gathered outside. Most had arrived after hearing the news of the life-and-death duel, including some journalists and insiders from the martial arts community. Not only citizens from Sakura, but also individuals from Eagle Sauce had come to witness the spectacle, as Feng Yuxiu had proclaimed his intention to challenge 100 opponents, a matter of great significance. Even Master Ma Baoguo rushed over overnight to observe this grand event in the martial arts world. This was no mere challenge. It had escalated into a sensational event, drawing attention from various sectors. The most conspicuous presence within the academy was the assembly of challengers from Sakura, who could not afford to remain silent after being publicly humiliated. Among them, a figure clad in a black samurai outfit stood out as their unspoken leader. Master Ma, could you enlighten us about the current situation? A self-media blogger directed the camera towards the renowned Lightning 5 Whips Master Ma. Master Ma appeared awkward, having come merely to bask in the excitement and join the fray. Lacking familiarity with the true elite of Sakura's martial arts community, the individuals present from Sakura were the Ciarmi de la Ciarmi, reflecting their earnestness in this matter. An elder with a complex expression spoke up. He was the same elder who had previously cautioned Feng Yuxiu, now realizing that the unfolding events had deviated entirely from his expectations. Truly, the younger generation is formidable, as the elder made his appearance. Sharp-eyed reporters rushed towards him, recognizing him as a more credible source than Master Ma. Leading them was the elder clad in black, the foremost practical combat expert from Sakura, known as the Sword Saint. Ignoring the reporters, the elder continued, I have heard that the Sword Saint accidentally killed several challengers years ago, subsequently retreating into semi-obscurity. It is unexpected to see him re-emerge now. The elder furrowed his brow, not articulating his pessimism too explicitly, yet he had conveyed that Feng Yuxiu would indeed face formidable opponents. Essentially, half of Sakura's martial arts elite had converged here, clearly indicating that there were forces at play intent on suppressing the situation. Having secretly fanned the flames, one could only say that this young man was too inexperienced, having escalated the matter to such a degree that Sakura would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. However, recalling the scene where Feng Yuxiu dispatched Miyamoto Ichiro, the elder distinctly remembered the shock he felt at that moment. Could another surprise await us this time? Sword Saint. Is he renowned? Can any brothers introduce him? The Sword Saint is the current martial arts champion of Sakura. You need only know that had it not been for his previous misdeeds, he would now be a national treasure of Sakura. Those beside him are also formidable characters, some of whom I do not even recognize. So formidable, then Sakura is truly serious this time? Can that esteemed individual emerge victorious? Of course they are serious. After such a significant affront on their home turf, it seems Sakura's pride has been thoroughly wounded. Hearing this, I suddenly felt anxious. I do not seek that esteemed expert's victory, but rather that he secures a safe retreat. Numerous online viewers engaged in spirited discussions, as striking the opponent's face on Sakura's soil and issuing a challenge left little room for Sakura to dismiss the matter, should the opponent decline. It would imply that Sakura lacked capable fighters. Many astute observers recognized that Feng Yushio's actions were intended to deliver a crippling blow to Sakura's morale. Yet with such grand ambitions, could he withstand the repercussions? What emboldened this young man to act so brazenly? Given the current situation, how would it culminate? The previous confrontation had indeed struck a blow to Sakura's pride, yet the ensuing attention was monumental. Should he falter now, it would brand him a mere jester, reflecting poorly on his own reputation. In this moment, not only were the Chinese populace anxious, but many from other nations awaited the spectacle of Feng Yushio's potential downfall. Meanwhile, within a quiet chamber in China, several elderly gentlemen clad in casual attire sat together, engrossed in a monitoring video that repeated incessantly, lost in profound contemplation. Should any random Chinese citizen be present, they would be astounded to recognize several familiar faces frequently seen on television. True greats and the current helmsman of China. This footage had been verified as authentic. If accurate, then the entire world would begin to undergo a momentous transformation from this very instant. At this moment, an elderly man with a complex expression shattered the silence, his slightly furrowed brow revealing the turbulence within his heart. Just a day prior, a video had been classified as top secret and urgently presented to him. The footage captured on surveillance nearly shattered his understanding of the world he had held for years. Kati depicted a figure soaring through the sky on a sword, reminiscent of humanity's first gaze upon the stars. If this were true, it would mark a pivotal moment in world history, setting the wheels of fate into motion at that moment. The elderly man pressed a button, and the somewhat blurry surveillance video switched to a live broadcast from the Atomic Jeet Kune Do Martial Arts Society. Investigations revealed that the individual displaying supernatural abilities was a citizen of our nation, who had recently stirred quite a commotion in Sakura. His information had been sealed, preventing anyone from inquiring further. How to reach this citizen was a matter that required our utmost caution moving forward. Having spoken, the elderly man turned to the assembled individuals, stating, "Next, I would like to hear your opinions, with references to sword techniques and the impending life and death struggle in Sakura." Someone pondered silently whether it was the emergence of a mysterious hidden clan. However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, another raised his hand and declared, "Given the circumstances, I too have a few words to share. This matter is of great significance and leaves no room for error. We recommend immediately dispatching a covert team to protect this citizen and bring him back, requesting his cooperation with our investigation and research." Someone nodded and remarked, "From this citizen's actions since arriving in Sakura, it appears he may be somewhat extreme in his behavior, yet he is likely a patriot. Our specific actions should respect his stance." After a series of discussions, with a decisive nod from the elder seated at the head of the table, a special task force departed from China in secrecy, heading towards Sakura. Many were unaware that this issue had transcended mere entertainment, capturing the attention of the nation's upper echelons, and the significance attributed to it had escalated to an unimaginable degree. In the confines of the room, someone knocked on the door of Feng Yushio. "Feng Yushio, your challenger has arrived." As Feng Yushio stepped out, he was met with glares of anger, derisive smiles, hopeful gazes, and calm indifference. Behind him, Gainye and Wei Zhuang emerged slowly, eliciting astonished scrutiny. "Who are these two? Did you summon them without informing me?" The host of the Martial Arts Society questioned Feng Yushio with an unfriendly demeanor, oblivious to when these two figures in ancient attire had appeared. Gai Nye and Wei Zhuang remained silent, their sole purpose to eliminate adversaries while leaving other matters to Feng Yuxiu, particularly as they could not comprehend the foreign tongue spoken by their opponents. Does this concern you? Feng Yuxiu retorted without hesitation. If you wish to engage me in a life-and-death battle, I will tell you. How does that sound? The host muttered a curse under his breath. Retreating, it seemed prudent to leave the stage to the prominent figures. As the host stepped back, Feng Yuxiu turned to face the multitude of challengers assembled before him, bellowing, "So you have all come? 100 of you? Feng Yuxiu, will not back down. Bring it on, you Sakura dogs." He understood perfectly that his current targets were the aggressive and nefarious elements of the Sakura faction. Those who dared to challenge him were undoubtedly not of pure intention. And even if he were to eliminate them all, not a single innocent soul would be lost. Thus, he could proceed without restraint. The sudden roar reverberated like thunder, catching everyone off guard, momentarily unsettling the vast crowd. You young ones should not be so arrogant. Presumptuous! How dare you speak so insolently, standing alone against us? A skilled fighter from Sakura retorted. They had not anticipated such an audacious display from their opponent. Considering their numbers and local advantages that you speaking, do you dare to step onto the stage and challenge me to a life-and-death duel? Feng Yuxiu shouted, pointing his sword at the Sakura challenger. The challenger's expression shifted, instinctively retreating a step, rendered speechless. Madman, the man muttered, fear evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, this scene was broadcast live to viewers far and wide. Oh wow, what a thrill! I've never experienced such exhilaration in my life. So impressive, that thunderous roar resonates within me. Let us elevate the prestige of our great nation. Well said, let us vanquish these cowardly Sakura. This is true prowess from our China, Xue Zhong Shizi remarked. Nice, I didn't expect that young Feng had such a spirited side. Tai Dan Shinho commented, impressive. Alas, if it were me on this task, I would do even better. Hung Sa Lu Guo Qiangu Ed added. Don't just show off. Utilize those two behind you. Let them showcase their skills. Yihua Gong Gong Zhu noted, well done. You haven't brought shame upon our group. Tao Hua Dao Xiao Chunyang lamented. I feel as though I've embarrassed myself as a newcomer. Zhong Jisharin Wang scoffed. Is that all? I could do it too. At that moment, a robust Sakura man forcefully shoved aside the trembling challenger. Stepping boldly from the crowd, they had dared to come, and most of them were indeed willing to accept life-and-death battles. You lack the qualifications to challenge so many. Survive against me first. The man brandished a broadsword, its hilt inscribed with the name Inoue Satoru. How shameless, bringing a broadsword to the stage, clearly relying on weapons to intimidate. Feng Yuxiu thought that I cannot allow myself to be hindered by such arms. Martial arts should utilize all weapons. Can I not use a firearm against him? Though the setting is inappropriate, I hope the gun I refer to is an ancient one, with a pen stroke. He declared, in matters of life and death, there shall be no mercy. Feng Yuxiu regarded him with a frigid gaze. Inoue Satoru leaped onto the stage, and mere seconds later, his limbs lay severed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he collapsed. The broadsword shattering into two pieces, blood pooling around him. Next, ignoring the varied reactions from the audience, fear, astonishment, or seething hatred, Feng Yuxiu calmly wiped his sword, intoning, next, I shall. After a moment of silence, another man, who appeared quite capable, ascended the stage. Mere seconds later, he too fell, eyes wide in disbelief, much like Inoue Satoru before him. Next, Feng Yuxiu stated calmly, his words echoing in the ears of the Sakura citizens like a devil's whisper, sending chills down their spines. He is a monster, a demon. How could this be? Lord Inoue and Lord Murakami barely held out for seconds. This is a pointless exercise. I refuse to challenge. This is merely a path to our demise. A stir rippled through the crowd, revealing that some had not willingly come to challenge, but had been coerced by others. Lord Sword Saint, do you believe you can slay this man after witnessing those two battles? Someone inquired from a back. The elder known as the Sword Saint regarded Feng Yuxiu, his eyes momentarily shining with clarity. I see it now. He is formidable, and his weapon is impressive, but I am confident I can cleave him in two before he can act. Then we await your prowess, Sword Saint. As the Sword Saint stepped forward, the crowd parted to grant him passage. Feng Yuxiu looked calmly at his opponent, sensing a hint of danger, however, with a spirit stone in hand. He felt no trepidation. Moreover, the immortal had assured him of protection. With such extraordinary backing, he believed that even if he turned the earth upside down, no one could touch him. Should he perish, the immortal would likely resurrect him. Feng Yuxiu glanced at Gai Nie, silently mocking, wondering how the old dog from Sakura dared to claim the title of Sword Saint. He could only imagine their expressions once they truly understood the might of a genuine Sword Saint. If Gai Nie were aware of this title, he might not resist cleaving his opponent in two, but for now, he could not reveal this to Gai Nie. He wanted to relish the moment first. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint remained absorbed in reaching his optimal state, blissfully unaware of Feng Yuxiu's thoughts. Were he to know, he would likely curse and flee, overwhelmed by the psychological shadow looming over him. What Sword Saint? What Spirit Stone? What immortal? Such absurdities! Could he not simply escape? Yet oblivious, the Sword Saint drew his sword against Feng Yuxiu, a blade radiating light, slicing through the hopes of countless Sakura citizens. Each time the Sword Saint drew his sword during battle, blood would inevitably be shed, unblemished in defeat. In this moment, the longsword transcended its mere identity as a weapon, embodying the hopes of countless Sakura warriors, akin to a radiant butterfly soaring forth. Then the sword shattered. The Sword Saint's body split in two, and like the challengers before him, his gaze swiftly dimmed. Bang! Someone abruptly rose to their feet. Was he eliminated in an instant? The renowned Sword Saint has fallen so easily. A Sakura officer clad in civilian attire bore a bewildered expression, shock etched upon his features, momentarily rendered speechless. The reality before him surpassed his wildest imaginings. He had envisioned a mutual annihilation or the Sword Saint swiftly dispatching his opponent, but never anticipated such a rapid demise. At this juncture, if the martial arts community could not suppress this incident, they would have to resort to their final option. That it would not be unusual for an unidentified assailant to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate this audacious Chinese individual. Would it? Meanwhile, the action team dispatched from China was strategically positioned around the scene, the captain murmured, moving closer to the target, prepared to render assistance at any moment amidst the unfolding turmoil. Who would dare to step onto the stage now? Feng Yuxiu observed, and the audience fell into a profound silence. With the Sword Saint down, no one dared to advance, for to do so would be akin to courting death. Okamoto, Hinata, you are the remaining martial arts leaders. Step forth. Where is the valor of the Sakura men? Have you contemplated the consequences? To flee without a fight is to await your own seppuku. A voice threatened from the crowd that if one cannot prevail, so be it. Yet a throng cowers before a single individual. Now, that is truly disgraceful. The officer of the Sakura military's eyes glimmered with malice as he incessantly urged them on, vowing to guarantee that if they were to be intimidated today, the scandal would echo internationally tomorrow. How utterly humiliating. If you wish to fight, then fight. I refuse to be the one to perish. At last, someone broke down, screaming madly to capture everyone's attention. What glory for the great Sakura nation! I do not comprehend. I merely wish to survive. Do not send me to my death. He refused to sacrifice himself any longer, claiming that it was for the noble cause of Sakura. Why did they not step up themselves? It was clearly a ploy to send them to their doom. This astonishing declaration was immediately captured by the throng of cameras, disseminating across various live broadcasts. Damn it! The Sakura officer's face contorted with rage. Wishing to slay this coward on the spot. It was over. Tomorrow's public opinion would undoubtedly be finished, and he likely would not retain his position. The breakdown of this Sakura warrior ignited the crowd's emotions. They had come to make a name for themselves, not to meet their demise. Is this the spirit of the Sakura nation? How laughable! Who else would dare to ascend the stage? Feng Yuxiu scoffed, exuding an air of invincibility. Captain, the martial arts community from Kimchi Nation inquires if anyone from Sakura dares to take the stage. You require their assistance. The captain's countenance darkened as he pondered the implications of the situation, his mind racing with despair. It was too late. The disgrace had already reached international proportions. Madmen, barbaric actions, unfathomable. Among the onlookers, several from the Eagle Sauce Nation cursed, declaring, "Feng Yuxiu, your savage conduct serves no purpose. I shall lodge a complaint against you to the Sakura judiciary." Witnessing the situation escalate, several from the Eagle Sauce Nation could no longer remain passive. It might have been acceptable to suppress the Sakura individuals, but they could not stand idly by while a Chinese individual asserted dominance on their turf. Nor could they allow another figure akin to Bruce Lee to arise in China. "You wish to challenge me?" Feng Yuxiu's eyes flared crimson as he glared at the Eagle Sauce individual. Startling him, "Oh, not speak of me as slaying mere beasts. Even if I were to commit a transgression today, it would pale in comparison to the transgressions committed by the Sakura, a millionfold." Boom! Suddenly, the crack of a gunshot pierced the air, and Feng Yuxiu collapsed to the ground. The once bustling martial arts venue fell silent in an instant, and the barrage of comments on major live streaming platforms momentarily halted, swiftly filling the screen with question marks. Who fired the shot? Who the hell fired the shot? Mr. Feng Yuxiu? Immediately, furious voices erupted from the audience. A Chinese elder with red-rimmed eyes realized that while Feng Yuxiu had managed to dismantle the Sakura martial arts, he could not withstand the onslaught of gunfire. They had resorted to trickery. Undoubtedly, it was the work of the Sakura. Even the previously bewildered Master Ma was now filled with righteous indignation, scanning the crowd for the shooter. The crowd erupted into chaos, the scene descending into disarray. And on the opposite side of the stage, Gainye and Wei Zhuang exchanged glances, perplexed by their temporary leader's demeanor. Teams 1, 2, and 3, heed my command. Immediately execute the backup plan, rescue the target. In a shadowy corner, the action team captain gritted his teeth, astonished that the Sakura would choose to attack a Chinese citizen so brazenly in full view of the public. And so swiftly. They were clearly disregarding all caution. Regardless, this was already a dereliction of his duties. The immediate priority was to extricate Feng Yuxiu and provide urgent medical attention. It seems your sins have indeed never dissipated. The discord remains irreconcilable. The Sakura nation no longer has a reason to exist. A familiar voice echoed, and the tumultuous crowd felt as though they had misheard, turning in astonishment to the stage, where a figure stood as if nothing had transpired. The hidden assailant in the throng felt a void in his mind. What was happening? He was certain he had struck his target. "You too. Act. Eliminate every Sakura and Eagle Sauce individual here." Feng Yuxiu disregarded the crowd's reaction and turned to Zhonghong and Zhonghong. This person is Sakura." Swish. As the words fell, Wei Zhuang had already appeared elsewhere. The assailant collapsing, blood gushing from the wound in his heart, his eyes filled with lingering horror. He had sensed this individual's murderous intent from the beginning and had witnessed him fire the weapon. The prowess of a grandmaster was sufficient to render ordinary firearms ineffective. Those who witnessed this scene were left speechless with disbelief. What manner of speed was this? Could it truly be attained by mere mortals? Meanwhile, the Eagle Sauce individuals noted Feng Yuxiu's words. To eliminate the Sakura and Eagle Sauce individuals. Was he serious? Had they not merely come to spectate, perhaps exchanging a few jibes? Why were they to be slaughtered? Where were the Sakura police? Hurry! Someone is threatening the audience. A few Eagle Sauce individuals were equally resolute, scrambling to escape. Those who dared to brazenly murder innocent bystanders would surely meet their demise. Yet the assailants could kill a few of them before being apprehended. Everyone continue your business. This matter has nothing to do with our Kimchi nation. Firstly, I have not provoked any of you, observing the sudden chaos. Several individuals from the Kimchi nation chuckled nervously as they retreated, intending to return home and claim that Feng Yuxiu's lineage hailed from their nation, but they had not yet had the opportunity. Amidst the turmoil, some Sakura military personnel exchanged furtive glances, discreetly drawing their firearms. Now that the assailants had begun targeting the audience, surely they would find a pretext to eliminate these two. In their eyes, these three were formidable, even stronger than anticipated, having narrowly escaped being gunned down. Yet they were not entirely rational, foolishly seeking their own demise. Unbeknownst to them, from the moment the first gunshot rang out, the situation had spiraled completely out of control. In the snow, persimmons have emerged, modern firearms. The second leader of the flower-moving palace. Is it not said that such weapons cannot be utilized in martial arts? What a confusion. JPG, Ironbone Divine Protector. Must we rely on celestial intervention so soon? Some weapons can even defy Grandmaster cultivation. Ultimate Killing King. Truly useless, unable to withstand even basic foreign firearms. One man's martial realm. Ultimate Killing King. Have you forgotten the memory of being reduced to a bloody mist by a Gatling gun? Feng Yuxiu, amidst the turmoil, interjected, hastily calling for celestial aid. One man's martial realm. Celestial, are you online? I fear I may not withstand much longer. Although he believed that every action of his was under celestial control, Feng Yuxiu still yearned for a response from the celestial to reassure him. Celestial of the greetings, I am currently alchemizing. I will respond to your message later. Auto reply. Upon witnessing the immediate response following his message, Feng Yuxiu felt utterly dismayed. What is this auto reply? Can a celestial not be a tad more reliable? One man's martial realm. Celestial of the? Are you not present? Celestial of the greetings, I am currently alchemizing. I will respond to your message later. Auto reply. The second leader of the flower-moving palace. In the snow, persimmons, Ironbone Divine Protector. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Feng Yuxiu was left utterly stunned. Celestial, please wait. If I perish like this, I shall surely curse you before I go. Enough of this. I shall take action. Feng Yuxiu's eyes were red and swollen, nearly brimming with tears, startling the foreign onlookers around him, while the Chinese spectators were enveloped in a solemn sense of tragedy. Had this hero already resigned himself to sacrifice? Prepared to fight desperately? Oh my goodness! How could humanity possess such overwhelming power? Does sword energy truly exist in this world? And what on earth is this spectacle akin to special effects? What was originally a highly anticipated friendly sparring match suddenly drew widespread attention due to an unforeseen incident. The chaotic scenes were broadcast in real time to high-ranking officials across various nations, observing the two combatants who were wreaking havoc and seemingly transcending the limits of mortals, along with the radiant aura of sword energy enveloping them. Everyone was left questioning their very existence. Surely, we are still in the 21st century. How could society suddenly feel so disconnected? Or is this merely a film being shot? Sword, come fort. With a flick of his wrists, Feng Yuxiu summoned the Tianwen sword, which floated into the air as if possessed of its own spirit, darting into the crowd before returning to its sheath after leaving a few traces in its wake. All adversaries within the martial arts society felt a line of blood manifest in their throats, collapsing to the ground as their eyes rapidly lost their luster, leaving only the Chinese spectators and a handful of foreign tourists who had simply come to observe. Frozen in shock, this was true joy. What had I practiced before? Had it all gone to waste? Feng Yuxiu felt an immense sense of elation. Every use of his celestial arts was a delight. What the heck? One tourist could not help but exclaim, witnessing the sword fly forth and slay a man. Does this sword possess its own consciousness? Where can one procure such a mature and reliable sword? The others stood there, bewildered and at a loss, unable to decide whether to stand or sit. What was happening? Why had events taken such a bizarre turn? Was this the onset of a global conflict? Is this the site that ignited the Third World War? And why had the atmosphere shifted so abruptly? Meanwhile, the scene was being broadcast globally, creating a massive uproar in the White House. Trump, after a few seconds of stunned silence, directly dialed the Prime Minister of Japan, succinctly stating, Sakura, regardless of your methods, immediately seal off that location. Absolutely do not allow anyone to leave. You know where I'm referring to? Secure the area? Await my troops' arrival. If you fail, be prepared to face the consequences. After hanging up, Trump was anything but calm. With the exposure of this incident, it was nearly impossible for Feng Yuxiu to return safely to his homeland. At this juncture, he had no choice but to expose his identity, capture Feng Yuxiu, and secretly send him back to China. Soon, a certain company in China issued an urgent statement. This is merely the normal effect of our latest product. No need for alarm. Accompanying it was a video of Feng Yuxiu wielding his sword. Yet, nations could clearly see through this feeble attempt at deception Did they truly believe everyone was blind? Or could it be that the sword energy, which appeared to be special effects, was indeed just that? Mr. Feng Yuxiu, we are here to rescue you. Meanwhile, within the Atomic Jeet Qian-Du Society, the Special Operations Team leader, Zhou Jie, pondered how to articulate this statement. Seemingly realizing their services might no longer be required, wasn't this a cause for celebration? However, the reality of superhuman powers being revealed would likely stir significant trouble. The situation was dire, and we implore Mr. Feng to cooperate with our actions. Zhou observed the communication being cut off and frowned. Indeed, young man, following the arrangements of the Guojia at this moment is undoubtedly wise. Ma Baoguo sincerely advised, expressing his admiration for the three young men, who not only possessed formidable strength but also martial ethics. They only struck down those deserving of death. If given the chance, we could exchange insights on martial arts. But for now, we must prioritize leaving this place. Ma Baoguo gestured with a few movements of the five-linked whip, smiling. Feng Yuxiu glanced at Ma Baoguo before addressing Zhou Jie. Apologies, everyone, but we have matters to attend to. We must take our leave. He sighed inwardly, having initially hoped to prolong his task. Yet it had concluded far too swiftly. He wondered how many points he would ultimately earn. As his words fell, Feng Yuxiu and the two others vanished from the martial arts hall. They could not linger here. Otherwise, if nations took action against them, it would be difficult to ensure the safety of the other Chinese individuals present, leaving them unable to provide protection. The target was moving at high speed. Conventional methods were likely ineffective, requesting direct fire for testing. Approved. Aim to ensure the target's survival. The value of life outweighs that of death. Bang! 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 A series of bullet holes appear beneath Feng Yuxiu's feet as he turned his back. Hands summoning the Tianwen sword to return, now carrying some warm, fresh blood. First, let us destroy the shrine. It's utterly disgusting. Arriving at the destination, Feng Yuxiu soared into the air, pouring the gasoline he had previously stored below, igniting it in a fierce blaze. Damn it! He burning our ancestors' shrine. The firepower is insufficient. Requesting increased fire support. Request approved. Regular firearms were ineffective against the target. Requesting artillery. Request approved. Aye. The firepower has intensified. We can't withstand it any longer. Feng Yuxiu, covered in soot, narrowly dodged an artillery shell, laughing internally at how these audacious individuals dared to employ heavy weaponry in a public area, showing no regard for civilians. Such impressive mechanisms. The two combatants exchanged meaningful glances with Feng Yuxiu, their eyes hinting frantically at one another, suggesting they should retreat. Upon returning, they would surely protest that the first emperor was utterly unethical, sending them merely to absorb firepower. Get lost! Get lost! Hurry up and go. We have no expectations of you. Feng Yuxiu had never intended for the two to fight to the death, promptly sending them back through a dedicated red envelope. Celestial being, if you don't arrive soon, I might truly perish. Feng Yuxiu lamented internally. Living beings disappearing, ascending into the air. At this moment, Feng Yuxiu was undoubtedly the center of attention. Witnessing two living individuals vanish before their eyes, countless onlookers felt an exhilarating thrill. This Chinese individual had revealed too many secrets, carrying profound significance. Did this signify the unveiling of an entirely new, mysterious world to humanity? After all, this was no mere magic trick. Launch the nuclear bomb. I will take full responsibility for the consequences. Trump is a traitor. He does not represent America. All orders will be determined by our council. Meanwhile, a man from the United States displayed a frenzied expression as he issued this command. Unlike the others, he was unconcerned with what superpowers represented. He merely wished to annihilate everything and restore normalcy to the world, rather than allow it to veer into unknown and uncontrollable territories. Preserving the current state of the world, while retaining power in his hands, was more than sufficient. Yes, sir. Commander. At a military base, an operator's voice trembled as he locked the intercontinental missile's target on Tokyo. The destructive power sufficient to level the area. Soon, an ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout Tokyo. What is that? It's a missile. They intend to launch a nuclear strike on Tokyo. Has America gone mad? They are about to obliterate the world's hope for progress. We, the Kimchi Nation, strongly protest nuclear bomb. This time, it was Feng Yuxiu who was taken aback that he had merely displayed some skills, and they were prepared to launch a nuclear bomb to kill him. What kind of twisted logic do they possess? Watching the nuclear bomb gradually become clearer in the sky, Feng Yuxiu's expression began to unravel. Celestial being, save me. One man's martial world. Celestial master, celestial master, celestial master, gazing at the nuclear bomb that seemed almost within reach. Feng Yuxiu's mind went blank, frantically tagging Lin Guo in the group chat. Celestial being, if you do not come soon, I will truly perish. I curse you with a circle. I hope in my next life I will be reborn as a beautiful daughter and join the chat group. How could someone like Feng Yuxiu, who only knows martial arts, have the fortune to die beneath a nuclear bomb? Boom! Amidst countless terrified gazes, with a resounding blast, Tokyo transformed into a realm of daylight. However, the ensuing spectacle was utterly unlike a conventional nuclear explosion. Following that thunderous sound, everything returned to tranquility. What has transpired? This is not the reaction of a nuclear bomb exploding. Oh my God! What is this? Does divinity truly exist in this world? What door has America opened? The world shall be forever altered from this moment onward. As the spectacle following the radiance unveiled itself, every individual was frozen in a singular expression, gazing blankly at the sight above. It was an incomprehensibly massive hand, radiating a white light that seemed to soothe the soul. Overwhelmingly pure and solemn, gently enveloping Tokyo. It is a deity. Our divine savior has come to rescue us. Countless Sakura people wept with joy, and even the Sakura officer wore a smile, both shaken and elated. Had it not been for the deity's manifestation, he could scarcely fathom what might have transpired. It appeared that my arrival was perfectly timed. In the sky, that towering, ethereal figure cast a glance at Feng Yuxiu, a half-smile gracing its visage. That I, in the realm of martial arts, moved. I knew the immortal would not abandon me. Tears streamed down my face. JPG, Shuizhong Shizi. Then why were you crying in the live stream at the last moment? Ultimate Killing King. Life is hard to bear. Life is hard to bear. Second master of the Yihua Palace. Did everyone see that? You can trust the immortal forever. All who watched this scene were taken aback. It spoke. Why did the deity seem to be speaking in the Chinese tongue? Great deity, please save us from the flames of despair. Great deity, please lead us to the blissful paradise. The surviving Sakura people knelt in unison, praying earnestly to the divine presence before them. At this moment, high-ranking officials from countries such as China, the US, Russia, and India were all fixated on the event, their faces betraying shock and tension. Lead you to paradise? Such a request. Lin Ji's smile faded. Granted. Like toppling a stack of blocks, that massive hand gently turned over, obliterating the Sakura Islands entirely. The world fell into silence. Boom! Large beads of sweat dripped from the brows of national leaders. The terror was palpable. Before such a godlike entity, it was inconceivable for them as individuals, let alone as a unified nation. They were as insignificant as ants, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. This ambiguous state of friend or foe, ripe for slaughter, was unbearable. What kind of existence has America unleashed? In the realm of martial arts, the immortal is mighty. In the realm of martial arts, we are formidable together. Doge, JPG, in the realm of martial arts, immortal, don't be too handsome. How will I live without you in the future? You must be happy. JPG, the unscathed Feng Yuxiu began to flood the screen with messages, fully embodying what it meant to have powerful allies. This world is filthy beyond measure. Lin Gu gazed below, his brow slightly furrowed. The emanating black aura represented malevolence. Ordinary ill thoughts do not emit such darkness, only when evil reaches an intolerable level. Becoming a deep-seated sin, does it radiate blackness? Such malice exists worldwide, with the most severe concentrations in America, India, the land of pickles and noodle shops, where the stench has grown unbearably foul. Even China harbors a minuscule fraction of darkness. This world desperately requires purification, Lin Gu stated calmly. Before the eyes of the world, that colossal hand lifted and gently snapped its fingers. The world began to change. The wheels of fate had started turning. Why have I disappeared? In a remote rental apartment, a boy watching the live stream screamed in terror. He saw the deity snap its fingers, and his lower half began to gradually vanish, turning to dust as it ascended. My money remained within the confines of the divine sword manor. Xie Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. You have yet to inform me why this interface has manifested in my mind. What purpose does this score serve? The resources within Divine Sword Manor are at my disposal. Do you truly believe I would covet any mere points? There was a hint of skepticism in Xie Xiaofeng's demeanor, as the esteemed representative of Divine Sword Manor and a renowned sword god. It perplexed him that no one recognized the glaringly obvious nickname generated for him within this group. Ironbone Marquis remarked. Indeed, newcomers often exhibit such arrogance upon their arrival. At this juncture, I feel compelled to recount the tale of foster father and foster son. Snowy Persimmon chimed in, excellent. I find this kind of arrogant newcomer quite delightful. The psychological shift during their trials are utterly fascinating. Ultimate Killing King interjected. Snow Moon Sword Immortal, would you care to trade for a foreign firearm? I assure you, you will not suffer a loss. Fire Cloud, Evil God, paid no heed to Xie Xiaofeng, having already discerned a lucrative opportunity. The points possessed by newcomers were the easiest to manipulate. Ding! Ultimate Killing King sent a special red envelope to Snow Moon Sword Immortal, requiring 90 points to unlock. What is a foreign firearm? Li Hani, intrigued, subconsciously clicked to claim it, and in the next instant, a pitch-black revolver materialized in her hand. Wow. How astonishing. It appeared out of thin air. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. A look of bewilderment. JPG, second mistress of the flower-moving palace. Truly, not a good item. It even deceives the newcomers out of their points. Ironbone Marquis. Morally corrupt. To stoop so low for such meager points. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms. TSK, is this the manifestation of utter desperation? Snowy Persimmon. The evil god never fails to deliver actions that shatter my worldview. Yet, do you not fear that the newcomer will seek retribution once they realize? A man's martial world. Old Man Subway. JPG, Peach Blossom Island's little chef. What a disgrace. JPG, has the evil god truly fallen to such depths? Ultimate Killing King. You all are so noble. You think yourselves exceptional, standing tall without a care. You have no idea what it feels like to carry a debt of 50,000, do you? Even 90 points, no matter how little, is still something. What is wrong with profiting from an informational gap? Fire Cloud, Evil God, scoffed disdainfully. Shifting into a more comfortable position, IT was a bitter reality. The illustrious Evil God was reduced to such a pitiful state in this chat group, observing the ongoing conversation. Li Hani felt she had been duped by the member known as Ultimate Killing King. What use was an ordinary piece of iron to her? It seemed there was a mechanism here. After a moment of scrutiny, she discerned the clues, her finger resting on the trigger. IT resembled the design of a crossbow somewhat. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Is this how you use the foreign firearm? Screenshot, JPG. The screenshot depicted a masked individual aiming the pistol forward. However, the person had directed the barrel towards themselves, wide eyes fixated on the dark muzzle that a man's martial world. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Second mistress of the flower-moving palace. Ironbone Marquis. Old Man Subway. JPG. Snowy Persimmon. Stunned. JPG. Thumbs up. JPG. You're truly something? JPG. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms. Is there truly such a remarkably gifted individual? Dumbfounded. JPG. Divine Sword Manor's third young master. Can you really trade items? Are you certain this is not a deception? Xie Xiaofeng's expression was one of incredulity. Only after seeing the screenshot did he begin to believe that items could indeed be traded through this chat. The implications were profound. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. No problem. I shall give it a try. Li Hani felt no sense of danger, merely interpreting the astonishment of the others as admiration for her ability to learn to use such equipment on her first attempt. Hence their ellipses. Ultimate Killing King. No, don't. Fearful. JPG. Snowy Persimmon, wait. Second mistress of the flower-moving palace. Celestial from the GS sect, quick, come here. A newcomer seems intent on self-harm. Celestial from the GS sect, greetings. I'm currently refining alchemical pills. I shall respond shortly. Auto reply. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Shocking. JPG. Covering eyes. JPG. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. What's wrong? Is this not how it's used? Lihani furrowed her brow. Finding Ultimate Killing King to be quite the unscrupulous merchant, selling items without explaining their usage, it seemed the nicknames within the group were rather misleading. Ultimate Killing King was truly of such character? And what of Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms? Was this perhaps a fan of Qin Shi Huang? Iron Bone Marquis. Did he wish to assemble a gathering of emperors and ministers? As for Celestial from the GS sect, it was even more absurd. With a Celestial present, she too could be a fairy, perhaps akin to her title of Sword Immortal. Ultimate Killing King. Phew, that was close. Sweating profusely. JPG. Bare head wiping sweat. JPG. Fire Cloud, Evil God nearly collapsed into his chair. This new member played a dangerously thrilling game. Should she have fired that weapon, it could have ended poorly, and he might have been implicated as an accomplice. Snowy Persimmon. Wow, that was a narrow escape. Wiping sweat. JPG. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. You're holding it wrong. That way you may harm yourself. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms. The newcomers are becoming increasingly reckless. Wiping sweat. JPG. A man's martial world. Ultimate Killing King. You sold the firearm to the newcomer, and yet you loaded it and disengaged the safety. Truly, that's just like you. By the way, you're not plotting to use it for murder, are you? Fearful. JPG. Iron Bone Marquis. Could it be? Is Ultimate Killing King's intention truly so nefarious? Doubtful. JPG. Am I holding it wrong? Glancing at the messages in the group, Lihani adjusted her aim and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet hole appeared in the old locust tree before her. This iron tool is rather effective. Lihani stood frozen in place, having not utilized even a hint of her true energy. Merely pulling her finger resulted in such striking power it would serve well for self-defense against an ordinary person. Yet it was of no use to her. She had been swindled. Lihani was certain. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Screenshot. JPG. The item is powerful, though regrettably a tad weak. CS Xiaofeng examined the screenshot. Is this all? The power I wielded at 8 years old with a branch exceeds this. Snowy Persimmon. I suggest you all check the trading mall before speaking, lest you find yourselves embarrassed. The trading mall? Is it this one? Hearing this, both Lihani and CS Xiaofeng promptly opened a mall interface, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of golden items flooding the screen. Celestial techniques, rejuvenation elixirs, spiritual stones from the celestial realm, immortal medicines that grant eternal life. Grandmaster Reynolds? Surely, this must be a fabrication. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Is the merchandise in the mall truly so extravagant? If we possess points, can we genuinely acquire them? Dazed. JPG. Stunned. JPG. Divine Sword Manor's third young master. Is there any proof? How can I trust that the items listed are authentic? CS Xiaofeng was nearly beside himself with excitement. His greatest fear was being defeated by a challenger, thus losing his hard-earned reputation, the pressure building within him. However, if the items in this chat group mall were genuine, it would be an unparalleled opportunity. He would have no need to worry. Yet the thought that others in the group might also share in this fortune and potentially defeat him troubled CS Xiaofeng. Conqueror of the Six Kingdoms. Sigh. The First Emperor laments. JPG. This batch of newcomers is hard to guide. If you buy it, you'll know. Ding. Divine Sword Manor's third young master claimed the red envelope, successfully obtaining 90 points. Ding. Divine Sword Manor's third young master purchased the Qin Iron Cavalry 10. As the notification sounded, CS Xiaofeng held his breath. In the next instant, 10 cold and imposing cavalrymen appeared behind him. It's real. It's real. Let us try something else. With trembling hands and a racing heart, CS Xiaofeng made another purchase. Ding. Divine Sword Manor's third young master purchased Old Huang 1. CS Xiaofeng's complexion flushed with excitement, his gaze fixed intently on the empty space around him. In the next moment, a cunning-looking old man, glancing around suspiciously, appeared before him. Young master, do you know my master? I wish for you to convey a message to him. The old man grinned mischievously. It's true. Everything is true. I can finally free myself from the burdens of my family. Xie Xiaofeng disregarded old Huang, now utterly convinced of the miraculous nature of this chat group. It was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity. Any item from the trading mall could forge an extraordinary master. In Snow Moon City, Li Hani was left with merely 2 points, observing her scant remaining points. She quietly spent one to engage in a transaction. Ding! Snow Moon Sword Immortal purchased the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry 5. Recalling the revolver that had appeared out of nowhere earlier, Li Hani held her breath ever so slightly. Indeed, in the very next moment, 5 valiant cavalrymen clad in white, riding upon white steeds, emerged onto the open ground ahead. Shuyue, Sword Immortal. No further verification is necessary. I firmly believe it to be true. The third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. I apologize for my presumptuousness. However, are those spear elixirs, spiritual herbs, and celestial arts truly authentic? Can they be exchanged directly with sufficient points? Xie Xiaofeng could not resist asking another question, as he was utterly overwhelmed by excitement and exhilaration. Shuezhong Shitzi. Of course, not only these items. Do you truly believe it is all there is? Within our group, we have a genuine deity among us. Proud. JPG. Hands on hips. JPG. Iron-willed divine marquis. Shuezhong Shitzi. Could you speak more appropriately? A person's martial world. Having been a group for some time, I have come to discern everyone's character. Has the young master always been this mischievous? Shuezhong Shitzi. That remark is rather harsh. I am clearly quite normal and dependable, am I not? Must you unjustly accuse me? Second Palace Master of the Flower Transferring Palace. It may not be a matter of mischief. He may simply be beyond redemption. Shuezhong Shitzi. Your words, Palace Master Lianxing, strike deep. Tearful. JPG. Shue, Sword Immortal. A deity. Is this being the seller of these celestial resources? Li Hani glanced at the labels on the goods and suddenly came to a realization. A true deity. Does such a being genuinely exist in the world? In her realm, there are also those who traverse the mysterious realms, revered as immortals, categorized into 5 ranks: celestial immortals, immortals, earth immortals, human immortals, and ghost immortals. However, much like sword immortals, gun immortals, and wine immortals, these titles merely describe one's prowess, akin to titles such as sword sage or sword deity, lacking genuine sanctity. Her master, Li Changsheng, is an earth immortal who has lived for over 200 years. Yet, she has never heard of anyone possessing the miraculous resources found in the trading mall. Ihani mused that if she could exchange for these resources, she might swiftly ascend to the power of traversing the mysterious realms. Yet, she pondered what sort of individual this celestial immortal of the GS sect might be and how they differed from the celestials of her world. The third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. A deity. This celestial immortal of the GS sect is a deity. In contrast to Li Hani, Xie Xiaofeng was utterly stunned by this term. To him, deities existed only in legends, compared to a true deity. What was he but a sword sage? Oh, newcomers have arrived. Linga noticed the new nicknames in the chat, glanced at the message history, and quickly deduced their identities. Shuyue, Sword Immortal, must be Li Hani. The second city lord of Shuyue City, masked in the screenshot, precisely as described. The third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. Is that not the scoundrel Xie Xiaofeng? It appears he is yet to evolve into the useless Aji. Lin Ji's brow furrowed upon recalling a work from his past life. The sword of the third young master, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. This irresponsible fellow seemed more deserving of the title the scoundrel of the third young master. However, since events had yet to unfold, the outcome would depend on his performance. GSX Celestial Immortal. Miss Li, welcome to the chat group. GSX Celestial Immortal. Xie Xiaofeng. Upon joining the chat group. Have you been stripped of the title of the world's #1? Shuyue, Sword Immortal. May I ask, how did you know I am a woman? Upon the sudden appearance of the person they were discussing, and having their secret revealed, Li Hani's heart skipped a beat. This being referred to as a deity seemed indeed formidable. The third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. I have not disclosed my information. How do you know? Observing the seemingly information-laden words of the GS sect, Celestial Immortal, Xie Xiaofeng felt a surge of anxiety. From the tone, it seemed as though the other party was remarkably familiar with him. Xuezhong Shitzi, the Immortal, is online. Woof woof. JPG. Iron-willed Divine Marquis. Zhu, unbothered, cast a cold glance at Su Fengyin's remarks, thinking to himself that at least he was maintaining some decorum before the newcomers. Unlike this fellow who seemed to have no regard for his image, second palace master of the flower-transferring palace. What are you all saying? As I have stated, an immortal is an immortal, a true deity. Predicting the past and present is merely child's play. Do you not believe it? Sweeping across the 6 nations, the eternal emperor, an immortal has arrived. Excited, JPG. I, Ying Zheng, am calling out for the immortal. Flag-waving, JPG, ultimate killing king. I, Huiyun Xieshun, am calling out for the immortal. Flag-waving, JPG screenshot, JPG. In the screenshot, Huiyun Xieshun sported a red ribbon tied atop his head, waving a flag. Shuyue, Sword Immortal, the third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. Why does it feel like the atmosphere of this group chat is somewhat abnormal? Is this a fan club? Is it not a martial arts chat group? Nevertheless, they were secretly astonished by the previous messages, pondering if truly such omniscience existed. Observing the absurd messages from the veteran members, Lin Gu felt weary. Indeed, after maturing, has everyone begun to let loose and devolve into absurdity, ignoring the awkward remarks of the veteran members. GS Sect Celestial Immortal, Shuyue, Sword Immortal, as the second city lord of Shuyue City, do refrain from being deceived for points in the group next time. Aside from a few tricks, everyone is quite agreeable. The third young master of the Divine Sword Manor, your character is rather difficult to articulate. Compared to the world's #1 Divine Sword, your future titles are rather numerous. Turtle Master, Scoundrel, Useless Aji, abandoning wife and children to escape responsibility. Tut tut tut. Young man, you are destined for disgrace. The third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. How could that be? I will become a turtle master, a scoundrel, and abandon my wife and children. Utter nonsense. Xie Xiaofeng looked incredulously at Lin Ji's message, his eyes blazing with anger. He had originally held a degree of reverence for this being referred to as a deity, only to discover that they were a fraud. Xuezhong Shitzi, scoundrel, it seems there is a juicy scoop. Allow me to grab a seat. Iron-willed Divine Marquis, eating melons. JPG, second palace master of the flower-transferring palace. I shall grab a small seat here to enjoy the immortal's conversation. Sweeping across the 6 nations, the eternal emperor, eating melons. JPG, GS Sect Celestial Immortal, I did not wrong you. On your fate line, you're unable to withstand the pressure of being the world's #1 sword god and will directly abandon your post, with subsequent actions being even less than human. Video. This is your future. Lin Gu directly projected the envisioned future into the group. Peach Blossom Island Chef. You can even directly project the future? Truly worthy of being an immortal. Heart gesture. JPG. Sweeping across the 6 nations, the eternal emperor is the protagonist of the video. This newcomer. After watching, I am utterly shocked, my worldview shattered, and my scalp tingling. Iron-willed Divine Marquis. I have gained insight. How can there be such an irresponsible, escapist scoundrel? If this were someone by my side, I would ensure they get as far away as possible. Xuezhong Shitzi. Oh. Third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. Keep your distance from me. Bad luck, begone. Ultimate killing king. Well, it seems another person in the group has a lower status. A person's martial world. Third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. I suggest you reserve some cultivation resources for your family after obtaining points. Then retire to the mountains and live a solitary life. Do not harm those around you. The third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. This time, Xie Xiaofeng did not retort. After watching the video of his future, he felt that, given his character, it was indeed possible he might act in such a manner. However, from an observer's perspective, was his future behavior truly so disgraceful? Admittedly, speaking without regard to consequences may sound admirable, termed as withdrawing from the torrent in pursuit of freedom. Yet in reality, it was merely evasion, failing to shoulder the responsibilities that came with his position, causing suffering to those around him. What a waste of a good hand dealt. Was this not foolish behavior? In this moment, CS Xiaofeng became acutely aware of his poor psychological resilience and the potentially dire consequences of being overwhelmed by pressure. Sweeping across the Six Nations, the Eternal Emperor. In comparison to you, I find myself more appreciative of Yin Shi-san in the video. Though of humble origin and unappealing appearance, his conduct far surpasses yours. Second Palace Master of the Flower Transferring Palace. Does such a person even qualify to be called a sword god? My sister's temperament is far superior to his, Shiyue, sword immortal. What a shocking revelation. To be called a #1 sword god. Yet this is the reality behind it. However, I must ask, why have I never heard of the Divine Sword Manor or Qixing Pond? Ultimate Killing King. Young man. I have a suggestion for you. Set up a competition arena and hold daily mock battles. Once you become accustomed to losing, the pressure will lessen. Peach Blossom Island Chef. Shiyue, sword immortal. Our group connects to the myriad realms. Have you not heard that other members are quite normal? Third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. Please voluntarily exit the chat. Shiyue, sword immortal. Myriad realms. No wonder I had never heard of this deity in a group before. The third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. Everyone, is it too late for me to change now? CS Xiaofeng, looking at the video of himself, could not help but curse a few times. What foolishness had he been engaging in? At present, nothing has transpired, so I shall not delay Miss Morong any further. After contemplating for a moment, CS Xiaofeng entrusted a task to the 10 cavalrymen of the Great Qin and Old Huang beside him. Now that he was aware of the future, he could no longer allow the child and his family to suffer. Subsequently, he ventured forth with a few servants, sword in hand, and soon located his target. Ding, the member of the group, the third young master of the Divine Sword Manor, commenced a live broadcast. Yin Shi-san, I've heard you've been searching for me lately. Is this not finished yet? Ah, it seems you truly wish to challenge me, CS Xiaofeng said with a smile. A hint of confusion flickered across Yin Shi-san's fearsome visage. Who are you? I am CS Xiaofeng. If you wish to defeat me, I shall grant you the opportunity. CS Xiaofeng offered a sword to Yin Shi-san, saying, Come, strike me. Caught off guard by the situation, Yin Shi-san instinctively complied with the request. CS Xiaofeng let out a wail, hurtling backward. Quick, spread the word. The sword demon Yin Shi-san has vanquished the third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. He has shattered my undefeated record, CS Xiaofeng shouted to one of his servants. Yin Shi-san, he had not even struck his opponent yet. Is this person truly the third young master? Yin Shi-san, I hold you in high regard. It is no wonder you are capable of defeating my arch-nemesis. Do come to the Divine Sword Manor when you have the time. CS Xiaofeng swiftly departed with his servants, leaving only his voice echoing in the distance. Are you mocking me? Upon realizing the frivolity of the encounter, Yin Shi-san felt a deep sense of personal affront and furiously pursued him. The second mistress of the flower-moving palace, the eternal emperor who swept through the 6 kingdoms. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal, my worldview has been shattered. JPG, the persimmon in the snow, quite impressive, your comprehension is high. You have preliminarily embodied the conduct of our group, the iron-willed God Marquis. Su Fingyin, are you slandering our group? Take him out. Do not tarnish our reputation. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island. Let us not impose Persimmon's personal preferences on all of us, lest we frighten the new sister, the ultimate killing king. I once thought that Persimmon's shamelessness was unparalleled, yet today I have encountered someone even more formidable, transforming so rapidly. It seems this fellow has truly attained enlightenment. The martial world of one. Do you believe yourself superior to them? The Snow Moon Sword Immortal. It is difficult to disagree. My 90 points were swindled by him, merely exchanged for a worthless concealed weapon. The Celestial of the Ultimate Killing King. Do you have nothing to say? The Ultimate Killing King. Ahem, I must admit my fault. I have returned her the favor. That foreign gun was a gift from me. Sweating profusely. JPG, red envelope. Upon seeing the message from the Celestial, the Fire Cloud evil god, who was preparing to argue, relinquished his retort and chose to acquiesce. This woman is truly ruthless. The Fire Cloud evil god grumbled, realizing that even in deceit, she would only complain while claiming to be a sword immortal. 90 points returned. Recognizing the immense value of points, Lihani joyfully claimed the 90-point red envelope. but upon viewing the prices of those precious items in the trading mall, she hesitated. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal. May I inquire how one can acquire points aside from selling items? The little chef of Peach Blossom Island. Signing in daily grants 1 point. But it is rather meager. Most members primarily earn points through completing tasks. The Martial World of One. When I first arrived, I triggered a task and profited several thousand points. The Iron-Willed God Marquis. Engaging in mischief will more easily trigger group tasks. The Persimmon in the Snow. Sword Immortal. I understand your urgency, but do not rush. Now that you are a member of the group, longevity is merely the beginning. We are all destined for cultivation. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal. She believed she could achieve longevity through the chat group, but did not wish to engage with him. Why does this person share the same surname of Snow as herself? How embarrassing to be associated. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island. Third young master, we have already been introduced. Sword Immortal sister, will you not share a bit about yourself? The Snow Moon Sword Immortal. I'm the second mistress of Snow Moon City, as the Celestial has already mentioned. The martial prowess of my world should be considered quite formidable. At least, this sword god accompanying me cannot surpass me. The second mistress of the flower-moving palace. Ah, then you should be even stronger than I, Lianxing exclaimed in surprise, uncertain if she could triumph over Xie Xiaofeng. Yet this Snow Moon Sword Immortal seemed quite confident. Was her position as the second strongest in the group about to be usurped? The Persimmon in the Snow, stronger than Xie Xiaofeng. It seems we may be adding another powerhouse to our ranks. Su Fengyin gasped. Although he looked down on Xie Xiaofeng's evasive nature, he acknowledged the latter's strength. Could this Snow Moon Sword Immortal truly be more formidable? The third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. Indeed. There are always greater talents. My past self was laughable, stubbornly clinging to a hollow reputation. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Our world also possesses celestial beings. I wonder how powerful this divine spirit in our group may be. The eternal emperor who swept through the 6 kingdoms. Wiping sweat. JPG. Are you certain you wish to know? I fear you may not withstand the blow. The Iron-Willed God Marquis. Each newcomer is excessively confident before encountering a celestial. After witnessing the celestial's might, they are often left in silence. The Persimmon in the Snow. I surmise that the great celestial and the celestial beings of your world differ significantly. The second mistress of the flower-moving palace. There is no basis for comparison. Do beings from other dimensions even merit the title of celestial? That is an affront to the true celestial beings. Indeed, Lihani felt this sentiment once more, unable to suppress her sigh. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Then allow me to experience the grandeur of the true divine spirit. The third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. Today, I thank the Celestial for enlightening me. I too wish to witness the splendor of the divine spirit, the second mistress of the flower-moving palace. I shall grant your wish. Video Celestial S Rare Collection, The Ultimate Killing King. This video title seems amiss. The Eternal Emperor who swept through the 6 kingdoms. Alas, while we are all focused on earning points, it seems Lianxing is perhaps scheming to pilfer. Size. JPG. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island. Lianxing's sister, you wouldn't be contemplating a stealthy escape, would you? Suspicious gaze. JPG. Is this truly the celestial? Exceedingly ethereal, unlike immortal, observing the stunning visage appearing in the video. Lihani's eyes sparkled, and her heart raced slightly. Just the first glance elicited a sense of the other's transcendence and perfection. This is what a divine being is, more breathtaking than I had imagined. Xie Xiaofeng found himself momentarily entranced. As the sword god of the manor, he was already an object of admiration for many. Yet before this being, he felt an urge to revere. As the video played on, their eyes widened, expressions rapidly shifting until they ultimately fell into a state of petrification. This divine spirit seemed rather different from their expectations. With but a mere gesture, worlds could be obliterated, effortlessly traversing dimensions. What sort of celestial being is this? The third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. I've suddenly gained clarity. What is the meaning of being the world's #1 sword god? And what is the value of hollow renown and power? The Snow Moon Sword Immortal. All things in the world pale in comparison to a single glance from the celestial. the aura of the celestial. I, Hani, have learned. Lihani shook her head, feeling somewhat numb. Suddenly, she realized that compared to this true divine being, the so-called celestial in her own realm was utterly trivial. Should Master Li Changsheng become aware of this existence, would he not reconsider the very title of celestial? Though separated by dimensional realms, the two newcomers seemed to reach a silent understanding in that moment, confirming with a glance who the true powerhouse in the group was. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal. To speak frankly, there exists a fine wine in Snow Moon City known as Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon. Hani would like to invite everyone to partake together. May I have the honor of your presence? Celestial? After sending this message, Lihani's face flushed slightly as she instantly regretted her impulsiveness. Had she extended an invitation too hastily? The third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. Might I inquire if the Celestial would grace the Divine Sword Manor for a sword duel? Xie Xiaofeng, feeling a sense of urgency, hastily added, unwilling to be left behind. The Celestial of the... I shall agree to the wine tasting. Xie Xiaofeng, you had best clarify what you mean by duel. The little chef of Peach Blossom Island, Tiske, the third young master has just joined the group, yet has he already begun to act so brazenly? The persimmon in the snow. I too am curious. I seem to see my own reflection in him. The martial world of one. So, the sword god, upon attaining enlightenment and liberation, swiftly devolves into a silly state. The second mistress of the flower-moving palace. Third young master of the Divine Sword Manor. Suppress your sordid thoughts. The Celestial interests are entirely normal. The eternal emperor who swept through the six kingdoms. Divine Sword Manor, you ought to seek out Feng Yu and the Fire Cloud Evil God. Those two thrive on conflict and may be more inclined to duel with you. Ultimate Killing King. Shi Huang, do not speak nonsense. I currently have no interest in sparring with anyone. A martial world of one. As for fencing, that can be set aside, but I can certainly showcase the allure of American Aido to the third young master, Celestial of the... Speaking of which, we have never officially held a group gathering. Let us convene in Shiua City today. Lin Guo, in high spirits, declared that he was in a good mood, having prompted the members to generate such value. It was time to treat them. Little chef of Peach Blossom Island, since the Celestial is going. I shall also go, the emperor who swept across the six kingdoms. I'd always been preoccupied with earning points. Who would have thought I would now have the opportunity to gather with the Celestial and savor fine wine? Truly, fate is wondrous. I am exceedingly honored. Snowy Persimmon. Wonderful, wonderful. I want to sit beside the Celestial. A martial world of one. Persimmon should sit at the children's table instead. Otherwise, I suspect Master Lianxing would not be pleased. Second mistress of Yihua Palace. Just give me a look. I shall take it from there. I wish to sit on the right side of the Celestial, and I hope you do not overstep your bounds. Sword drawn as a threat. JPG. Snowy Moon Sword Immortal. Then I shall sit on the Celestial's left. At this moment, Lihani was exceedingly delighted, as she had not anticipated that such a lofty being would directly agree to her request. While everyone respected him, it seemed that this Celestial did not carry himself with much arrogance. Little chef of Peach Blossom Island. What about me? Can the Celestial hold me? Ultimate Killing King. How outrageous. You wish to occupy a special seat? Celestial of the... That can be arranged, but it will cost 100,000 points. Lin Gu, rarely joking, remarked that even though he suppressed his true aura, close contact with him would undoubtedly benefit these group members. How dare they think to get it for free? Little chef of Peach Blossom Island. Alas, I do not possess 100,000 points. Downcast. JPG, second mistress of Yihua Palace. Ronger, are you serious? Caution. JPG, Snowy Persimmon. So if you truly have enough points, will you spend them here? All right, I admit I want as well. Comical. JPG, third young master of Divine Sword Manor. What are you all talking about? I cannot comprehend. Ironbone Divine Marquis. Then you should sit at the children's table. Snowy Moon Sword Immortal. Please grant me a moment. I will first arrange the reception for everyone. Celestial of the... No problem. You may arrange it as you see fit. Snowy Moon Sword Immortal. Thank you, Celestial. Phew. Lihani sighed with relief. Her current excitement and nervousness were akin to a maiden on her wedding day. In less than half a day, she had witnessed so many extraordinary events, and she was about to meet friends from other worlds. even that true deity. This was indeed a first. Soon, Bai Li Dongjun and Sikong Changfeng looked at Li Hani with bewilderment. Are you certain you're not being deceived by someone? Bai Li Dongjun expressed concern. Second senior brother, your words are too fantastical. What chat group? Celestial beings. Other worlds? Surely I must be hearing things. Sikong Changfeng chuckled. Senior brother, junior brother, I understand this is difficult to fathom. But it is the truth. Li Hani replied, I can provide proof. Saying this, she took a jug of wine, and in the next moment, the jug vanished into thin air. Truly gone. Bai Li Dongjun and Sikong Changfeng were astonished at, oh, where's my wine? Send it to the group. Should I retrieve it for you? Forget it. What do you need us to do? Bai Li Dongjun and Sikong Changfeng also recognized the significance of the matter. Their expressions turning serious. I need some Fenghua, Shu wine, and let Xin Luo, Tian and Rue, and the others join this gathering too. The location will be by Irai Lake. Li Hani pondered before speaking. Then I will go call them. The chat group matter is up to you. Senior brother, if what you said is true, then Shu U.S. City, and indeed the entire world, is about to undergo a monumental change. Sikong Changfeng stated. Snowy Moon, Sword Immortal. I have made the arrangements. Everyone may come over. Can we proceed directly through the chat group? Little Chef of Peach Blossom Island. Wow. That was quick. Second Mistress of Ihua Palace. Indeed, we need you to provide a coordinate and then consent to the teleportation request. Snowy Persimmon. Always prepared. Second Sister. Qing Yao and the others wish to come see the Celestial, but since this is a group gathering, I firmly rejected such an unreasonable request. Nose Bruised. JPG. The Emperor who swept across the Six Kingdoms. Exactly. After all, it is a group gathering. I shall attend alone. Snowy Moon, Sword Immortal. Ah, then should I not allow others to join? Should I ask them to leave? Confused. JPG. Iron Bone Divine Marquis. No need to concern yourself with them. As the host, you shall make the decision. Snowy Moon, Sword Immortal. Oh, is the Celestial present? Anticipation. JPG. Celestial of the Snowy Moon, Sword Immortal. Joy. JPG. Then I shall open the world passage by Irai Lake in Shu U.S. City. Sikong Qianluo, Inluoxia, Yiruoi, and Tian Enrei looked at Li Hani with curiosity. They had already heard that many beings from other worlds were to arrive in Shu U.S. City today, including a celestial. Not the kind revered here as mere longevity practitioners, but a true being capable of reaching for the stars and moon, an unparalleled power. Whether they believed it or not, they were indeed quite curious. Then, as they blinked, several figures suddenly appeared in the vacant space before them. This is no joke. It is real. The Emperor who swept across the Six Kingdoms. Greetings, Your Majesty. I have long held a question in my heart. Are you not the historical first emperor of the Qin dynasty? Yingzheng, Xie Xiaofeng looked at Yingzheng, who was clad in a black dragon robe. You only just realized? Yingzheng looked at him with confusion. Huang Rong greeted Li Hani. Greetings, Lord of Shu U.S. City. I apologize for the intrusion. Li Hani smiled beneath her mask. Hello, my true name is Li Hani. Are these the guests for today? The ladies of Shu U.S. City marveled at the figures appearing one by one. Each person exuded an extraordinary aura and powerful presence. Then, as one figure emerged, the ladies fell into a daze. The appearance and demeanor of the individual could only be described as perfect. Such a word rarely applies to a man. Almost immediately upon seeing him, they confirmed he was the Celestial. A radiant light flashed across Shu U.S. City as Lin Gu gracefully landed, surveying the crowd with a smile. Has everyone arrived? His voice seemed to carry a unique rhythm, soothing the hearts and minds of all present, bringing a sense of tranquility and resonance. The members of the group all bowed in unison. We welcome the Celestial. It appears everyone is here. Sikong Qianluo, Yi, Tian Enrui, and the others finally regained their composure from their astonishment and hurriedly paid their respects, their gazes turning towards Lin Ji's beautiful eyes, marveling at the existence of such a breathtakingly perfect individual. How fortunate was Shu U.S. City to host such a guest. Welcome, Celestial, to Shu U.S. City. Hani has awaited your arrival. Standing closely before Lin Gu, Li Hani could not help but smile as she removed her mask, revealing an exquisite visage. It seems we are one short. Huang Rong counted the numbers, a look of puzzlement crossing her face. Feng Yuxiu was unable to attend due to affairs. He mentioned that his world had just undergone a tremendous upheaval and needed immediate attention. Zhu Wushi stated matter-of-factly. Firecloud, evil god, immediately chimed in. Celestial, Feng Yuxiu is utterly unreasonable. You have personally arrived, and he dares to be absent. He must be severely punished. As old adversaries, he was likely the most concerned about Feng Yuxiu among the gathered crowd. Having noticed his absence first, ding! A message notification chimed in the group. A martial world of one. I have a premonition that the evil god will speak ill of me. Could someone kindly note it down and inform me later? I will offer 20 points as gratitude. On the other side, after sending the message, Feng Yuxiu finally felt a sense of calm. Before him stood the Special Operations Team's Captain Zhou. Previously, during the destruction of Sakura Island, they had remained unscathed under precise control. And no wonder I felt so restless. It turns out Firecloud, evil god, was up to something. Feng Yuxiu still had matters to attend to. The arrival of the Celestial in this world would undoubtedly cause a seismic impact. Fortunately, after the world underwent cleansing, there had yet to be any signs of turmoil. Witnessing the power of the divine, various nations had fallen silent, no longer daring to act recklessly. They might have dared to challenge the flying and sword-wielding Feng Yuxiu. But upon realizing the disparity with the Celestial, no one would believe they could harm such a supreme being. With many matters now laid bare, Feng Yuxiu understood he needed to liaise with Guijia to assume responsibility for stabilizing the ensuing situation. Simultaneously, collaborating with Guijia to jointly explore development potential may indeed be a prudent choice. However, prior to this, he must first gauge the sentiment of those above him regarding his relationship with supernatural powers. In Shuyue City, a mere 20 points earned effortlessly. One should never let such an opportunity slip by. Those around him remained discreet, quietly recording the utterances of the fire cloud evil god. Only Lianxing, since Lin Ji's appearance, gazed blankly at his visage, reluctant to divert her gaze for even a moment. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs erupted from the surroundings, prompting Lianxing to restrain herself slightly, lest she draw nearer to the immortal's face. Is this what they could witness in such a public setting? Huang Rong raised an eyebrow slightly. Was Lianxing so bold and straightforward? Wouldn't she feel shy under the immortal's gaze? What are you all coughing about? Do you have phlegm in your throats? Lianxing complained, once again inching closer to Lin Gu. Cough, 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 cough. Another wave of coughs echoed around them. Lin Gu felt helpless. If she got any closer, she'd be practically on top of me. Observing the situation, the immortal interjected, Ladies and gentlemen, if you would kindly step aside, I have prepared fine wines and delicacies for your enjoyment. Li Hani spoke up just in time, casting a couple of lingering glances at Lianxing, whose white dress and unadorned beauty were simply breathtaking. Yet, why must this woman cling to the immortal? How shameless. Should I bring Yin Man and the others over? Ying Zheng pondered this dilemma. Should I not discourage my second sister, Qing Yao, and the others from coming? Su Fengnian thought. Although he had a thick skin, he surely could not approach the immortal in such a setting to vie for favor. Could he? The scenery here is indeed quite splendid. Firecloud, evil god, reflected upon his own residence in a mental institution, feeling somewhat moved. This is one of the 4 great scenic spots of Shuyue City, the Arai Lake. What does the immortal think? Li Hani gazed at Lin Gu, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. Your kindness is appreciated, but allow me to lend you my assistance. Lin Gu smiled toward Arai Lake, speaking cheerfully. The crowd felt a stir at Lin Ji's words. What could this mean? Was he about to perform some divine technique? Witnessing Li Hani and the guests halt, Sikong Qianluo, Yi Ruoi, and Ji Shui exchanged puzzled glances, and then they beheld a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. As if words conjured magic, the Arai Lake surged, transforming into a torrent of water that surged skyward. In that instant, Shuyue City resonated with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a primordial creation. Bali Dongjun set down his wine cup, gazing at the river and the sky with astonishment. Sikong Changfeng remained motionless, his mind blank as he absorbed the scene. All the citizens of Shuyue City emerged from their homes, gazing in reverence at the dreamlike spectacle. At that very moment, The lord of Wushuang City suddenly rubbed his eyes, staring at the strange phenomenon above Shiyue City, murmuring in disbelief, "This is preposterous. I can sense an infinite array of formidable sword intents." Li Hani's gaze trembled, and the iron horse and icy river in her hand began to quake uncontrollably, as if yearning to meld with this river of sword intent. The once tranquil Arai Lake had transformed into a celestial river of sword intent that encircled Shiyue City. What kind of overwhelming power is this? Sikong Qianluo dropped her spear, along with the other women, staring blankly at the river above, their hearts racing, unsure of what to say. Such a terrifying celestial river. Any single strand of sword intent contained within could easily rend me asunder. Xie Xiaofeng's pupils contracted sharply, a sense of eagerness swelling within him. As a former sword god, these potent sword intents were undeniably tantalizing. Not only the sword intents, but I can also feel the surrounding spiritual energy has increased significantly. Ying Zheng's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, having begun his preliminary cultivation of the golden elemental technique. He could distinctly sense the surge in spiritual energy concentration. Under the influence of this celestial river, Shiyue City would become Li Hani's cultivation sanctuary. Even an ordinary person, bathed in this spiritual energy, would enhance their physique, becoming robust and impervious to illness. If only this celestial river belonged to the Qin dynasty. Why didn't we extend an invitation to the immortal sooner? Zhu Wushi reflected, his eyes mirroring the radiant sword river in the sky. Truly, the immortal can effortlessly create a paradise from mere whimsy. It is simply beyond comprehension. Su Fengyan, observing Lin Ge and Li Hani from the back, felt tears welling up. We were the ones who arrived first, yet we old members lack such treatment. Woe is me. Ding, a member of the celestial sect has opened a celestial river in the realm, significantly enhancing world strength and altering destinies, completing a hidden task, earned 100,000 points, received a fragment of the world's essence. Lin Ge, utterly baffled yet filled with joy. Is this a new way to play? Accidentally triggering a hidden task, profiting 100,000 points. It feels so delightful. Unbeknownst to him, a surge of luck enveloped Lin Ge, bestowing an air of mystery and nobility upon him, his presence radiating like the sun. Those around him, however, displayed expressions of profound distress. Lin Ge furrowed his brow, suppressing the pressure that had inadvertently leaked out, allowing those nearby to breathe easily once more. Lianqing chuckled. No doubt, the immortal is so revered that points seem to flock to him. Huang Rong, Li Hani, the crowd cough, 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 cough. Might I request the second princess to be mindful of her demeanor in public? Such blatant behavior. What will others think? Firecloud, evil god, offered a feigned smile, suggesting, "Immortal, perhaps you might want to try visiting my side. Who knows, it might trigger a hidden task as well." That Su Fengyan frowned and chastised. How audacious. Do you truly believe the immortal values points? The reason for our transaction is the immortal's benevolence, granting our group members an opportunity to ascend to immortality. Xie Xiaofeng quickly concurred. The immortal possesses transcendent abilities, offering us a chance to defy fate. Oh, you truly think the immortal cares for mere points? Firecloud, evil god. Indeed, a sycophant is a truly shameless creature. Firecloud, evil god, felt a twitch in his eyelids, barely restraining the urge to strike down these two. Am I obstructing your conversation with the immortal? Lin Ge, now that you have all spoken, one might say, should I express that I actually have a fondness for points? Lin Ge remarked, in truth, points are rather useful to me. Immortal, Su Fengyan interjected, we all understand your noble intentions. You need not speak on behalf of this ungrateful individual. Xie Xiaofeng added, indeed, immortal, even as a newcomer, I recognize the blessings you bestow upon everyone. This old member, Firecloud, evil god, is truly ungrateful and has somewhat squandered your goodwill. Lin Ge was rendered speechless, and after a pause he declared, all right. Firecloud, evil god, stood there, wide-eyed and at a loss, observing the other's converse. Feeling the immortal's majestic and sacred aura, his heart suddenly filled with regret, doubt, and even emotion. Have I truly misjudged this? This unexpected windfall of 100,000 points is comparable to any previous task, with the points accumulated. Coupled with the fragments of the world's essence yet to be refined, could it propel me into the late stage of the golden immortal realm? The following day, upon returning to his cave in the primordial wilderness, Lin Ge began to assess his current resources, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Upon reaching the golden immortal realm, many previously unattainable feats would no longer be restricted. Certain privileges would open before him. This hidden task was triggered because I created a transcendent product in a lower realm, altering the historical course and enhancing the world's strength. Perhaps I could also attempt to create methods in the realms of other members. Who knows what unexpected rewards await? Lin Ge shook his head. If only I could expedite the process, then my rate of advancement could become even more astonishing. My current strength is still insufficient. I must enhance myself as swiftly as possible. Once the function list is released, everything will spiral out of control, but if I lack sufficient strength then, many things I wish to avoid may come to pass. And even the most meticulous plans would amount to naught. After spending millennia in the primordial wilderness, having deeply felt the power of the immortals and gods, Lin Ge was keenly aware of this reality. Shen Gongbao, Wen Zhong, and others may seem to be the pivotal figures dragging the celestial sect into the abyss, but in truth, they are merely tools of the saints' schemes. Without these incompetent individuals, other factors would still propel events forward. Strengthening oneself is paramount. Now, with the fortuitous opportunity presented by the chat group, he is poised to elevate his power to its zenith, accumulating nearly 200,000 points, coupled with 2 strands of the world's essence. I wonder how far I can from the 4th rank of the Xianxian realm. The function to obscure the heavenly secrets has been activated, and the realm breakthrough function is now operational. Commencing the extraction of high-level energy sources for you. Ding! Breakthrough function temporarily halted. Please be patient. Lin Yi. What on earth? Did the chat group experience a bug? Suddenly paused. He did not dwell on it for long. And after a moment, the breakthrough function resumed. Ding! Congratulations. You have broken through to the 5th rank of the Xianxian realm. Consume 24,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to the 6th rank of Xianxian. Consume 25,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to the 1st rank of Jingxian. Consume 29,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to the 2nd rank of Jingxian. Consume 31,000 points. Ding! The current breakthrough has concluded. A total of 190,000 points have been consumed. Remaining 13,000 points. You have soared directly from the 4th rank of Xianxian to the 2nd rank of Jingxian. If it were the old me, even with abundant resources, I would have needed at least to cultivate from the Fengshen era to the journey to the West period. Lin Ge gasped in astonishment. Having just completed his breakthrough, an overwhelming aura of power emanated from him. If any celestial being were to observe him at this moment, they would be blinded by his golden radiance, which, despite the rapid advancement, was rich, dazzling, and pure, unmarred by any impurities, surpassing even that of seasoned Jingxian. It is worth noting that during their cultivation, they, too, contend with the challenge of purging impurities. Some celestial beings who employed special means for rapid advancement inevitably absorbed a multitude of residual impurities from the resources and spiritual energy they consumed. Yet Lin Ge, leveraging the chat group for his breakthrough, completely sidestepped this dilemma. Compared to other Jingxian of the same realm, he approached a state of perfection akin to an immaculate body, now that he has reached the 2nd rank of Jingxian. Should I refine the remaining 2 strands of world essence immediately, or save them for future artifact refining? After a brief contemplation, Lin Ge dismissed the thought and resolved to utilize them right away. Enhancing his strength was of utmost importance at this moment. Only by achieving sainthood can my sect, with its dual saints, hope to alter the prevailing tide. Ding! You have begun refining the world essence. Your comprehension has been enhanced. Your physique has evolved. The privileges of the sect member, heavenly immortal of the, have been elevated, granting a chance for a lottery draw. Prizes are randomly selected from various worlds within the group. In the BO Palace, a middle-aged man clad in a wide azure robe, with silver hair cascading over his shoulders and a majestic beard gracing his cheeks, sat cross-legged amidst the lotus thrones, holding a whisk in his right hand while his left hand pointed upwards. Surrounding his being were countless glimmers of golden light. Suddenly, the Tontian patriarch opened his eyes that a sudden inspiration struck him. Could there be an unforeseen change in the impending catastrophe? He calculated with his fingers and soon discerned the truth. Sancian Island, are these the third-generation disciples of Mai? Without making any discernible movements, the Tontian patriarch's figure dissipated from Bo Palace, traversing through the void. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the many disciples of Bo Palace. Pondering the thoughts that lingered in his mind, Tontian then visited Golden Ao Island, passed by Loafa Cave, and ventured into the western realms, casting a glance at the chaos in the mortal world. Shaking his head slightly, he roamed through various locales, unnoticed by any. Upon reaching Kunlun Mountain, the gaze of a great Luo Jinxian pierced through his form, looking ahead. Ultimately, Tongtian arrived at Sanshao Island, standing before the third-generation disciple who had piqued his interest. Lin Gu sat quietly within his cave dwelling, an abundance of pure energy manifesting out of thin air, continuously flooding into his true self, Tongtian. If his observation was correct, this was the heavenly Yuan Qi from the Yushu Palace. Was it not? Such an enigmatic force, its origins difficult to discern. Tongtian contemplated, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. Would this perhaps bring about some changes within the sect? He gazed at Lin Gu with thoughtful intent, preparing to remain and observe for a moment. However, upon seeing that Lin Gu had ceased any movements, he turned and departed. Within a cave on the island, Yin Xiao gazed up at the sky, feeling as though someone had just passed overhead. Never mind, it was likely a misperception. She returned to her cultivation. Your cultivation has advanced to the 7th rank of Jinxian. Refinement completed. Boom! Lin Gu awakened from his series of breakthroughs, during the process of refining the 2 strands of world essence. He entered a state of profound mystery, where his thoughts flowed freely and flexibly, flooding forth with countless whimsical ideas akin to the transformation from a calculator to a supercomputer. Under normal circumstances, it might have taken him years to fully refine those 2 strands of world essence. However, he accomplished it in a remarkably short time. My comprehension has temporarily elevated. Is this also a feature of the chat group's assistance? Lin Gu checked his account, noting that the remaining balance of over 10,000 points had been entirely depleted. Nonetheless, considering the outcome, it was entirely worthwhile. In specific scenarios, it proved even more advantageous than the breakthrough feature. The 200,000 points originally sufficed only to elevate him to the early Jinxian stage. Yet with the addition of these 2 strands of world essence, Lin Gu had directly reached the late Jinxian stage. Surpassing his initial expectations, the techniques I possess can only cultivate to the pinnacle of Jinxian. I must seek an opportunity to request subsequent techniques from my master, Lin Gu thought, initially intending to linger a while longer. But the chat group's assistance and breakthroughs required a foundation to rely upon. Meanwhile, within the chat group, Shuezhong Shizi, how have you been handling matters in your world? Yai Zhuolin, I've established communication. I am now akin to an ancient national master. By the way, did that fire cloud evil god speak ill of me again yesterday? Did anyone record it? Sen Xiao Yi of the Divine Sword Villa. I have the recording. I wonder if you are satisfied? CS Xiaofeng had been monitoring the chat page and was the first to share the recording of the fire cloud evil god as a newcomer. He earned every bit he could. 20 points could be exchanged for some very useful, mundane items. Ultimate Killing King. What's the matter with you? So what if I say a few words about you? Celestials have arrived. Shouldn't you have come yesterday? Yai Zhuolin, no worries. I remember you think you can still defeat me now. How about a life and death battle? Exclusive red envelope for Sanshao Yi of the Divine Sword Villa. Ding! Sanshao Yi of the Divine Sword Villa has claimed the exclusive red envelope. Sanshao Yi of the Divine Sword Villa. Thank you, Honored One. Bows. JPG, Ultimate Killing King. Keep boasting, flaunting your sword techniques and flying abilities that if we both had the same luck, do you think I would be unable to defeat you? Yai Zhuolin. That may not be the case. If born in the same era, My Feng Yuxiu would not be inferior to yours, Shuyue, Sword Immortal. Have you all exchanged for some celestial techniques? So many points? Ihua Palace's second palace master. I've completed tasks. For example, the hidden task accomplished by Celestial yesterday directly rewarded me with 100,000 points, Shuyue, Sword Immortal. Ah, but how could we possess the strength to reach that level of a Celestial? Hengso Lugua, the Eternal Emperor, who said one must reach such a level to trigger a task. I, too, am but a mortal. Just look at how I exchange for celestial techniques. Sanshao Yi of the Divine Sword Villa. The first emperor has also exchanged for celestial techniques. Truly impressive. However, while I am the sword god, I do not wield the power of the world like you. First emperor, can you share some insights? Yai Zhuolin. That question should be directed to me. I have much insight and experience in this area. Shuyue, Sword Immortal. What do you mean? Yai Zhuolin. I currently possess 80,000 points. Screenshot. JPG, Sanshao Yi of the Divine Sword Villa. Envious, won't you share some tips? Yai Zhuolin. It's simple. Go change the course of the world, stir the tides of the rivers and lakes, and you can generally trigger a task. To simplify, challenge the world's number one. It's a foolproof task. Shuyue, Sword Immortal. That sounds much simpler, but my strength isn't sufficient to reach that level. Sanshao Ye's sword. Am I challenging myself then? Hengso Lugua, the Eternal Emperor. Speaking of which, Feng Yuxiu, since you are in the modern world, could you send me some technical books? I found the last Chinese history quite enlightening. I can trade if the price is reasonable. Yai Zhuolin. First Emperor, have you finally come to your senses? In that case, I wouldn't even want those points. I can freely gift you some. Let me show you modern agricultural books on protracted war, industrial revolution, history of modern science and technology, and research on talent-driven national strategy. Here, take your time to read. Once you're done, I'll find more for you. Yai Zhuolin. Now that I'm collaborating with the state, I can recruit some experts to help you transform the Qin Kingdom. But you must protect them well. Iron-willed God General. Truly a wealthy individual. Even a small deficit of points is beneath your notice. Hengso Lugua, the Eternal Emperor. Yai Zhuolin, really? Rest assured, I will arrange for Shadow Secret Guards to protect them at all times. Sanshao Ye's sword. Yai Zhuolin, could you procure a large quantity of those firearms seen in the videos? I think transforming the Divine Sword Villa into the Divine Gun Villa should also count as stirring the world's tide. Right? The group quickly spiraled into excitement. The great calamity begins. The Fengshan list appears. Yai Zhuolin. Sanshao Yi of the Divine Sword Villa, I can get my hands on firearms, but I advise you to rein in those unreliable thoughts. Sanshao Yi of the Divine Sword Villa. What then? I can't just take my own life to trigger a task, can I? Or should I travel to other worlds to trigger tasks? In the midst of snow, persimmons, the mind is quite agile, yet do not entertain the notion of seeking fortune in other realms. We have our own duties that remain unfulfilled. Snow Moon, Sword Immortal. I believe I still possess ample opportunities to trigger quests. I shall test the waters soon. Iron-willed Divine Marquis. In the world of martial arts, what do you intend to do with a staggering 80,000 points? One's own martial realm. I once dared not even imagine this. But now, with 80,000 points, I wish to beseech the immortal to see if it is possible to resurrect a certain individual. If that is unfeasible, I would like to inquire if the immortal possesses any superior cultivation technique for trade. The best in the shop only costs 50,000 points. Peach Blossom Isle's young chef. 80,000 points for the resurrection of one person. Will that individual not chastise you for being extravagant upon returning? Iron-willed Divine Marquis. If I cannot, I must find a way to trigger a quest. Otherwise, my strength will inevitably lag behind. As the number of people in the group continues to swell, Zhu Wushi begins to feel the mounting pressure. If one does not strive, one may not even maintain a position in the middle ranks, let alone aspire to second place. After all, with the resources bestowed by the immortal, everyone can advance at an extraordinary pace, with realms changing day by day. Not to mention Ingzheng. If his army were to wield modern weaponry, could he truly prevail against them with his inferior sword technique? Peach Blossom Isle's young chef. What realm has the first emperor reached? I have already cultivated the water-walking technique to the third layer of qi refining. It feels so different from my previous martial training. The great emperor who conquered the six kingdoms. Ha! Miss Rong, you must hasten. I am currently at the second tier of chi refining, primarily occupied with reviewing hundreds of pounds of memorials each day, truly busy with mundane affairs, and cannot compare to focused practitioners like you in the immortal. One's own martial realm. How does the first emperor find the time to cultivate? Let us not forget that he must also engage in reading. The great emperor who conquered the six kingdoms. I plan to select a few trusted aides to impart the methods of immortality to them. With historical texts, I will know who is truly loyal and who possesses the talents for governance. Second Palace Master of Ihua Palace. Indeed, if someone rebels, they can always flee to another world for refuge. In the midst of snow, persimmons, does Palace Master Lianqing have preparations to trigger quests? Currently, we're the only two among the old members who have yet to do so. Side JPG, Second Palace Master of Ihua Palace. Indeed. I have mentally prepared myself. First, I shall defeat my sister, and then seek dominion over the world. Peach Blossom, Isle's young chef. Sister Lianqing is so formidable. Second Palace Master of Ihua Palace. Of course. At that point, I shall be able to change my title to Grand Palace Master. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. One can change one's name? One's own martial realm. Naturally, we have a member among us who once changed to a rather unique nickname. Ultimate Killing King. I recall an unpleasant memory. Here I am, burdened with 50,000 in wealth, quietly observing your ostentation. The fiery cloud, evil god cursed under his breath. He pondered whether he could engage in combat with that old beggar relying on spirit stones, or if there were any masters nearby. Surely, it should be possible to trigger a quest, right? For the time being, he dared not confront Easterners or Westerners. Defeating a few masters first would always be a good trial. Lying idly in a mental hospital and merely watching the group is not a sustainable approach. I cannot continue to languish in idleness. Meanwhile, in the primordial world, Lin Ji's expression turned grim. He had just received word that Lady Yun Xiao had issued a ban, prohibiting the disciples of the from leaving the island at will. The crux of the matter is not merely the inability to depart, but the implications it carries. A chill ran down Lin Ji's spine. Has the calamity of the begun? The three teachings have signed the... And with Lin Ji's humble status, he naturally remains oblivious to such tidings that in reality, this event had long since transpired, making everything fall into place. Lin Ge furrowed his brow slightly, striving to calm himself. If it is to be, so be it. Although currently only at the golden immortal realm, given his rate of progress, he is confident he can ascend to the peak before the impending catastrophe strikes. At this moment, has King Zhou composed poetry? Has Jiang Zia descended the mountain with the list? If the command to close the mountain gate was issued by the Tongtian cult master, then those two matters are likely to occur soon. Lin Gu exited his cave, intending to seek out Master Bixiao to gather information, while also requesting the cultivation techniques above the Tai Golden Immortal level. It's little Lin Gu. Come in. Bixiao reclined on a mat, holding a celestial fruit, her eyes vacant as she took a bite. Another fruit. Lin Ji's lips quivered slightly. In his memory, Bixiao spent half her time either picking or consuming celestial fruits yet. What is this disheveled, reclusive appearance? Where is the once superlatively beautiful and vivacious master? Just go about your business. If there is anything, wait until later to discuss. Bixiao seemed to realize her untidy appearance was inappropriate. Her eyes weary as she muttered and retreated deeper into the cave. Wait. Lin Gu grasped Bixiao's arm. Master, what is this? Bixiao glanced at Lin Gu vacantly, then plopped down on the mat. Are you wondering how I suddenly transformed into this state? With that, she took another bite of the fruit. Yes. Lin Gu nodded, because I have been researching a method specifically aimed at countering the eldest sister. I have made some progress. Bixiao took another bite of the fruit, confident that it would not be long before she could surpass her in cultivation. Lin Gu, why does she wish to defeat Yin Xiao? This seems amiss. Speaking of which, should he still inquire about the external situation with Bixiao? That seems quite unreliable. By the way, what brings you to me? Bixiao finally came to her senses, looking towards Lin Gu. Wait. Upon seeing him, Bixiao's little face suddenly stiffened. The Golden Immortal realm is not right. You have already reached the late stage of the Golden Immortal? Lin Gu nodded in a daze. Compared to his own realm, he found Bixiao's reclusive demeanor far more impactful. Have I been so engrossed in my research on cultivation that I have become foolish? Bi Xiao rubbed her forehead. Has it been several thousand years since we last met? Lin Gu quickly caught the fruit that was about to drop from Bi Xiao's grasp and stuffed it back in her hand. We last met just over 10 days ago. Master! Bi Xiao stared blankly at Lin Gu for a long time, wanting to say something but finding no words. That it seems that perhaps we, master and disciple, have the opportunity to defeat the eldest sister together. It is no big deal. After all, it is merely a breakthrough from the mystic immortal to the golden immortal. What is there to make such a fuss about? Your master, too, was once a genius. The 7th tier of golden immortal, merely 10 or 20 days ago, I believe I was still at the initial stage of celestial immortal. Bi Xiao, with a numbed expression, stood up to leave. I'm going to continue my research. Do not disturb me. Such trivial breakthroughs. Do not bother to tell me. You have yet to provide me with the subsequent cultivation techniques. Lin Gu reminded her. A jade slip flew before him, and Lin Gu then felt a gentle force carry him out of Bi Xiao's cave. The door closing tightly behind him. Lin Gu, so wise master so fixated on defeating Yin Xiao. Shouyang Mountain, brother, Tongtian seeks to observe the Taiji diagram. The Tongtian cult master's expression was tranquil, his gaze piercing through countless spaces as he exchanged glances with an elder from afar. Elder, you wish to use it to predict the future. Tongtian's expression remained unchanged. Brother, why must you feign ignorance? The elder's eyes were profound. The Taiji diagram does possess the ability to evolve the future, yet requires the expenditure of one's Tao essence. The future glimpsed is merely one of myriad possibilities in the evolution of the hexagrams. Why go to such lengths? Tongtian Dao. My mind is made up. I request my brother to lend the diagram for observation. Very well. At the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the Celestial Master summoned us, the 12 disciples, to the palace to form a formation and meditate. It turns out it was for this matter. Qi Jingzi, the ruler, is without virtue, angering the sages. They deserve to suffer this calamity. Guang Qingzi, this is divine retribution. Master, why should the innocent masses suffer this catastrophe? Ziheng Taoist, although the people bring calamity upon themselves, we cannot stand idly by. Huang Long Taoist, Master foresaw this day when you left the Yu Ding Zhenren. It seems the time has come for it to descend to the mortal realm. Tai Zhenren. As long as we deliver it to the mortal realm and entrust it to the sovereign of the world, allowing him to inaugurate we can eliminate the divine retribution and save all living beings. Lingbao Daosher. The cost of this descent with I believe all senior brothers are already aware. Zhu Lushun, Master, I am willing to go. Pu Xianzhenren. This time I shall go. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzhen. It should be me, Daoxing Tianzuen. This matter must not be taken lightly. Who among us is the most suitable bearer of the... Why not leave it to Master to decide? At that moment, a figure stepped forward and proclaimed, in the face of worldly calamity, I, a humble disciple, wish to descend with the investiture of the gods. Upon the exalted throne, the venerable Yuan Shirtun Zun radiated an aura of solemn grandeur. The time of King Cheng was at hand, and the Zhou dynasty was on the brink of resurgence. You shall descend to assist the rightful sovereign and undertake the task of bestowing divinity, thus justifying your 40 years of cultivation on the mountain as a general or minister. The assembly of disciples stirred slightly. It was remarkable that Jiang Zia, who had only trained for a little over 40 years, was chosen by their master as the bearer of the list. As the words fell, the South Pole elder arrived, bearing the investiture of the gods in his dragon beard and tiger mouth, placing it before Jiang Zia. Within the cave, Lin Gu, having received the subsequent techniques, immediately committed them to memory, knowing that with a method to follow, he could directly advance through the chat group, that he then glanced at the account within the chat group, noting one lottery draw available. This was a reward he acquired during the process of refining the essence of the world, a feature he had not anticipated would emerge with an increase in permissions. For Lin Yin, this function was undoubtedly more advantageous compared to other group members. Take, for instance, the ability to use points to break through realms. The cultivation system of the primordial world mirrored that of the martial arts realm. That it was akin to his advancement to the heavenly immortal level, consuming the same points as his peers' progression to the innate level, which was rather satisfying. In a wonder, Lin Gu felt somewhat like a glitch within this chat group. .as for the lottery feature. Drawing for the Primordial world, the value of rewards was certainly higher than the limits of other worlds. What treasures might he procure? Lin Gu harbored little expectation. Otherwise, he would have utilized this lottery opportunity immediately upon acquiring him. The vastness of the Primordial world meant that while treasures were plentiful, 99% were utterly worthless, that if he were to draw a few soul-cleansing pills, some small stools, or even the fur of a demon beast or mundane objects, whom could he turn to for redress? Yet, to be prudent, Lin Gu activated the concealment function in advance, lest he inadvertently attract attention by drawing a top-tier magical artifact. Simultaneously, in the Yusu Palace, Jiangxia solemnly accepted the investiture of the gods. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, a surge of regulatory power emanating from the list, solidifying the identity of its bearer. From this moment forth, should anyone call upon you, do not respond. Should you heed their call, you will face 36 calamities. Yuan Shi glanced at Jiangxia, imparting this directive with a calm demeanor. Not to respond? Jiangxia realized this was a matter of celestial design and promptly bowed in acquiescence. Just then, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. An unexpected force manifested before the investiture of the gods, attempting to draw it in. Jiangxia's expression changed dramatically. Caught unawares, he nearly lost his grip and allowed the investiture to be absorbed. The faces of the gathered disciples turned pale, their astonishment palpable as they turned to Jiangxia in disbelief at this sudden occurrence. Even Yuan Shi Zun slightly raised his gaze, his eyelids twitching imperceptibly, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Meanwhile, Lin Gu awaited eagerly to see what reward he might draw. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Resistance encountered during the reward distribution process. Please assist in completing the claim. Such a situation existed. Lin Gu beheld an opening in space before him, revealing a fragment of an unknown treasure, radiating a platinum glow, accompanied by a ripple of regulatory power, indicating he had drawn something exceptional. Was it possible to strike gold on the first attempt? Stunned, Lin Ji's surprise morphed into excitement as he grasped this fragment and pulled with all his might. The disciples of the Chan sect stood transfixed. Jiangxia felt the pulling force intensify abruptly, as if someone on the opposite side was tugging at it. Caught off guard by the sudden surge of strength, he could not maintain his grip, and the investiture of the gods was instantly yanked away, vanishing from sight. The crowd was left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances at a loss for words. The investiture had been brazenly snatched away right before them. Their shock stemmed from the realization that someone had dared to commit such an audacious act within the very heart of the Yusu Palace, beneath the watchful eyes of the Celestial Master and their multitude. In the 3 immortal caves, Lin Gu exhaled in relief. It seemed the first reward was not so difficult to obtain after all. With a determined tug, he successfully extracted it. He then began to scrutinize his newfound acquisition. The list shimmered with golden brilliance, clearly not an ordinary item. However, as he observed it closely, Lin Ji's expression gradually stiffened, uncertainty clouding his mind. Could it truly be the object of my imagination? A sudden dread washed over him as he recalled the inscription upon it. Sovereign of all under heaven. The 8 characters of the investiture of the gods, that he nearly lost his grip and dropped it. What the hell? It truly is this thing. Damn it, how could I draw this hot potato? Lin Gu was left speechless, grappling with the incredulity of his luck in acquiring such a burden. It's over. In my hands, it signifies immense karmic repercussions should I distribute the investiture as a red envelope to some fortunate group member. No. Even with the chat group as concealment, who knows if someone could pinpoint its location? Speaking of which, Jiangxia must have descended by now that if only he notices this event, returning it promptly should not draw too much attention, right? Utilizing the chat group to open a spatial tunnel, Lin Gu swiftly returned the investiture of the gods, closed the passage, and feigned ignorance as if nothing had transpired. Observing the returned investiture, the Ling Su Palace fell into a prolonged silence. Lin Gu cleared his mind, allowing his spirit to settle. The group had become lively, with the absurd antics of his fellow members providing him with some amusement. In the one-man martial world, is the immortal present? A person of great importance to me has passed away, and I am willing to expend 80,000 points, daring to implore the immortal. Is it possible to resurrect the deceased? A dedicated red envelope. The atmosphere in the group grew somewhat quiet. While they knew the immortal possessed extraordinary powers, such abilities were often more destructive than restorative. Regarding the resurrection of the dead, a matter that completely defied common sense, they were uncertain if the immortal could truly accomplish it. Anticipation brewed among them, not only because of Feng Yuxiu, but there were others with their own dearly departed they wished to revive. Even if no one currently wished for resurrection, the knowledge that the immortal could achieve such a feat would undoubtedly bolster their belief in his omniscience and omnipotence. Xie Xiaofeng's countenance turned grave. The idea of resurrecting the dead was absurd. Was this member named Feng Yuxiu mad? Even for an immortal, such an act would be a gross violation of natural law. Right? Did he truly believe that resurrecting the dead was so simple? If it could be traded, would not chaos ensue in the world? Such a wildly outrageous request could actually be proposed, in contrast to Xie Xiaofeng's incredulity. Su Fengyin felt a flicker of hope that he had never dared to entertain such a radical thought until seeing Feng Yuxiu's request today, which reminded him of someone he too wished to bring back. If it were possible, Su Xiao, I would surely be overjoyed to elevate you. Su Fengyin mused, planning to gather some points to first ask the immortal to deduce the cause of his mother's death. The group was tense with anticipation, not including Lian Xing, who was preoccupied with wanting to see Lin go more often, lacking even the motivation to engage in tasks for points that it was unfortunate that without earning points. She was left to watch videos, which was rather disheartening. Lin Ge scrolled through the message archives and soon spotted Feng Yuxiu's message. Resurrection? Bringing back someone from their realm is not difficult for me. But if they have been dead too long or their body has decayed, it could pose a bit of a challenge. As for the individual Feng Yuxiu wished to resurrect, it was rather easy to guess his wife. Shun Shui. Her death likely not having been too long ago, so it should not be a significant issue. Jiao Tianxian. One-man martial world. I've seen your message. How long has the person you wish to revive been dead? One-man martial world. 2 months, immortal. Is there still hope? Feng Yuxiu replied excitedly upon seeing Lin Ji's response. Li Hani and Xie Xiaofeng exchanged glances, bemused. Why did resurrecting the dead sound like a trivial matter in the chat? What do you mean, dead for 2 months, still hopeful? Jiao Tianxian. A mere trifle. 80,000 points are unnecessary. However, performing such an act repeatedly may invite heavenly retribution, so I shall price it at 10,000 points. Lin Ge was not wrong. Repeatedly defying the natural order could indeed attract divine punishment that, of course, whether the retribution from other realms would affect him remained uncertain, and he was rather curious about what that sensation would entail. Ultimately, what was an impossible feat for others was, in Lin Ji's eyes, a trivial matter. Setting the price for resurrecting a person at 10,000 seemed quite reasonable. After all, there was no need to impose exorbitant prices for such matters. And offering it for free would diminish its value. A price of 10,000 points would encourage them to earn points more eagerly. Simultaneously, it allows them to discern whether it is necessary to resurrect individuals with even the slightest connection. At this very moment, Lin Ji's words resonate differently within the ears of all members in the group. The immortal can actually accomplish such feats. Moreover, from the tone of the immortal, this miraculous and astonishing matter appears to be merely a triviality for him. One's martial world. Indeed, I knew it. I knew that with the immortal's abilities, anything is possible, bowing down in admiration. JPG, kneeling in reverence. JPG, tears welling up. JPG, second master of Yihua Palace. Anything's possible? Nonsense. For instance, if I wish for the immortal to teach me how to bear a child, can the immortal do that? I will only believe it if the immortal demonstrates it for me. Provocation. JPG, little chef of Peach Blossom Island. Sister Lianxing, something seems amiss with you. Yet you are not wrong. The immortal is merely human after all. He cannot do everything, unless proven to me. Provocation. JPG. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Observing the brazen remarks of the two above, Lihani feels a sense of detachment and realizes she cannot quite integrate herself into the group. Perhaps it is best to maintain a modicum of distance from these individuals. She begins to worry that once she becomes familiar with them, her aloof persona might crumble. Third Young Master of Divine Sword Manner. The Immortal's methods have genuinely earned my utmost respect this time. Even though I witnessed the Immortal's formidable strike in the video previously, I never imagined he could freely alter the course of life and death. Iron-Willed God Marquis. Are you implying that you were not previously impressed? Third Young Master of Divine Sword Manner. Not at all, but this time it is even more astonishing, sweating profusely. JPG, Persimmon in the Snow, is it truly possible to resurrect one person for just 10,000 points? Then I have a target now. Surely everyone else must have someone they wish to resurrect. Emperor of the Ancient Six Kingdoms. Indeed, I too have a beloved concubine who has passed. Who would have thought that today we would have the opportunity for resurrection? Next time I accumulate enough points, I shall exchange them, expressing my gratitude to the Immortal for this chance. Encountering the Immortal is the greatest fortune of our lives. Ing Zheng muses, had it not been for the fortunate encounter with the Immortal. Even with the aid of this chat group, the future would merely be a patch of yellow earth, and many matters would remain unchanged. Yet now, we mere mortals have the chance for longevity, and all tragedies shall cease to occur. Ing Zheng, in his esteemed position, has encountered many talented individuals, yet now, before the Immortal, he feels like a firefly before the brilliant moon, persimmon in the snow. Indeed. However, is the Immortal's pricing not rather low? This is undoubtedly a tremendous boon for us. Little Chef of Peach Blossom Island. Once I resurrect my mother, surprising my father should prove to be quite entertaining. Iron-Willed God Marquis. What devilish notion is this? I worry your father might be so startled that he faints. Do you intend to resurrect him again afterwards? Celestial of the One's Martial World. Red envelope. Administer the item to your wife, then simply wait patiently. As for the additional 70,000 points you mentioned, I can select some suitable cultivation resources for you. Would you agree? Ding! Member One's Martial World has received the red envelope. One's Martial World. Thank you, Immortal. I have no objections, bowing down in admiration. JPG. Feng Yushio hastily extracted the golden elixir from the red envelope and dashed out, for the chance to save his wife eclipsed any concern for the additional 70,000 points. No one could fathom the exhilaration he felt at that moment. Someone is seeking me. Lin Ge suddenly sensed a change in expression, perceiving that the formation outside his cave abode had been triggered, evidently indicating a visitor. His master never knocks. So who could it be? With a hint of curiosity, Lin Ge approached the entrance of the cave and released the restrictions. Soon, he beheld a stunningly beautiful female, immortal-clad in a snow-white robe, quietly waiting outside. Upon seeing her, Lin Ge was slightly taken aback and respectfully greeted. I have the honor of meeting you, Master Yin Xiao. Yet he felt somewhat puzzled as to why she had come specifically to find him. Yin Xiao, with a curious gaze, scrutinized Lin Ge, seemingly filled with intrigue and wonder. You are Lin Ge, the disciple previously accepted by Bai Xiao, correct? Maintaining his composure, Lin Ge replied, Yes, I am, but may I inquire what guidance Master Yin Xiao has for me? Upon hearing Lin Ji's affirmative response, a faint smile graced Yin Xiao's face as she gently said, There is no need for alarm. However, I do have matters to discuss with you. It is the master who has requested that I convey to you an invitation to visit Baiyu Palace when you have the time. Lin Ji's heart skipped a beat. This master must surely refer to Bai Xiao, right? What could Tontian Patriarch desire from him? Could it be that the matter of the Fengshin Bang has been exposed? Yin Xiao smiled reassuringly. Fear not. The master's invitation is unlikely to be anything nefarious. A moment later, Lin Ge was left alone to ponder within the cave, while Yin Xiao observed him from a hidden vantage, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration and surprise. Not long ago, he seemed merely a celestial being, and now he has swiftly advanced to the golden immortal realm, with a stable and pure aura. Such a feat is indeed rare in the primordial chaos. How curious! Bai Xiao has certainly taken on a remarkable disciple. She was unaware of what had drawn the master's attention to Lin Ge, but it must be due to this disciple's fortuitous encounters. Meanwhile, Lin Gu pondered a pressing question. Could it be that he has been too ostentatious, attracting undue attention? Surely not. Though he advanced rapidly from celestial to golden, it shouldn't provoke curiosity from the sages. Could the issue stem from the Fengshan Bang? Has Jiang Zia reported him so swiftly, or is it that he is yet to descend with the list? It appears he must tread carefully and explore if the system possesses a concealed cultivation feature. Otherwise, should he break through to the Luo or quasi-saint status in a matter of days, it would indeed be too conspicuous. It is well known that many formidable beings remain stuck at a particular realm for countless years without breakthrough. Thus, his rapid ascent, devoid of any bottlenecks, is indeed abnormal. As for the Patriarch, he would simply delay for now. After all, the Patriarch has provided an excuse, and it is reasonable to say he is unavailable at the moment. Is it not? The primordial chaos is becoming increasingly perilous. He must expedite his strengthening. Ding! New member leader of the World Association has joined the chat group. Ding! New member Old Taoist of Wudong has joined the chat group. Ding! New member Grandmaster of Yihua Palace has joined the chat group. Ding! New member Fishmonger Aqiang has joined the chat group. The sudden notifications echoing in his mind drew Lin Ji's attention. As he was diligently digesting and comprehending the rapid advancements he had made across several major realms, even with his heightened perception, he required time to fully absorb and master his newfound powers. 4 newcomers arriving simultaneously? Excellent. This brings new sources of points. Lin Gu is in dire need of points, especially since the Fengshan calamity has commenced. He requires more strength to ensure a sense of security. Once he intervenes, he must at least keep Bai Shao safe, right? The arrival of 4 new members means additional points from checking in, not to mention the plethora of tasks available across various worlds. With the chat group's efficiency in earning points, he can acquire even more. Let us enter the group and take a look. Lin Ji's consciousness entered the chat group interface, and upon seeing the nicknames of the newcomers, he managed to deduce their identities quite accurately. Little Chef of Peach Blossom Island. Wow, how curious to have so many newcomers at once. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. New members have arrived so swiftly. It seems I may soon shed the label of newbie, Emperor of the Ancient 6 Kingdoms. Welcome to the 4 newcomers. Please state your names, identities, and martial realms. Persimmon in the Snow. I am more curious about the relationship between the Grandmaster of Yihua Palace and the Palace Master Lianxing. Is it possible for 2 individuals from the same realm to join the group? Contemplation. JPG. Ding! Second Master of Yihua Palace has set her status to Invisible, Ultimate Killing King. Why is the Palace Master Lianxing so silent today? Come and say a few words. Iron-Willed God Marquis. Welcome to the new members. May you all enjoy a favorable destiny. Leader of the World Association. Humph, what nonsensical chatter is this? I am the leader of the World Association. Who dares flaunt their skills before me? In the wind and cloud world, the formidable Hong Ba, who was deeply engrossed in cultivating the 3 parts returning origin chi, suddenly found his mind bombarded with voices and a strange interface, revealing a flurry of messages. As if many were conversing, the occurrence was utterly unprecedented for him. Could it be the deceitful tricks of some unruly youngsters? Old Taoist of Wudong. A chat group? I never expected to receive such fortune at the ripe age of 100. At Wudong Mountain, Zhang Sanfeng marveled in amazement, utterly astonished by the miraculous phenomenon of the chat group that far exceeded his understanding. Grandmaster of Yihua Palace. Why does this image appear before me? Second Master of Yihua Palace. Is it Lianxing? In Yihua Palace, Yao Yu pondered. No wonder Lianxing has been behaving so strangely of late. It seems I must inquire further with Lianxing. In the snow, the persimmons. Wow. Is this going to lead to an offline duel? How thrilling. JPG. If the Moon Inviting Palace Master needs anything, feel free to approach me for information regarding the Compassion Star Palace Master. Fish Seller A. Chong. What is going on? I was just selling fish at a fish stall on Old Factory Street. Gao Qiqiang said aside his work, his face a portrait of shock as he recalled everything with startling clarity in his mind. This was entirely beyond his comprehension. Had he encountered a supernatural event? Ultimate Murder King. This new batch of recruits is quite disappointing. Among the 4, only one is audacious. Are the others merely modest and low-key? Each generation seems less impressive than the last. Tianxia Society leader. Do not speak nonsense. I demand to know. What is the situation here? Fish seller A. Chong. What is this comprehensive martial arts chat group? Is it merely for chatting? Why was I dragged here? Gao Qiqiang felt a tremor of anxiety coursing through him as he tore open a packet of coffee and poured it into his mouth. Ihua Palace Grandmaster. Compassion Star. Are you not in your room? Where are you? Come out. Let's have a proper discussion. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. It seems that Compassion Star's sister indeed possesses a strong personality. I feel a pang of sympathy for a moment, then terror. JPG. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Ihua Palace Grandmaster. Are you a sister complex? Do not bully Sister Compassion Star. Ihua Palace Grandmaster. Am I bullying her? It appears Compassion Star has spoken ill of me. Contemplation. JPG. The moon inviting sat in her room. Somewhat worried that the group members might form a negative impression of her, it seems the time has come for a heart-to-heart with Compassion Star. Iron Courageous Marquis. Fish Seller A. Chong. You underestimate the chat group. First, click on the sign-in page to earn points, which can be used to break through realms or exchange for goods. Tianxia Society leader. Keep it up. We all love to see this rebellious new blood. Sign-in points. They can break through martial arts realms in exchange for goods. Upon seeing Iron Courageous Marquis' message, Xiongba, Zhang Sanfeng, Ihua, and Gao Qiqiang immediately sought the entrance to the sign-in page and clicked inside that I can elevate my realm with points. Ignoring what others in the group had to say next, Xiongba eagerly attempted to use the breakthrough function, only to be met with a notification of insufficient points. Yet even this made him believe 7 parts of the way. Perhaps it really could enhance my realm. Once confirmed, unifying the martial world would be within reach. I, Xiongba, shall be invincible. Xiongba stood up, pacing back and forth, occasionally throwing his head back in wild laughter, his eyes shimmering with excitement and ambition, feeling an exhilarating rush of blood and boundless pride in his heart. As long as he amassed enough points to break through the realm, he could easily defeat the Sword Saint of Wushuang City, daring anyone to challenge him, seeking death. Afterward, he wouldn't need to heed any earthly decrees. The entire martial world would bow before the Tianxia Society. Tianxia Society leader. Pray tell, which sect do you all belong to? We are all in the same group. We must support one another in reality. Xiongba's eyes glinted with cunning as schemes unfolded in his mind. Such an incredible opportunity could not be allowed to empower so many others. He must eliminate all the other group members and hoard this chance for himself. Otherwise, he risked being threatened in his position as the #1 in the world. What are these chaotic factions like Ihua Palace, Peach Blossom Island, and Snow Moon? Why have I never heard of them? Xiongba summoned someone and commanded, "When Cho, immediately help me investigate whether there exists a faction called Ihua Palace in the martial world." Fish Seller A. Chong. What do you mean by which sect? I do not understand, and I cannot comprehend this martial arts realm. Gao Qiqiang looked at the chat group, bewildered, as his martial arts realm displayed as none, indicating that he had yet to enter the next major realm. We live in a society governed by law. What does it matter if I'm slightly stronger in a fight? It won't earn me any money, but what if I truly became exceptionally formidable in combat? Ihua Palace Grandmaster. How coincidental. I have never heard of Tianxia Society either, but I am aware of Wudong. Given the name of my Ihua Palace, it should be rare for anyone to be unaware of it. Right? Wudong Old Taoist. Strange, how has the Old Taoist never heard of Ihua Palace? And Tianxia Society is even more unfamiliar. Zhang Sanfeng frowned, puzzled. Everything within this chat group was simply eye-opening. Tianxia Society leader, Wudong Old Taoist. Ihua Palace Grandmaster, Fish Seller A. Chong. Are these indeed your initial names? Are you certain you have not changed them to confuse us? Xiongba spoke with suspicion, as his group nickname was generated automatically. It appeared quite accurate. If the others also had initial names and yet had never heard of each other, the situation became quite intriguing. Wudong Old Taoist. Of course not. I, Zhang Sanfeng, am upright and honest. I would never deceive. Ihua, Palace Grandmaster. I have no interest in changing names. Fish Seller A. Chong. I am not lying. I am merely a fish seller, the unrivaled emperor of the 6 kingdoms. It seems you are just now realizing this issue. One's martial realm. Wait, Wudong Old Taoist, Are you the founder of Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng? Wudong Old Taoist. Indeed, do you know the Old Tao? Zhang Sanfeng was somewhat surprised. Had someone finally recognized him in the group? Ihua, Xiongba were also paying attention to this message, visibly moved. Gao Qiqiang scratched his head. His family had been impoverished since he was young, and he only knew how to make a living. Lacking exposure and feeling lost amidst the group's conversation, one's martial realm. Of course, I have heard of you. I am a modern person, and you were once my idol. I never expected to meet you here in the group. Sai, JPG, Tianxia Society leader. Modern? What dynasty is modern? Wudong Old Taoist. Pleased to meet you. But idol. What is an idol? Peach Blossom Island's little chef. It is normal for you not to understand, as our group members hail from different times and dimensions. Eating melons. JPG. Snow in the persimmons. Indeed, the group members are from myriad realms. I suggest we include this in the Newcomer's Guide and post it in the announcements. Otherwise, we will have to explain it over and over again. Eating melons. JPG. The words of the two resonated like thunder in the minds of Zhang Sanfeng, Xiongba, Ihua, and several others. Different realms, from various times, from different dimensions. What an inconceivable statement. A wave of horror and goosebumps surged through them. If these two were not jesting, then the existence of this chat group was utterly terrifying. Before anyone could inquire further, another message stirred a tempest in their minds. Iron Courageous Marquis. By the way, 1S Martial Realm, why are you flooding the group again? Has your wife been resurrected? 1S Martial Realm. She has indeed been revived. Everything is well. Thank you, Marquis, for your concern, and thanks to the immortal. Tears, JPG. Xiongba. What? The dead have come back to life. Zhang Sanfeng. This shatters my understanding. Such a thing is possible? Ihua. Is that true? Gao Qiqiang. Is it really true? Resurrection? Is it the same as their understanding of coming back from the dead? What does immortal mean? Do these two terms mean what they understand? Yet, judging by the tone of these two seasoned group members, it seemed rather commonplace. This should not be normal, right? What kind of chat group have they entered? No, their brains couldn't process this. They needed to sort things out. Ihua Palace Grandmaster. What does different dimensions mean? Could anyone enlighten me? Tianxia Society leader. Resurrection. Did I truly not misunderstand this term? Are you mocking me? Wudong Old Taoist. Could someone please explain to the Old Taoist what an immortal is? Has anyone seen traces of immortals? Shocked. JPG. Fish seller A. Chong. I do not understand what you're saying. Perhaps I should return to cooking. Gao Qiqiang was utterly baffled, dismissing the chat group as a trivial matter. What sign in? What martial arts? He hadn't seen any upgrade in his martial arts, and now, different times, resurrecting the dead, and immortals. This was getting more and more absurd. Whatever, this interface could just be a place to chat. Tianxia Society leader. Words without proof. How can I trust that what you say is true? Martial arts have not genuinely upgraded. Present evidence. Ultimate Murder King. Iron Courageous Marquis. 1S Martial Realm. Xiongba had initially believed in the points for breaking through the realm, but was now wavering. The information revealed by the group members was simply too bizarre for him to accept. Ultimate Murder King. We are under no obligation to explain anything to you. Picking nose. JPG. Firecloud, evil god, chuckled coldly. A newcomer truly thought too highly of himself, daring to dictate terms in front of an elder member. Wudong Old Taoist. This person is overly rash. Seeking enlightenment. How could one have such an attitude? Zhang Sanfeng frowned at the messages. Having lived so long, he had seen all manner of characters. From the figure known as the leader of the Tianxia Society, he sensed an air of unparalleled dominance and absolute confidence. Perhaps indicative of a person of great power and influence in their surroundings. Yet in this chat group, he appeared somewhat dismissive of others in the realm of martial arts. The issues across different dimensions are quite simple. Just take a screenshot. JPG. Feng Yushio casually shared a photograph depicting the bustling scenery of modern skyscrapers on a city street. Leader of the Tianxia Society. Where could such a sight exist that I have never encountered before? Xiongba gazed at the image with a look of perplexity. A terrifying suspicion began to take root in his mind, yet he dared not contemplate it further. The Wudong Elder. The style of the scenery within this image is distinctly different, unlike any place known to date. Could it be that this is merely a glimpse of another world? Zhang Sanfeng's breaths quickened, astonished, As he boldly articulated this audacious conjecture, this moment, Yao Yu held her breath. Fixated on the chat interface, her mind entirely absorbed in anticipation of the forthcoming revelation. If this were indeed the case, then this chat group would essentially transcend countless disparate worlds, the implications of which would be far too daunting to comprehend. Chong the fishmonger. Isn't this quite common? Our old factory street is not nearly as bustling. However, Bai Jinhong's side is not inferior to the image shared. Shuizhong, Shizi. Perceptive elements, Chong. Are you also a modern individual? Xingsa Lu Gua Qiangu Di. Another person from the future. Could it be that you are from an even further future than Feng Yuxiu? If so, I could acquire even more advanced knowledge. As I greatly appreciated the books sent by Feng Yuxiu, Taohua Island's Little Cook, Eating Melon, JPG, the third young master of Shunjian Mountain Manor, Eating Melon, JPG, Shuiyu Jianxian, Emperor Shi Huang should find it difficult to fulfill his wishes. After all, he mentioned that the sceneries of both worlds were quite similar, implying it is not far removed from the era of Feng Yuxiu, Chong the fishmonger. Boring. Is anyone here not from the modern era? Are you all ancient individuals, leader of the Tianxia society? What is the modern era? Shocked. JPG. Xing saw Lu Gua Qinggu Di, referring to himself as I. Does this imply you are an emperor? The Wudong elder. Xing saw Lu Gua Qinggu Di, my friend, judging by your title, could it be that you are none other than His Majesty the First Emperor? At Wudong Mountain, Zhang Sanfeng felt a jolt, inhaling sharply as he posed this profound question. The Grand Master of Yihua Palace. A mere painting is insufficient proof. Employing a skilled painter could easily achieve such a feat. Xing saw Lu Gua Qiangu Di. I am indeed Ing Zheng. Tai Dan Shinho. Your points are still insufficient to transcend realms, hence your lingering doubts regarding the wonders of this chat group. Why not attempt to open the trading mall? A single point can indeed exchange for various goods. At this moment, Zhu Wushi stepped forward to remind them, noting that even if tasks were hard to trigger presently, he could at least uphold some responsibility within the group, garnering a more favorable impression from the celestial beings. This man is reliable. If he allows these foolish individuals in the group to engage in awkward conversation with the newcomers, it could drag on until dawn. Zhu Wushi thought to himself. Leader of the Tianxia society, is this the elixir of immortality, celestial techniques, and spirit stones? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Shocked, JPG, dumbfounded JPG. Upon accessing the trading mall and being momentarily blinded by the golden light within, Xiong Ba's expression shifted dramatically. What treasures are these? Utterly unheard of. Could they be relics from the celestial realm? However, can these items truly be exchanged for points? Previously, he was unable to utilize points due to insufficient balance when attempting to transcend realms. Surely it cannot be the same this time. At the very least, purchasing something would serve as proof of authenticity. The Grand Master of Yihua Palace. Could these be the magical artifacts of the immortals? Yao Yu's pupils constricted sharply, overwhelmed by the impact of her surroundings, leaving her in utter shock. The Wudong elder. Can these truly be exchanged? They do not resemble earthly possessions. Zhang Sanfeng, in a state of excitement, found his limbs uncoordinated. This hardly resembled a trading mall. He would readily believe it to be a repository of celestial treasures, as he beheld the numerous items resembling celestial artifacts within the trading mall, and recalled the mentions of immortals in previous conversations. Zhang Sanfeng began to sweat profusely, his blood surging. Could it be that he had encountered a celestial fate? Is there even a possibility that the immortal in question is a member of this chat group? Once this thought arose, Zhang Sanfeng could no longer suppress it, his mind becoming a haze, his body convulsing as though afflicted with a malady. If his body could no longer bear the overwhelming excitement. He felt as if this earth-shattering conjecture would burst forth. Ing Zheng, Wudong, Tianxia Society, Yihua Palace. Do all these group members enjoy portraying ancient characters? In the old factory street, Gao Qiqiang furrowed his brow, though taken aback by the sudden appearance of this interface in his mind. He remained skeptical of the authenticity of the chat group's content. When he opened the trading mall, he was left speechless. What a jumble of nonsense, elixirs of immortality, and celestial beings. There are even the Qin Iron Cavalry and the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. All for just a single point, and gold? Well, let me give it a try. After some contemplation, Gao Qiqiang, adopting a nonchalant attitude, used his solitary point to purchase 100 taels of gold. That if this truly works, wouldn't I be on the verge of striking it rich? He thought to himself, currently relying on rising early and toiling late to sell fish to support his younger siblings' education, that if he could earn a bit more, he would not have to struggle as he does now. Having this chat group, occasionally engaging in conversation, alleviates his loneliness, yet he could not comprehend the words spoken by the others. However, when he focused his mind to click on the purchase of gold, a transaction notification chimed, and in almost an instant, Gao Qiqiang felt a weighty sensation in his hand. Unprepared, he nearly dropped it to the ground. Gao Qiqiang was taken aback, hastily using his clothing to conceal the box in his hand, anxiously glancing around to ensure no one had noticed the commotion, before allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet at that moment, his mind was in utter disarray, standing frozen in place, alternating between foolish laughter and deep contemplation. What on earth is happening? Heaven! Something has truly appeared in my possession. If I were to tell others about this, they would likely think I had lost my mind. Gao Qiqiang nonchalantly moved to the back of the goods, cautiously opened the box a crack, glanced inside, and immediately closed it again. Gold. The box was filled to the brim with gold. If sold, this could amount to tens of millions. He had never seen so much money before. Asheng, Xiaolan, their family could finally lead a good life. Gao Qiqiang's heart raced uncontrollably, struck by this sudden windfall. Leaving him somewhat disoriented, he forced himself to calm down. The gold was not the most crucial aspect. What mattered more was the chat group that brought all of this. This chat group possesses such formidable capabilities. So, could it be that the words spoken by these group members are all true? After a brief contemplation, Gao Qiqiang quickly hid the gold beneath his stall, then immersed his consciousness in the depths of his mind, his eyes unblinking, intently focused on the chat interface. Achong the fishmonger, screenshot. JPG. Everyone, this is real. I purchased gold in the trading mall, and it appeared in my hand instantly. It is truly miraculous. Really? Xiong Ba's heart stirred, scrolling down the trading mall. Indeed, he saw some reasonably priced items that even they, as newcomers with only 1 point, could afford. He skeptically purchased a tool called Barrett. Sure enough, the next second it appeared in his hand. Good, good, good. It seems the items in this chat group are most likely genuine. After witnessing such a marvelous occurrence, Xiong Ba was nearly convinced of everything regarding the chat group. However, by this point, he had also grown somewhat cautious, filled with trepidation toward the other members, with so many treasures at their disposal. And having joined the group before him, these seasoned members were likely not to be trifled with. Leader of the Tianxia Society. Screenshot, JPG. It is indeed real. I have verified it. As for your claims that this group can connect to myriad worlds, I am willing to tentatively believe it. Awaiting further validation, the Wudong Elder. I too have verified it. It truly can be purchased and materializes from thin air. The wonders of this chat group are indeed admirable. The Grand Master of Yihua Palace. I too shall consider myself convinced. Shui Zhongshi. Then all is well, but I offer you a piece of advice. Hasten to complete tasks to grow stronger. The Grand Master of Yihua Palace. What do you mean? Yao Yu narrowed her phoenix eyes, questioning in confusion. The Wudong Elder. Could there be some hidden consequences within? Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng's heart also tightened. Indeed, opportunities do not come easily. This may very well be the price for reaping benefits. Leader of the Tianxia Society. Is there some danger that has been concealed from us? Why was this not mentioned earlier? Gao Qiqiang remained silent, yet the news he encountered filled him with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Could it be that an impending crisis accompanied this fortuitous moment? Sensing the implications of Su Fengnian's thoughts, Xie Xiaofeng felt it was time for him, as a newcomer, to step forward on behalf of the veteran members and elucidate matters for the new generation. The young master of Shunjian Villa remarked. That is not the case. They are merely members who have joined the chat group. Out of 10, 9 lead tumultuous lives, often filled with tragedy. Hence, I advise you to strengthen yourselves swiftly. Of course, we have largely altered our fates, so newcomers need not dwell excessively on such matters. The leader of the Tianxia Society interjected. What jest is this? I'm the leader of the Tianxia Society now. possessing skills that render me unafraid of anyone. Unifying the martial world is merely a matter of time. How could I be among those destined for misfortune? Are most members of this group tragic figures? Xiongba appeared somewhat uncertain, pondering if he was indeed the sole exception among the 10 mentioned. The Grand Master of Ihua Palace replied, "Can you predict the future? I, too, am one of the preeminent forces within the martial realm. How could I be counted among those you deem unfortunate?" The elder Taoist of Wudong added, "I do not mean to be immodest, but I do not believe anyone poses a threat to me that there's something amiss with Wudong. I would appreciate your insights on this matter." Mayu A. Chong contemplated in silence. Well, compared to the other newcomers, he seemed to be the most unfortunate one. If a dire future awaited him, it appeared quite reasonable. He silently prayed for Sheng and Shaolon to gain admission to a prestigious university. With the chat group at his disposal, he merely needed to tread carefully, and his family would never have to worry about sustenance for a lifetime. Mayu Chong pleaded, "I am but a novice. I beseech the esteemed brothers to extend their guidance." The iron-willed divine marquis remarked, "What you seek to inquire about is not Xie Xiaofeng. Fate is indeed capricious. None among us can gaze into your destinies. The one who knows is another entity. Bow in reverence." JPG. The chef of Peach Blossom Island chimed in, "Only the immortals can discern your futures." The Emperor of the Six Kingdoms stated, "The fortunes of my Qin dynasty were altered because of the immortals." The leader of the Tianxia Society questioned, "Immortals? Are they fortune-telling deities?" The elder Taoist of Wudong expressed shock. JPG. Could it be that true immortals exist in this world? The Grand Master of Ihua Palace added, "If such a wondrous chat group exists, then perhaps the notion of immortals is not beyond acceptance." At that moment, the 4 newcomers were taken aback, judging by the attitudes of these veteran members. This immortal they spoke of seemed to hold an extraordinarily unique status. Meanwhile, Lin Ji's lips curled into a faint smile, sensing that it was time for him to make his appearance. The elder Taoist of Wudong inquired, "Iron-willed divine marquis, is this immortal the vendor of the cultivation resources in the trading mall?" Zhang Sanfeng asked, envisioning a mysterious figure who governs the ebb and flow of light and shadow, and the flickering vitality of life. The leader of the Tianxia Society asked, "Celestial Master of the, could it be you? Might you make an appearance for discussion?" Although Xiongba still harbored doubts, he had reined in his demeanor considerably, wary of offending anyone. After all, with the emergence of void beings, if this truly was an immortal, he would have unwittingly insulted one upon arrival. Immortal? Gao Qiqiang's heart skipped a beat, nearly prompting him to leap from his seat. Was there truly an immortal presence within the group? The Grand Master of Ihua Palace mused. An immortal, you say? Once I locate Lianxing, I might inquire about this immortal's information. The eyes of Yao Yu sparkled with intrigue. The Celestial Master declared, "Xiongba, Zhang Sanfeng, Yao Yu, these newcomers pique my interest at AS for Gao Qiqiang. You have surprised me." The Ultimate Killing King exclaimed, "The immortal is online? Raise the flag and cheer." JPG. Huiyun Xieshun had already prepared his message, and upon seeing Lin Ji's arrival, he promptly sent it forth. Having mingled within the group for a while, his skills in flattery had grown increasingly refined. Shui Zhongshi Zi quipped, "Does the immortal imply that those who arrive before us are rather uninteresting? It seems that as one ages, one becomes fond of novelty." He lamented dramatically. JPG, the iron-willed divine marquis remarked, "Isn't it true that members who have been in the group for some time tend to let loose? Or is it only the newly joined members who can maintain their pure selves?" The moment Lin Ge logged on, the group chat erupted, startling Xiongba, Zhang Sanfeng, and the others, who hastily pulled back the messages to review. The leader of the Tianxia Society retorted, "Very interesting. Your tone seems rather grand. I am eager to witness what capabilities one deemed an immortal possesses." The Grand Master of Ihua Palace inquired, "Is it true that the immortal can predict the future? Might you provide me with a reading?" The elder Taoist of Wudong added, "I am indeed called Zhang Sanfeng. May I ask, are you truly an immortal?" The tone he unconsciously adopted was one of reverence. If this being was indeed not of this world, then the title of you was entirely warranted. Mayu A. Chong questioned, "Immortal, do you know my name? Why do you say I have surprised you?" Gao Qiqiang's heart raced. This unidentified entity, referred to as an immortal, had directly mentioned his name and singled him out as intriguing. From their discourse, it was evident that these four were likely situated at an early stage within their narrative, disinterested in the ramblings of the feverish veteran members. Lin Gu briefly contemplated before definitively determining the temporal context in which these individuals resided. The celestial master of the proclaimed, "If you wish to witness my prowess, haha, it has been a while since someone has expressed such a desire. When newcomers join the group, I typically offer them some insights as a token of goodwill. Xiongba, you possess 3 disciples, Qin Shuang, Nie Feng, and Bu Jingyan. The techniques you imparted to them, Tian Shuang Fist, Pai Yun Palm, and Feng Shun Leg, conceal your true mastery. Now, you have received a challenge from the Sword Saint of Wushuang City and are filled with confidence, believing you can triumph upon your return. Yao Yu, known in the martial world as the Immortal Demon, are you aware that the Mingyu Gong you practice, when cultivated to the 9th level, grants a boundless reservoir of power, everlasting vitality? In the boon of perpetual youth, Zhang Sanfeng, your centenary birthday celebration approaches, and at that time, an event will transpire that you will regret for the rest of your life," the leader of the Tianxia Society exclaimed. "Indeed, your words are precise, and the confidential information aligns perfectly. Can such fate be articulated so plainly? Pray tell, how shall my upcoming battle unfold? I implore the immortal to reveal this." Xiongba was taken aback. He had anticipated vague, cryptic utterances akin to those of a clay idol, yet he was met with a clear and explicit account of the details. How astonishing! The Grand Master of Yihua Palace questioned. The effects of the 9th level of Mingyu Gong. Yao Yu was genuinely astonished. This immortal not only divulged their identity, but also revealed the hidden facets of Mingyu Gong, which she had yet to fully master. This could not have been information previously shared by Lianxing in the group. She was now thoroughly convinced and wished only for the immortal to predict her future destiny. Would something unimaginable occur at my centenary celebration? Observing Xiongba and Yao Yu's reactions, Zhang Sanfeng recognized that this immortal's predictions were likely highly accurate. However, upon glimpsing the immortal's forecast for his own future, the notion of lifelong regret filled him with dread. The elder Taoist of Wudong implored, "Might I inquire, immortal, what event shall bring me lifelong regret? As long as it lies within moral bounds, I am willing to offer any price to express my gratitude." Ma Yu Eichong interjected, "Immortal, what about me?" Gao Qiqiang felt a surge of panic, puzzled by the implications. Why had this immortal foreseen the futures of others, yet bypassed his own? Shui Zhongshi cautioned, "Do not be greedy. The glimpses of the future shared are gifts from the immortal, not entitlements owed to you. You should be grateful for the insights granted, while veteran members must trade points for such revelations." As they processed Su Fingyan's words, the group gradually regained their composure. Indeed, this was information obtained freely, a remarkable gain, and the immortal bore no obligation to predict their futures. Why should they solicit such insights? Yet, their yearning to know what lay ahead was palpable, especially for Zhang Sanfeng, who was acutely aware that a significant event loomed yet remained oblivious to its specifics. This feeling was indeed tormenting. The celestial master of the addressed the elder Taoist of Wudong. "Regarding your future, I can share more. On the day of your centenary celebration, the 5 factions will besiege Wudong Mountain, coercing you to reveal the whereabouts of the golden-haired Lion King. Your disciple, Zhang Suishan, and his wife will mistakenly believe you are incapable of confronting them, leading to their tragic demise during your celebration. His son, Zhang Wuji, will also fall victim to the chilling poison of the Xianming elders." The elder Taoist of Wudong gasped, "So, it is true. I see now. Thank you, immortal, for enlightening me. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, simply speak, and I shall comply without hesitation." Zhang Sanfeng grasped the gravity of the harrowing future. As if struck by lightning, his countenance drained of color and dread surging within him. It was no wonder, given his strength, that he would face such calamity. The real target of this catastrophe was not himself, but rather Wudong and his disciple, Zhang Suishan. Having refrained from action for many years, he did so merely because there were no rivals left in the martial world. Yet this led everyone to believe that he had grown too old to fight. Even his own disciple thought that he was no match for the 6 schools, leading to the disciple's self-immolation to relieve the burdens of Wudang. It seems that the time has come for the various factions of the martial world to realize that Zhang Sanfeng is still capable of combat, and stronger than they could ever imagine. The Celestial of the remarked, "No need for thanks. Information for newcomers is freely given. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to trade with points." Lin Gu held a deep admiration for the legendary figure of Zhang Sanfeng and did not mind offering him additional insights. As for Gao Qiqiang, Lin Gu found him intriguing. He should not be considered a figure from the martial world, yet he had somehow been drawn into it. Ding! The Celestial activated the group live stream. The Celestial announced, before joining the chat group, "Gao Qiqiang's future is indeed fascinating. I have already woven his fate into the stream for all to observe." Ding! Shui Zhong sure joined the live stream. Ding! Hung Sa Lugua Qiangu Ed joined the live stream. Ding! Taidan Shun Ho joined the live stream. Many season members, without uttering a word, entered the stream with a casual curiosity. They wished to learn more about the newcomers with whom they would likely spend a considerable amount of time. Is this my future? Gao Qiqiang felt a surge of excitement, intertwined with anxiety and confusion. What future could an ordinary fish vendor like himself possibly have? The lives of these esteemed individuals in the group must surely be far more exhilarating than his own. Why did the Celestial find it interesting? With a sense of bewilderment, Gao Qiqiang hesitantly clicked to enter. Ding! Mayu A. Chong joined the live stream. Ding! Wu Dang Lao Dao Shi joined the live stream. Ding! Tian Xia Hui Bang Zhu joined the live stream. Ding! Ihua Gong De Gong Zhu joined the live stream. Ding! Ihua Gong Air Gong Zhu has disabled stealth mode. Ding! Ihua Gong Air Gong Zhu joined the live stream. Upon entering, everyone realized they were projected into a modern environment. As if they had stepped into a film, Su Fengyan immediately greeted, "Long time no see. Everyone, who would have thought we would meet in such a manner?" Huang Rong chuckled, "Indeed, this is my first time witnessing a Celestial employ such methods." It was truly marvelous, making it feel as though they had arrived in another world, observing closely. Yet in reality, it was merely a recording. Li Hani scanned the surroundings but had yet to see the Celestial's figure. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, the 2 sisters of Ihua Gong entering the group heightened her sense of urgency. What is this place? This chat group possesses such capabilities. Xiong Ba felt as though he had merely clicked to enter the live stream and was suddenly transported here. The scenery was indeed peculiar, with the people on the street seemingly oblivious to their presence. Zhang Sanfeng also expressed his astonishment. What we see is likely just a recording. Those within the recording cannot see or touch us. Yet it is so vividly clear and audible, truly incredible, truly astounding. Yao Yu pondered, is this the world of the newcomers? Gao Qiqiang, with a complex expression, mused, I've seen a few familiar faces. This seems to be Old Factory Street. At that moment, a shadowy figure stealthily moved into the unseen darkness. Why was there a direct projection this time? Lian Xing's heart raced, feeling a sense of panic. Sister cannot see me. Sister cannot see me. Just then, a harmonious voice echoed from the old members. We welcome the Celestial's arrival. The 4 new members were instantly captivated, experiencing a profound sense of wonder upon their first glance, leaving them entranced. And each wore a distinct expression. Xiong Ba regarded them with a mixture of wariness and scrutiny, while Zhang Sanfeng's eyes sparkled with reverence and longing. Yao Yu's gaze lingered on Lin Ji's countenance. Appearing somewhat mesmerized, Gao Qiqiang slightly parted his lips, feeling somewhat at a loss that in the presence of such flawless beings, even if they were exceedingly modest, everyone felt an innate sense of inadequacy. Lian Xing. Why are you hiding? Come stand by my side. A gentle laugh roused everyone from their stupor, revealing a figure that had been concealed in the shadows, a stunning woman clad in a flowing white dress. She obediently approached and stood beside the Celestial, revealing Lian Xing, who had been striving to diminish her presence. Yao Yu observed this scene, her eyes flickering with thoughtfulness. Lin Gu smiled. Some of you may not be aware of this place. In truth, it is the future I have envisioned for Gao Qiqiang. As the words fell, the scene before them began to transform rapidly. Soon, they beheld a familiar face at a stall, killing and selling fish. Gao Qiqiang. This is your name, isn't it? This is you? Xiong Ba, comparing the two faces, asked with piercing eyes, while everyone turned to Gao Qiqiang. That T was undeniable. They were indistinguishable. Indeed, that is me, under the watchful eyes of so many esteemed individuals. Gao Qiqiang felt parched, instinctively reaching into his pocket, only to remember that his coffee pack had been depleted. The scene continued to evolve, revealing two brazen thugs approaching, their demeanor dismissive of all around them. Upon encountering these two, the surrounding vendors scrambled to appease them. Along, are the stall fees going to increase this year? In the image, Gao Qiqiang cautiously inquired about the news from the two vendors. His expression tinged with sadness. Xiong Ba snorted. What a waste. If anyone dared to speak to me like that, their head would roll the next moment. Even my disciples in the Tianxia, we would never suffer such indignities. Gao Qiqiang, why not join my Tianxia Hui? Zhang Sanfeng furrowed his brow. These two are somewhat overbearing. Even I can see they are bullies. Su Fingyan's smile faded. I never imagined we had a group member who had endured such hardships. Laboring for mere sustenance, Huiyun Xieshin chuckled. I feel a bit restless. Too bad I can't reach out. I would love for these two youngsters to take a punch from me. Tai Dan Shun Ho expressed his frustration. Gao Qiqiang, why aren't you practicing martial arts? You deserve to be bullied. Feng Yuxiu remarked. It seems this is the era of the 80s and 90s that you all may not know, but modern martial arts have declined. Those like me who have reached a certain level are the exceptions. The vast majority possess no martial skills. Ing Zheng realized, no wonder. We cannot place the blame on this newcomer. It is merely unfortunate circumstances. Huang Rong commented, what a pair of scoundrels. Their intentions are clearly to extort this newcomer. Zhu Wushi shook his head. This newcomer appears to have a poor background, lacking opportunities and support. He will likely remain a fish vendor for life. I find it curious that he can even join this chat group. However, being part of it is indeed his fortune. Xie Xiaofeng nodded. I share your sentiments. I find it hard to imagine how this newcomer could rise in such a challenging environment. Born as the third young master of the Divine Sword Manor, Xie Xiaofeng undoubtedly possessed exceptional talent. Yet he had enjoyed a life of ease, never lacking for anything, and countless paths have been laid out for him. Coupled with his talent, he earned the title of Sword God, in stark contrast to the life of a bottom-tier fish vendor, devoid of any support. He could not fathom the sense of hopelessness. Perhaps he would struggle for a lifetime merely to survive. This moment, Gao Qiqiang was entranced, as if he were witnessing events that were about to unfold in his own reality. Along, and who were demanding he move his stall. If I must move, then so be it. The chat group offers daily sign-ins for points to exchange for money. Who needs to bother with that fish stall? Were it not for his desperate circumstances, why would he bother gifting a plasma television? He was grateful for the existence of the chat group, which had the potential to change his life. Otherwise, he would have felt resigned to a mundane existence. Gao Qiqiang resolved that once he returned, he would slowly convert his gold into cash and relocate with his younger siblings. Just as he contemplated this, the scene before him accelerated once more, revealing forthcoming events that left everyone astonished, and Gao Qiqiang could only widen his eyes in disbelief. Before them, the scene rapidly shifted, showing Gao Qiqiang purchasing a television as a gift, only to have things go awry. Instead, he was brutally beaten by the Longhu brothers, and a police officer entered Gao Qiqiang's world at this juncture. Through the care of an Xin and their connection, his life began to transform. Ing Zheng nodded slightly. Though this officer, named an Xin, appears somewhat inexperienced, his principles are commendable. Should he come to the Qin, I would gladly appoint him to lead a division, overseeing criminal investigations. Zhu Wushi likewise expressed his admiration. He possesses a sense of humanity towards the common folk. This individual is quite commendable. Su Fingyan chuckled. The newcomer has indeed encountered fortuitous luck this time. Having met a good person, officer and Xin, the art of war. Gao Qiqiang noted down the name of this individual along with the book title, intending to inquire further upon his return to the original world. At this juncture, everyone presumed that Gao Qiqiang, upon being released, would merely change his stall and continue his daily routine of selling fish. Unexpectedly, the narrative took a dramatic turn. Leveraging the influence of his connection with an Xin, Gao Qiqiang began to thrive in the vegetable market. even transforming the once notorious Longhu brothers into minor figures. To maintain such a standing, he exhibited audacity and meticulousness, even daring to assist others and confront the forces behind a media shop, ultimately brandishing the deputy chief of police's authority to prevail in a standoff. Su Fengyan gazed at Gao Qiqiang in astonishment, as if he were seeing this seemingly unremarkable newcomer in an entirely new light. Goodness, this newcomer harbors some darkness within. The fire cloud evil god cast a few more glances at Gao Qiqiang, remarking, "This newcomer is quite ruthless. I respect this fishmonger. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing." Feng Yuxiu interjected, "You call him Chong? It's Brother Chong." Initially, newcomers stood apart from the veterans, yet at this moment, the few newcomers surrounding Gao Qiqiang, Xiongba, Zhang Sanfeng, and Yao Yu, subtly distanced themselves from him, pondering how this seemingly honest individual could possess such a tainted heart. He appeared to be far from an easy adversary. Gao Qiqiang, too, was somewhat taken aback, contemplating whether he would become this bold in the future. Didn't know, as long as I can seize opportunities and strive for a better life without being bullied, I will. As time flowed on, by sheer coincidence, Gao Qiqiang inadvertently offended the gang leader Xiao Jiang, which subsequently allowed him to gradually exhibit his formidable psychological resilience and meticulous strategic prowess, ultimately turning the crisis around. Not only did he overthrow Xiao Jiang, but he also amassed a loyal following on Old Factory Street, even taking a powerful figure as his godfather, thereby securing his own support from that moment on. Gao Qiqiang and an Xian embarked on divergent fates. Su Fengyan exclaimed, 666, "This is the first time I've witnessed such a remarkable newcomer. Incredible, to seize the opportunity for ascension under such adverse conditions." Xie Xiaofeng remarked, "Impressive. Rising from a mere vendor to a gang leader. My past was too smooth sailing, and even minor setbacks could topple me. Observing this newcomer's actions has been enlightening." Xie Xiaofeng was taken aback, realizing that the other party, while struggling in adversity, could still shatter constraints and defy fate in such a thrilling manner, which truly broadened his horizons. Zhang Sanfeng mused, "A strangely spectacular life. However, the divergence between this young friend and his companion is somewhat regrettable. One can only say that different people have different destinies." Zhu Wushi eyed Gao Qiqiang warily, stating, "Let me be clear, I am no longer accepting adopted sons, so don't approach me." He sensed that with this newcomer's profound thoughts, the position of Uncle Tai as a godfather would not be an easy one to fill. Gao Qiqiang, however, remained fixated on the evolving scene before him, his fists clenched slightly. Was this the future he was destined for by not joining the chat group? Officer, and what path is right or wrong? The rapid influx of such extensive experiences into his mind, while viewing his choices from an observer's perspective, left a hint of confusion in Gao Qiqiang's eyes. Xiongba, noticing Gao Qiqiang's bewilderment, scoffed, "What is there to be conflicted about? It's merely a choice made under desperation. You haven tea oppress the weak. Can you truly blame yourself? If it were me, I would have taken the same path." Upon learning more about the individuals who had joined the group chat, Xiongba, while marveling at such tactics, felt a growing recognition and admiration for Gao Qiqiang. Being a legendary figure himself, he seemed to see a reflection of his own shadow in the other. Gao Qiqiang snapped back to reality, gratefully saying, "Thank you for your guidance, big shot," as the crowd reflected on the situation. The narrative continued to unfold. After establishing himself as a leader with a powerful backing, Gao Qiqiang moved into a grand villa, acquired a wife and children, effectively reaching the pinnacle of his life. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his daily ritual of studying the art of war. It was during this time that Gao Qiqiang began to reveal his ruthlessness and intellect, devising plans for the Mang Village project. Defeating his rival, Director Cheng, and solidifying his position within the company, seemingly steering everything toward a positive trajectory. However, at this critical juncture, an unforeseen event transpired. His capable assistant, Old Mo, and his brother fell in succession, as if fate had decided to abandon him at this moment. Yet, due to his brother's actions prior to his demise, the situation was turned around, allowing Gao Qiqiang to force Uncle Tai to relinquish control and align with an even greater power. The notorious underworld figure Gao Qiqiang firmly established himself in Jinghai City. Ying Zheng, taken aback, remarked, "The art of war? Is this military text truly so beneficial? It seems I must read it several times henceforth. Su Fingyan, with a peculiar expression, added, I must say, this brother is quite the burden, insisting on using frozen fish for work and yet failing to complete the task. How should we interpret the subsequent actions? Zhang Sanfeng slightly shook his head. The earlier actions of this young friend were perhaps unavoidable. However, now to involve innocent individuals in murder is somewhat crossing the line. I can only hope that upon learning of the future, you may choose to change your ways. Will Xiao Sheng die and drag old Mo down with him? How could he possibly become entangled with the ice sugar? Couldn't he discuss it with me if he lacked funds? At this moment, Gao Qiqiang was completely immersed in this seemingly authentic experience, his eyes reddening in disbelief as he stared wide-eyed. It appears I must educate him thoroughly upon my return, after the loss of his brother. Gao Qiqiang practically ruled over Jinghai City. However, as with all fortunes, there are ebbs and flows. Despite his subsequent extensive planning and his battles of wits against the inspection team, he ultimately fell from grace. As the scene reached this pinnacle, it finally came to a close. Is this truly the life I was meant to lead? With a gunshot echoing, Gao Qiqiang stood in shock, lost in thought. Yes, the sound of the gun reverberated. The conclusion of this future narrative finally arrived. Everything around the group members gradually dissipated, returning to the realm of reality. Gao Qiqiang pondered as he found himself back at that fish stall. Meanwhile, in the chat group, everyone expressed their astonishment. The tale of an ordinary person had unfolded with such tumultuous twists. Now that they had witnessed such a future, would Gao Qiqiang still adhere to his original path? What changes would he choose to make? Iron-blooded god hero. Six-fold transformation. I genuinely admire this. Who would have thought an ordinary fish vendor could achieve such heights? Dumbfounded JPG. One's martial world. The immortal likely has no offspring. Brother Chong Woon Ti want to provide for the immortal? Would he? Pondering JPG. Snowy persimmon. I must clarify that I oppose this. Otherwise, my position as the first sycophant will be jeopardized. Peach Blossom Island's little chef. Could you perform that for us? You know, that ultimate killing king. Immortal. I've heard you have no children. My parents passed away early too. If you don't mind, I wish to take care of you. Prostrating in admiration JPG. Comical JPG. The emperor who swept across 6 kingdoms. Very vivid. I already have a picture in my mind. Leader of the World Association. Well performed. Please don't perform again next time. The Taoist priest of Wudong. Selling fish. Achong, have you considered how you wish to live this life? After this journey, nearly all group members were left with a profound impression of Gao Qiqiang. Though his strength may be lacking, he is undeniably a ruthless individual, with deep scheming capable of manipulating circumstances to his advantage. With the aid of this chat group, his future will undoubtedly be no less than theirs. Cough, 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 seeing everyone discussing him. Gao Qiqiang felt somewhat embarrassed. The fishmonger Ah Chong. I plan to first purchase a copy of The Art of War. I hope all you esteemed individuals can assist me in the future. Red envelope. After exploring the group functions, Gao Qiqiang sent out a red envelope. Ding! Snowy Persimmon has received the red envelope. Ding! The emperor who swept across 6 kingdoms has received the red envelope. Ding! The second master of Ihua Palace has received the red envelope. Ding! The Grand Master of Ihua Palace has received the red envelope. Snowy Persimmon. Brother Chong, what do you mean by this? Do you wish to treat us to fish? The third young master of Shunjian Villa? It's one thing to stuff fish into the red envelope, but you actually chopped up a fish and distributed it among us? Iron-blooded god hero. Feng Yushio, hurry and seek counsel from old Mo. Strike first for the advantage. Why do these people seem so unserious? Observing the discussions in the group, Gao Qiqiang felt somewhat bewildered. Given such a remarkable opportunity in the wondrous chat group, even interacting with immortal figures, wouldn't they cherish it? Why did it seem they were always speaking nonsense? Fishmonger Ah Chong. I'm grateful to the immortal for guiding me on this journey, allowing me to comprehend my next steps. I also hope you all can instruct me on how to utilize the chat group. I am willing to offer points in gratitude. A personal martial world. Selling fish Ah Chong. Let's embark on tasks earn points. Acquiring points is the true path to success. Snow in the winter persimmon. The group has a live streaming feature. Remember to activate it so we can witness it together. Is there such a feature? Upon seeing the message above, Gao Qiqiang immediately began searching for the live streaming function, selling fish achong. How can I complete tasks? Just then, Xiongba suddenly interjected, interrupting the flow. Leader of the world under heaven, everyone. I have noticed that our group has amassed so many members, yet we still lack a leader. Should we not consider electing a group leader? In the face of differing opinions, having a leader to make final decisions would facilitate management. What do you all think? Xiongba had thought this through. Such a fortuitous opportunity must be seized in his hand, as for that seemingly divine being. From his observations, they rarely showed interest in group matters. Who else but him was fit for the position of group leader? Following Xiongba's message, the chat group fell into silence. What is this about a group leader? Aren't we all celestial beings who simply follow the words of the wise? Celestials seldom concern themselves with trivial matters, yet in significant affairs, who does not act according to their will? So you think you can incite rebellion? Huh. Quite a novelty indeed. It was the first time he had seen a newcomer eager to become the group leader. Even Huayun Xieshun felt a twinge of inferiority at Xiongba's audacity. Snow Moon Sword Immortal. It seems this newcomer has yet to witness the videos of celestial beings in action. Snow and the Winter Persimmon. Indeed, it appears some are still unaware of the vast chasm between us and the celestial beings. Should we follow protocol or simply send it directly? Second leader of the Yihua Palace. What action? Has the celestial ever taken action against foes? Xiongba sensed the unusual undertone in these words, his mind instantly sharpening. Yao Yu, Zhang Sanfeng, and Gao Qiqiang were equally captivated. Until now, they only knew that this celestial could predict the future. And what would it look like when a celestial wielded their powers? Why must it be me at this moment? The timid Lian Xing pursed her lips, deciding to ignore it. After all, if things went awry, she could simply rebel against Yao Yu, Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Actually, I had previously collected the compilation sent by Lian Xing, and the video of the celestial creating the Milky Way in Snow Moon City is also included. Video learning material 1. Little Chef of Peach Blossom Island. Sister Han, you've changed. You're no longer the aloof sword immortal I once knew. Disdainful gaze. JPG. Huang Rong anxiously scratched her forehead. Had the sword immortal also fallen into the mundane? Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Ahem. We're in the same boat. Ronger, it would be best if you could speak more kindly. Wasn't it a video of the celestial in action? What do you mean by learning materials? Xiongba was taken aback. His consciousness clicked on the video, which began to download automatically. The other three newcomers, upon seeing the video, eagerly clicked to enter. Instantly, the environment around them transformed. The heavens shattered. The world darkened. It felt as though an incomprehensibly terrifying pressure was brewing above. Almost simultaneously, the four looked up. There was an enormous eye, radiating an endless aura of divinity, so vast it was beyond perception. The moment Xiongba's gaze met it, he trembled violently, as if he had encountered a ghost in the dead of night, nearly losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. What kind of unfolding is this? Beneath such a solemn and awe-inspiring scene, that sacred eye gently quivered, the rift in the heavens swiftly expanding, an indescribable and overwhelming sense of oppression spreading like wildfire, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Then, the four beheld an immense hand resting on the rift, a finger probing through. At that moment, a chill ran down their spines, a sense of impending doom engulfing them. Within it lay great terror. They deemed this a celestial being? Xiongba's eyes lost their luster. This was far more shocking than he had imagined a creator deity to be. Zhang Sanfeng and Yao Yu were equally dazed, both supreme masters of martial arts. Yet at this moment, they were struck speechless, their composure shattered by a mere gaze. Gao Qiqiang clutched his head, his mouth agape as if a fish could fit inside. His mind was in a state of disarray. When the future scenes played out before him, everything seemed fine. Why had he now stumbled into a mythical realm? Just as the four felt themselves teetering on the edge of this ocean of fear, darkness suddenly enveloped them, everything around them rapidly fading into nothingness. Is it over? The four trembled uncontrollably, drenched in sweat. Was that truly the celestial's true form? Such immense power surely meant that all their previous thoughts and actions could not escape the grasp of such a grand existence. Xiongba reflected on his prior behavior. Filled with trepidation, no longer harboring a shred of rebellious thought, he had actually considered seizing control of the chat group, monopolizing the opportunity. In hindsight, it was nothing short of a farce. Just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, they immediately noticed the surroundings changing once more. The environment morphed seamlessly into an entirely different place. In the void above, a spiritual deer pulled a chariot, and beneath it knelt throngs of people in worship. In the center of the deer cart, a figure as perfect as jade spoke softly. Thunder. Instantly, the heavens darkened, storm clouds gathered, and countless bolts of lightning converged into a world-ending thunderbolt that descended. In that moment, countless beings lost their sight and hearing, perceiving only an instant of darkness, as myriad mountains and rivers were reduced to dust, flattened to the ground. Xiongba and the others stared, their eyes nearly popping out, feeling their necks stiffening and throats parched. What kind of power is this? Indeed, they were witnessing tangible miracles. The surroundings continued to evolve, and this time they found themselves in a modern setting. In the midst of their shock and numbness, a nuclear bomb descended, dispersed by a colossal hand. When everything settled and the dust cleared, the four newcomers collapsed to the ground. They were drenched in cold sweat, their eyes vacant, gasping for breath, as if they had lost all strength, their bodies feeling alien to them. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, they had witnessed scenes they had never seen or even imagined in their lives. It was indescribable. At that moment, their hearts surged with overwhelming shock. The impact from this divine being was far beyond mere billions of sensations. Ultimate Killing King. How does everyone feel? Eating melon, JPG. Huiyin Xie, Shan relished this moment. Observing the newcomers' reactions, he still remembered the icy chill that enveloped him after watching the Celestial's actions. Leader of the world under heaven. I'm actually okay now, but I'm drenched in sweat. JPG, the old Taoist of Wudong. Please, everyone, next time you send such exhilarating videos, give me a heads up. I almost choked on my breath and ascended on the spot. Wiping sweat. JPG, Grandmaster of Yihua Palace. How infuriating. I am soaked through thanks to the Celestial. Helpless, JPG, Little Chef of Peach Blossom Island. Grandmaster, please show some restraint. Put on your shorts. JPG, Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Sigh. JPG, it seems this sister's temperament is indeed hereditary. Second leader of Yihua Palace. Sister, please conduct yourself with dignity. Snow and the Winter Persimmon. How do you feel, Chang'e? Curious. JPG. After all, we have practiced martial arts, but you're still entirely mortal. Selling fish ah chong. I waited a minute in the chat group. A personal martial world. So how are you feeling? Ironbone Divine Marquis. Wait, Gao Qiqiang, are you all right? Hold on, don't tell me you're scared to death. Snow and the Winter Persimmon. Hiang Yi. Are you okay? Just so you know, if you end up like this, I 1T lend you points to revive you, Little Chef of Peach Blossom Island. I can lend them, but you must return double the points. Clever as I am. Selling fish ah chong. Wait, I'm not dead yet. Ugh, I'm back. Gao Qiqiang vigorously rubbed his chest, still shaken, nearly losing consciousness from the excitement. Selling fish ah chong. I also want to earn points. ILL, start a live stream, and ask everyone for guidance. Having witnessed the grandeur of the Celestial, Gao Qiqiang had an epiphany. Cultivating immortality is the true path, not the underworld, government positions, and such. Not only do they bully the common folk, but after death, they leave with nothing. Now that he had the chance, he would strive to earn points to exchange for resources in the world of cultivation. And, if possible, establish a legitimate company, hoping to expand the Changsheng Group to other worlds or even the Celestial Realm. Now that would be glorious. Ding. Remember selling fish ah chong has started a live stream. Has this Gao Qiqiang taken to attempting to trigger tasks so swiftly? Upon noticing the open live stream, Xiongba entered without hesitation, which would undoubtedly aid in studying how to more easily activate tasks in the future. I wonder how this young friend will choose his path in life? Zhang Sanfeng also curiously entered the live stream that I as someone about to embark on a task. I too must learn how to earn points, so that I may seek guidance from the immortal on my cultivation. Yu seemed lost in thought, a slight smirk gracing her lips. Ding! The leader of the Tianxia Society has entered the live stream. Ding! The little chef from Peach Blossom Island has entered the live stream. I cannot ascertain exactly which era I am currently in, but judging by the video, it appears to be right at the beginning of selling fish. Gao Qiqiang reminisced. Congratulations and prosperity. He was deep in thought when he looked up to see the Longhu brothers swaggering towards him amidst a throng of admirers. Upon seeing them, Gao Qiqiang's face immediately broke into a confident smile, one entirely different from the original plot. Little dragon, little tiger, Gao Qiqiang called out with a grin. Bro, it seems like Lao Gao is calling us, Tang Xiaohu said uncertainly. Tang Xiaolong, upon hearing this, also turned to see Gao Qiqiang beaming with warmth as he waved at them, suddenly questioning his own perception of reality. This must be a different person entirely. Why is this wretched fish seller grinning so brightly? What did you just call us? The two hesitantly approached, still processing the situation. Hadn't they always referred to each other as a Long and a Hu? Little dragon and little tiger. Gao Qiqiang laughed, seemingly oblivious to any discrepancies. Little dragon, little tiger. You've certainly let it go to your head. Tang Xiaolong frowned. Call us whatever you like, but there's something you should know. This market hasn't changed at all over the years, but this year, Gao Qiqiang interrupted. This year it must change. Tang Xiaolong's expression was one of bewilderment. Tang Xiaohu chuckled. Oh Lao Gao, you wouldn't believe it. But someone gave my brother a gigantic television this year. Before he could finish, Gao Qiqiang interjected with a grin. Oh, but that's no ordinary television. It's a plasma TV. Tang Xiaolong observed the two, who appeared as if they had lost their minds, laughing like fools. What is this genuine, carefree smile about? Something feels off. Today shouldn't he be groveling for a change of stall? This reaction has thrown him for a loop. Actually, I was just about to retire and hand over this stall to whoever you like. Gao Qiqiang casually shrugged. Tang Xiaolong licked his lips, forcing a smile. Lao Gao, have you struck it rich recently? If you don't keep this stall, how will you support your younger sibling's education? Gao Qiqiang beamed. What does it matter to you? Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaohu exchanged glances, their expressions gradually stiffening. Their smiles had not faded, but had merely shifted to Gao Qiqiang's face. Huff. Tang Xiaolong exhaled in frustration. You may leave, but mark my words, you can't take anything with you. Suddenly, his words halted as Gao Qiqiang drew a hard object and pressed it against his mouth. You might want to rephrase that. Gao Qiqiang laughed heartily, disengaging the safety on his pistol and aiming it at Tang Xiaolong's forehead. This was a gift from Xiao, meant for their chat group, which made communication so convenient to AS for his audacity to draw a weapon. After witnessing the Immortal's earth-shattering displays, Gao Qiqiang felt immune to such petty squabbles. After all, nothing could be more absurd than the Immortal's presence. So why not let loose? Tang Xiaohu was dumbfounded. That pistol seemed to have materialized out of thin air, right? It must be fake. Even if it were real, would you dare to fire it here? After a moment of shock, Tang Xiaolong stubbornly retorted, unable to believe it was a genuine firearm. Otherwise, how could Gao Qiqiang have the gall to pull out? Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the market, causing all vendors and customers to turn in bewilderment towards Gao Qiqiang. What on earth just happened? Glancing at the dark bullet hole at his feet, sweat beaded on Tang Xiaolong's forehead. Strong brother. It was my fault before. Gao Qiqiang had already sent the gun back via a red envelope. Upon hearing this, he patted the Longhu brothers on the shoulder, maintaining a silent smile as he picked up a box filled with gold and brushed past them. As he walked away, the two collapsed onto the ground in a heap. Bro, are we not selling fish today? The relaxed Gao Qiqiang asked upon seeing Gao Qiqiang returning home. No, we're not selling. Gao Qiqiang shot a glance at his brother, irritable. The younger sibling appeared puzzled but said nothing. Are you thinking of selling something else? Gao Qiqiang suddenly asked. Bro? The younger brother sprang up, astonished, glancing at his elder sibling. What is going on? Has he lost his memory? Did he perhaps already share this plan with him? If you wish to sell something else, you may, provided you master my magic tricks. I will support you. If not, then forget it, Gao Qiqiang declared. Magic? I can definitely do it, the younger brother responded, his initial shock replaced by determination. Watch closely. My hands are empty. Gao Qiqiang spread his hands wide. and in the next moment, a box appeared in his grasp. The younger brother's expression turned blank. Now, allow me to perform a grand transformation, Gao Qiqiang said, and in an instant he seemed to vanish from sight, leaving his brother dumbfounded. Frozen in place. I have returned. Gao Qiqiang reappeared in this world. I have vanished again. I have reappeared. The third young master of the Divine Sword Villa remarked. Is Gao so mischievous? Shocked. JPG. I've learned something. I'll do the same next time. Shuizhong Shizi commented. Has he opened the Run and Du Meridians? This diverges greatly from the original development path. He's developed abnormally. Wide-eyed. JPG. The leader of the Tianxia Society. This is quite well done. Next time, don't go to such lengths. I came to see you in action, not to observe you triggering a task. The Wudong old priest remarked. Why rush, Xiong Bangzhu? Tasks that yield substantial points are surely not so easily triggered. The emperor who swept across 6 kingdoms. Indeed, this newcomer is still too conservative. Let me send forth countless troops. It should disrupt the timeline and trigger a task. One man's martial world. Emperor, your ambition is audible even while I visit the White House. However, if you proceed thus, are you not afraid of the world uniting against you? The resurrection of the first emperor, accompanied by an army, would surely be a global incident. The Grand Master of Yihua Palace. Lianxing, are you not returning home? Staying out all night will surely draw the immortal ire. Smiling. JPG, the second master of Yihua Palace. Grimace. JPG, Grimace, JPG, Grimace, JPG. In an inn, Lianxing's smile faltered. The Wudong old priest. In a few days it will be my centenary birthday. I wonder if my friends would be willing to grace me with their presence at Wudong for a gathering. Zhang Sanfeng felt a bit embarrassed. Before this immortal, who has lived for countless years, his own centenary birthday might hardly be worth mentioning. Nevertheless, he extended the invitation, considering that since they were aware of the impending attack from the 5 factions, having friends join would provide greater assurance. The Celestial of the Revelation sect. Zhang Jinren, you are too courteous. I shall attend and bring gifts. During all of your significant birthdays, I will also present offerings. Lin Gu responded in the chat. Gifts from the immortal? Zhang Sanfeng was elated. Shuizhong Shizi. Gifts are available. I too wish to celebrate my centenary. The little chef from Peach Blossom Island. The immortal is going. I want to go too. Dancing with joy. JPG, the Grand Master of Yihua Palace. I have yet to meet the immortal. I hadn't anticipated this opportunity. The leader of the Tianxia Society. I too wish to spar with all of you and gauge my strength. Immortal, please ignore the sparring. Xiongba was also curious about the immortal's gifts. What treasures might be bestowed by such a powerful figure? This old priest is quite cunning, leveraging a birthday to receive gifts from the immortal. Just then, a notification appeared in the group chat. Peach Blossom Island's young chef. Wow, has Master Zhang triggered a quest already? Fishmonger A. Chong, why have I been active for so long without triggering a quest? While Uncle Zhang has done nothing and a quest is activated for him. Iron-blooded god of war. It appears that old Zhang is the chosen one of this generation. What quest is it? Quickly share a screenshot of the task. Wudong's old Taoist priest. Quite fortunate. My apologies to the 3 of you. I shall take my leave first. Screenshot. JPG group task. Ensure the smooth conduct of the birthday celebration. Task requirements. The fewer casualties among the Wudong faction, the higher the task completion rate. Task rewards. 100,000 points distributed according to contribution. The Wudong's old Taoist priest. Signing in daily only yields a meager amount of points. Yet this task offers a staggering 100,000 points. Even a small share would suffice to exchange for substantial resources. Such an abundance of points. If I obtain a portion, wouldn't I be able to commence my cultivation journey directly? 100,000 points? That would take 300 years of signing in. 100,000 points? It's far too much, utterly unspendable. Several newcomers were instantly filled with excitement. Ding! Peach Blossom Island's young chef has accepted the task. Ding! The ancient emperor who swept through the 6 kingdoms has accepted the task. 100,000 points, a gift from the immortals. In the world of Yiqian, Zhang Sanfeng, with a radiant complexion, laughed heartily, his face aglow with exhilaration. In the distance, Song Yuanxiao observed this scene. a look of concern etched upon his face. Could this be a sign of impending doom, a fleeting moment of brilliance before the end? He cautiously approached, fearing that his master might faint at any moment. Ah! The old Taoist is about to soar. Zhang Sanfeng leapt into the air with a bound. Watching the lively Zhang Sanfeng, Song Yinxiao's eyes widened in horror, suddenly slipping and falling to the ground. In another realm, several beggars were panhandling along the street when suddenly a small, balding old man dressed in a suit with polished shoes approached, pausing beside them. "Sir, spare some change." One beggar smiled ingratiatingly at him. "I have no money, but I feel a connection with you." Fire Cloud, evil god, shook his head, smiling meaningfully at the beggar. "Crazy. If you want tea, give me money. Don't disturb my business." The beggar retorted, irritated that aren't you selling martial arts manuals? How about selling me one? He Luo, Fire Cloud, evil god, shifted the conversation, tentatively mentioning the name. Sure enough, upon hearing He Luo, the beggaress expression changed instantaneously to, "I didn't misspeak, did I? He Luo." Fire Cloud, evil god, chuckled ominously to, "So, you were looking for He Luo to buy manuals? Why are you asking me then?" The beggar pointed in confusion at another old beggar, who looked equally astonished. "He is He Luo. Hurry and leave. Don't disturb my business." Fire Cloud, evil god, approached the main figure, displaying a polite yet awkward smile. "You must be He Luo." The old beggar nodded, somewhat dazed. "How much for your manuals?" "Money is not an issue," the evil god inquired. The old beggar scrutinized him from head to toe, his demeanor suggesting he was not particularly wealthy. He replied stiffly, "I have my own rules. I only sell manuals to children." "Quite the character. If you won't sell, then so be it." Fire Cloud, evil god, unperturbed, turned to leave. His purpose this time was merely to make initial contact. It wouldn't do to remain completely ignorant of who he was dealing with. "Humph, He Luo, someone wants to buy from you, and you refuse? Do you truly regard those shabby books as martial arts manuals?" Someone scoffed, considering the manuals mere children's tales meant to deceive. He Luo merely smiled in silence, yet his gaze followed the departing Fire Cloud, evil god, now tinged with curiosity. Meanwhile, as Fire Cloud, evil god, made his way home to the mental asylum, a sudden commotion from the neighboring yard piqued his interest. "A fool, a mute, go die in a corner, helping others elevate the world level." Could this be akin to last time in Snow Moon City, resulting in a reward? Lin Gu pondered briefly. He had not considered this before. Yet, with the situation urgent, any potential method to accelerate his growth was worth a try. The 80,000 points he had, with 10,000 allocated for resurrecting his wife, left him with 70,000, just enough to procure some commendable resources for an initial attempt. As Ling Gu was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed more activity in the chat group. Ding! Activity in the chat group has reached the required level, activating the adaptive evolution function. Adaptive evolution function, detecting discrepancies in the evolution levels of various realms. This function will automatically adapt items from other realms to correspond with the levels of this world. Each use costs 5,000 points. All trades and benefits from this function are allocated to members. The chat group does not collect any fees. Adaptive evolution. Lin Ji's expression brightened. Could this function mean what he imagined? Ignoring the bustling group chat, he swiftly navigated to the trading mall, spending 15 points to acquire a pair of Ganjiang and Moi swords. Ding! Conditions for the item have been met. Would you like to consume 5,000 points to activate adaptive evolution? 5,000 points for the extravagantly wealthy Lin Gu. This amount was hardly a concern. It was a worthwhile experiment. Wait, first activate the aura concealment function, then initiate evolution. The sect leader had already set his sights on him. Better to be cautious. Perhaps that individual was watching him right now. Hopefully, the chat group could provide some cover. Ding! The heavenly concealment function has been activated. Ding! The adaptive evolution function has been initiated. Commencing evolution. As the prompt sounded, the Ganjiang and Moi swords floated into the air, with mystical patterns gradually materializing and countless ethereal glows swirling around them. Ding! The item Ganjiang and Moi has been adapted to the corresponding level of this world, and you have acquired the innate spiritual treasure Yin Yang sword. Lin Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. Such power, mortal iron transformed directly into an innate spiritual treasure. This 5,000 points was an incredible bargain. Originally, due to the vast disparity between realms, the worlds of other group members held little value for Lin Ge, aside from triggering points to enhance his cultivation. But now, they have been transformed from worthless to treasure. There are indeed many good things in other realms. Lin Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Some ordinary realms now appeared to him as treasure-laden domains. This function has opened up new possibilities for me. Lin Ge mused. Previously, he had worried that lacking sufficient powerful treasures and divine abilities would leave him at a disadvantage even with his cultivation. Although he infused his insights upon breaking through realms, he would not rank among the very top tier of peers. The emergence of this patch, however, had resolved that issue. Under the control of the Heavenly Tao, whether the chat group's functions could help him forcibly break through to sainthood remained uncertain. But with more top-tier treasures and divine abilities, at least he had an additional layer of security. After evolving, the Ganjiang and Moi swords had directly ascended to the innate spiritual treasure Yin Yang sword. Yet as far as I know, there are several swords superior to this on the list of famed swords from the Qin era. Not to mention other treasures from the Qin world. Moreover, in the Song Dynasty world, there are top-tier techniques like the 9 Yin Manual, the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, and the 1 Yang Finger. In the Yitian world, there are the Qian Kuan Great Shift, the Wumu Legacy, the 9 Yang Divine Skill, the Taiji Sword Technique, the Black Jade Healing Ointment, and the Mingyu Skill from the Flower Transferring Palace, along with the Buddha's Palm from the Kung Fu world, and an even richer array from the Fengyun world. The rarer and more precious the techniques and extraordinary items, the higher their potential limit upon evolution. When these techniques in this realm are elevated to the level of the primordial chaos, one cannot help but wonder what kind of divine abilities they would evolve into. Perhaps they would shine with newfound brilliance in the chaos. Lin Ge envisioned the birth of countless top-tier treasures, and with the ability to calculate their precise locations, he felt no apprehension about locating these treasures. However, Lin Ge still intended to acquire these treasures through trade from the hands of group members. His previous journey in Snow Moon City had made him realize that creating laws in various realms and elevating world levels could yield reciprocal benefits, allowing for mutual growth and potentially unexpected surprises at certain levels. Lin Ge shook his head slightly. Truly, I am too benevolent. I could easily take it all for myself, yet I still wish to help everyone prosper together. Before him, a cauldron of elixirs materialized, a concoction he had meticulously forged to expedite the cultivation progress of the chat group's denizens. This particular pill, tailored for mortal use, possessed the remarkable ability to amplify one's comprehension and cultivation speed manifold within a brief span of time. To his surprise, it had now proven to be invaluable. Celestial of the, thanks to the new feature of the chat group, the supreme treasures and techniques from various realms hold great utility for me. Henceforth, in addition to points, all may engage in trade with me using these items. Culinary Maiden of Peach Blossom Island. Wow, is it truly that beneficial? I was just pondering the usefulness of the new feature, and lo and behold, it has transformed waste into treasure. Huang Rong, in a state of excitement, abruptly sat up as if resurrected from the brink of death, that iron-willed marquis. Thank the heavens! Finally, I need not await task triggers daily. What a revelation! JPG, Conqueror of the Six Nations, I possess a vast collection of rare treasures and techniques. As long as they are of use to the immortals, that is sufficient. Persimmon in the Snow. This feature is splendid. Otherwise, relying solely on selling the great snow dragon riders, even if I sold out, I would accumulate much in points. What a fortuitous day! I bow in reverence. JPG, the martial world of one. Immortal, might modern weapons like nuclear bombs be of any use? Feng Yuxiu mused, envisioning the myriad weapons of the celestial realm, feeling that the imagery was too exquisite to be true. Elder Taoist of Wudong. I wonder if the dragon-slaying saber and the heaven-toppling sword would earn the immortal's approval. Leader of the exclusive red packet. Immortal, I wonder if these items are of any value to you. Fishmonger A. Chong. I seem to possess nothing. Feeling shy. JPG, frowning. JPG, celestial of the martial world of one. You may first send a nuclear bomb over to gauge your might. Ding. The Celestial of the has received the exclusive red packet from the leader of the martial world of one. Received. I shall submit the application at once. Bursting with laughter. JPG. Leader of the I hope I won't disappoint the immortal. Xiongba felt a twinge of anxiety. The techniques within the red packet were his pride. But could this individual truly appreciate them? Would the techniques be Xiongba's frosty fist, wind god kick, cloud-pushing palm, and the three parts returning to origin chi? Upon claiming the red packet, the information of several techniques instantly flowed into Lin Gu's mind. The first three techniques were merely fragments of the three parts returning to origin chi. Deducing from the three parts would suffice. Subsequently, Lin Gu commenced their evolution and enhancement. Ding! The hidden mechanism function has been activated. Ding! The adaptive evolution function has been initiated, commencing evolution. As the notifications chimed, the techniques began to automatically deduce and morph, with a plethora of fantastical and surreal insights swirling within Lin Gu's mind. Ding! The technique three parts returning to origin chi has adapted to the equivalent tier of this world, granting you the flood tier divine ability, one chi transforming into three purities. One chi transforming into three purities. What a wondrous divine ability. Lin Gu opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing across his face. This was undoubtedly not the Pengu's one chi transforming into three purities, yet its profundity and marvel were equally breathtaking. Without any visible movement from Lin Gu, three ethereal silhouettes emerged behind him. One radiating sharpness, one exuding a presence identical to Lin Ji's, and the last appearing even more profound and mysterious. These represented the past self, present self, and future self, each capable of wielding power on par with the original body, without hindering its actions. Notably, for those below the Sage Realm, the future self could unleash strength exceeding that of the original body by an entire realm within a short span. As Lin Gu's thoughts subtly shifted, the three silhouettes merged into his being, as if nothing had transpired. Uncertain of what tier the flood tier divine ability constituted, he pondered whether the Sword Sage's 23rd sword or the Emperor Shuriken's Holy Heart technique could provide even greater surprises. If this continued, would he soon become invincible? Lin Gu was both astonished and elated, thoroughly satisfied with his gains. As for the modern nuclear bomb, it was best left unmentioned. Its converted effects were difficult to predict. Should it truly manifest, a nuclear bomb sage would not be a mere empty title. Celestial of the exclusive red packet, leader of the these are the deduced divine abilities and some comprehension pills. You may check if you are satisfied. Ding! The leader that has claimed the red packet. The immortal's red packet? Xiongba, filled with equal measures of tension, anticipation, excitement, and happiness, opened the red packet and immediately began to examine its contents with great trepidation. Divine ability? One chi transforming into three purities? Are you jesting? This evolved from my three parts returning to origin chi? Xiongba was rendered utterly speechless. He had already been formidable enough, and now, upon mastering this divine ability, would he not be able to stride through his world with unchallenged authority? No, he must swiftly gather more treasures. Perhaps he could capture the fire Qilin and present it to the immortal. That should suffice. Next, Xiongba turned his gaze to the comprehension pill in his hand. The terrifying divine ability had left him so satisfied that he felt as though he might ascend to the heavens on the spot. What kind of treasure could this elixir be? Indeed, life felt like a dream. Having previously envied Zhang Lao Dao, he never anticipated that happiness would now descend upon him. Leader of the thank you, immortal, for bestowing the law. I humbly inquire what function this comprehension pill serves. Screenshot, JPG, bowing in reverence, JPG, conqueror of the 6 nations, divine ability. What manner of martial prowess is that? Newcomers, do share the details. Iron-willed Marquis. Indeed. Xiongba, will you not introduce us to the treasure bestowed upon you by the immortal? Eager Eyes, JPG, culinary maiden of Peach Blossom Island. Curiosity piqued. If you delay sharing, we shall expel you from the chat. Persimmon in the snow. My heart is being seized. This is ungrateful of you. Xiongba. leader of the... Kindly remain patient. I shall share with all shortly. Additionally, the capabilities of the divine ability may far exceed your expectations. Shiba Inu smiles, JPG. Tactical retreat, JPG. The martial world of one. Curse fate, he has once again outshone us. Young master of the divine sword manner. Curse fate, he has once again outshone us. Snow Moon sword immortal. I must rummage through the treasures of Snow Moon City. Contemplative, JPG. Celestial of the... Leader of the... In your possession is the comprehension pill, which, when consumed, will grant you an extraordinary surge in understanding within a single day, aiding in rapid cultivation breakthroughs and comprehension of divine abilities. The deduced divine abilities can also be cultivated by mortals, although their power will naturally be greatly diminished and incomparable. Lingu elucidated, in truth, the explanation of the deduced divine abilities have been rendered in layman's terms, far easier to grasp than those recorded in ancient texts. Yet, due to their inherent complexity, even in the primordial realm, comprehension remained elusive, let alone for mortals. Leader of the... An extraordinary surge in understanding. Immortal, I am utterly enamored with you. Air kiss, JPG. Xiongba felt almost overwhelmed with joy, realizing why these veteran members were so mischievous. Indeed, there was no need for pretense in the chat. It was best to embrace one's true self and revel in freedom. Persimmon in the snow, an air kiss has been delivered? I believe Xiongba is even more extraordinary. Culinary maiden of Peach Blossom Island. Ah, a pill for enhancing comprehension? I desire it greatly. With this, would I still need to worry about being perpetually stuck in the chi cultivation stage? No, I must swiftly gather some divine technique manuals. Envious, JPG, conqueror of the 6 nations, marvelous with such a celestial pill. I need no longer fret over slow cultivation progress. Elder Taoist of Wudong. I suggest Xiongba cherish this elixir and exchange it for a chi induction technique before you eat it. It is a means to enhance your cultivation realm. And using it solely to comprehend a divine ability would be a grave waste. Leader of the... I too yearn to resist, but my hands refuse to comply. I shall exchange for the elixir next time. Besides, you cannot fathom how wondrous this divine ability truly is. Comprehending it is certainly a worthwhile endeavor. Having sent that message, Xiongba promptly swallowed the comprehension pill. The celestial elixir melted instantly upon entry. Exceedingly succulent. Shortly thereafter, Xiongba felt a refreshing coolness wash over his mind. The myriad aspects of the divine ability that had previously eluded him were now effortlessly unraveled, even enhancing his understanding of martial arts by an entire realm. I'm beginning to grasp everything. In this moment, Xiongba felt as though he were defying the heavens. A sensation akin to comprehending all truths of the world enveloped him. The celestial pill bestowed by the immortal was truly remarkable. Aware that this super brain state would be fleeting, Xiongba seized the moment to begin grasping one chi transforming into 3 purities. Bang! Bang! With several crisp sounds, it felt as if he had unlocked several shackles within his body. And Xiongba soon comprehended the divine ability, able to initially wield it. Regrettably, the super brain state was still not yet exhausted, rendering the excess time somewhat squandered. Xiongba sighed in frustration. Leader of the screenshot. JPG, 3 heads and 6 arms. What difficulty is that? I have become invincible in this world. Solitude reigns supreme. The heights are chillingly desolate. Sighing in frustration. JPG, conqueror of the 6 nations. Have you truly mastered that extraordinary skill? This enlightenment elixir is indeed terrifying. The leader of the Tianxia Association remarked, perhaps it is simply that my innate talent is exceptional. Raising an eyebrow, JPG, the little chef of Peach Blossom Island exclaimed. I can't take it anymore. I must hurry to compel the old rascal to hand over the 9 manual. One's martial world, 2nd Battalion Commander. Where the hell is your Italian cannon? Bring it up, breaking voice, JPG. Shuizhong Shizi interjected, leader of the Tianxia Association, why haven't you sent out a red envelope? Don't make me look down on you, the 3rd young master of the divine sword manner added. Don't make me look down on you. +1, the leader of the Tianxia Association replied. What red envelope? You could offer the pinnacle treasures and techniques from your world to the immortal and still reap benefits. Couldn't to you. Self-reliance is the key to abundance. Ding! It was detected that you have initiated a divine skill in the Feng Yuan realm, gaining the favor of the heavenly Tao, and your fortune has increased. So, feedback has indeed been received. The world's number one. Restraining himself from shattering Xiongba's enthusiasm, Lin Gu once again spoke in the group. The Celestial of the GS sect declared, exclusive red envelope. One's martial world. The century-old Taoist of Wudong. This divine skill shall serve as the resources previously promised to both of you. One's martial world. Thank you, Immortal. The Wudong Old Taoist. Thank you, Immortal too. Ding. One's martial world has received the exclusive red envelope from the GS sect Celestial. Ding. The Wudong Old Taoist has received the exclusive red envelope from the GS sect Celestial. The two, who could only watch Xiongba flaunt earlier, instantly broke into smiles, while he continues to practice national martial arts. I have already begun training in the art of duplication. When the time comes to challenge the masters of national martial arts, they will surely question their very existence. Feng Yuxiu smirked. Realizing this divine skill was worth far more than he had anticipated. Mastering this skill would allow me to frighten away the 5 factions without even lifting a finger, Zhang Sanfeng thought excitedly. Yet this time, only Feng Yuxiu obtained an enlightenment pill, and he must rely solely on himself to attempt to comprehend this divine skill. To receive such an unprecedented gift without effort makes this centennial birthday exceedingly worthwhile. From this day forth, Wudong shall commence its journey as a sect of immortality. Wow! The evil god of Fire Cloud uttered a profanity upon witnessing the commotion in the group, astonished that these 3 rascals had acquired so many treasures. Especially Feng Yuxiu, whom he despised the most. How does he always manage to reap such benefits? Folks who understands, who can comprehend the feelings of someone who entered the group in the second batch, yet remains in debt to this day. The evil god of Fire Cloud turned his gaze, filled with malice, upon a few small rascals fighting over lollipops. I can no longer wallow in despair. I must transform my rage into strength. What are you staring at, you old geezer? Hurry up and scram, or do you want us to beat you up too? A leading ruffian frowned, impatiently glaring at the evil god of Fire Cloud. Meanwhile, a small boy and a girl surrounded by these little rascals looked on, one with confusion, the other with fear and trepidation, anxiously observing this peculiar old man. Crazy. The evil god of Fire Cloud smiled at the other, nonchalantly picking his nose. You're asking for trouble. A little rascal, witnessing this, stepped forward and slapped the evil god of Fire Cloud across the face with 2 hefty fists, with force. To the astonishment of everyone present, the evil god of Fire Cloud shook his neck and let out a dissatisfied groan. What else with this old man? Does he enjoy being humiliated? Even the small boy and girl's expressions shifted. They had thought they encountered a savior, but it seemed he was merely a lunatic. Let me do it. The leading child, the self-proclaimed king, approached wielding an ill-defined brick. The evil god of Fire Cloud's expression changed. What's with this brick? You mother, bang, blood spurted forth. With force, haven't you eaten? The evil god of Fire Cloud wiped the blood from his face, wearing a mocking grin. Is this old man insane? What bad Lu Tianxia society's leader, sage? Your current demeanor hinders our ability to engage in merriment. Cannot you articulate your thoughts in a single breath? Shuezhong Shitzi. Sage, you have transformed. You are no longer the benevolent figure who cherished the common folk. Sobs Taohua, Island's little chef. Is it not due to the fact that the illustrious leader seeks to exploit future intelligence without recompense? Tai Dan Shun Ho. Shouldn't your focus be directed toward those aged schemers instead? Disdain Hengso, Lugua, Qianggu Idi. Indeed, I share the same curiosity. The realm of Xuanzong is evidently quite abnormal. Jiejiao Tianshan. To put succinctly, there are some long-lived beings who have remained hidden for ages. Your odds of prevailing against them are rather slim. The video is available for your viewing. This conclusion was drawn post the integration of the 3 pure ones. After all, the effects of this divine ability fluctuate greatly depending on the user. Lin Gu has grown disinterested in the meager points derived from divination, opting instead to release the information outright. After watching the video, Tai Dan Shinho. Ah, quite impressive. Wudong's elder Taoist. Indeed, remarkable indeed. Tianxia Society's leader. Truly formidable. At present, we cannot prevail. Pensive, the collective response was rather subdued. Though there was a hint of surprise, it was nothing extraordinary. After all, upon entering the group chat, their horizons had already broadened considerably. What are a few long-lived beings, after all? Perhaps there are already several within the group capable of defeating the Emperor of Heaven, sharing a laugh that in the future, they too shall pursue the path of immortality. Even the long-lived must endure a few slaps, Tianxia Society's leader. Having clarified this matter, I feel a weight lifted from my heart. Even if we cannot win, we can always retreat. Taohua, Island's little chef. Make a note of it. The sage's new pastime is to frighten newcomers for amusement. Shuezhong Shitsi. Shuyue Jianshin. Saved. Hengso, Luwa, Qianggu Idi. However, the treasures on the side of the illustrious leader are indeed numerous. I am tempted to send someone to assist in their acquisition. Tianxia Society's leader. Shi Huang. Think carefully before you speak. Has your reach extended too far? There is no need for external assistance. Given some time, I can personally gather those treasures, Shuezhong Shitsi. Yet, based on the video's portrayal, it appears that Feng and Yun are akin to the fated children of that realm. Has the illustrious leader devised a strategy to confront them? Tianxia Society's leader. Fated children? Puzzled Taohua, Island's little chef. The fated children are those blessed by great fortune in a world. Adept at turning misfortune into good fortune. Did you not ultimately fall at their hands? Tianxia Society's leader. What else can be done? I shall go forth to annihilate them. Ultimate killing king. I implore the illustrious leader to temper your fervor. Brother Jie is quite disappointed in you. Have you fallen back into old habits? We are now figures of righteousness, a person's martial world. Perhaps you should first consider your own nickname. Do you truly believe you are qualified to claim the mantle of righteousness? Selling fish, A Chong. In truth, the illustrious leader could engage Feng and Yun with sincerity, promising them divine skills and the women they desire, whilst transforming Tianxia Society into a guild dedicated to the welfare of the populace. They are both individuals of deep loyalty. They should genuinely submit to you. Shuezhong Shitsi.